Volume 9, Chapter 4 181st Floor Advanced Magic Part 1, Kang Junhyuk Solo. She's changed a bit, her way of speaking, her attitude. Did you give her some item or skill or something? Kang Taesan Solo. If I were giving anything, I would have given it to you as well. Her changes have nothing to do with me. Although Taesan had delivered Maria's floral ornament, it was merely a medium to help her recover her memories. The reason for her change lay within herself. Kang Junhyuk Solo. Descending quickly isn't bad, but it's a bit worrisome. What if something major happens? Junhyuk's words carried a mix of anxiety and concern. Kang Taesan Solo. There won't be any big problems. I'll take care of it, so don't worry too much. Kang Junhyuk Solo. Okay, thanks Hyung. Ending his conversation with Junhyuk, Taesan turned back to message Lee Taeyeon. After some time, she responded to the conversation. Lee Taeyeon Solo. Oh, sorry. I was fighting a boss, so I couldn't check. Kang Taesan Solo. What floor are you on? Lee Taeyeon Solo. Floor 55. What kind of monster was on the 55th floor? It had been cleared so quickly that Taesan barely remembered. Delving into his memory, he recalled it. Kang Taesan Solo. If I recall correctly, it was a monster that interfered with the mind. Lee Taeyeon Solo. Yeah, but I've cleared solo mode, so mental challenges aren't an issue. Taeyeon had indeed cleared the labyrinth using unconventional methods, showing moments of mental weakness. However, that weakness stemmed from her inner struggles and self-deprecation. Her mental fortitude itself was far beyond that of a typical adventurer. Now that her memories had returned, it was unlikely she'd succumb to the mental interference of an ordinary monster. Kang Taesan Solo. Aren't you descending too fast? Lee Taeyeon Solo. I'm fine, I already know all the floors, clearing them isn't difficult. The gods' trials were somewhat tough, but still manageable. Taeyeon had approached each floor with full dedication, ensuring her memory of the levels was clear. With the experience and knowledge gained from clearing deeper levels, she could undoubtedly progress without major issues. Still, Taesan hadn't expected her to hurry like this. Rushing through the labyrinth offered no benefits. Kang Taesan Solo. Why are you descending so quickly? Lee Taeyeon Solo. I can't just leave you alone. Taesan froze for a moment. After a brief silence, Taesan replied. Kang Taesan Solo. I'm fine on my own. Lee Taeyeon Solo. I know, this is just for my own satisfaction. After talking a little more with her, Taesan closed the community. He felt odd. If someone were on the verge of clearing the labyrinth, he would have advised them to wait, gather strength, and clear it with everyone else. Then he planned to return to Earth alone and deal with the monsters himself. Taeyeon was aware of his intentions. That's likely why she said she couldn't leave him alone. He wasn't alone. It was a strange feeling, but not a bad one. In fact, it felt good. Calming himself, Taesan continued reviewing his rewards. Title: Solely Pure Body. An entirely untainted and pure body unaffected by anything. Resistance to all physical abnormalities significantly increases. The wizard had turned a title that was useless to Taesan into something practical. Now statuses like poison or paralysis were essentially meaningless to him. Special continuous skill, Immortal Heart. Proficiency 1%. As long as your will remains unbroken, so too will your body and spirit. You can move your body even when it has reached its limit. Does this mean moving my body purely through willpower? While it didn't seem incredibly helpful for Taesan, it was certainly not a bad skill to have. And then the Special Activation Skill. Special Activation Skill, Seal Authority. Mana cost 1, seals absolute authority. If desired, it can also seal your presence. Since it was a skill created directly by the wizard, it was quite unique. Taesan activated the skill as a test. You have activated Seal Authority. Oh, a ghostly voice emerged. Taesan, now an immortal, radiated an authority and presence that was nearly impossible to conceal. But upon activating the Seal Authority, all of that disappeared entirely. Taesan now appeared to be an ordinary adventurer with nothing remarkable about him. This is pretty useful. To confirm, Taesan summoned Minerva. She appeared with a flustered expression. Master, you finally reached immortality. Why didn't you summon me sooner? I had so many. Minerva stopped speaking, surprised by Taesan's complete lack of presence. Huh. You've definitely reached it though. Even a contracted spirit king can't recognize me. Taesan deactivated the Seal Authority. His presence once again filled the labyrinth and Minerva was taken aback. Sealing the presence of an immortal, there's a skill for that. I got it from the wizard who created the labyrinth. Not bad, huh? The ability to conceal his presence at will would surely be useful in upcoming floors. The labyrinth. If someone capable of creating such a place exists, I suppose such feats are possible. Fascinating. Minerva marveled at the labyrinth and then spoke again. Anyway, congratulations, Master, to surpass mortality. You've achieved something almost unheard of in the universe. Her words weren't just flattery. Even among the strongest gathered in the labyrinth, those who transcended mortality were exceedingly rare. Reaching immortality was a feat almost unparalleled across the universe. However, Minerva spoke with a conflicted expression. I'm proud, but I'm not sure how much help I'll be to you now. Taesan was now an immortal. According to the wizard, the labyrinth would adjust to his new level. Minerva was undoubtedly strong but far from reaching immortality. You still have your role to play. Spirits like Minerva, who acted autonomously even outside of battle, were incredibly useful. After talking with Minerva for a bit, Taesan began reviewing the remaining rewards. Thread of Collapse. A thread condensed from the power of collapse. Ordinary beings disintegrate upon contact. Ring of Endless Collapse. Attack power plus 500. A ring that carries the power to destroy its surroundings. If the user's level or strength is insufficient, it will destroy the wearer's body. One material item and a decent performance ring. Upon seeing the ring, Taesan noticed his twin rings, which had further evolved after his ascension to immortality. A white ring and a black ring. Now that he was immortal, the power of these rings had stabilized significantly. The attack power of the black ring had increased from 1,500 to 2,000, far surpassing most weapons. The white ring had an additional description explaining that it could assist Taesan using divinity through the will of the ring itself. However, it still wasn't enough. Taesan fiddled with the pair of rings. The 2-into-1 skill that fused two equals into one. It was now possible to use it. If he combined the black and white rings into one, their power would surely increase significantly, but it wasn't the right time yet. He planned to consult Hafren for confirmation before attempting the fusion. After organizing his thoughts, Taesan headed to the 81st floor. Leaving behind the quietly smiling shopkeeper, he stepped into the 81st floor, where a familiar altar came into view. 81st floor quest initiated. Pass Zelbando's trial. Reward the Staff of Resonating Sounds. Hidden reward, the altar of the god of magic Zelbando appeared. When Taesan approached and placed his hand on the altar, energy from the altar enveloped him. Taesan nodded. Power expanded and the world around him transformed. A black void filled with starlight like a galaxy. This was the domain of the god of magic. You've arrived. Greetings. Standing alone amidst the stars, Zelbando awaited Taesan. Taesan bowed politely, showing respect. Zelbando waved his hand. Enough, you're now an immortal. Though you don't have your own domain, you've surpassed mortality. There's no need to be overly formal. Even so, I must show respect. Zelbando was far stronger than Taesan. Zelbando smirked knowingly, aware of this. Perhaps my words are meaningless then, do as you wish. He conjured a chair and sat down. You know what you're here to gain, don't you? Advanced magic, I presume. Correct. Advanced magic is a power even those with exceptional talent who dedicate their lives to magic rarely achieve. Therefore, I will give you a trial related to it. Will you accept? Zelbando began to speak. Yes, finally, advanced magic. The gap between beginner and intermediate magic was as vast as the distance between the heavens and the earth. Since obtaining intermediate magic, Taesan had hardly used beginner magic, no longer finding it effective. What level would advanced magic be? He felt a thrill of anticipation. Zelbando smiled slyly. Good, I'll take you to the trial site. You'll need to see for yourself to understand the details. The god of magic snapped his fingers and the space around Taesan accelerated. Countless galaxies whizzed past and Taesan arrived at a destination. It was a tower. A single tower stood tall in an endless white space with no end in sight. So this is the trial site. Perhaps. Taesan headed toward the tower. Upon opening the small door and entering, he found 8 people waiting for him. Oh, he's here. I don't like him. I can't sense anything. Did Zelbando really permit him advanced magic? Voices filled with curiosity, irritation, and doubt overlapped. A strong and varied mana resonance emanated from them. Each of their auras was unique, with no uniformity. It seemed they all wielded distinctive magic. Among them, one individual exuded a particularly strong presence. An elderly man dressed in a gray robe, wearing a pointed hat with a long white beard. The very image of a traditional wizard, he stood at the center of the group. The old man silently observed Taesan, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Taesan also noticed something extraordinary about the old man. An immortal. Hello, nice to meet you. A woman who had shown curiosity about Taesan smiled brightly and waved as she approached him. We've already been briefed by Zelbando, but you must have no idea about us. Ask away, got any questions? What is this place? It's simple. The woman placed her hand proudly on her chest. We are magicians chosen by Zelbando. Chosen. Those who are madly devoted to magic. Among those who dedicate their entire lives to it, only a rare few are chosen by Zelbando. This place gathers those chosen ones to research and train in magic eternally. This is the Tower of Eternity, a gathering place for wizards. The Tower of Eternity. The woman raised her finger. And we are the magicians of this place. You can think of us as examiners who will determine if you're worthy of advanced magic. Let's get along for the time being. Subquest initiated. The god of magic, Zelbando, seeks to determine if you are worthy of advanced magic. To do so, you must visit the Tower of Eternity, where magicians recognized by Zelbando reside. Gain the recognition of the 7 magical schools and pass the Tower Master's trial. Conditions. Recognition of the 7 schools and the Tower Master. Reward Advanced Magic Grand Collapse, Chapter 4 281st Floor Advanced Magic Part 2. Take it easy for now. We'll be staying here for a while, so feel free to look around. If you're curious about anything, just ask anytime. With those words, the mages dispersed. Taesan followed her advice and began exploring the magic tower. The tower was incredibly vast and tall. Its end was nowhere in sight, and it held an uncountable number of rooms. Each room had its own unique characteristics. Some resembled laboratories filled with experimental tools, while others were packed with hundreds of densely drawn magic circles. The number of mages in the tower was considerable. There were easily more than 100 of them. Most paid no attention to Taesan and were focused on honing their magic. Taesan strolled down the corridor. A red-haired man walking from the opposite direction frowned upon seeing him. It was the same man who had grumbled irritably toward Taesan earlier. With an expression of discontent, the man brushed past him. "Even if Zelbando has accepted you, we have not. Don't act recklessly," he whispered the warning as he passed. Taesan glanced at his back momentarily but chose to ignore him, continuing to explore the tower. "They don't seem to see you. Because I'm a being of the labyrinth, they can't see me, though it doesn't seem to be the case for the old man at the center." Several gazes were directed at Taesan. Instead of approaching him, the mages used magic to observe him. Most seemed either curious or indifferent. Of course, there were some who showed hostility. Taesan pretended not to notice and spent the day leisurely. What's this place? He had arrived at a library filled with countless magic books. Although it was significantly smaller than the Library of All Things, it still held more books than one could read in a lifetime. Oh my. Hello, a woman appeared with a cheerful smile, sitting atop a ladder propped against a bookshelf. She was the only mage who showed friendliness toward Taesan. "Hugh." She jumped off the ladder, and a swarm of dolls below caught her gently. After stepping off the dolls, she straightened her clothes and asked, "Did you look around enough? What do you think of the atmosphere? Some have shown hostility toward me, but most seemed indifferent." "Right," the woman sighed. "You'd think they'd at least make an effort to welcome a new mage. We're going to be spending a long time together after all, but no, they just have to be stubborn." After a brief grumble, she smiled again. "So what brings you here? I was wandering around and found this place. What is it?" "As you can see, it's a library. It holds countless magic books. Be careful, though. Some are cursed and others have a will of their own." "I see." Taesan surveyed the library. As she said, there were books imbued with special powers, but none seemed particularly impressive. "Well, this is perfect timing. Hey everyone, let's work a little." She clapped her hands. At that moment, a wave of mana spread out from her, scattering in threads. The mana-infused dolls moved and began rummaging through the shelves. In no time, dozens of books were piled up in front of Taesan. "These are well-organized books, great for building knowledge. Give them a read." "Thank you." It was a lot. Just reading them would take a significant amount of time. Taesan didn't intend to stay here that long. After skimming through the books, Taesan asked, "You're a puppeteer, aren't you?" "Correct." The woman grinned and snapped her fingers. The dolls paired up and started waltzing gracefully. "I handle specially crafted dolls. I can control over 100 at once. Isn't it fun? Quite unique." A mage who controlled dolls, Taesan had never encountered such a person before. The woman shrugged. "In this place, you can learn Zelbando's magic. Most mages here are studying his spells, but a few of us, myself included, are different. Rather than relying on Zelbando's power, we're creating our own magic. The 8 mages who tested you are all part of this group. Is it necessary to create your own magic?" Zelbando was the god of magic. His spells were flawless and perfect. Ilya scratched her cheek with a hesitant expression. "Well, it's awkward to say, but we've hit a wall." Ilya waved her hand, and with a massive surge of energy, a blue spear materialized. An intermediate spell. Taesan didn't know the spell, but he could tell just by its energy. It was on par with Frozen World or Starry Arrows. "Oh, you noticed? Impressive." Ilya marveled, twirling the spear. "We're allowed up to this level, but beyond that we're not permitted." Ilya gave a bitter smile. Taesan didn't know exactly what she meant by beyond that. "Advanced magic? Yep, we believe we're qualified, but Zelbando doesn't seem to agree." That was why they were creating their own magic instead of relying on Zelbando's. "So, among the mages who said they would test you, there are quite a few who are jealous of you." Taesan, an outsider, had been immediately granted permission to learn advanced magic, something the others had spent years pursuing without success. It wasn't surprising that they harbored hostility. "Are you one of them?" "No, I just joined because it seemed fun and I wanted to help you a bit. See that guy pretending to sleep over there? He's a mage who specializes in plant magic. One of the 7 mages. Be careful though, he's a sneaky one." The woman whispered while glancing at a man lying on a sofa. A grumpy voice came from the man. "Are you selling me out?" What's your deal, Ilya? Oh, come on, he was going to find out anyway. That may be true, but we're examiners. This guy is supposed to figure out what magic we use and how we handle it as part of the trial. That's too harsh, don't you think? Giving him this much information in advance should be fine. The woman, now identified as Ilya, grumbled. The man sighed and sat up. Either way, stop talking about the other mages from now on. Figuring it out is part of his job. Fine, fine, Ilya reluctantly nodded. That's not true, but Taesan had already figured out what type of mages they were the moment he entered this place. He could see the flow of mana they possessed and how they manipulated it. Though they had placed protective barriers to hide their abilities, they were practically meaningless to Taesan. While he couldn't discern their exact spells, he had already grasped their general direction and attributes. Now that I think about it, I haven't introduced myself. The woman cleared her throat, placing her hand on her chest with a proud expression. I am Ilya Magetri, master of the Marionette School and one of the 8 mages acknowledged by the god of magic. I am Constria Virial, master of the Lacres School and one of the 8 mages acknowledged by the god of magic. Constria looked at Taesan silently and asked, What is your name? I'm Kang Taesan. Kang Taesan. Leave this place immediately. Constria, this is not a warning, it's advice. I can't feel anything from you, Constria spoke bluntly. If the god of magic has acknowledged you, you must have talent far beyond ours. I have no argument there, but you're too weak. Taesan looked at him silently. Taking the silence as a sign he had hit the mark, Constria continued. Ilya is an unusual case, but most here don't welcome outsiders like you. Especially if you're weak. Furthermore, everyone here has already reached mastery. No matter how talented you are, someone as weak as you can't learn anything. With that, Constria turned and left the study. Go back now, live your life. That's the best advice I can give you. The door closed, leaving only Taesan and Ilya in the room. Ilya scratched her head awkwardly. His words were a bit harsh, but he's not completely wrong. Still, don't worry. I'll help you, Ilya clenched her fist with determination. Being granted advanced magic means Zelbando acknowledged your talent. If you work hard for a few years, the other mages will recognize you too. Is that so? Taesan finally understood why their conversation seemed slightly off. They didn't really know anything about him. They thought he was someone who had no strength but had been granted access here because Zelbando acknowledged his potential to learn advanced magic. In truth, Taesan had activated his seal authority, hiding all his power. To anyone who wasn't his equal, he appeared as an ordinary human. That's why Ilya kept saying she would help him and assumed he would stay here for a long time. What a hassle! There was no reason for him to stay that long, and undoing the seal authority was likely not what Zelbando wanted. After finishing his thoughts, Taesan asked Ilya, Can I take the trial if I request it? Yeah, technically, since it's Zelbando's order we can't refuse, but it's impossible to pass right now, so why not train slowly? No, Taesan shook his head. I'll take the trial right now. What? Ilya's eyes widened. He's already taking the trial, what's the rush? One of the mages grumbled. Within the magic tower, there were rooms designed specifically for duels. In one such spacious room, the 8 mages and Taesan had gathered. Ilya, you said you'd handle him. What did you tell him? Well, I tried to dissuade him. Ilya scratched her cheek with an awkward expression. When Taesan insisted on taking the trial, Ilya had initially refused. She told him it was meaningless at this point, but Taesan remained steadfast. Since Taesan had been brought here by Zelbando, Ilya ultimately had no choice but to concede. So who's going to go first? Such a bother. I'll go, a man stood up. The man with red hair who had shown the most hostility toward Taesan smirked as he walked toward him. Why is he so eager? He's always whining about wanting to learn advanced magic. It's understandable that he'd dislike him. No one expected anything. From their first encounter with Taesan, they had probed him and knew he had no power at all. Why would Zelbando bring someone so weak here? He might have talent, but he's far too weak. Do you all think he's weak? The previously silent old man spoke. The other mages responded in confusion. Of course. There's nothing to sense from him. Ilya, you've been closest to him. What do you think? I don't know. He does seem to be hiding something, but it's not anything impressive. Ilya shook her head. She had also tried to sense Taesan's power from up close but felt absolutely nothing. I see. The old man stared at Taesan with curiosity. Interesting, what method could hide it so perfectly? What? You'll see. The red-haired man arrived before Taesan. His eyes were filled with hostility. Filthy worm. His voice dripped with hatred and animosity. He had devoted his entire life to magic. Literally, he had abandoned his family, friends, lover, and even his own life to pursue magic with obsessive dedication. Through that passion and effort, the man had been acknowledged by the god of magic and allowed into the magic tower. Once inside, he took immense pride in himself. As one of the few mages acknowledged by the great god of magic, he saw himself as extraordinary. But then Taesan entered the magic tower, someone who showed no visible power. Yet, despite that, he had been acknowledged by the god of magic and permitted to learn advanced magic. The man could not accept Taesan's existence. To him, Taesan's mere presence here diminished his authority. He could no longer tolerate Taesan polluting the air of this place. He was determined to eliminate Taesan. However, expulsion was impossible. The god of magic had directly allowed Taesan's presence. In that case, he would force him to leave of his own accord. The man smirked and declared, "I am Bartler Raven, founder and sole practitioner of the Bartler School of Magic. I will test you." With that, Bartler gathered mana. The space around Taesan began to distort. Bartler specialized in spatial magic. He could fold space to leap great distances, twist it to make attacks miss entirely, or directly use it to attack his opponents. The first thing Bartler did to Taesan was seal his movement, and then he applied pressure. Crack! He blocked Taesan's ability to move within the distorted space. Gradually, the pressure increased, causing difficulty in breathing and crushing his entire body to the point of pain. Taesan showed no reaction. Bartler's lips twisted. Right now, Taesan should have been feeling pain akin to torture, unable to move a muscle. Watching from behind, Ilya frowned. "This is excessive." She started to get up, but a staff blocked her path. "Elder, observe, there will be no issue." The old man continued to watch Taesan with calm eyes. Crack, the spatial pressure grew stronger. Bartler was ready to wrap things up. Any more pressure could be life-threatening. This should have been enough of a warning. He was sure that once the magic was released, Taesan would collapse, his expression contorted in fear, and look at him with terror. With anticipation, Bartler prepared to lift the spell. "So this is how it works," Taesan muttered. He moved his hand to touch the spatial pressure around him. "Certainly unique. At least it's not a magic I can use." What? Bartler's eyes widened. Right now, he had completely restrained Taesan's body. He shouldn't even be able to change his expression, let alone move. Yet Taesan was casually inspecting the spatial distortion as if he were on a leisurely walk. "What is this?" Bartler hastily drew more power. A massive sphere of warped space formed around Taesan. The very space itself twisted into an environment where life could not survive. The surroundings warped and the scenery blended together. But amidst the distortion, Taesan remained completely unaffected, as if untouched by the chaos. This is a magic trial, so using magic is only appropriate. You have activated magic overlap. You have activated distortion. You have activated distortion. You have activated distortion. Mana condensed around him. The observers held their breath. From Taesan, who had seemed powerless, a massive wave of mana suddenly erupted, a form of advanced magic they could barely comprehend. The sheer concentration of mana caused cracks in the spatial sphere. The old man's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "You have activated magic release. You have activated partial magic adjustment." The spatial distortion shattered the sphere. Cough! Bartler collapsed, coughing up blood. He had pushed his magic beyond its limits and suffered a backlash when it failed. "What is this?" Constria groaned. "Intermediate magic, distortion." It was magic they could use as well. But the power Taesan demonstrated was on a level they could never hope to reach. All the mages except for the old man were left speechless by the scene. "Who's next?" In the silence, Taesan's voice echoed. Chapter 4 381st Floor Advanced Magic Part 3 Bartler's magic was broken so easily. A voice filled with shock escaped. Taesan remained unchanged. His breathing complexion, nothing had changed. The attack itself was as meaningless to him as a child's tantrum. Our eyes must have been mere knots in wood. With a single test, they all realized. It wasn't that Taesan lacked power, he had reached a level they couldn't even perceive. They were all excellent magicians acknowledged by the god of magic. They weren't foolish enough to deny what had happened before their eyes. This is troublesome. After the trial ended, Ilya scratched her head awkwardly as she spoke to Taesan. "There was a reason why Lord Zelbando permitted advanced magic. I was stubborn for nothing. Was it you who proposed the trial?" "Yeah, Lord Zelbando originally had another method in mind. But we insisted on this one." They had requested the right to test Taesan to see if he was qualified to receive advanced magic. Zelbando accepted their request. "And this is how it turned out." Ilya looked at Taesan with a bitter smile. "You're really strong, far stronger than us." "So is the trial over?" Apart from the elder, the 7 magicians couldn't even reach Taesan, but Ilya shook her head. "No," her eyes did not waver. "Even if that's the case, we are magicians. We are curious, how effective will our magic be against someone as strong as you? We have to give it our best." They requested time to prepare another trial for Taesan. Taesan accepted the request. As he passed the time reading books, 2 days later, Ilya led him to the trial chamber. "All right, this time it's my trial." Her face looked exhausted, as if she had pulled an all-nighter, but her eyes shone brightly. Before long, the other magicians arrived as well. Bartler still seemed unwell, staggering as he barely managed to take a seat. "My trial is my magic puppetry." She spread her arms wide. 2 white puppets flew in and stood before Taesan and Ilya. "Rather than us fighting, we'll control the puppets to battle. If you win, you pass. How about it? But I don't know how to use puppetry." "Don't worry. I'll teach you the basics." Ilya approached Taesan and took his hand. The flow of mana seeped into Taesan. Taesan read it, analyzed it, and understood. Normally, it wouldn't be possible to learn this way, but since you're much stronger than me, you should at least grasp the basics. If you focus your mana, it's done. You have learned puppetry. That was fast. Ilya muttered, her expression sour. She had expected it to take at least an hour. So how does it feel? A bit awkward. Right, Ilya smirked and swung her mana. Then let's begin the trial. The puppets flew at each other fiercely, their movements incredibly fast and powerful. A battle where the strength of the user didn't matter. And Taesan, having only just learned puppetry, couldn't control the puppet properly. Since his overall ability was overwhelmingly high, he would soon adapt, but initially he had a high chance of losing. But Taesan had no intention of losing. There was no restriction that he could only use magic. Taesan linked his mana to the puppet and spoke, "Work for me. You have activated the declaration of motion." The puppet's head jerked up. Boom, the puppet dashed forward. It was faster and more violent than Ilya's puppet. Wah! Expecting Taesan to struggle, Ilya unconsciously let out a bewildered sound. The puppets collided and Ilya's puppet was instantly overwhelmed. Ilya hastily controlled her puppet. It moved seamlessly, almost human-like. She was clearly a skilled puppeteer, but that was all. What resided in Taesan's puppet was the word of the undying. Their very essence was different. In an instant, Ilya's puppet was destroyed. I lost. She had devoted her life to creating her own magic puppetry, yet it was shattered by a single word from Taesan. Her confidence crumbled. After that, the magicians continued their trials, each utilizing their unique magic. But none could reach Taesan. The magician that used plants, Constria, set up a trial where he had to restrain Taesan with vines. The plants couldn't even touch Taesan's skin. The trial ended in an instant. The next magician's test required resisting the pure condensation of mana. Taesan simply waved his hand. The magician had gathered all his strength, amassing mana to the point of exhaustion, yet with a mere flick, all of it was erased. Ha! The magician let out a hollow laugh. The difference was overwhelming. The magic they created was meaningless before Taesan. And Taesan analyzed their magic in turn. Their magic was incredibly diverse and unique. Depending on how he used it, it could be helpful to him. But the more he understood, the clearer it became. Lord Zelbando's magic is on another level. That hurts to hear. Ilya made a wounded expression. You asked me what I thought of your magic. I simply answered. Their magic was indeed diverse and unique, but that was all. They had obsessed too much over niche aspects, weakening the power of their magic. Moreover, its versatility was severely lacking. It wasn't worth acquiring. Compared to the magic Taesan had learned in the labyrinth, theirs was undoubtedly inferior. It might be unnecessary advice, but instead of focusing on creating your own magic, it would be better to continue studying Lord Zelbando's magic. They were undoubtedly strong. The fact that Ilya wielded intermediate magic so naturally was proof of that. They were at a level comparable to Shayan, who had called himself an archmage. Had they fought properly, they might have been able to match Taesan to some extent. But they had forgotten their own strength. Obsessed with creating their own magic, they had shackled themselves. At your current level, you can't learn advanced magic. Even Shayan barely managed to wield the primordial advanced magic by utilizing the labyrinth system and equipment. There was no way others at his level could handle advanced magic. So that's how it is. Ilya gave a bitter smile. She had already known deep down that all of this was meaningless, yet she felt utterly stifled. No matter how much they tried, the path to advanced magic was nowhere to be found. As a result, the 7 magicians had chosen to escape by creating their own magic. Did Lord Zelbando know this and grant our request for that reason? Ilya realized. The purpose of this trial was to show them that the magic they created was nothing more than child's play to a true powerhouse. She let out a groan. I guess we can't be like the old man. It wasn't difficult to guess whom she was referring to as the old man. You mean the master of the Mage Tower here? Yeah, he's been here since the tower was built. He never studied Lord Zelbando's magic, yet he reached this realm with his own magic. He's the reason we started this foolish pursuit of making our own magic, because right next to us there was someone who had actually done it. A magician who reached the realm of the undying with his own magic. Ilya smirked. Our magic may seem awkward and low-level to you who learned Lord Zelbando's magic, but the old man's magic isn't like that. His trial will be tough for you. I'm aware, Taesan replied calmly. The trials continued. Of course, they could not stop Taesan. Time passed and only 2 trials remained. My trial is this. A short, stout, middle-aged man with a long beard presented a massive contraption. This is the culmination of my magic engineering. This machine itself is my magic. Your task is to operate it without breaking it. The man grinned, his face displaying confidence that Taesan wouldn't be able to clear the trial so easily. Taesan was undoubtedly a monster in terms of strength, but this was a matter of technology, not power. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to pass until he understood the technology itself. The man's prediction wasn't wrong. Taesan had no knowledge of the machine's mechanics, but the solution to how to operate and control this device was already in Taesan's mind. Kang Taesan's authority has manifested. The king of machinery has been activated. Mana naturally flowed out. An elderly man who had been quietly observing suddenly stood up. Ilya beside him was startled. "Old man, what's wrong?" The elder did not answer. He simply stared at Taesan with wide eyes. "How?" A bewildered voice echoed, and the machine began to hum as it powered up. Taesan took a step forward. He walked through a long corridor and opened the door at the end. Click. A vast interior appeared. Elegant wooden floors and walls were visible. The space itself seemed expanded, its end was nowhere in sight. He stomped his foot and a strong reaction came from the floor. "This is a space created by Lord Zelbando. No matter how much you rampage, it won't be destroyed, so you don't need to worry about that." In the center of the vast space stood an old man. Holding a staff dressed in a gray robe, he gazed at Taesan with sunken eyes. "Where are the other magicians? If they were here, they might get caught up in the battle. They're watching from a separate location." The old man tapped his staff. "I am Wured, just Wured." He did not mention a school of magic. The reason was obvious. For the one who called himself Wured, such distinctions were meaningless. The rules, all power except magic is sealed. The staff pointed at Taesan. A powerful law bound him. Activated skill strong blow has been sealed. Activated skill acceleration has been sealed. Passive skill rapid decision-making has been sealed. A system window scrolled down, filling his vision. Almost all of his abilities except magic were sealed. "This is the trial of the god of magic, Lord Zelbando. As long as you follow the trial's rules, you cannot escape them." Taesan clenched and unclenched his fist. Since even passive skills were sealed, his body felt different than usual. "What's next? Make me step out of this circle." At Wured's feet was a magic circle large enough for one person. "If you succeed, you pass the final trial." Simple enough, Taesan gathered his strength. The past 7 trials had been mere amusements. They held no real meaning or value. Lord Zelbando likely knew this as well, yet he had still accepted their request. There was only one reason: the magician before him. This one alone was enough to serve as a true trial for advanced magic. Wured looked at Taesan with flickering eyes. What are you? An adventurer of the labyrinth and someone at the same level as you?" "No, you are fundamentally different from me." Wured fell silent. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head and raised his staff. "Regardless, I am the examiner. Pass my trial." Kang power surged from the staff. It began to dominate space and rule the world itself. "My magic is very simple. What do you see this as?" Wured struck the air with his staff. A black dot appeared. "A dot. Correct. This is a dot." Wured then dragged his staff horizontally. The dot stretched into a long line. "This is a line." A dot extended in a straight path. He then pulled the staff upward. The line stretched vertically. "This is a plane." A line extended perpendicularly. A black plane was drawn in midair. "Dot, line, and plane, these 3 are both my magic and my authority." Wured's robe fluttered. Mana began to engulf the world. "Come, unknown immortal. Challenge my authority." Wured's authority has manifested. Dimensional definition has been activated. Chapter 4 481st Floor Advanced Magic Part 4 Taesan gathered all the strength he could muster. The enemy before him was an immortal. This was not a being that had lost self-awareness like the king of machines, nor one that wielded a degraded form of divine power like an apostle of the ancient gods. It was a pure immortal without any penalties. Both of them had reached the same realm. Moreover, Taesan's skills, except for magic, were sealed. The odds of victory were extremely slim. Taesan opened his mouth. "How many times can I challenge this?" "Of course, as many times as you want. You didn't expect to win on your first attempt, did you?" "That's fine then." He never expected to be satisfied on the first try. Taesan finished his preparations and Wured raised his staff. "Let's start lightly." Kang, a black dot appeared on the staff. Wured swung it. The dot turned into a line. There was no ripple, no disturbance in power. Like a line drawn on a blank canvas, the black line calmly flew toward Taesan. It was so silent that it barely felt like an attack. Taesan belatedly stomped the ground. His skills were sealed, but his stats remained unchanged. With swift movements, he dodged the black line. Kung, the black line collided with the brown ground, vanishing with a small noise. "It's not that fast." Even though his reaction was delayed, he dodged it without much difficulty. If this was its full speed, he could evade it no matter how many times it attacked. "You're quite fast. At this rate, no attack will land." Wured also realized this and lifted his staff. That last attack was merely a test. Now the real battle would begin. A dot was drawn and it became a line. It moved at the same speed as before. Taesan prepared to dodge again and rushed toward Wured. Kang, the lines split apart. Dozens, then hundreds of lines poured out simultaneously. Like lightning branching across the sky, the fragmented lines engulfed the space and surged forward. There was no room to dodge. Taesan swiftly made a decision and gathered his mana. You have activated Frozen World. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated Magic Focus. A storm of frost and starlight arrows surged forth. These were intermediate-level spells wielded by an immortal. Their power was on another level compared to anything before. Even a single strike contained enough force to push the top leaders of the guides to the brink of death. But the moment they clashed with the black lines, they were all shattered. Frozen World scattered into shards of ice and starlight arrows crumbled against the black lines, losing their light. Taesan twisted his body urgently. The black lines crashed into the ground. Kugagagung. Taesan took no damage. Frozen World and starlight arrows couldn't block the black lines, but they twisted their trajectory enough to create space for Taesan to dodge. Taesan clicked his tongue. Intermediate-level magic wasn't enough to counter Wured's power. It could only slightly distort the trajectory. But on the flip side, it also meant that, with his current strength, Taesan could at least partially respond to an immortal's authority using intermediate-level magic. Not bad. With a calm voice, black dots formed. This time there were 5. Lines poured out all at once. Taesan swung his hand roughly, pulling in more mana. Kugagagung, the black lines veiled the world. They dominated the space, crushing everything in their path. But within that storm, Taesan did not stop moving. Kang, a black dot appeared right beside Taesan. Just as he reflexively gathered mana, the black dot erupted, firing lines in every direction like a spiked sea urchin. You have activated distortion. You have activated forced repulsion. Taesan twisted the trajectories of the lines and forcibly pushed them away with invisible force. With his ability to double-cast, he wielded 2 spells simultaneously, but there was no time to rest. Hundreds of lines poured from black dots forming in midair. You have activated Magic Overlap. You have activated the Undying Firebird. You have activated Magic Release. Layered firebirds materialized. Blazing with a heat that could incinerate the world, they blocked the incoming lines. In the midst of this, Taesan enveloped himself in the Guardian's shield and used focus detection on Wured and the black dots. Kang, but it was blocked. The mana surrounding Wured refused to allow focus detection to activate. Wured leisurely waved his staff. That trick would work on other magicians, but not on me. Kugagagung, the lines pierced through the firebirds. Despite their desperate resistance, the firebirds eventually perished. Wured raised his staff again. Black dots formed all over the space. The lines poured down like a storm. And yet there were no ripples, no signs of force, making them difficult to detect. Normally, he could have easily tracked them using his synchronization vision and enhanced senses, but both skills were sealed. He had to sharpen his instincts, widen his vision, and dodge purely by sight. This isn't working. He wasn't even close to reaching Wured. He was barely managing to defend against the overwhelming black lines. His mana was slowly being consumed. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. He attempted a restricted blink, but Wured blocked it. For the first time, Taesan realized that high-level magicians could prevent even the activation of restricted blink. It was time for a gamble. With a determined decision, Taesan leaped into the air. You have activated Random Blink, a teleportation spell that even Taesan couldn't predict the destination of. The black lines immediately chased after him, but there was an inevitable delay. Seizing the brief window, Taesan rapidly layered his magic. He gathered the power of Frozen World and detonated it. Jojojojojok. A blast of extreme frost spread across the battlefield. The black lines momentarily recoiled. Taesan used that gap to unleash a barrage of spells. You have activated the Undying Firebird. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated Earthquake. The spells materialized in rapid succession, engulfing the battlefield. With the help of his continuous chanting skill, the speed and power of his spells increased exponentially. The black lines were gradually being pushed back. Are you just holding out? Not bad, but that's not the answer. Wured waved his hand. Black lines formed around Taesan from 4 directions. Jojojok. Then the black lines merged, shaping into a maze. They started creating a physical barrier Taesan could not escape. Wured intended to trap and wear him down, but Taesan had already predicted Wured's move. Kugagagung, magic poured out without pause. Dozens of different spells filled the space in an instant. The 7 magicians watching from a distance gasped in amazement. Wow, what is that? They could all use intermediate magic. But the power Taesan displayed was on an entirely different level. So that's the level required to be granted advanced magic. They all realized how distant their goal truly was. Even Wured, unshaken by most things, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer flood of Taesan's magic. Just how much mana do you have? Even for an immortal, using intermediate magic so recklessly was unheard of. In terms of raw mana capacity alone, Taesan had surpassed Wured. The magic, which exceeded Wured's expectations, scattered mana throughout the space, momentarily obscuring Taesan from view. The black lines lost track of Taesan, their trajectories faltering for just a moment. Taesan didn't miss the opportunity. He detonated the starlight arrows he had preloaded. Light burst forth, drenching the battlefield in brilliance. The arrows aimed precisely at Wured through the openings in the black lines. Wured tried to block them with black dots, but at that moment Taesan activated a skill. You have activated magic separation. The arrows of light split into hundreds of projectiles. Though the black lines were powerful, they were ultimately just lines. They couldn't block attacks that occupied space itself. Taesan observed Wured's reaction, ready for his next strike. Impressive. Wured was genuinely impressed. With all his skills except for magic sealed, Taesan was undeniably weaker than him. Yet Taesan refused to give up, exploiting every gap, and was on the verge of landing a decisive blow. I hadn't planned on showing this from the start, Wured muttered as he manipulated the lines. The lines stretched and expanded, turning into a surface. A black surface shielded Wured's body. The starlight arrows crashed into it. Kugagagung, a deafening explosion erupted. Brilliant light flashed, illuminating the entire space. When the brightness faded, Taesan clicked his tongue. The black surface protecting Wured was unscathed. My magic consists of points, lines, and surfaces. Wured raised his staff. Dozens of black dots materialized in midair at once. Unless you can break through all three, you will never push me out of this place. With a calm voice, Wured unleashed another barrage of black lines. You're here. As Taesan entered the library, he found Ilya waiting with an expression of admiration. You're really strong. Not strong enough, I lost. But he was strong, wasn't he? I told you, he's different from us. Grandfather reached his level with his own unique magic. You're monstrously strong, but Grandfather is just as much of a monster. Even if Taesan hadn't been restricted from using his non-magic skills, he couldn't confidently say he would have won. Wured had that much power, and Taesan had to face such an opponent using only magic. His odds of victory were extremely low. But that doesn't mean I gained nothing. Wured's magic, the units of matter. There were no visible signs of power, no intimidating pressure. The way he cast spells was astonishingly simple, compressing mana to its limit. By repeatedly compressing mana, he created a single black dot. That dot could then be elongated into a line, and when spread, it became a surface. The concept was incredibly simple, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Because the mana was compressed to its utmost limit, no traces of energy leaked out, making it impossible to sense the activation of his magic. And the sheer density of compressed mana granted it devastating power. The only flaw was its narrow area of effect, but by utilizing surfaces, that weakness was negated. It was incredibly useful yet troublesome magic. But it wasn't something Taesan could replicate. His magic was granted by the god of magic. While he could modify spells to some extent, he couldn't manipulate mana itself like that, not that he intended to. Wured's magic was that strong because he had dedicated his entire life to it. In contrast, Taesan's focus wasn't magic. He was an adventurer, one who gathered power and wielded it as a tool. Unlike a mage, he had no desire to obsess over magic itself, so he would simply take what was useful. Taesan stood up. Taesan continued his battles against Wured. He had fought dozens of times and lost every single one. It's your defeat. Wured pointed his staff at Taesan as he spoke. Taesan accepted his words without any change in expression. When he stepped outside, Ilya tried to console him. You lost again today, but it's okay. You'll get there soon, Taesan silently nodded. Ilya watched him with a look of pity. They had all been in awe when they first saw Taesan fight. His magic's power, his methods of using it were intriguing. Using only intermediate magic, he had managed to pressure Wured, a being far beyond their reach. Their doubts and hostility toward Taesan had completely vanished, leaving only respect for an outstanding magician. But after that first battle, things became strange. Unlike the initial fight, the time it took for Taesan to lose shortened drastically, and he barely put up a counterattack. Was he hoping for a lucky break because he knew he couldn't win in a conventional manner? Ilya felt sorry seeing him like that. Grandfather, what's going on with Taesan? Has he given up and started relying on luck? Ilya went to Wured and asked. Wured calmly answered, Do you think he has given up? Isn't he? It's too strange. He's not even trying to fight back properly and he's losing way too quickly. No, it's the opposite. He's actually looking for the answer. Wured waved his staff. Incredible, so this is a labyrinth adventurer. When it comes to strategy, he is flawless. Ilya was confused by his completely different perspective. Wured continued. He's not losing quickly. Think back on his battles. Have any of them played out the same way? Ilya retraced her memories and suddenly paused. Wured was right. Through all those dozens of battles, not once had they unfolded the same way. Ilya silently shuddered. No way. He's been drawing different reactions from me in each battle. I didn't intend to play along, but as the fights continued, I found myself being led in different directions. His tactical ability is exceptional. Losing quickly was only natural. Taesan had been throwing himself into danger just to analyze Wured's responses. And that's not all. Wured recalled the look in Taesan's eyes. It wasn't just about reading his reactions. Taesan was observing the very way he wielded his power, as if trying to obtain something from it. His magic was his own creation, an immortal's magic. It was impossible for anyone to steal. Yet Taesan's gaze made it seem like that was a given. That alone was enough to stir Wured's curiosity as a magician. I wonder what kind of method he'll come up with. This is getting interesting, Wured smiled. At this moment, Taesan had no chance of defeating him, but at the same time, he was eager to see how Taesan would bring him down. A few days later, Taesan returned to Wured. May I take the test again? Wured looked at him. Taesan's expression was different from before. It was the face of someone certain of victory. Wured nodded. I accept Labyrinth Adventurer. Chapter 4 581st Floor Advanced Magic Part 5. Wured realized it. Taesan this time was fighting with the goal of victory. Then let's begin. According to the rules of the god of magic, most powers except for magic were sealed. Wured's staff moved and black dots were drawn in midair, soon forming lines that poured toward Taesan. It was a perfect domination of space, leaving no room to evade. Taesan responded by manifesting magic. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated magic concentration. The Starlight Arrow was compressed and shot toward the black lines. It couldn't hold out and was crushed, but thanks to the distorted trajectory, a gap appeared for Taesan to evade. Boom! Taesan completely nullified Wured's attack using nothing but magic. Wured was not flustered. Rather, he laughed joyfully as he swung his staff. Screech, dozens of black dots were drawn in the air. Like divine punishment, hundreds of lines rained down upon the ground. Taesan moved his body. Boom. He wielded magic, twisting space to create an opening and using random blink to gain distance. He stacked multiple layers of magic to detonate the incoming black lines and block them. At the tip of Wured's staff, black dots formed as he drew a large semicircle. Go, boom, from the semicircle a fan-shaped surface erupted, violently swallowing space. Taesan raised his hand. You have activated magic overlay. You have activated distortion. The overlap distortion activated. The moment the fan-shaped surface touched the twisted space, it began to warp. And in that instant, Taesan did not miss his chance. You have activated forced exclusion. You have activated magic concentration. You have activated magic acceleration. Boom. The power of exclusion concentrated on the distorted space. The surface screeched and halted its advance. You have activated distortion. You have activated magic explosion. Once more, Taesan activated distortion, causing the space to explode. The charging surface shattered, creating an opening for evasion. Taesan moved lightly, dodging the attack. Wured bared his teeth as he swung his staff. Black lines filled the space, but none reached Taesan. Fire and ice covered the world. The perfect execution of magic resisted Wured's power. Magic proficiency has increased by 1%. You have acquired magic circle. You have acquired magic interference. You have acquired memorize. The battle against Wured was fought purely with magic. As his magic proficiency continued to rise, it finally reached 80%. You have activated Frozen World. Crack, Frozen World was activated. Its contained power was on an entirely different level than before. It froze everything in its path as it raced through space. Wured raised his staff. The countless black lines shattered the frozen world. Impressive, Wured expressed pure admiration. Taesan had almost perfectly analyzed Wured's attack patterns and power. As a result, despite the prolonged battle, he hadn't sustained a single injury. Of course, Wured was an immortal who had lived for an incredibly long time as a mage. There were still many patterns he had yet to reveal. However, every pattern and action was based on fundamental principles. Taesan had now grasped that, no matter how much pressure Wured applied, Taesan would not fall easily. But that's all there is to it. He would not fall easily, but that was his limit. Wured's staff moved and the black lines poured down all at once. Taesan responded by manifesting magic. With 80% mastery, the power of his magic was undeniably strong. The observing mages even doubted whether this was truly the same magic they had learned. Boom! However, it could not penetrate the black lines. It was not as easily nullified as before, and its power had indeed increased, but it still could not break through. I reached the realm of immortality using only this magic, Wured murmured. If it were your true power, it might be different, but with magic alone, you cannot reach me. Boom! The black lines densely surrounded Taesan. If Wured willed it, he could separate the lines and pierce through Taesan's body entirely. Now what will you do? There was no chance of victory, and Taesan knew that. I never thought I could win in the first place. Everything he had done so far was merely preparation for victory. Taesan looked at Wured through the surrounding black lines. Your authority, dimensional definition, you manipulate dots, lines, and planes with magic. I was curious about how it worked, but it turned out to be simpler than I expected. And what is it? The balance of forces from the opposition between the external and internal, Wured grinned. Correct, the fundamental unit of Wured's magic was the tiny dot, an extremely intricate magic that compressed an overwhelming force without releasing any energy waves. The method to create it was simple. Extreme compression of mana. Mana was compressed and compressed again until it took the form of a tiny dot. That alone was useless. The condensed force would become uncontrollable and explode instantly. After several trials, Taesan realized this. Thus, he wrapped it in mana externally. He compressed an equal amount of mana around the compressed dot, encasing it completely. But I couldn't figure out how to do it. Even though Taesan had understood the theory and attempted it multiple times, he had failed every time. Even when he tried wrapping the compressed mana in another layer of compressed mana, he could not achieve the same equilibrium as Wured. The double compressed mana simply exploded every time. Perhaps it was only Wured who could make such use of mana. So what will you do? Are you planning to experiment in order to steal my magic? I won't stop you. If you spend 100 years or so here, you might gain even a sliver of possibility. No, Taesan shook his head. I can't do that. Wured was a genius. When it came to magic alone, he had a talent that Taesan couldn't even compare to. It was something that took Wured decades or maybe even centuries to barely achieve. From the start, I am not a mage. I have no intention of dedicating all my time to magic, nor do I have the talent for it. Besides, it's too much of a hassle. He was an adventurer, one who obtained all the power he could and used it to his advantage. So I will just take the strengths. The principle of Wured's magic was balanced through the opposition of internal and external forces. It did not necessarily have to be mana. From Taesan's hand, black energy began to flow. Wured, who was about to attack before Taesan could act, stopped his staff. That is, Wured was an immortal. He had the power befitting such a title and was blessed by the god of magic. He had even protected worlds from destruction under Zelbando's command, fighting against the high gods multiple times. Wured had slain countless monsters and saved several worlds. Because of that, he knew exactly what kind of power Taesan was wielding. The power of the high gods, a force forbidden to the beings of this world, yet Taesan was wielding it. Most skills other than magic are restricted, but this one is not. The reason was easy to deduce. The power of the high gods was beyond laws. Zelbando's rules had no effect on it. Having reached the level of an immortal, Taesan had acquired some control over the black energy. However, merging it with magic required an absurd level of control that far exceeded Taesan's imagination. It was impossible for him at this moment, thus he needed preparation. Taesan took out materials and placed them in his wrist guard. This was the magic tower where mages gathered. It was filled with countless alchemical materials. You have activated partial world reformation. What he was reforming was not this space governed by Zelbando's laws. It was himself. Taesan's mana amplified and he gained absolute control over it. Taesan then gathered mana and black energy together. Would it be possible to merge the black energy with something other than divinity? No one in this world had ever controlled black energy. Only Taesan could do it. The black energy and divinity were naturally opposing forces. They constantly struggled and raged against each other, seeking to devour everything. Taesan had to forcibly suppress them to maintain control. However, magic was different. Magic could not withstand the black energy. No matter what he tried, magic was devoured and disappeared. Taesan had been contemplating a solution and Wured had shown him the way. Mana compressed into the form of frozen world. Taesan wrapped the black energy around the exterior of the mana. The key was balance through opposition. The black energy thrashed violently, resisting his will, trying to consume everything. Shut up. Taesan forcefully pulled his power together. The black energy resisted like it had a will of its own. High power or not, divine force or not, it did not matter. This power was his, it would obey his will. With absolute intent, Taesan crushed the raging black energy. His very existence stamped down on it. The black energy trembled, then fell silent. The internal mana and the external black energy began to balance each other. Taesan unleashed his power. You have activated frozen world. Crack. A wave of cold surged through the world, but its color was not white, it was pitch black. Wured hurriedly swung his staff. The black lines that had surrounded Taesan split apart, forming thousands of new lines, all aiming to pierce him. But as soon as they touched the black frost crack, the lines shattered, scattering in all directions. For the first time, Wured's magic was broken. It's done. Taesan clenched his fist. At that moment, a system message appeared. You have acquired magic of negation. Ha 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 ha. Wured, who had been staring blankly at Taesan, suddenly burst into wild laughter. His long beard shook as his mad eyes locked onto Taesan. How in the world are you able to control the power of the high gods? I cannot comprehend it. He slammed his staff onto the ground. A powerful shockwave rippled outward. Good, very good. This place is the perfect ground for accumulating magic knowledge, but it is filled with nothing but weaklings. To reach a higher realm, this is not enough. One must fight powerful foes with full strength. Wured pointed his staff at Taesan. Come, O aberrant immortal, elevate me to even greater heights. His staff trembled violently. Wured's authority activation, dimensional severance, has been activated. At the tip of his staff, a dot manifested. But its color was no longer black, it was white. Though it radiated no power, Taesan instinctively understood. That white dot was not merely power, it was close to the fundamental laws of the world itself. Taesan gathered mana and black energy together. He had obtained the skill, and he knew exactly how to use it. The black magic manifested into the world. You have activated Frozen World Negation. Chapter 406. Side story 58th floor Lee Taeyeon 58th floor quest start. Defeat the boss of the 58th floor and pass through. Reward the sword that guards the dead line. Secret reward 58th floor. What was this place again? Lee Taeyeon tilted her head. She had regained her past life's memories with Maria's help. However, since some memories conflicted with each other, most of the things she hadn't considered important in her past life faded away. The 58th floor was the same. She could recall a vague image of the floor, but she couldn't remember what kind of monster appeared here. Well, I'll find out once I go in. She descended the stairs. There, the shopkeeper was waiting for her. You've arrived. Hello? Lee Taeyeon smiled and waved. The shopkeeper gave her a dubious look. You're already on the 58th floor. Yes, fast, right? Yeah, fast, too fast. The shopkeeper eyed her with suspicion. What exactly did you do outside before coming back? Well, things happened. Lee Taeyeon deflected the question casually. Due to Maria's restrictions, she couldn't talk about her memories, and the shopkeeper wasn't someone she needed to explain things to. After observing her for a moment, the shopkeeper averted his gaze. You might actually be capable of this. The shopkeeper murmured as if contemplating something before changing his expression. So are you going to buy anything? No, I don't have enough gold right now, she shook her head. The shopkeeper started organizing his wares. If you find anything interesting, come back. I'll show you something useful. Ah, okay, Lee Taeyeon replied half-heartedly and passed by the shopkeeper. This behavior from the shopkeeper felt incredibly odd. In both her past and present lives, he had always despised her. He mocked her, sneered at her struggles, and belittled her efforts. Even when she reached the 100th floor, it was no different. He called her a rat, saying she was nothing but a parasite who got lucky and leached off the system to get there. He never paid her any real attention, but now things were different. Ever since she regained her past memories and started descending the labyrinth at a rapid pace, his attitude had slowly started to soften. This was the first time she had seen the shopkeeper act this way. How strange, she muttered as she took another step forward. A sense of tension and unease slowly clung to her. The first step onto a new floor was always the most nerve-wracking. Creak. She pushed open the door and the monster of the 58th floor responded. A golden deer has appeared. A deer with golden antlers. The moment she saw the monster, her memory returned. Ah, so this was that place. The deer roared and charged at her. Lee Taeyeon took a small breath and drew her sword. Clang, her sword clashed against the golden antlers. Lee Taeyeon didn't retreat. She twisted her blade's trajectory and slashed the deer's side. As the deer howled in pain, Lee Taeyeon swung her hand. A mid-level spirit, contracted with her, attacked the deer in response to her will. You have activated Flow, Kagagak. The deer pushed through the spirit's attack and lunged. Lee Taeyeon smoothly redirected its momentum. She swiftly lowered her stance and launched herself forward. You have activated Stealth. You have activated Shadow of the Earth. Her body was instantly cloaked in shadows. As the deer panicked, unable to locate her, Lee Taeyeon effortlessly pierced its throat. The deer trembled in pain. It violently shook its head and forced Lee Taeyeon away before charging at her again. After a few minutes of battle, the deer collapsed. Phew! Lee Taeyeon caught her breath. There wasn't a single scratch on her body. She tidied her disheveled hair and continued clearing the labyrinth. Her steps were unwavering. More deer appeared, but she effortlessly cut them down without taking any damage. After slaying her 7th deer, she muttered, I never imagined I'd be clearing the labyrinth like this. In her past life, she had been a coward. She cleared the labyrinth not through direct confrontations but by exploiting loopholes. The 58th floor had been no different. Though she couldn't recall everything clearly, she was certain she had barely managed to hunt 1 or 2 deer. For the rest, she had likely devised a method to avoid them entirely. And she had succeeded. She had believed that was all she was capable of. That only someone like Taesan could descend the labyrinth through pure combat. But now that time had reversed, so many things had changed. She moved on to the next room. By the time she had slain 7 deer, she had already adapted to their attack patterns. She had enough composure to think of other matters mid-battle. Taesan must have passed the 80th floor by now, right? The deeper floors Taesan was reaching would be vastly different from the ones she remembered. He had already surpassed mortality. There was a high chance that the labyrinth's creator had intervened in some way. The deeper floors, that hellish place, just thinking about it made her shudder. Her body instinctively rejected the idea of going there, but she suppressed her instincts with sheer willpower. Clang, she parried the deer's antlers and drove her sword deep into its chest. The deer trembled violently before collapsing. She composed her thoughts. The deeper floors were extremely difficult and treacherous. She had to prepare thoroughly in advance. She was undeniably stronger than in her past life. But precisely because of that, there were some skills she had missed out on acquiring. If I keep improving the proficiency of invisible shadow, I'll get it eventually, and the hidden story no one knows can be obtained around the mid-70s. But the breath of the hidden rat might be difficult to acquire. The breath of the hidden rat was a skill that required meticulous development from the very entrance of the labyrinth. Now that she was treading a completely different path from her past life, the chances of obtaining it were slim. It had been one of her most efficient skills. Losing the opportunity to acquire it was undoubtedly a significant loss. But she remained unfazed. The breath of the hidden rat was certainly an excellent skill, but it was also one that had exposed her past weaknesses. Now she was much stronger. There was no reason to regret it. She had already gained skills that could more than compensate for what she had lost. Having cleared the floors quickly, she arrived at the boss of the 58th floor. It was a deer, larger in size, with even more radiant golden antlers. As the deer lunged at her with its antlers, Li Tian swung her sword. "You have activated Strong Blow." Clang, Strong Blow. Originally, it was a skill that disappeared after a single strike. But now, with the ability sword in her possession, she could activate it continuously as long as she timed it right. Using her ability sword, black magic, and the power of her spirit, she relentlessly pressured the boss. After dozens of minutes of battle, she had taken a fair amount of damage, but in the end, the boss collapsed. 58th floor cleared. Your level has increased. You have reached your optimal state. Hugh, Li Tian let out a sigh of relief and sank to the ground. After calculating the time, she smiled. She had cleared the 58th floor in less than a day. She had undoubtedly grown stronger. What was on the 59th floor again? As she organized her thoughts and took a brief rest, someone ascended from the floor below. Li Tian, unshaken, turned to check the staircase. The one climbing up was a guide of Sin, a 5th-rank adventurer. She waved. "Hey," the guide clicked his tongue. A lowly coward. The look in his eyes as he gazed at her was filled with contempt. "I don't know how a woman like you got approval from the higher-ups, but don't get ahead of yourself. You're nothing but a worm." What she saw in his eyes was jealousy and disdain. It was nothing new. Even in her past life, the guides had looked at her no differently. The higher-ups had recognized her talent and allowed her to enter the deep floors, but the other ranked guides couldn't accept it. To them, Li Tian was nothing more than a coward. Someone who cleared the labyrinth through loopholes instead of direct confrontation. Someone who failed to obtain what an adventurer rightfully should, a mere parasite. That was why they scorned and envied her. And in this life, things weren't much different. Even though she had been descending the labyrinth in a more conventional manner, she still couldn't completely hide her fear. Li Tian leaned casually against the wall, giving no real response. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the guide's face twisted in irritation. "Seems like I need to teach you some manners." The guide pulled out an axe. He pointed it at her and spoke sharply, "Bow your head." Li Tian silently stared at him. The guide continued with confidence. "I am an adventurer of a higher rank than you. I have already reached the 60th floor. Guides must absolutely obey those of a higher rank, even if you've been given permission to enter the deep floors. For now, I stand above you." It was practically an order, bordering on verbal abuse. From his gaze, she could feel his superiority. A memory surfaced in her mind. This guide had tormented and mocked her in her past life as well. If it had been the past version of herself, what would she have done? There was no need to think. She would have bowed her head immediately. Pride was useless. Survival was the only thing that mattered. For the sake of that, she had been willing to abandon her dignity as many times as necessary. But she stood up with a soft smile. "No, what?" The guide's eyebrows twitched as if he hadn't expected her refusal. Li Tian spoke lazily. "Why should I bow to you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I am an adventurer recognized by the higher-ups. You and I were born on completely different levels." "You." The guide raised his axe with fury. At that moment, Li Tian moved. Gripping her sword, she dashed forward at high speed. The guide hastily swung his axe down. But Li Tian moved leisurely, her sword gliding through the air like silk. With a soft yet precise motion, she sent the axe flying far away. Her sword lunged toward the guide's head. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of death. Swish! The sword grazed past his cheek. Li Tian lightly tapped the frozen guide's shoulder. "There was a bug flying around your head just now. I can't stand bugs, sorry about that." You, the guide took a step back. Blood trickled down his cheek where the sword had passed. He had reached the 60th floor. He had gone deeper than Li Tian, and yet he had been utterly unable to react to her movements. Get lost. In the end, the guide swallowed his pride. There were no bugs in the labyrinth, but he couldn't say anything. Grimly, he turned and descended the labyrinth once more. Li Tion watched his retreating figure for a moment. Once his presence completely disappeared, she slumped to the ground. Phew, she let out a deep breath. The composure she had maintained earlier was now completely gone. That was terrifying. I really don't want to fight unnecessary battles. But she didn't want to back down either. So just like she had done back on Earth, she had put on an act, and it had worked surprisingly well. She grinned. Maybe I should have gone into acting. If the world ever returns to normal, I might seriously consider it. She chuckled to herself, but then her expression darkened. She had been ready to fight the guide who had insulted her. In her past life, where she valued nothing but survival, she would never have done such a thing. She had changed, and she liked this new version of herself. Well then, let's keep going. After taking a brief rest, she gripped her sword once more and resumed her descent. Determination filled her eyes. Chapter 4, 781st Floor, Advanced Magic, Part 6. Thus, the world of frozen black manifested. A forbidden magic emerged by balancing two opposing forces. Mixed with black, its power and nature transformed into something alien. It could no longer be called the magic of Zelbando. Wured waved his staff, creating a white dot in front of him and hundreds of black dots. Shall we test its power first? From the hundreds of black dots, thousands of black lines poured out, filling the space densely as if all previous attacks had been mere play. The black lines clashed with the frozen black ice. Zzing. The frozen world that collided with the black lines did not retreat. Exuding an aura of negation and black cold, it advanced. Smashing through the black lines, it surged toward Wured Crack, but as the unceasing rain of black lines continued, its momentum gradually waned. Eventually, unable to withstand the accumulated force, the ice exploded. Boom. Fragments of black ice and black lines scattered throughout the world. Wured let out a hollow laugh. What monstrous power! Hundreds of black dots had been nullified by a single frozen world. He had expected it to grow stronger, but this exceeded his imagination. Wured created hundreds of black dots once more. Taesan activated the frozen world to counter. Zzing. The result was the same as before. Wured observed the clash of powers with sunken eyes. An absolute elemental advantage. The strength of the frozen world itself had not changed significantly, but black was the power of the high gods existing beyond the laws. It had the property of corrupting order and laws. That power had mixed with Zelbando's magic. As a result, their properties fused and created a new force, an absolute advantage in elemental compatibility. That was why it shattered and nullified the overwhelmingly powerful black lines. The core of his magic was pure mana condensation. There was no inherent elemental advantage. Yet being unmatched in compatibility meant that black magic held an advantage over most powers in existence. How was such a thing even created? Blending black magic with the high god's power, fusing them into one, such a feat was beyond imagination. Taesan raised his arm. Black and mana opposed each other, forming a delicate balance. You have activated Starlight Arrow Negation. The Starlight Arrow manifested. But instead of radiant brilliance, it was a pitch-black arrow like the abyss. The arrow streaked toward Wured. Wured burst into laughter and welcomed it. Excellent, shaking his beard, he shouted. A perfect power to test my authority. Come forth, Zitting. A white dot clashed with the pitch-black arrow. Hundreds of black dots had been nullified by the frozen world. Blocking the starlight arrow with a single dot was of course impossible, but the white dot did not give way. Without a single tremor, it blocked the starlight arrow. Taesan frowned as he gazed at the white dot. He had sensed it from the beginning. Something was strange about that white dot. Rather than overwhelming power, it felt closer to a fundamental law. Clang! The starlight arrow, unable to pierce through the white dot, lost its power and vanished. Wured waved his staff. Hundreds of black lines rained down all at once. Taesan leaped to evade while activating the frozen world. After nullifying the black lines, Taesan attacked Wured again with the frozen world. Crack! But the cold was blocked by a single white dot before it could reach Wured. Taesan focused on the white dot and realized something. It exists in a different dimension. Wured's magic manipulated dots, lines, and planes as dimensional definitions. And when he summoned the white dot, he had activated the authority of dimensional severance. It seemed he had separated dimensions and created a dot in an entirely separate plane. Although Taesan wielded black, the fusion with magic had diluted its pure black essence, reducing its effectiveness. That was why it could not pierce through the white dot, which was close to a law itself. It was too simple. Wured's magic was certainly powerful, but it held no power beyond that. For an immortal, it was far too ordinary. This must be Wured's true authority as an immortal. Taesan coldly organized his thoughts. The dot boasted absolute defense, but its area of influence was minuscule. Moreover, it seemed to disappear after a short time. Then this time he would attack with magic that had a long duration. You have activated Undying Flame Phoenix Negation. The flame phoenix arose. Instead of blazing flames, it scattered deep blackness, contaminating everything. The negation force continued to spread, pressing down on Wured. Just as Taesan expected, Wured did not freely wield the white dot. Instead, he used black dots to attack the flame phoenix. Boom! Blocking Taesan's attack, Wured waved his staff. Several white dots formed around Taesan. Taesan instinctively activated Guardian's 3 shields. The blackened shields protected him. At the same time, the white dots connected with lines. Taesan, caught between the dots, was exposed to the line attack. Crack. The pitch-black shields shattered instantly. Taesan twisted his body and barely evaded the attack. Wured let out a murmur of admiration. You actually blocked it, even for a moment. Now this is getting interesting. Taesan, who had barely dodged, scowled. The black lines were fast but not impossible to avoid. However, the lines formed by linking the white dots were inescapable. It wasn't just about speed. The dots connected into lines without any delay whatsoever. Wured unleashed his power again. Around Taesan, white dots appeared and disappeared in a rapid sequence. Instinctively, he twisted his body to avoid their projected paths. Zipping, then the dots connected into lines. With this attack, Taesan was convinced. Lines connecting dots. Wured had implemented a dimension he could control perfectly, linking the white dots within it. Because it was a dimension entirely under his control, there was zero delay, making it impossible to dodge by sight. Powerful. A force that manipulated a separate dimension, akin to handling laws and rules themselves. But it was not unbeatable. Dodging the swinging lines, Taesan quickly analyzed the situation. There's a clear limitation. The King of Machines and the Destroyer's authority, whom Taesan had previously faced, had not displayed this level of power. It was strong, but it still operated within the confines of laws. Unlike Wured, they did not directly manipulate the laws themselves. Clearly, Wured was wielding a power beyond his natural abilities. Every time Wured created a white dot, his energy noticeably diminished. The dimensional severance exceeded Wured's true power. I don't know how he's handling that power, but the risk was clear. That was the weakness he needed to exploit. Having made his decision, Taesan unleashed his power. He summoned the pitch-black phoenix, shifted his attack direction with random blink, and activated Starlight Arrow once again. Dark magic rained down relentlessly. As time passed, the burden on Taesan grew. By partially altering the world, he forcefully enhanced his mana control to wield negation magic. That much had succeeded. But every spell activation consumed immense mental strength. Supportive skills like magic overlap were completely unusable. On top of that, Black itself began to rebel, as if refusing to obey any longer. Stay still, Taesan used word of command to forcibly suppress the rampaging black energy. You have activated earthquake negation. The ground trembled. This space had been personally created by Zelbando. It would not be destroyed, but the rippling waves surged toward Wured. Wured suppressed the shockwaves with a black plane. In that moment, Taesan concealed himself in darkness. You have activated invisibility negation. Taesan's body became shrouded in darkness. Even Wured momentarily lost track of his location. Quickly assessing the situation, Wured created hundreds of black dots and scattered them in all directions. The dots began swallowing the surrounding space in an attempt to locate Taesan. At that instant, Taesan, cloaked in barrier magic, broke through the black lines and charged forward. The moment Wured pinpointed his location, he immediately manipulated the white dots to form a line. Crack! The barriers surrounding Taesan shattered instantly. Taesan twisted his body to evade, but he could not fully avoid the attack. Long, deep gashes tore across his entire body in an instant, but Taesan endured. Expanding his vision and sharpening his senses, he narrowly dodged the delayless line attacks. And the moment he closed in on Wured, he unleashed his condensed power. The energy twisted and fused with black until it reached its very limits, manifested in the world. You have activated Frozen World Negation. You have activated Starlight Arrow Negation. The black energy seeping through the cracks spread across the battlefield. The magic surged violently, targeting Wured. Wured summoned a white dot to protect himself. Boom! The force of the clash caused the white dot to tremble violently. Wured's expression hardened. The white dot was shaking. The negation magic, barely maintaining its balance with black, held enough power to disrupt the laws of reality. You wish, Ziying, the trembling white dots linked together. The expanded lines formed into a white plane. The raging negation magic was completely devoured by the white plane. As if swallowed into a separate dimension, it vanished without a trace, without any resistance or struggle. Ha! Ha ha ha! With a pale face, Wured burst into manic laughter. A white plane, constructed by gathering the entirety of his dimensional power. It had completely erased the negation magic that disrupted reality itself, not leaving even a speck behind. This was the first time he had manipulated the power of dimensions on a planar level. The realization that he had reached a higher realm of mastery filled his entire being with exhilaration. And at that moment Taesan stood right in front of him. Wured's pupils widened. The moment Wured tried to manipulate the lines to stop Taesan, Taesan's hand moved. "You have activated forced expulsion." Boom. An immense, invisible force crashed into Wured. He tried to withstand it by gathering all his mana, but his body was pushed back. "Not yet, no, it's over." Wured raised his staff, but Taesan had already lowered his hand. "Over. What are you talking about?" As Wured tried to cast his magic again, he suddenly froze. He finally realized he had been pushed outside the boundary. Only then did he recall the conditions of the trial. Taesan's goal was not to defeat him but to push him out of the boundary. He had been so focused on the battle that he had completely forgotten that condition. Ridiculous. With a wry smile, Wured laughed bitterly. Despite Taesan having his other powers sealed and being able to use only magic, Wured had fought with all his might and still forgot the real objective. On the other hand, Taesan had never lost sight of his goal. No excuses could be made, it was a flawless defeat. "You have won." With a calm voice, the system window appeared. "You have cleared Zelbando's trial. Based on Zelbando's evaluation, you will receive a reward. Zelbando's sphere of influence has decreased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have acquired intermediate magic. Mana Storm, you have acquired intermediate magic, brilliant blue light barrier. You have acquired the special passive skill, Path of Magic. You have acquired the earrings of blue light mana. You have acquired advanced magic." Grand Collapse. Chapter 4 881st Floor Advanced Magic, Part 7. A vast, expansive brown space stretched out before him. There Taesan stood alone. The quest had been cleared. Now it was time to check what he had obtained. Magic Proficiency 81%. You can handle magic more efficiently. You can manipulate mana itself to enhance various aspects of your spells. Taesan's magic proficiency had reached 80%. Perhaps the reason he could use magic of negation, albeit in a limited way, was thanks to this increase in proficiency. 19% left until 100%. However, judging from his experience with divine power, raising it from this point onward would be extremely difficult. Upon reaching 80%, he had acquired several new skills. Magic Circle, Proficiency 1%, allows you to utilize various forms of magic by setting them in magic circle formations. Seeing was believing, Taesan activated a spell. "You have activated the magic circle of the frozen world." Kang, a magic circle formed beneath Taesan's feet. A chilling frost emanated from the magic circle. It contained a force capable of blocking approaching attacks and freezing enemies. Has it become a continuous effect? By setting magic in the form of a magic circle, he could establish control over a space. After further testing, he realized he could maintain up to 3 magic circles at the same time. Depending on how he used them, they could prove to be highly useful. Magic Interference. Proficiency 1% allows you to interfere with an opponent's magic. Magic Interference. He already had an idea of how to use it. The Wured had once prevented him from activating Limited Blink, making it significantly harder for him to approach. Similarly, he could use this skill to block an enemy's magic at the moment of activation. With his current low proficiency, he wouldn't be able to interfere completely, but as his proficiency increased, the skill's value would rise tremendously. Memorize. Proficiency 1% allows you to record spells in advance and activate them at will. Currently, you can store up to 3 spells. After reading the description, Taesan immediately tested it. "You have activated Memorize. You have recorded Frozen World. You have recorded Starlight Arrow. You have recorded Limited Blink." After recording the spells, Taesan activated one of them, Jejejiak. The frozen world materialized instantly, without a spell activation prompt or mana fluctuation. Taesan's eyes glimmered with interest. The same happened when he activated Starlight Arrow and Limited Blink afterward. Since the spells were pre-recorded, no activation prompt appeared. Not bad. He could now cast spells instantly without visible activation signs. Since even the mana fluctuation was absent to an opponent, it would seem as if he was casting magic with no warning. The downside was that he could only store 3 spells, but even so it was an incredibly useful ability. After clearing the trial, he obtained 2 intermediate magic spells. Intermediate Magic, Mana Storm. Mana cost 1,000, proficiency 1%, creates a storm formed from pure condensed mana. The mana consumption was the highest among all the intermediate spells Taesan had acquired so far. Expecting great power, he gathered his mana. "You have activated Mana Storm." A surge of mana poured out and took form in the world. The initially swirling mana soon transformed into a powerful storm, Kagagagek. A violent mana storm swept through the surroundings. As expected, the destructive force within was incredibly strong. In terms of raw power, it was the strongest among his intermediate spells. It's slightly different. His intermediate dark magic spell, Xperrif's Black Storm, summoned multiple small storms that affected a wide area. In contrast, Mana Storm concentrated into a single massive storm, focusing its power in one place. Both spells had different applications, making them equally valuable. Brilliantly Shining Blue Barrier. Mana cost 900, proficiency 1%, summons a blue barrier. It blocks any entity with hostile intent and repels all forms of attacks. True to its name, the blue barrier functioned exactly as described. When he activated it, a semi-transparent barrier spread over a significant area. Judging by the description, it seemed to defend against all types of attacks indiscriminately. Rather than for himself, Taesan figured this skill would be more useful when he returned to Earth. Not bad, the value of his newly acquired spells was exceptionally high. Normally, he would have been ecstatic, but right now their brilliance seemed dim. Taesan opened his skill window. Advanced Magic Grand Collapse. Mana cost 5,000, proficiency 1%, creates a core that induces the collapse of all things. The mana consumption was absurdly high, 5,000 mana, that was about a quarter of his total mana. With his intelligence stat and skills that reduced mana consumption, the actual cost wouldn't be quite as high. Still, this was on an entirely different level compared to what he had used before. After checking the advanced magic spell, Taesan moved on to something just as important. Magic of Negation. Proficiency 1%, Magic of Negation. A new form of magic created by blending the power of the ancient god and the magic of Zelbando. Magic of Negation, Taesan's unique magic formed by merging the power of black with standard magic. Its effect granted absolute superiority over opposing elements. Its power was undeniable. Even with intermediate magic, he had been able to neutralize Wured's Dark Line, a spell that altered trajectories. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a force comparable to an immortal's authority. However, the risk was just as high. To use it, one needed to achieve absolute control over mana. And that was the problem. Taesan hadn't yet reached that level. He needed to wield mana as if it were his own limbs, but achieving that level of mastery was still far beyond his reach. Thus, to utilize the magic of negation, he had to apply partial world alteration on himself. Partial world alteration affected the world itself. It could restrict abilities or alter the environment to disadvantage an opponent. Sacrificing such a power to use the magic of negation was a significant trade-off. Having an advantage over all elemental properties was undoubtedly powerful, but partial world alteration was valuable in its own right. Moreover, the resource cost for casting the magic of negation was far greater than any other spell. A powerful but difficult card, it's definitely useful, but although the conditions were strict and the cost was high, the return was just as significant. A powerful yet difficult card to play, that was the best way to describe it. Can black be combined with anything other than magic? I've tested it, but none of them worked. Taesan responded to the ghost's question. Black had to be mixed just enough to prevent it from going berserk, and only magic allowed such a combination. When attempted with dark magic, it instead became more unstable and even tried to consume Taesan himself. Unless he reached a higher level, it seemed he could only combine it with magic and divine power. After finishing his examination, Taesan stepped out of the room. As he walked down the corridor, he encountered quite a few mages. Seeing him, they flinched slightly, sending him intense gazes. Within those gazes were admiration and reverence and fear. Every mage had witnessed his battle with Wured. They found Taesan, who wielded the power of black, intriguing and astonishing, yet at the same time unsettling. Because of that, neither Ileana nor any of the other mages had approached him since. It's lonely, you're just saying that, the ghost scoffed. Taesan continued walking down the corridor until he reached a small room. Opening the door, he stepped inside. You've arrived. Inside was Wured. He closed the grimoire he had been reading. So you're planning to leave now? I've gotten everything I needed. After defeating Wured, Taesan hadn't returned to the labyrinth immediately. Wured had told him that if he wished, he could stay as long as he wanted. He claimed it was the will of Zelbando. With no reason to refuse, Taesan had remained for a while, refining his knowledge of magic and consolidating his newfound powers. But that time was now coming to an end. It was time to return to the labyrinth. Taesan looked at Wured. Thank you, I've gained a lot thanks to you. His magic of negation had been inspired by Wured's power. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was all thanks to him. Wured responded indifferently. You were able to acquire it because of your own ability. There's no need to thank me. He then gazed at Taesan for a moment before speaking. You are no mage. That's right, Taesan nodded. He wasn't a mage who delved into the mysteries of magic. He was an adventurer who grew stronger by accumulating countless abilities. Though he admired Wured's magic rather than climbing to that level himself, he preferred to use shortcuts to reach similar heights. Wured chuckled quietly. Zelbando has told me to bring you into the Tower of Magic. Is that so? But you do not belong here. Return to where you are meant to be. Before that, may I ask a question? A question, ask whatever you like, I'll answer as I see fit. Your power, dimensional severance. A power that created separate dimensions, manipulating points, lines, and surfaces. It was a force akin to a law itself, far beyond what one would call an immortal's power. When asked about it, Wured answered. This is the Tower of Magic, a space optimized for handling magical power, and in the area where we fought I had made some preparations. Because of that, I was able to wield a power beyond my qualification. Wured waved his hand and a black point silently appeared. Intervening in dimensions is certainly the level I seek, but for now I can only manage something as simple as this. One day I will reach that level, but not yet. I see, Taesan's curiosity was satisfied. Then Wured spoke again. This time I have a question for you. You are an immortal, so what is your authority? What was his authority? Taesan himself wasn't sure. If he had to pick, it would be soul ascension, but he had possessed that power even before becoming an immortal. So it couldn't exactly be called his immortal authority. And calling it divine power was also ambiguous. Divine power could be obtained by anyone who was worshipped, so it wasn't exclusive to immortals. Wured seemed to take Taesan's silence differently. There's no need to answer. Authority is something an immortal builds upon themselves. It is a secret in itself. Instead, let me ask another question. How were you able to wield the power of black together with your spells? I don't know. He had acquired the power of black through soul ascension and had been able to handle it to some extent from the beginning. That was all. Curious. Even among immortals, those within the laws of existence cannot wield the power of the ancient god. Yet not only do you wield it, but you have also merged it with magic. Wured stared at Taesan. It's almost as if their power is entwined with your very essence. At those words, a thought flickered through Taesan's mind. Wured shook his head. It is intriguing, but since you do not have an answer, there is no need to dwell on it. Understood. Zelbando's trial is over. Then you must have obtained an advanced magic spell. Yes. Wured looked at him with growing interest. I have never seen Zelbando's advanced magic firsthand. Is that so? The mages here have yet to be granted that knowledge. The mages of the tower had all been acknowledged by the god of magic to enter this place. They had exceptional talent and devotion to magic, and yet not one among them had been allowed to wield advanced magic. Such was its rarity. I pursued my own magic, so I never learned advanced magic. Even now I stand by that decision. However, I am curious, shall we have another duel? Taesan nodded. He also needed to test the power of his advanced magic, and there was no better opponent than an immortal like Wured. Before departing, Taesan and Wured moved to the training ground for one final battle. Wured waved his hand, summoning hundreds of black points. Then let's begin. When you cast your advanced magic, I shall counter it. Taesan nodded and gathered his mana. You have activated Grand Collapse. His advanced magic materialized in the world. At the same time, power condensed. The space itself began to collapse and a terrifying force gathered into a core, revealing itself. A black sphere materialized before Taesan. Oh, a faint groan escaped his lips. His body strained under immense pressure. Wured's expression stiffened. Swiftly, he swung his staff, sending thousands of dark lines toward the black sphere. Taesan released the sphere. The core of collapse surged toward the dark lines. Kugagugu, what in the? Wured was stunned. Although the dark lines had been negated by magic of negation, it meant they had the power to neutralize the power of black. And yet, the collapsing sphere crushed them completely. Upon contact, the power itself was annihilated, leaving no trace behind. The sphere remained entirely intact. Hurriedly, Wured summoned a white point. As the white dot clashed with the black sphere, a violent ripple spread. After finishing all his confirmations, Taesan left the Tower of Magic. Just as he was about to return to the labyrinth, the space around him shifted. A pitch-black world unfolded, filled with countless galaxies. Did you like it? Zelbando stood alone in the vast darkness. Chapter 409, Hafren and the Knowledge of the Destroyed World, Part 1. The reward was satisfying, but I have one question. Taesan spoke while looking at Zelbando. This quest, just how long were you planning to keep me in the Mage Tower? Wured was strong. His authority alone, dimensional determination, made victory difficult. On top of that, he wielded dimensional severance. If Taesan hadn't obtained the magic of negation, it could have taken him years. Zelbando must have known that as well. He leisurely opened his mouth. That place is the Mage Tower. Only the mages I acknowledge can enter and they explore magic there. In other words, it is the optimal place to learn magic. Are you saying you wanted me to study magic? That was the original plan. Taesan was supposed to invest years into magic, refining his proficiency and mastering many spells. That was Zelbando's intention. I wanted you to grasp the fundamental nature of magic and obtain new spells. Ultimately, I even hoped you'd become so engrossed in magic that you would become my apostle. But things didn't quite go as planned. Zelbando muttered regretfully. Taesan shook his head at his response. Gods were truly self-indulgent. Even though they favored Taesan, it didn't necessarily mean their actions benefited him. Taesan was reminded of that fact once again. Still, don't be too displeased. If not for this kind of trial, you wouldn't have obtained advanced magic. Taesan did not refute those words. The advanced magic he had tested on Wurad Great Collapse. The power contained within it was certainly not something that could be obtained through an ordinary trial. So advanced magic is power that involves the very concept of laws. Correct, Zelbando smiled. It is not just ordinary magic, it delves into the fundamental nature of the world. That's why it was able to counteract even Wurad's white domain. The very nature of magic was on a completely different level. Even Taesan hadn't expected power of this caliber. But given that you've already obtained the magic of negation, it probably isn't that surprising to you anymore. A shame. Zelbando clicked his tongue. The magic of negation was a mixture of forces beyond laws and the laws themselves. Taesan quietly waited for Zelbando to continue. The magic he wielded was Zelbando's power. By merging it with the black essence, he had created new magic, and Zelbando was a god opposed to the high gods. It wasn't hard to guess that Zelbando wouldn't be fond of the magic of negation. However, Zelbando showed no particular reaction. I know what you're thinking, but I don't mind. That too is a new path in magic. Unless those mongrels directly tamper with my magic, I don't care how you use it. Thank you. With the only possible source of concern gone, Taesan expressed his gratitude. Zelbando leaned back in his chair with a relaxed expression. If you want to acquire more advanced magic, just offer tributes as you have been doing. That's going to take a long time. Even for intermediate magic, a significant number of tributes were required. He couldn't even begin to estimate how much advanced magic would cost. If you steadily offer tributes, you'll eventually obtain it. You don't have to go through lilies. That child seems to be enjoying herself with the one on the 61st floor. Veldentia, the NPC residing in the labyrinth. His wish was to save the princess who had been captured by the fallen god. And the fallen god resided on the 83rd floor. A god who treated Veldentia's princess and Amelia as mere playthings. The encounter with him wasn't far off. Do your best. I'll be watching, understood. Then this is the end, right? Zelbando waved his hand, attempting to send Taesan back to the labyrinth. At that moment, Taesan suddenly remembered something and opened his inventory. Is it only magic-related things that are possible? What about these? In Taesan's hand were materials like the essence of the world and crystallized divine blood. Zelbando shook his head. No. They are certainly valuable, but I am the god of magic. They are of little use to me. The demon god would likely react similarly. I see. This meant Taesan had to use those materials himself. With that confirmed, it was truly the end. Well then, until next time if the opportunity arises. With those quiet words, Taesan returned to the labyrinth. Though the time spent was shorter than Zelbando's original plan, it had still been considerable. He had spent over a month in the Mage Tower. Taesan opened the community to check on the other players. Most were descending through the labyrinth without issues. Especially Lee Taeyeon, her progress was remarkably fast. She had already reached the 62nd floor. Kang Junhyuk was worried and Kim Hweon was anxious while Amelia was flustered. Jiam Yoongjun hard, Hyunam, is she really okay? Kang Taesan solo. It's fine, Taesan wasn't concerned. He knew what kind of person Lee Taeyeon was. Though her current self had changed due to her memories merging with her past life, her fundamental nature remained the same. She was undoubtedly proceeding with caution. 62 floors down wasn't even that fast compared to Taesan's expectations. There was no problem. Special continuous activation skill, Path of Magic. Proficiency. 1%, one who advances toward a higher realm of magic. One who understands the fundamental aspects of magic and gains the qualifications to wield advanced magic. Earring of Pure Blue Mana. Health plus 1000. Mana plus 3000, Strength plus 300, Agility plus 300, Intelligence plus 1000, Magic plus 100, Defense plus 400, an earring formed from the condensation of pure blue mana. The mana within it is purer than anything else. It had no attack power, but its magic stats were extraordinarily high. Since magic power was directly related to spell potency, it was far more valuable than most offensive stats. After verifying even the things he had previously overlooked, Taesan moved. But instead of going downward, he headed upward. He went to find Hafren. As Hafren greeted him, he suddenly froze. Why do I feel no presence from you? It was still active. Taesan released his seal authority. At that moment, the sealed presence and pressure surged forth. Oh, Hafren's face turned pale. Taesan slowly reigned in his presence. After a moment, as Hafren barely managed to calm himself, he let out a hollow laugh. Truly, this is absurd. I had expected you to reach this point one day, but to do so this quickly. Taesan was a monster. Just observing how he conquered his destroyed world was proof enough. Hafren had predicted that Taesan would one day transcend mortality, but that was something he had expected to happen beyond the 90th floor, not in the early 80s. He had never imagined Taesan had already reached that point. Hafren chuckled heartily, hammering against his anvil. You are truly a monster, so what brings you to me this time, for confirmation? Taesan removed a pair of rings and showed them to Hafren. One was white, the other black rings that Hafren had crafted for him. Hafren examined them and nodded. They have completely submitted to you. You once said these rings were twins, that they were equal. Then would it be possible to fuse them into one? Hafren fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. It is impossible. They have already become twins to merge them again. That is something that cannot. What if I had a skill that allows fusion? What? The skill to become one, which he had obtained by defeating the twins, might allow him to fuse the rings into a single entity. Hafren listened to his explanation and fell silent once more. In that case, it is not impossible. After some time, he came to a conclusion. However, the materials used to craft these rings were so intense in their opposing natures that they had to be made as twins to prevent conflict. If you want to merge them and enhance their effects, you would need materials strong enough to suppress those intense natures. Before Hafren could even finish his sentence, Taesan displayed the materials. Essence of the world, crystallized divine blood, token of struggle, threads of collapse, materials so rare that even in the deep layers acquiring them was nearly impossible. Hafren was at a loss for words. These should be enough, right? More than enough, Hafren shook his head, but there is still a problem. Unfortunately, I am not capable of handling these materials. He had said this before. Hafren was undoubtedly an exceptional blacksmith, but he was still a mortal being. Handling materials beyond his own existence was simply impossible. Taesan understood this as well. However, it was also impossible for him to refine the materials and forge equipment himself. Offering them as tribute was not an option either. He had no intention of letting these materials go to waste, so he had thought of one possible method. If I became your hands and feet, would you be able to handle these materials? Hafren's eyes widened. Hafren could forge equipment, but he lacked the qualifications to handle the materials. Taesan had the qualifications to handle the materials, but he could not forge equipment, so Taesan would become Hafren's hammer and anvil. Would that method work? Taesan asked Hafren. It is possible. After a long silence, Hafren finally spoke. An immortal being becoming the hands and feet to aid in forging, rare but not unheard of. If done this way, I could handle materials beyond my own limits, and with your current power, there shouldn't be any real issues. He continued muttering to himself as if desperately searching for a solution. At last, he stopped and smirked. That will work, that will definitely work. If we do this, I will be able to create the greatest artifact in existence. His voice was filled with madness and a lifelong desire. I will finally fulfill my dream, Hafren shouted fiercely. The overwhelming waves of his deep, fervent emotions shook the space around them. Hafren readily accepted Taesan's proposal, but there is a condition. While it is possible to forge equipment with you as my hands and feet, I also need to accept a part of your power. Otherwise, you wouldn't truly be an extension of myself, just an external assistant. For that, I need a specific material. What material? You already know it well. Hafren raised a finger, then pointed at himself. My destroyed world, the will of the world that resides there. It has already transcended mortality, but I was still a resident of that world. Even though it destroyed us, that fact remains unchanged. If we use it, we can create a connection between you and me. Hafren spoke quickly, his tone filled with excitement. He grinned. The problem is, it is the will of the world itself, a being that has surpassed mortality. When Taesan had first encountered the will of the world, he had braced himself for death. Even a mere display of hostility from it had caused him harm. Had it not been for the boundary, he might have truly died there. But now Taesan was immortal. He had reached a level equal to the will of the world, the very force that once drove him to death. This is my final quest. Go to my destroyed world, defeat the will of the world, and retrieve its core. Sub-quest started. Hafren has given you his final quest. Enter his destroyed world, defeat the will of the world, and retrieve its core. If successful, you will receive a reward. Reward: Hafren's absolute trust and faith. With it, you will be able to acquire a variety of equipment. Chapter 410. Hafren and the knowledge of the destroyed world. Part 2. Taesan accepted Hafren's quest. As a result, he now found himself in Hafren's devastated world. The world wasn't much different from before. It remained an ashen realm devoid of life, filled only with death. And within that world, Taesan sensed a gaze upon him. A gaze brimming with intense hostility and murderous intent. The will of the world had clearly recognized him. However, unlike before, there was no immediate reaction. It did not summon a storm to crush him nor shatter the earth beneath him. As if mocking his strength, it simply waited for Taesan in silence. Taesan, as if responding, moved toward the place where power was gathering. Though it was quite a distance away, such a distance was no longer a significant issue for Taesan after a brief journey. Taesan arrived once more at the cave where the will of the world resided. Taesan stomped his foot. With that single movement, the cave floor collapsed. His body began plummeting into an endless abyss. Taesan initiated a landing technique, reaching the depths of the earth. Taesan continued walking down the long passage. His movements were remarkably natural, as if he were strolling along a familiar path. After passing through the passage, he arrived at a vast plaza where a pure white sphere awaited, a sphere radiating light like the sun itself. From it emanated a will and power that had engulfed the entire planet. "You have encountered the world." The second time, Taesan muttered, the world's hostility toward him grew even stronger. Die, it was the declaration of the world. A command imbued with absolute will rushed toward Taesan. Instant death judgment in progress. Judgment successful, there was no need to use word of command. Such instant death effects no longer worked on him. "Nice to see you again." Taesan spoke leisurely as he raised his sword. The world's hostility grew even stronger. The first time he encountered the world, he couldn't even properly block its attack. If not for the boundary, he would have died then and there, but that was no longer the case. Taesan tensed his entire body. Countless buffs enveloped him. "You have activated Apostle Transformation, Darkened Chaos. You have activated the King's Vessel. You have activated Nature's Incarnation. Your World Challenger ability has been activated." There was no indication that victory was impossible or that it would be difficult. Taesan had risen to the level of the entity that had once annihilated Hafren and left him on the brink of death with a single strike. "Well then, shall we begin?" Taesan unleashed his aura, and the world responded by erupting with emotions. Rumble, the plaza cracked apart with a deafening sound. As debris rained down, Taesan leaped forward. Boom! The power of the world itself struck down. It was on a completely different level from the wandering planet he had encountered on the 75th floor. The falling debris twisted and surged toward Taesan. "You have activated forced exclusion." A formless wave burst out from Taesan's body. Unable to withstand the force, the debris shattered and scattered in all directions. "This place is too cramped, isn't it? Let's move outside." "You have activated Random Blink." He had marked his path on the way in. Thanks to that, Taesan used Random Blink to teleport to the surface. Boom. Shortly after, the cave was obliterated. The planetary will, shining like the sun, revealed itself upon the land. Nature responded to its will. The air grew heavy, the ground trembled, and the sky rumbled with rage. Screech. Taesan manifested his divine power to shield himself. The world exerted its will and nature obeyed. Crack, distant mountain ranges collapsed. Countless rocks and soil compressed together, forming a massive spear. That colossal spear rushed straight toward Taesan. The compressed mass of an entire mountain range loomed, capable of piercing through the planet itself if desired. Yet it wasn't just raw physical force. Within it lay the will of the world, the very force that had once driven Taesan to the brink of death. Despite this, Taesan did not summon his boundary. He simply gazed at the incoming spear, gripping his sword with both hands and raising it high. As the spear reached him, he swung down. Boom, his body was pushed back by the sheer force, but he did not fall. He planted his feet firmly and withstood it, then exerted strength into his sword. Crash. The mountain range spear shattered, scattering debris in all directions. With sheer physical power alone, without any skills, Taesan had broken the force of the world. "You won't kill me with such brute force." Taesan swung his sword. The world, which had remained still for a moment, finally made a move. The massive core, radiant like the sun, collapsed. From the ruins, a humanoid figure rose, a being of pure white, almost like a spirit. This was the will of the world. A being of pure, condensed power. The massive core was too large to properly engage Taesan, so the world reshaped itself into a form suited for combat. The world raised its hand and power gathered instantly. Unlike before, it was not just sheer size, it was a force precisely targeting Taesan. As the power surged toward him, Taesan responded. The force of destruction shook the surroundings. "You have activated Call of Ruin." Black energy hungrily emerged into the world. At that, the world grew furious. As if such an existence could not be tolerated in its domain, it unleashed its power once more. Matter began collapsing and space distorted. Taesan did not stop. He stomped on the ground that threatened to consume him. "You have activated spell stacking." "You have activated Earthquake." The ground erupted. Immediately, Taesan surrounded himself with 3 shields stored in Memorize, then unleashed a mana storm. The raging storm surged toward the world. The world clasped its hands together. At that moment, the air, the land, and everything that made up the world swirled together. Another storm formed to clash against the mana storm. Crackling. "Whoa!" The ghost let out a groan, overwhelmed by the storm unfolding before them. The power was far beyond that of a wandering planet. This was literally the world itself, yet Taesan was not being pushed back in the slightest. "You have activated Decarabia's distorted vegetation." "You have activated skill acceleration." Rumble. Roots sprouted. The world immediately shattered them with its power, but the roots that devoured space itself did not easily retreat. You have activated restricted blink. Taesan seized the opening created by the world's concentrated attack. In an instant, he moved in front of the humanoid manifestation of the world. You have activated acceleration. You have activated skill acceleration. He gripped his sword tightly and thrust forward. The world gathered its power. A defense imbued with its will materialized, but it didn't matter. You have activated absolute judgment. The defense itself was erased. The white figure wavered for a moment, almost as if in shock. The moment Taesan's sword was about to strike, its form scattered, and then it reappeared elsewhere. Its method of evasion was not particularly surprising. In this realm, which was entirely its own, it could manipulate space freely. What mattered was the fact that it had chosen to dodge. It did not ignore his attack, it dodged. That meant if he could land a hit, he could deal meaningful damage. Bit by bit, he was breaking through the world. The world, too, realized it. At this rate, it would not be able to defeat Taesan. Thus, the world made a decision. The world raised its hand. At its fingertips, a small blue sphere of power condensed. That tiny sphere emanated a dense energy unlike anything felt before. The world launched the sphere. It flew toward Taesan, and the moment it reached him, exploded. It was the power of wind. A blast of wind, condensed to its very limits, swept away everything in its path. The moment the sphere flew toward him, Taesan reacted. He deployed a defensive spell and activated Embers of Catastrophe to counteract the force. Crackle. However, the wind forcibly extinguished the embers and tore his defenses to shreds. Even though he had prepared, he was still unable to fully defend against its power. In the end, he allowed a direct hit from the raging wind blades. Your first attack nullification has been activated. Taesan swiftly created distance and silently observed the lingering remnants of the wind. The power contained within that attack was stronger than any force the world had shown before. It wasn't just powerful. Taesan realized what kind of power this was: authority, a unique power possessed by those who had transcended mortality. Screech, another sphere formed. This time it was brown. It flew toward Taesan and exploded. Boom! At the same time, countless rocks rained down. Taesan raised his sword. You have activated Collapse. A skill acquired after passing the trial of the god of Collapse. Its effect, the destruction of everything the sword touches. You have activated Gale Rush. His sword whirled like a storm. The incoming rocks crumbled before they could reach him. Screech, as the sphere's effect dissipated, yet another one flew toward Taesan. However, this time, Taesan threw himself toward the sphere. Before it could unleash its power, Taesan collided with it, triggering an explosion. Your second attack nullification has been activated. The attack nullification activated. In that brief moment, Taesan analyzed the power contained within the sphere. So that's how it works. The world was condensing its essence into the form of a sphere and detonating it. That was the authority possessed by the world. It was undoubtedly a powerful ability. Among Taesan's skills, there weren't many ways to block it without taking damage, but that didn't mean there were none. If this is all you've got, you can't defeat me. Multiple strategies flashed through Taesan's mind. Partial world alteration couldn't be used. Magic of denial was also out of the question. He lacked the necessary resources. This wasn't the right situation to use his boundary either. His opponent had the ability to teleport through space, and considering it was only using one sphere at a time, it seemed unlikely that it could wield multiple at once. Then, what was the optimal action? He needed to neutralize the sphere's power while unleashing an attack strong enough to damage the world. The moment he arrived at the answer, Taesan acted. You have activated Astaroth's Dark Devour. You have activated Brilliantly Radiant Blue Barrier Magic Circle. He cloaked himself in darkness to reduce incoming damage and used the Barrier Magic Circle to protect his body. You have activated Spell Stacking. The spell he was stacking was already decided. You have activated Grand Collapse. Rumble, mana condensed, and a sphere of destruction appeared in the world. The world swiftly prepared another sphere. Taesan didn't bother blocking it. Your third attack nullification has been activated. You have activated Grand Collapse. Rumble, power gathered once more. The immense strain on Taesan's body began to show. You have taken 1,233 damage. You have taken 2312 damage. Even with his magical and dark magic defenses and absolute protection reducing continuous damage, he was still taking hits. One more time, you have activated Grand Collapse. Crack, space itself shattered. A sphere of destruction, dark and deep enough to devour even light, materialized in the world. Taesan took a deep breath. Though the residual energy from the collapse was eating away at his stamina, it wasn't at an unmanageable level. And the moment the Grand Collapse stacked up, the world sensed something was wrong. The energy contained within the sphere had the power to completely destroy this world. The world instinctively realized this. It had to stop him. The world gathered all its power and formed a sphere, Screech. This time the sphere was rainbow-colored. A condensed manifestation of all the world's energy, the very essence of the world itself. With this, it could counter the force Taesan had unleashed. At the moment the world was about to launch the sphere at him, you have activated copy. Another sphere appeared. Without any prelude, without any fluctuations of power, another grand collapse materialized. The world hesitated, unable to process the surreal sight before it. And it didn't stop there. You have activated distorted ring of the regretful one. Copy's cooldown has been reset. You have activated copy. Another sphere materialized. Now 3 grand collapse spheres had appeared in the world. What in the? Even the ghost was speechless. Go ahead, try and stop this. You have activated magic release. You have activated absolute judgment. You have activated Shield of Aegis, the one who gained divinity. 3 grand collapse spheres surged forward, consuming everything in their path. Chapter 411, Hafren and the Knowledge of the Destroyed World. Part 3. Taesan was now shielding himself not only with magic and black magic but also with divinity. However, even the divinity couldn't withstand the 3 grand collapses that had descended upon the world, and they began to affect Taesan's body. If it weren't for the immunity granted by Aegis' shield, he would have been instantly killed. Kugagugung, the 3 spheres of collapse advanced toward the world. Kiving, the world did not retreat but stood its ground. It launched a radiant sphere, condensed with the essence of the world, toward the collapsing spheres. The sphere flew toward the grand collapse and detonated its power. Kugagung, wind, earth, fire, water, all elements constituting the world raged. But it didn't end there. The unleashed forces synchronized with the world, continuously gathering strength. Everything in existence was converging in this place. Kagagegek, the sheer force caused the collapsing spheres to distort. Though they did not get pushed back and continued their slow advance, the overwhelming power of the world made them waver. The world gathered even more power. Kugagugung, the intense fragments of collapse spread in all directions, shattering space and filling the vision with overflowing natural energy. The world trembled in joy. It had blocked the power of that wretched outsider. It was the ruler of this world and no one could oppose it. And at that moment, Kwajuduk, devouring the scattered fragments of collapse and the remnants of nature, the remaining 2 spheres of collapse surged forward. The world was startled. It was certain it had stopped the grand collapse. Then how? Sorry, but you only stopped one, Taesan muttered indifferently. The world involuntarily took a step back. If it were to be engulfed by those things, it would be annihilated. For the first time, the world felt the emotion of fear, but the world did not back down. It was the ruler of this world. This land, this domain, all belonged to it alone. To be frightened and run away from some outsider, its ego as the world would not allow it. All the power of the world gathered and charged toward the grand collapse. Kiving, the grand collapse which had been advancing without resistance, halted. Seeing this, the world gathered even more strength. It had now reached the point where it could no longer maintain itself as a world. Kugaguguk. Even so, the grand collapse began to move forward. Like a compactor crushing everything in its path, it slowly but surely advanced toward the world. The world struggled desperately, unleashing its power, but it could not stop the grand collapse. Only then did the world think of running away. But it was already too late. The grand collapse had already reached right before the world. As the grand collapse engulfed the world, an explosion erupted. The massive explosion was caused by the 2 collapsing spheres. Taesan pulled out his shield as the overwhelming force of collapse rushed in. You have activated Aegis' shield. Immunity to all damage for 1 second. As soon as the shield was activated, the destruction struck Taesan. Even in an immune state, he could feel the pressure. His vision darkened. The only thing he could perceive was the force of collapse. 1 second passed in an instant, but the destruction did not cease. Taesan cloaked himself in divinity. Then he wielded magic and black magic, Kugagugung, but it wasn't enough. You have taken 21,230 damage. You have taken 11,212 damage. You have taken 14,543 damage. His health was reduced by more than half in an instant. This was merely the aftermath, yet its power was overwhelming. Realizing that his current strength could not withstand even the aftermath, Taesan gripped his sword. Black mixed with gold, turning into an ashen hue. Activating the boundary line, Taesan swung his sword. Kwagagang, the force of the collapse was cleaved apart and scattered in all directions. What monstrous power! Only by wielding the boundary line could he withstand the aftermath. Even the ghost watching was in sheer disbelief. Was copy really a skill capable of replicating high-level magic? I had suspected it, but I didn't expect it to work this well. Taesan had always considered this possibility. A skill that doubled the effect of an action copy. In his past life, he had only used copy to increase his damage. That was because in easy mode, he had never possessed magic or similar skills. But his current life was different. He had obtained magic, black magic, and various other powers. Then what if he copied those? At first, Taesan tried to copy the boundary line or the black force, but those two were impossible. Copy itself was possible to use, but he could not handle the amplified power. Since he had yet to fully master those skills, he could not use copy on them, but magic was different. Magic was a power that Taesan had gained through the recognition of the god of magic. Since it was under his full control, he could copy it without issue. The only problem was that there wasn't much reason to do so. Doubling mid-tier magic wasn't as useful as copying an attack to double its damage. Thus, up until now, Taesan had only used copy in that manner. But the Grand Collapse was high-level magic. The power contained within it was close to a law of nature. And it was a power Taesan had directly inherited from the god of magic and controlled entirely. Then, logically, he should be able to copy the Grand Collapse. It was a judgment close to certainty, and it turned out to be correct. Now the result lay before him. The world had crumbled, the sky and earth, even the deep layers of the surface, all were collapsing and distorting. Space twisted and matter lost its original form, melting into a viscous state. The very concept that made up the world was breaking apart. This is great. A smile spread across Taesan's lips. At last he was using copy as it was truly meant to be, beyond merely duplicating damage. That fact alone satisfied Taesan. Taesan moved forward. In the collapsed world there was nothing left intact. You haven't been annihilated, huh? Beneath the broken surface, the remnants of the world could be seen. Perhaps it had successfully defended itself as the world staggered to its feet, but its state was utterly miserable. Its entire form was melting away as if dissolving. The immense power it once held had been reduced to a pitiful fraction. I'll make it easy for you, Taesan raised his sword. The world, which had been staring blankly at Taesan, erupted in fury. Power surged forth. Taesan answered in kind. Kugagugung, the forces of nature burst forth. Taesan, too, had expended a considerable amount of energy. The Grand Collapse consumed a massive amount of mana, and despite his high intelligence stat, the consumption had not lessened significantly. His mana was nearly depleted, and his health had also dropped substantially. But the world was already on the verge of death. You have activated Flow. Taesan guided the surging forces away with his sword, redirecting them. Then he used Restricted Blink to move behind the world. You have activated Asmodeus Chains of Decay. The world tried to create distance, but Taesan held it in place with black magic and reached out his hand. You have activated Branch of Despair. A wave of despair spread through the world's mind. Taesan gripped his sword tightly, infusing it with ashen energy, and stabbed forcefully. You have activated Addition. You have activated Blade of Fighting Spirit. You dealt 167,544 damage to the world. The ashen force engulfed everything. The world desperately tried to resist, gathering every ounce of its strength, but it was meaningless. As the humanoid form of the world collapsed, the power within it scattered. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Soul Ascension has been activated. The proficiency of Concept Skill Will Strike has increased by 25%. Concept Skill Will Strike has evolved into Concept Skill Will of All Things. Soul Ascension has been activated. The proficiency of Word of Command has increased by 5%. You have killed the world. You have obtained the special passive skill. World Slayer, you have obtained the core of the world. At the same time, the world began to change. The air, once filled with hostility toward living beings, gradually calmed. The dried and withered land turned to dust, scattering into the void, while the ashen sky slowly crumbled. The moment the ruler of this world fell, this place had become a dead world. That ended faster than I expected. Hafren's world had never been weak. The radiant sphere it wielded had been strong enough to neutralize a stacked Grand Collapse created through magic layering. But when considering the battle itself rather than the raw power, the world had been hopelessly inexperienced. If it could use spatial teleportation, it should have utilized it more effectively. Had it started the fight by maintaining distance and pressuring Taesan, then teleporting away whenever he approached, the battle would have been far more troublesome. But the world had not fought that way. Instead, it stubbornly insisted on direct confrontations, failing to leverage its strengths. Taesan could guess why. The world was, quite literally, a world. It had been the ruler of this place. During its destruction, no one had likely been able to resist. It had probably never faced an opponent of equal standing before, which made its combat techniques crude and undeveloped. It was all over now. A strange sensation spread through Taesan's body, likely due to acquiring a new skill through Soul Ascension, but there was something he needed to do first. He returned to the labyrinth. You're back already? Hafren's eyes widened. Taesan nodded. It's all done. Then come with me, I need to confirm it. Hafren pulled a black gemstone from his possession. Both he and Taesan moved together, teleporting to his destroyed world. Arriving in his world, Hafren let out a dry laugh. The air was lifeless. The land was crumbling into dust and vanishing. The sky was collapsing. You really did it, then. Did you find what I asked for? This must be what you meant. Taesan handed over the will of the world. It was a radiant, rainbow-colored orb, core of the world, the entirety of a world. This small sphere contains the essence of an entire world. With trembling hands, Hafren took the orb, then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, perfect, absolutely perfect, at last, finally. I can fulfill my wish. In the dying world, only Hafren's laughter echoed. Sub-quest completed. After laughing for a long time, Hafren's laughter gradually faded. He clutched the core of the world tightly. All right. There's no reason to stay here any longer. Let's go back. What about the other materials? This was Hafren's world. It held a considerable number of valuable materials, but Hafren shook his head. If our goal had been to subjugate the world, we could have taken them, but our objective was to defeat the will of the world. Now this place is a dead world. The planet itself was growing colder. Looking up, Taesan saw the atmosphere slowly dissipating. Soon, this place would become nothing more than a lifeless rock drifting in space. When a world dies, everything within it dies as well. Even if we took the materials, they would lose their power before we could forge anything useful. Ultimately, they had to abandon many of the resources here. It was a shame, but not a significant loss. After all, even the best equipment they could craft from these materials wouldn't be of much use to Taesan now. Leaving the dying world behind, they returned to the labyrinth. Hafren absent-mindedly played with the orb, a pleased expression on his face. I've always wanted to craft equipment beyond perfection, weapons so powerful that only a select few could even wield them. With this and your help, I can finally create equipment that surpasses mortality itself. He smirked. You wanted to merge the twin rings into one, didn't you? Bring out the other materials. Here, Taesan began pulling out various materials one by one. Fragment of will, essence of the world, crystallized divine blood, emblem of struggle, and the thread of collapse. They were materials he had acquired long ago but had been unable to use due to a lack of skill. With these, merge the twin rings into one. Chapter 4, 1281 Floor, Lemageddon, Part 1. The reason I made them twins in the first place was that their individuality was too strong to merge into one. But with materials like these, it should be possible. Hafren examined the materials. You intend to use all of these? I don't know how much I need, so I just took everything out. Hafren stroked his chin. Not everything will be necessary. Even if the twin rings have strong individuality, what you've brought exceeds that. It's excessive. As he examined the materials, Hafren picked up the divine blood. This won't be needed, its rank is too high. It might damage the individuality of the rings. Divine blood was an item capable of elevating a mortal into an immortal. It was indeed excessive to use something of that level as mere crafting material for equipment. More than that, if it's an item related to a god, I can't touch it. There's no telling how that god might react. With a troubled expression, Hafren returned the divine blood, but with the rest of the materials it's possible. Since you're using the core of the world, the essence of the world is also a good match. For now, continue conquering the labyrinth. So it'll take quite a bit of time. Handling materials of this caliber requires time just to conceptualize how to work with them. And to create the equipment, I'll need your help anyway. I'll call you when everything is ready. All right. By the way, are you planning to use this too? Hafren pointed at a material fragment of will. This is related to willpower. It's better to leave it to Khosrun. Hafren had previously mentioned that name, that there was a blacksmith specialized in crafting equipment related to willpower. The mad blacksmith Khosrun, he was said to reside in the deep layers. But Taesan shook his head. Sorry, but I haven't seen him. Hafren was startled. Haven't you passed the 80th floor and you still haven't found Khosrun? If I didn't miss anything, then he's not here. Taesan wasn't someone who would overlook such a thing. He had reached the 82nd floor, yet there was no sign of Khosrun. Hafren stroked his chin. I heard he settled around the 70th floor. He must have moved. Regardless, take this with you. You might need it. Taesan took the fragment of will. With a delighted expression, Hafren raised his hammer. Well then, I shall begin my preparations. You can expect great things. Taesan stared at Hafren for a moment. Feeling scrutinized, Hafren frowned. What is it? Nothing. Joy, excitement, and madness. Leaving Hafren behind, Taesan descended the labyrinth. Each of the materials he entrusted to him was nearly impossible to obtain even in the deep layers. If these were combined into a single piece of equipment, it would surpass any gear Taesan had acquired so far. Perhaps, it would even outclass the equipment Lee Tion had wielded in his past life. Taesan left Hafren behind and continued his descent. Hafren's part was done. Now it was time to assess the new power he had obtained. He hadn't gained much, but the changes were profound. Concept skill. Will of all things. Proficiency 1%. Perceives and reads the will of all things in existence. If desired, their will can be adjusted and controlled to align with one's own. Currently, its effect is extremely weak. The concept skill, its effect was reading willpower. It allowed Taesan to anticipate actions and thoughts, responding accordingly. While not overtly noticeable, it was a skill that had consistently been useful in battle. And now, by defeating the world itself, the skill had evolved into the will of all things. Taesan turned his gaze to the ghost. The ghost flinched as if Taesan's stare was piercing through it. Why are you looking at me like that? I need to check something. When Taesan acquired the will of all things and faced Hafren, he could read Hafren's emotions. Not just surface emotions, but those buried much deeper. It felt almost like he was reading thoughts themselves, and with the ghost he felt something similar. Expectation. The hope that Taesan would reach the bottom of the labyrinth and uncover something significant. Anxiety, the fear that Taesan might fail along the way. A faint despair. A realization that the ghost's quest would soon be completed and that it would have to part ways with Taesan. Even emotions the ghost itself wasn't aware of were visible. Taesan closed his eyes, the ghost panicked. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the new skill? It's a problem, yes. Taesan gave a brief explanation. The ghost fell silent. So you can read every emotion Hafren and I feel. You're not the only ones. Everything within the labyrinth felt close and connected. The skill's nature was understandable. After all, he had defeated the world itself. And the world was the master of all life. Thus, through soul ascension, he had inherited the power to perceive and manipulate the will of all things. But Taesan was still human. Even though the skill had strengthened, being flooded with unnecessary emotions was not a good thing. I need to control it. That be wise. Just standing next to you and having all my emotions read is unsettling. The ghost sounded uncomfortable. Taesan focused his mind, staring at the labyrinth's walls. Gradually, the constant flood of emotions from the ghost began to fade. If he wished, he could block unnecessary information and read only the will and emotions he wanted. It was not an uncontrollable power. How useful it would be remained to be seen, but it was not a bad change. And Word of Command had reached 20% proficiency. Special passive skill Word of Command. Proficiency 24%, materialization of will. By speaking words imbued with intent, you can declare an influence upon the world. More diverse and detailed declarations are now possible. Word of Command was a powerful skill, but it wasn't easy to control. However, as proficiency increased, some degree of control had become possible, making it a useful change. Taesan activated Authority Seal and stepped onto the 82nd floor. 82nd floor quest initiated. Pass the trial of the demon. Reward belt soaked in the waters of deep darkness. Secret reward. A demon, huh? The masters of the black magic that Taesan wielded. The rewards and secret rewards on the 81st floor were all magic-related equipment. This one also seemed to be tied to black magic. As Taesan advanced, he discovered an altar. It was pure black. No symbols, no decorations, just a black passageway lay at the center of the room. Taesan quietly examined the passage, and he realized something. From that passage, he could feel a force similar to that of the high gods. They did say demons were similar to high gods. Weaker than the high gods, but similar beings. Those born with great power from birth, that was what demons were. And Taesan possessed a skill related to them. Lemageddon, a contract with demons. If you desire it and they agree, you may form a direct contract to wield black magic. For now, it is merely a right and has no effect. A right to form direct contracts with demons. He had obtained it long ago, but until now there had been no opportunity to use it. Finally, it was time to activate Lemageddon. Taesan took a step toward the passage. Just as he was about to step inside without hesitation, would you mind waiting a moment? A vast darkness descended between Taesan and the passage. Taesan paused. The presence descending was one he was now familiar with, a power he had encountered several times before. Demon God. I told you we'd meet again, Taesan. The demon god Lucifer appeared quietly. Her black hair swayed as she landed barefoot in the labyrinth. It seems you've acquired some rather intriguing powers. That's how it turned out. Black magic and will of all things, both were peculiar powers. The demon god spoke leisurely. You can probably guess why I've descended here. This, I assume, Lemageddon, the right to form direct contracts with demons. The demon god nodded. Originally, whether or not you used it would have been your choice. Of course, I knew you would use Lemageddon, but the choice still would have been yours. But now, things are different. Taesan, you've made a contract with the wizard, haven't you? Yes, Taesan nodded, the contract with the wizard. In exchange for raising the labyrinth's difficulty exclusively for him, Taesan received equivalent rewards, and the best way to raise the difficulty was Lemageddon. Taesan accepted it without resistance. I don't mind. I was going to use it anyway. The demon god smiled in satisfaction and clapped her hands. Lemageddon has been activated. Kugugugung, the black passage and Lemageddon fused together. With a sound akin to screams, the passage began to distort. Quaduduk, the passage transformed. From the abyss-like dark passage, Taesan felt the presence of dozens of gazes, demons. Demons who ruled their own domains were now looking at Taesan. Normally, a lower-ranked demon would have overseen this trial. Even the lower-ranked ones are strong enough to test adventurers. But right now, aside from those with domains, there isn't a single demon here who could defeat you. Taesan gazed silently beyond the passage. Because the demon god had personally intervened, he could feel their power more vividly. The demons were strong, they were clearly stronger than Taesan as he was now, but in terms of essence they stood on the same plane, immortal-class beings. These are the 72 most powerful demons, those who possess their own domains. They are the true masters of the black magic you wield, they will administer your trial. They were restless, as if ready to charge out of the passage at any moment. From the black passage, dark energy began to seep out. Stay still, the demon god waved her hand and a massive shockwave swept through the passage. All the gazes directed at Taesan scattered instantly. Annoying creatures, even though they're bound by contract, they keep trying to act on their own. The gazes that had fled slowly crept back. Reading Taesan's thoughts, the demon god spoke. They are similar to the high gods, born with immense power from birth. Of course, most are far weaker than the high gods, but they're closer to those beings than to mortals. This will be a significant trial for you. Having been suppressed once, the demon's power was now restrained. The demon god reached into the passage. As I said, these creatures are akin to the high gods, so their trials tend to be quite unpleasant. The demon god clicked her tongue as if displeased. You don't want to torture people, do you? I'll filter out the worst of it for you. Thank you. It was unexpected, but Taesan appreciated it. From what the demon god implied, these demons were likely closer to the true demons he imagined. The kind that delighted in murder and torture. He had no interest in such trials. If the demon god was willing to filter them, it was a relief. Taesan waited silently. Time passed. 10 minutes later, Taesan quietly asked, "Is it still not decided? Just a little longer?" The demon god frowned. "I can't let you take a trial of this level." It seemed that the trials the demons were suggesting weren't to the demon god's liking. Her voice carried firm disapproval. Taesan remained silent and continued waiting. Another 10 minutes passed, then 20. All the while the demon god kept reaching into the passage, searching for a suitable trial. By now I'd be fine with just about any, still not satisfied. At this rate it'd be laughable compared to what Zelbando gave you. The demon god muttered, clearly displeased. From Taesan's perspective, it was kind of nice that the demon god was being so considerate, but at this rate the trial might not even be decided within a day. Just as Taesan was about to ask her to wrap it up, "Then allow me to handle this." A deep male voice echoed from the passage. A massive arm shot out. "Why are you here?" The demon god was taken aback. The figure that emerged spoke calmly. "This would never end at this rate. I know you like him, but wouldn't it be better to settle this sooner?" The speaker had large horns on his head. His red pupils resembled those of a reptile, and dark energy flowed across his body. He looked like a textbook depiction of a demon, and his power was on a completely different level. This one is... The gap was immense. In terms of rank, he was a transcendent class being. More than that, his power felt fundamentally different, not of this world. A being close to a high god, the figure grinned at Taesan. "Pleasure to meet you, Interwoven One. The Grand Demon Baal has appeared." Chapter 4, 1381 Floor Lemigeton, Part 2. "Why did you crawl in here?" the demon god asked with a displeased expression. Her demeanor differed from that of other demons. While she looked down on them, she showed slight vigilance toward the being before her. After listening to the story, it seemed rather troubling. Baal spoke leisurely. He silently gazed at Taesan. "You've been persistently talking, haven't you? You spoke so much that my ears were about to fall off, so naturally I became curious." A faint smile formed on Baal's face. "So I decided I wanted to meet you." "You?" The demon god's face twisted. At that moment the air became heavy. An invisible pressure descended upon Baal. Even for an immortal, it was impossible to remain unaffected by such oppression. "What are you thinking? Those on my side are plotting something uninteresting. I want to crush them, but since I am a great demon, I cannot directly intervene. That's why I need an appropriate figure." Baal raised a finger and pointed at Taesan. "On behalf of the other demons, I, the great demon Baal, shall test this being. That shall serve as this floor's trial." Baal then turned to address the demon god. "Don't worry too much, Lucifer, created child. What you have been agonizing over until now was finding an appropriate trial, wasn't it? If it's me, I won't give you a trial you should be concerned about. As long as we have a contract, I cannot lie. You can still hide the truth. How many times have you stabbed me in the back? Oh, it was merely a harmless prank, but this time I solemnly swear it is the truth." Baal spoke lightly, like an old man soothing a child. "HMPH," the demon god snorted. "Do as you wish. If it's you, you're at least more trustworthy than the others." "That's a relief to hear." Baal laughed like an old man and disappeared back into the passageway. "I'll be waiting inside. Come in when you're ready." With that, Baal's presence vanished. The demon god clicked her tongue. "What a troublesome one. Who is he?" That being was powerful. Taesan's level was too low to accurately gauge his strength, but even with a vague sense, he seemed no different from the demon god. More than anything, the nature of his power was different. He was closer to a high god than a transcendent being. The demon god answered Taesan's question. "A great demon, the lord of all demons." Aren't you the Lord? Of course, I made contracts with the demons, allowing them to lend black magic to the demon race. But demons are extremely self-willed. Even if I try to suppress them with force, they don't listen. The one who helped me with that was the great demon Baal, the demon god continued. For some reason, he betrayed the old demon god and sided with me. In doing so, he also brought other demons to cooperate. He betrayed the old demon god, the old demon god. The being that was now considered a high god. The beings of the demon realm had made the demon god their deity to defeat the old demon god. That was the rough history Taesan knew. But apparently the demons had been involved in that process as well. I don't know why that guy betrayed the old demon god. He never answers when I ask. Anyway, Baal cooperated with me, managed the demons, and established contracts with the demon race. The demon god frowned. He helped me a lot when I had just become the goddess of the demon realm, but he also played quite a few nasty pranks on me. I see. It seemed there was a reason Baal treated the demon god so playfully. He's a nuisance, but he's better than the other demons. If he's the one setting the trial, it won't be a shallow one. The demon god permitted Baal's intervention. Now all that remained was to enter the passage. Standing before the entrance, Taesan asked the demon god. He seems very similar to a high god. Not just the demon's power, Baal in particular gave off that impression. Taesan, as he was now, could barely distinguish between them. What exactly is the difference? That's for you to find out yourself. Go and claim what you seek. The demon god spoke with a smile. Taesan nodded and stepped into the passage. Feeling countless demons' gazes, he arrived in a vast space. There a crimson sky stretched overhead. Below it lay a ruined, desolate landscape. In its midst several figures stood. What is this? It was different from what Taesan had expected. 5 figures stood in the center of the ruins, and they did not exude the aura of demons. They were ordinary humans, members of the demon race. Kehekehek, another one. There are too many. A sharp, ear-piercing voice rang out. Taesan turned his gaze. A creature with small bat-like wings and a grotesquely large eye was there. Stupid human, you have a Lemegeton too, don't you? Taesan nodded. This thing was different from the others here. Are you a demon? Of course, I am a demon feared by mortal beings, and I possess great power, the demon boasted proudly. Go over there and wait. Once everyone is gathered, the qualification test will begin. What kind of qualification test? Taesan had heard nothing about this. The demon flapped its wings aggressively, clearly irritated. Shut up, you worm. Don't ask me questions, you just need to follow my orders. I don't like that. You. The demon's massive eye rolled furiously. You need to be taught a lesson. Before the words were even finished, power surged toward Taesan. A thick, deep darkness, demonic energy swallowed Taesan whole, pressing down on him. I won't kill you, I'll just toy with your mind a little. The darkness invaded Taesan's mind, shaking his brain to its core. It wasn't bad. Just as the demon had claimed, an ordinary mortal wouldn't be able to resist it. But that was all it was. Taesan let himself sink into the darkness. The demon burst into laughter. Kakakak. That's what you get for being arrogant. Shut up. Taesan shook his head. The darkness exploded and scattered. Before the stunned demon could react, Taesan grabbed its throat. I'd appreciate it if you answered my question. Taesan spoke softly, releasing a fraction of his sealed power, just enough so those in the distance wouldn't sense it. The demon shrieked in terror and desperately shouted. Ask me anything. I'll answer everything. Good, so you're a demon too? Why yes, though I don't have a name or a domain, I am still a demon. You're too weak. Objectively speaking, the demon possessed a considerable level of power. Even someone standing at the threshold of transcendence would struggle against it, but that was all it was. It hadn't surpassed mortality. The gap between mortality and immortality could never be bridged, and to Taesan now, this demon was no threat. Oh, of course, there are stronger ones. Those who possess a name and a domain are incomparably stronger than someone like me, so there are different types of demons. The demon goddess had mentioned that only 72 demons possessed domains. The rest seemed to be on a much lower level. Taesan, having sorted out his thoughts, asked, All right, you said you too. That means the ones over there also have a Lemegeton, right? Yes. All those idiots over there are Lemegeton holders like you. Taesan wasn't the only one who possessed a Lemegeton. The Lemegeton was a tool for direct contracts with demons. That meant 6 individuals had gathered here for the same purpose. What exactly are we doing here? This is the place where trials are held to claim the seat of a demon. What? Taesan frowned. Claim the seat of a demon. Is that even possible? Demons were beings close to the high gods. To wield such power, one had to at least transcend mortality. But no matter how much he observed them, the individuals over there had not surpassed mortality. To be precise, they stood just beneath that boundary. They were certainly strong, but they were far from possessing the power of demons. I don't know the details either. The demons with domains decided it this way, and I was simply assigned as a guide, so I just follow orders. The nameless demon spoke cautiously. It seemed to have no further information. That's enough. Thank you. The demon bowed its head to Taesan and quickly flew away. Taesan turned his back on it and approached the 5 others. As he drew closer, a man with long, unkempt hair and a gloomy expression stepped forward. His face was ghostly pale, and his disheveled hair resembled a bird's nest. The man examined Taesan in silence before extending his hand. Handshake? Taesan stared at the offered hand for a moment before grasping it without hesitation. The man seemed momentarily surprised but slowly shook Taesan's hand. Within the movement of their clasped hands, waves of power seeped into Taesan. Waves of energy probed Taesan's body, attempting to analyze his power. However, they were blocked by the sheer difference in level, unable to penetrate beyond the surface. Ah, the man's face stiffened for a moment. Reflexively, he withdrew his hand. You, idiot, a voice came from behind him. An elderly man had spoken. I'll admit you've hidden your power perfectly, but you allowed another's touch too easily. Someone like that cannot survive here. Taesan looked at them. The gloomy man and the old man were human. The remaining 3 appeared to be of the demon race, and they weren't hiding their power. As if flaunting it, they radiated intense demonic energy. And yet you're openly revealing your power. Why should I hide it? This power is proof of who I am. There's no need nor reason to conceal it. The old man spoke with confidence. I am a great warlock, a practitioner of black magic under the contract of the mighty Decarabia. My name is Ethan. Decarabia. Taesan recognized that demon's name. It was the source of basic black magic. Decarabia's Twisted Flora, a black magic spell he had used effectively. So that's how it works. One formed a contract with a specific demon to wield black magic. That seemed to be the case for the warlocks gathered here. Ethan asked bluntly, which demon did you form a contract with? Though I doubt a coward who hides his power would be willing to say, consider this a formality. A contract, huh? Taesan considered the question. If anything, he was tied to the demon goddess, but she wasn't a demon. Taesan shook his head. I don't have one. What? Ethan's face twisted. Just as he was about to say something, space itself split open. Everyone is here. The great demon Baal appeared. Leisurely, he looked at the stunned warlocks before speaking in a relaxed tone. I am Baal, a great demon, pleased to meet you. Be Baal, my lord. The warlocks, stricken with shock, immediately bowed their heads. The name of the great demon was known to all warlocks. The master of pure evil who had existed since the beginning of time, the absolute ruler above all demons. None had expected such an entity to descend in person. Overwhelmed by fear, they trembled, unable even to lift their heads. Only Taesan stared directly at Baal. Baal yawned and spoke. To be honest, I don't particularly like any of you. The warlocks swallowed nervously. The fear of death gripped them. But even as a great demon, I can't suppress the desires of the demons. Since this is something both you and they agreed to, I won't interfere. After saying that, Baal glanced at Taesan with a brief smile before continuing. The 6 of you who possess a Lemageddon, this is my trial. If you pass it, you will ascend to the seat of a demon and claim a domain of your own. Hearing those words, the warlocks, still bowing, had their eyes light up with anticipation. A powerful desire radiated from them. This is my trial. In the abandoned domain of the now-dead demon Belial, survive and seize Belial's throne. Subquest initiated. The great demon Baal has issued a trial to the holders of Lemageddon. The demon Belial has perished, but his domain remains twisted and forsaken. Break through and claim the throne in Belial's castle. Reward: a demon's seat and its domain. Chapter 4, 1481 Floor Lemageddon. Part 3. Everyone's eyes gleamed. Except for Taesan, the other contractors were not adventurers of the labyrinth. The quest window had not appeared for them, but it wasn't difficult to deduce from Baal's words, Belial's throne. Whoever claims it shall ascend to a glorious seat. Greed and desire, various emotions swirled violently. Baal gazed at them emotionlessly. Then I shall open the door, the rest is up to you, Kang. As Baal waved his hand, an immense darkness engulfed them. Yuya, ugh, for a moment the power was so thick and dark that they braced for death. Their eyes shut as screams escaped them, Kugagugung. The energy gradually subsided, and as they realized they were still alive, they opened their eyes. Ha, this place. They gasped in awe, a world crumbling and dying all around them. They had arrived in Belial's now-dead world. They had reached their destination. Realizing this, they quickly assessed their surroundings. The sky was densely filled with objects resembling sea urchins. The crumbling ground floated and moved through the air. And within it, a powerful presence could be felt. Someone unconsciously swallowed their saliva. It seemed they were in a safe zone, but even so, the overwhelming power was terrifying. As they surveyed their surroundings, they became aware of a presence beside them. Who are you? I am the observer. Once I was a servant of the now-vanished Lord Belial. An old man in black robes bowed respectfully. At a glance, he appeared to be an ordinary servant, but his eyes were completely black. Strong, Taesan marveled quietly. The old man had not reached immortality, but he had attained the boundary just below it. Compared to Taesan, he was clearly weaker, but in terms of general standards, his strength was extraordinarily high. It seemed that those directly connected to such entities possessed immense power. The servant let out a deep sigh as if truly regretful. It pains me greatly that worms like you have stepped into my master's domain, but it cannot be helped. I heard that the demon here is dead. One of the 5 contractors, a woman, chuckled. From her revealing outfit and the 2 small horns on her head, she appeared to be a succubus. Then wouldn't it be fine if we became demons? More importantly, wouldn't it be in your best interest to gain a new master? If unworthy worms were to claim my master's domain, I would rather die. That won't be a problem. We have the qualifications. The woman declared confidently. The demon she had contracted with had granted her permission to claim Belial's domain. The servant spoke calmly. Think as you wish. In the end, this too is the will of the Great Ones. As a servant, I am merely here to observe those who have gained the right to become a master. There was no emotion in his black eyes. He showed no sign of believing that those who had arrived here would ascend to the throne of a demon. HMPH, another demon scoffed in displeasure. He was a muscular man holding a long spear. If I become a demon, I'll kill that bastard first. He smirked wickedly. He was highly regarded even in the vast demon realm. Born into a noble house, he had been given the name Halid and had received full support from his family due to his exceptional talent. But for Halid, the demon realm was too small. The few truly powerful beings, such as the apostles of the demon god, had all left to wander the world. Believing that he could no longer grow stronger in the demon realm, Halid left, traveling the world in search of power. He had heard of the labyrinth before, but when he first learned about it, it hadn't seemed like a particularly attractive place. Halid sought more useful methods than that. He had pursued strength by any means necessary, and in the process, he had destroyed several worlds that lacked planetary gods. Countless beings who had lost their homes cursed Halid, but he merely sneered. To him, the world was nothing more than a stepping stone for his greatness. If countless lives had to be sacrificed as fuel for his ascension, he did not care. In the end, after growing immensely powerful, Halid was chosen by a demon. The demon Marchojas took Halid under his wing and granted him Lemageddon. Halid was thrilled. A demon, a being of greatness. He could become an equal to the master of the black magic he wielded. He had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. A twisted grin formed on his lips. Let's form a temporary alliance. Turning around, he addressed the other contractors, vile creatures greedy for power beyond their worth. That was how he saw the other holders of Lemageddon, but their power itself was undeniable. Though he didn't want to admit it, their strength was on par with his own. They could serve as excellent tools for his ascension to demonhood. Concealing his true thoughts, he continued speaking. I'd like everyone to cooperate. Cooperate, a sinister-looking man muttered. Halid spoke as if it were obvious. You don't actually think you can get through this place alone, do you? The sinister man fell silent. They could feel it as well. Though the domain was deteriorating without its master, the lingering power within was still that of a demon. A single misstep would result in instant death, consumed by the remnants of the demon's power. Even the throne's location was obscured by an overwhelming force. Only one of us can become a demon, but conversely our goal is the same. So until we reach our destination, let's cooperate. HMPH. I don't like it, but there's no other choice. One by one they began to gather, except for one person, Taesan. You at least know your place. Get lost, we don't need you. Halid bared his teeth at Taesan. Taesan had stated that he did not have a demon backing him. In other words, it meant he had not been chosen. The power of someone whom no demon had selected was obvious, even without seeing it. Halid assumed that Taesan had desperately hidden his strength to conceal his weakness. Halid, who had been exuding his aura toward Taesan, was caught off guard. Taesan truly had no interest in him whatsoever. It was as if Halid's presence did not even register. Taesan merely gazed silently at Belial's domain. So this is how it is. Muttering briefly, he took a step forward. Before anyone could stop him, he stepped into Belial's domain. Before long, Taesan's figure disappeared, hidden by the crumbling earth. Halid was momentarily taken aback but quickly collected himself. At least he knows his place and backs off. How convenient. It seemed like he had chosen to leave rather than be cast aside, but there was no way he could survive here alone. Halid stopped paying attention to Taesan. Well then, let's talk. Now what's the plan? You are all merely stepping stones for me. Halid masked his thoughts and smiled gently. Taesan strolled through Belial's domain. He already knew where Belial's throne was. With such a powerful force emanating from it, failing to notice would have been strange. However, he did not rush toward the throne immediately. Instead, Taesan walked leisurely. He wanted to observe his surroundings a bit more. I'll commend you, worm, a low voice echoed. It was Belial's servant. Without paying him any attention, Taesan spoke. You should worry about them instead. I am Lord Belial's servant. Creating a mere clone is trivial for me. The servant spoke indifferently. I dislike that you too covet my master's power, but at least you did not choose to cooperate with them. That was the correct choice. The servant frowned in distaste. To dare covet my master's seat while relying on the cooperation of others, a futile dream but still utterly repulsive. His words carried an absolute certainty that they could never reach Belial's throne. In that sense, at least you're trying to accomplish something alone. That much I will commend. Now be content with that and perish here. The moment he finished speaking, the floating sea urchin-like entities in the sky erupted with power. The remnants of the dead demon moved to eliminate the intruder. Chwajajajek spikes rained down on Taesan in a straight line. It was a perfect attack that left no space to evade. Demonic power surged within them. A mortal could not possibly block this. Certain of Taesan's death, the servant turned to leave. Stop. You have activated declaration of halt, Yuduk. The spikes halted just before touching Taesan. What? The servant's eyes widened at the sight before him. The spikes, frozen in midair, had stopped at a single word from Taesan. How? They are powerful, but in the end they are merely masterless remnants. If that was the case, one word of command was enough to resolve everything. Taesan reached out and touched the spikes. This is similar to Hafren's world. A world where its master had vanished, causing it to wither away. This place was in the same condition. The difference was that, unlike Hafren's world, which rapidly lost power after its will perished, this place still retained significant demonic remnants. I wonder if I can get something out of this. Taesan clenched his fist. The frozen spikes shattered like brittle twigs, clearing a path. The servant was left speechless. Meanwhile, the other holders of Lemageddon were advancing through Belial's domain together. The floating sea urchins trembled and rained down upon them. Halid groaned and swung his hand. Marchoja's imitation flames attempted to block the spikes, but they shattered instantly, allowing the spikes to pierce through. A grim-faced old man who had contracted with Decarabia slammed his hand on the ground. The earth rose and twisted, summoning gnarled roots. Quackquaquang, 5 dark magicians wielded demonic power, pouring out all their strength and exhausting their energy just to barely withstand the onslaught of spikes. Huff huff. They broke into a cold sweat, struggling to catch their breath. These are truly monstrous. Even the remnants of a demon that had already perished posed a lethal threat. Had they not cooperated, they would not have survived. Yet that realization only made their eyes shine brighter. If they could reach the throne alive, they could obtain this power for themselves. Greed and desire swirled violently. At some point, Taesan had completely vanished from their minds. If they were struggling this much even after combining their efforts, there was no way he could still be alive. The servant, who would have normally mocked them, was too shocked to say anything. They steeled their resolve and pressed forward. Risking their lives, using others, they pushed ahead with all their might. Meanwhile, Taesan casually strolled through Belial's domain. I wonder if there's a skill worth picking up here. At that moment, he was contemplating acquiring new skills. Chapter 4, 1581 Floor, Lemageddon, Part 4. Taesan carefully examined the sea urchins densely filling the sky. First, the sea urchins weren't living beings. They were closer to automated devices, operating through the remnants of the now-vanished demon Belial. They were merely tools designed to deal with intruders. The spikes fired by the sea urchins seemed to react automatically when an intruder approached within a certain range. Taesan continued his inspection, and Belial's attendant, who had been watching him, couldn't hold back and asked, "What exactly are you doing?" "It's none of your business, don't worry about it," Taesan responded curtly. The attendant fell silent. The ghost realized what Taesan was doing. "Are you trying to get a skill?" Taesan nodded. The ghost wasn't too surprised. Taesan had always strived to acquire skills no matter the situation. This was Belial's dead world. Given the unique environment, it wasn't hard to predict that Taesan would attempt something here. "I'm curious, what kind of skill is it this time?" "I don't know." "You don't know? I've never gotten it before, nor have I ever thought about it." Taesan spoke calmly. He had calculated the conditions for countless skills and successfully acquired them. But in his previous life, he had been nothing more than an easy-mode player. The environments and situations were heavily restricted. At the very least, an environment like this never existed in easy mode. That's why even Taesan didn't know what kind of skill he could gain here. He had no choice but to repeat trial and error. Taesan organized his thoughts. Whenever he moved, the sea urchins above unleashed a barrage of spikes. It was an overwhelming attack, filling the entire space with almost no room to evade. Blocking it isn't hard. With just one word of command, he could stop them all, but doing so wouldn't earn him anything. Taesan began conducting several experiments. First, he tried to block the manifestation of the sea urchin's power entirely. He gathered his divinity and suppressed them. The spikes couldn't even emerge, halted by Taesan's force. But he gained nothing. He hadn't expected success on the first try, so he wasn't disappointed and moved on to another attempt. This time, he tried to neutralize all manifested power. He separated the magic, surrounding the sea urchins and blocking the trajectory of the oncoming spikes from all directions. As a result, the spikes were stopped right in front of the sea urchins. Yet again, no system window announcing a new skill appeared. Taesan wasn't disheartened. After all, it was natural to go through countless failures when acquiring a skill. Taesan continued experimenting, and the ghost asked curiously, even with such a massive power difference, can you still get a skill? There are a few skills you can get regardless of power or divinity. If the skill was based on fundamental conditions rather than power, it was possible to acquire it, though the chances were low. The prime example was addition. To get addition, one had to attack countless enemies without their stance breaking, steadily increasing damage. The strength of the enemies didn't matter much. The skill Taesan was aiming for now was something similar. After thinking for a moment, Taesan quietly took a step forward. At the same time, spikes rained down from the sea urchins in the sky. Taesan casually waved his hand. The spikes shattered and scattered the moment they touched him. Taesan observed the sea urchins. He wasn't merely looking, he focused his mind and contemplated deeply. Soon, he began to perceive something akin to the sea urchin's will. The will of all things wasn't just a skill that sensed the will and emotions of living beings. With enough concentration and expanded senses, it could read the will of everything in existence. Now, even this was possible. Taesan took a step. Immediately, the will radiating from the sea urchins shifted rapidly. The pulses of their will surged, and where that will was concentrated, he read and understood it all. Taesan took another step. The spikes poured down in unison. He didn't dodge or block them, he simply stood there waiting. Rumble, the spikes violently pierced the ground. Huh, the ghost was shocked. Standing untouched amid the densely packed spikes, Taesan remained unscathed. It was as if the spikes had deliberately avoided him. How? By reading their will, not their movements. Seems like this is possible too. Reading movements involved tracking the flow of force and dodging accordingly. But will existed before power manifested. Taesan read the sea urchin's will and predicted where the spikes would fire. Then he moved to spaces where there wouldn't be any spikes. He had done something similar when fighting the fallen apostle. But that was only possible because the apostle had lost its intellect due to soul degradation, leaving only raw power and instincts. More importantly, this was the first time he had succeeded against non-living objects. Even inanimate objects have readable will. Perhaps it was because this skill was tied to the world itself, but it was difficult to fully grasp. Through this attack, Taesan confirmed another thing. The sea urchins weren't consciously recognizing and attacking him. Their actions resembled reflexive responses. When an intruder came within range, they would automatically unleash their spikes. Dozens of conditions and corresponding skills raced through his mind. Finally, Taesan arrived at an idea close to the answer. A relentless barrage. What kind of skill could one obtain by walking leisurely through it, without dodging or blocking and taking no damage? Let's give it a try. Convinced, Taesan continued his experiments. He tested how accurately he could read their will, how much space there was between the spikes, and how the sea urchins reacted to different movements. He began analyzing it all, step. Taesan took another step. A strong will emanated from the sea urchins. He began reading the direction and trajectory of the spikes. This time he realized that walking straight ahead wouldn't let him avoid them. What was needed was to walk as if on a stroll, no evasive maneuvers. He had to guide their attacks. Depending on his movements, the automatically fired spikes changed trajectory, if that was the case. Taesan moved forward, lightly waving his fingers. With each motion of his fingers, the will of the sea urchins shifted chaotically. He realized he could influence the trajectory of the spikes, not just in a straightforward path, but also directing them in response to his entire body's movements. He meticulously identified each condition and solution, experimenting repeatedly to figure out how to guide the spikes' paths and how to make that process seem natural. 2 hours later. Having finished his preparations, Taesan expanded his senses, reading all the wills surrounding him, then took a step forward. At that moment he felt the will emanating from the sea urchins. They prepared to fire spikes to block the intruder. Taesan, having already read the paths and trajectories of the spikes, stepped forward. Rumble, the spikes pierced the earth, but none of them touched Taesan. It was as if the spikes had deliberately avoided him. Taesan took another step. Again he felt the will from the sea urchins. He read it. Thousands of branching intentions from the spikes. He fully grasped their paths before any force even manifested. And yet he realized he couldn't dodge this set of spikes. But that didn't matter. Taesan casually waved his arm. It wasn't a defensive move or an evasive one, just a meaningless gesture. Yet that was enough to alter the will he sensed from the sea urchins. They were automatic defense devices, reacting based on the target's movements. Even a purposeless action would trigger their response. After 2 hours of experiments, Taesan had figured out how to alter the spike trajectories. Seeing the path shift, he stepped forward again. More spikes rained down, but once again none touched him. Step, he kept walking. Rumble. Spikes shot toward him, but they never touched Taesan. By moving his arms, legs, and body in specific ways, he twisted the trajectory of the spikes. Wow, the ghost gasped. It wasn't surprising to see Taesan avoiding the spikes, it had happened countless times. But this time his movements were incredibly natural. Rumble, spikes poured down, filling Taesan's field of vision. There seemed to be no space left to evade, an overwhelming attack that filled the entire area. Yet Taesan continued forward, walking leisurely as if taking a stroll. The spikes appeared to be intentionally avoiding him. It was a sight that evoked a sense of wonder. And after exactly 20 steps, you have withstood the attack without retaliating, evading, or defending and took no damage. You have acquired the special continuous activation skill. One who hides in the shadows. Systemend, as soon as he obtained the skill, the incoming spikes naturally veered away from Taesan. This time he wasn't actively reading their will to avoid them. The spikes simply bypassed him. It was easy to guess what kind of skill he had just acquired. You have activated Xeppar's Black Storm. Crash, Taesan obliterated all the sea urchins. Though they fired their spikes in unison, the black storm devoured and swept everything away. Yuya, what the hell is that? Far in the distance, other contractors breaking through the area panicked. Terrified, they distanced themselves from the raging storm. Taesan sensed their reactions but ignored them, it wasn't his concern. He opened his skill window. Special continuous activation skill, one who hides in the shadows. Proficiency 1%, attacks that do not recognize your presence will not hit you. The ghost chuckled. You really get all sorts of skills, what even is this? Unrecognized attacks, huh? The effect was easy to deduce. It likely applied to automated devices like the sea urchins, attacks that activated without actually detecting Taesan wouldn't hit him. This is probably the limit. The ghost, examining the skill more closely, realized what Taesan meant. It has a conditional clause. From now on, all of Taesan's opponents would be at least on the level of immortals. In those battles, there would be no way for his enemies to lose sight of him. To use this skill effectively, Taesan would have to find ways to hide his presence, a difficult task against such opponents. I don't care, Taesan spoke calmly. This is still a jackpot. All the countless challenges and attempts to acquire skills. There had been many times when he spent years obtaining a skill, only to find it useless in real combat. Through experience, he had learned to filter out the bad ones. Copy was one of the prime examples of a valuable skill. Considering he hadn't anticipated this skill or even tried for it specifically, Taesan was more than satisfied. Yeah, I guess that's true. In reality, one who hides in the shadows wasn't a weak skill. It was a passive skill that didn't consume mana, and as long as Taesan concealed his presence, he could effortlessly avoid even high-tier attacks. If the ghost had obtained this skill while alive, he would have been overjoyed. But Taesan had acquired so many extraordinary skills that it now felt mundane in comparison. I guess my sense of value has become numb. The ghost let out a low groan. Taesan began contemplating how to utilize the skill. Stealth. His ability sword stealth effect allowed him to completely conceal his presence for 1 second. It would meet the conditions for the new skill. He could probably also use partial world alterations to hide my body. If he set his mind to it, there were many possible applications. He planned to determine the most efficient uses over time. Feeling satisfied, Taesan moved forward. He walked confidently, but soon new obstacles emerged. This time it wasn't sea urchins, it was small living creatures. They flapped their wings, their grotesque eyes staring. They were so tiny they were barely visible and swarmed like locusts. They started attacking Taesan, aiming to kill the intruder who had violated their master's territory. Taesan lightly clenched his fist. Crack, thousands of the creatures were crushed and scattered in an instant. Aren't you going to try for a skill this time? I've already tested every condition here, Taesan spoke nonchalantly. Invisible, tiny creatures, he had already explored every possible skill that could be gained from them in his previous life. And most of those skills had turned out to be completely useless. Ah, you've done it before, the ghost gave a hollow laugh. Meanwhile, Taesan pressed forward, heading toward the powerful presence he could sense in the distance. Chapter 4, 1681 Floor Lemigetten Part 5. He had gained everything there was to gain here. With that judgment, Taesan moved swiftly. Crunch, he swung his arm. The small beings swarming like locusts were crushed effortlessly. There was no need to use magic or dark arts. His physical strength alone was enough to break through. As Taesan advanced, the ghost asked him, "By the way, you said this wasn't a skill from your past life. Have you collected everything worth having now?" No, not yet. There are still some truly powerful skills left. Multiply, temporary time stop, and designated skill reset. Although improving proficiency would make direct hit possible, he couldn't even guess when he might acquire those three. The conditions to obtain these three skills were incredibly strict, more difficult and twisted than any skill Taesan had acquired so far. Even after conquering over 80 floors, he hadn't found a floor where the conditions were met. Will a floor with the right conditions appear before I clear this place? He wasn't sure. Though he had no intention of giving up, the chances didn't look promising. And even if such a floor appeared, there was no guarantee he'd be able to acquire the skills. Most of the skills Taesan had obtained required more than experience and judgment. They demanded something simpler. Luck. No matter how perfect the plan, no matter how prepared he was for every variable, without luck, acquiring those skills was impossible. Even if he could go back in time and try again, he wasn't sure he'd succeed. What should I do? He wasn't going to give up. The value of those skills was simply too great. But unlike the others, these skills wouldn't come just by meeting conditions and trying hard. As Taesan sorted through his thoughts and moved forward, he grew tired of the small creatures blocking his way and waved his hand. You have activated Frozen World. Crack, crackle, magic engulfed the demon world. A servant of Belial hurriedly shielded himself with power. Crunch. Arg, the surging cold shattered his protection. The servant desperately gathered more strength, barely managing to withstand it. His eyes trembled with fear. Taesan had used the skill casually, as if brushing off an annoyance, but the servant had to use all his power just to defend against it. "Who are you?" the servant asked in a trembling voice. By this point it was impossible not to know. Taesan was an immortal like his master, an adventurer. Taesan replied nonchalantly. "By the way, I'd really like an answer now. When you said other contractors were qualified, you secretly laughed at them inside, didn't you?" The servant flinched. Shock spread across his face. "How did you?" "That's not important." The servant thought he had hidden his emotions perfectly. But with the will of all things skill, Taesan could read even the emotions buried deep inside. It was scorn and mockery. Contempt for those who arrogantly strutted about, unaware of their own insignificance. "You acted as if they weren't qualified at all." The demons had allowed contractors into the domain through Lemageddon, essentially acknowledging their qualifications. But Belial's servant was convinced they weren't worthy. "You don't need to know. They are not qualified." The servant glared at Taesan with fierce eyes. "And neither are you. I admit your strength, but that's a different matter. Don't be like that. When I become the master of this place, you'll be my servant, right? You could at least tell me a few things." Taesan spoke playfully. The servant's face twisted with anger and he lunged forward, clearly done with the conversation. "Gone, huh?" Taesan could have chased him but didn't bother. "I have some guesses." Since Baal himself acknowledged that the domain could be claimed, it should be possible, but he never said it would be done through normal means. The castle wasn't far. Taesan continued walking. "Damn it," the old man stomped his foot, gritting his teeth. The ground quaked and twisted spikes erupted, striking the tiny creatures. But they didn't disappear. Knocked back and rolling across the ground, they staggered to their feet and charged again. "What the hell are these things?" The old man clenched his jaw. After barely breaking through a field of thorns, countless tiny minions of Belial had swarmed them. There were too many to count, and each one was incredibly strong. Even using all their power, they struggled to bring them down. A gloomy man raised his trembling hand. A fierce wind blasted the minions away. The old man summoned roots to form a path. They quickly ran along the newly created path. Only after running for a long time did they manage to escape the minions. Huff, huff. The four contractors gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. The old man glared at Khalid, grinding his teeth. "You bastard, what's wrong?" Khalid spoke calmly, clearly more composed than the others. The old man exploded in rage. "Because of your idiocy, one of us died. Why the hell did you do that?" When they were fighting off Belial's minions, Khalid had done something inexplicable. He had targeted the succubus with his dark magic. The succubus, caught off guard, was pushed into the horde and disappeared. Khalid smiled quietly. "Is that what you're upset about? Shouldn't you be thanking me instead?" "What?" "We're all competitors here. Only one of us can become a demon. I just reduced the competition. You should be grateful." "You insane bastard." Khalid wasn't wrong. They were all rivals. Eventually, they'd turn on each other. But at the very least, they had promised to work together while breaking through this place. And the one who suggested that first was Khalid. The gloomy man spoke quietly. "For now, it's a cooperative relationship. If you break that, I can't trust you." "Then don't," Khalid replied nonchalantly, flashing a twisted smile. "But if you try to push me out, at least one of you is going to die. I've got enough power for that." It was an obvious threat, but none of them could deny it. Khalid was definitely stronger than the others. The difference wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Moreover, Khalid had conserved a significant amount of strength, giving him an edge over the others. If they decided to fight him head-on, even if the three joined forces, they would likely suffer losses. In the end, they had no choice but to move forward together while waiting for the right opportunity. "A snake hiding in our midst, huh? Say whatever you want," Khalid chuckled. He would become a demon. Ascend to a lofty, eternal position transcending mortality. For that, he would do anything. They continued toward the castle. Meanwhile, Taesan had already arrived at the castle. Taesan placed his hand on the massive pitch-black gate. The final gateway guarding Belial's castle. The gate was incredibly sturdy, packed with immense power, making it nearly impossible for challengers to break through. But that didn't matter to Taesan. He applied pressure with his hand. Screech. With a grinding metallic sound, the gate crumpled like thin foil. Taesan swung his arm. Boom, the mangled gate shattered and flew away. Taesan stepped inside the castle. At that moment, the entire structure trembled. The floors, decorations, and walls began to move. They twisted, swirled, and emanated killing intent. Taesan, unfazed, drew his weapon. Belial's remnants lingered throughout the domain. Those remnants rejected intruders, and the place where they were most concentrated was this castle. The castle itself was moving to eliminate Taesan. Decorations hanging on the walls lunged at him as if alive. Boom. Taesan swung his sword, slicing the attacking objects apart. A pillar detached and hurtled toward him. Taesan raised his sword to block it, feeling its heavy weight pressing down. His body was pushed backward. Rumble. The floor collapsed and the remaining fragments gathered into a swirling mass. The vortex charged toward Taesan. Strong, Taesan was impressed. The force rushing at him was merely the remnants of the deceased Belial. Even so, the power contained within was monstrous. In terms of raw strength, it surpassed even Taesan. So this is a demon. It surpassed even Anjar's power. But still, in the end, it was just the residue of something long dead. Only fragments remained. There was no living will or essence. Taesan imbued his sword with his own will and strength. Then he swung it toward the surging remnants. Boom! A massive concentration of force collided with the thin blade. Taesan felt the crushing pressure but didn't retreat. Instead, he poured more will into his sword and stepped forward. Crash, the remnants of the castle shattered and scattered, but they quickly reformed into a single mass and attacked again. Taesan declared with firm resolve, collapse, crumble, and shatter. You have activated the declaration of collapse, crumbling, and shaking. Boom, the concentrated remnants quivered violently. Though they tried to hold together, Taesan's following declaration broke them apart. Explode. You have activated the declaration of explosion. Boom, the remnants burst apart, scattering in all directions. Yet Belial's remains had not vanished. The shattered fragments of the castle creaked and once again surged toward Taesan. You have activated internal world. Taesan's power and will consumed Belial's domain. Normally, Belial's strength would have blocked the expansion of Taesan's internal world, but as ownerless remnants, they couldn't resist. As Taesan's domain spread over the castle, the power within the remnants visibly weakened and their movements slowed. Pure strength alone wasn't enough to win. In battles beyond mortality, will and essence were more important than raw power. You have activated Grand Collapse. VRRRRRRR. The Grand Collapse, a force that disintegrated all things manifested in the world. You have activated Magic Separation. The black sphere of Grand Collapse split apart, scattering across the space. The fragmented spheres spread out, filling the area. Rumble, the separated forces collided with the castle fragments, causing them to disintegrate. Taesan clenched his fist. You have activated Magic Explosion. The dispersed Grand Collapse exploded. A powerful force engulfed everything. As the power subsided, nothing remained. The once grand castle had been completely obliterated without leaving a single piece behind. Is this all effective even against a demon? It was just the remnants of a dead demon. If it were still alive, things might have been different, but now it's no problem. Fair point. But after all that destruction, is the throne still intact? It is. Even with the castle gone, the overwhelming presence remained unchanged. Taesan walked in the direction of the energy. Oh, the ghost let out an involuntary gasp. Amidst the desolate wasteland stood a pitch-black throne, faintly pulsating. From the throne emanated a complete will, the essence of Belial himself. Taesan instinctively knew, if he sat on that throne, he would gain Belial's power and domain. The master of primordial dark magic, the demon's dominion, Taesan continued walking forward. Chapter 4, 1781 Floor Lemageddon, Part 6. At the moment Taesan was about to walk towards the throne, several presences rapidly approached. Taesan stopped walking and turned his head. Huff, huff, we made it. 4 figures appeared, gasping for breath. Their entire bodies were covered in wounds. The other contractors had sensed the intense ripple of power from Taesan's battle with Belial's remnants. Realizing that was their destination, they had sprinted straight here without looking back. As a result, they had taken considerable damage, but they had managed to reach their goal. Ooh, the throne! They gasped in awe upon seeing the throne. An immense power could be felt emanating from it, a power completely beyond their reach, transcendent in the literal sense. This was the demonic power they had come to claim. They barely noticed Taesan standing nearby. All of them were entranced by Belial's throne, and at that moment Halid moved. Halid unleashed demonic energy toward the old man. The old man reacted immediately. Crash. Kug, the old man hastily formed a barrier. The demonic energy collided with it, scattering in all directions. You bastard, Halid smirked darkly. Thanks for your hard work. Boom, dark magic exploded. The contractors clenched their teeth and charged at Halid. Did you think I'd just stand here and take it? Ha 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 ha. They had expected Halid to ambush them the moment they arrived and were prepared to fight back. However, they had already suffered too much damage breaking through Belial's domain. Halid, on the other hand, was clearly stronger and had fully conserved his strength. Even though it was 4 against 1, the battle was one-sided. In an instant, all the other contractors were defeated. At least you're clear about your desires. How admirable, such dedication to his own desires, it was almost praiseworthy. Ha 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 ha, I did it, I made it. I'm going to become a demon. Having defeated everyone, Halid burst into manic laughter. His eyes were filled with excitement. Belial's domain is mine, not if I have anything to say about it, Taesan muttered quietly. Halid, finally noticing Taesan's presence, turned his head. The unchosen one, how did you get here? Halid frowned, twisting his lips into a sneer. I see, so that's your ability. Since the very beginning, Taesan had perfectly concealed his strength. Halid assumed that Taesan's power specialized in hiding. He must have evaded the domain's attacks and snuck his way here. I have no business with you, die. Halid swung his fist through the air. Black demonic energy rippled through the space, surging like waves towards Taesan. Without sparing another glance, Halid began walking toward Belial's throne. Taesan expressionlessly extended his hand. He grabbed the surging wave of demonic energy and clenched his fist. Boom, the wave shattered into fragments. Halid, who had dismissed Taesan, spun around in shock. What the hell? More waves of demonic energy rushed toward Taesan. But he didn't block them, simply walking forward was enough to make the waves disperse. Taesan reached out and grabbed Halid by the neck, flinging him away. Crash, Kug, Halid coughed up blood. He glared at Taesan in disbelief before gritting his teeth. Damn it, Halid realized it then. Taesan was far stronger than him, so strong that comparison was meaningless. Whether Taesan had been hiding his power or had already reached a level they couldn't even perceive, one thing was certain: he stood on a much higher plane. I made it this far, Halid seethed with rage but quickly analyzed the situation. He began inching away from Taesan. You're quick-witted, Taesan murmured, watching him. Halid racked his brain, searching for a way to win. There's no way I can beat him in a normal fight. He had already used up his trump cards fighting the other dark magicians. Then, having made up his mind, Halid acted. He sprinted toward Belial's throne. Crack, the space around Taesan distorted, attempting to restrain him, but it wasn't strong enough to stop him, just to slow him down. If I can just sit on the throne, everything would be solved then. Taesan took a step forward. With that alone, the spatial distortion vanished. He could have caught Halid at any moment, but he didn't. Just like Halid had used the other dark magicians, Taesan had something he wanted to confirm. Without interference, Halid reached the throne. Finally, he would ascend to greatness. With an elated expression, Halid sat on the throne. At that moment, power descended upon him. Ooh, demonic energy surged through Halid's body. He felt a fullness and omnipotence he had never experienced before. Grinning twistedly, Halid looked at Taesan. Now he could sense Taesan's power, something he hadn't been able to feel before. It was certainly strong, but compared to the overwhelming energy now flowing through him, Taesan's strength seemed inferior. Halid decided to fully absorb this power before killing Taesan. As the intense energy continued to pour into him, Halid was intoxicated by it. Taesan silently watched Halid. So this was the meaning. Halid's face hardened as he continued absorbing power. No matter how much he accepted, the absorption wouldn't end. Something was slowly consuming his consciousness. Ha 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 ha, Belial's servant, who had appeared unnoticed, burst into manic laughter as he looked at Halid. Foolish and lowly beings, this is your fate. Halid let out a dying groan. Sanity faded from his eyes, replaced by something else. Taesan knew exactly what was happening. Belial, a demon believed to be long dead, the demon was now taking over Halid's body. He had somewhat expected this. Demons, by nature, were beings that transcended mortality, stronger than even Taesan. There was no way a mortal like Halid could truly accept that kind of power. It was obvious he was merely being used as a vessel for Belial's resurrection. My master, I apologize for allowing such a lowly creature to serve as your vessel. Belial's servant knelt and begged for forgiveness. Taesan walked toward Halid, whose body was slowly breaking apart. The servant sneered at Taesan. What a pity you wasted too much time. Had you acted sooner, you might have claimed Belial's power yourself, but now it's too late. No, Taesan placed his hand on Halid's body. Immediately, the demonic energy surged, trying to resist Taesan. Even now, trying to interfere is pointless. The fusion has already begun, but they haven't fully merged yet. The balance between power and vessel is still unstable. That makes it easy. A dark aura flowed from Taesan's hand, crushing the demonic energy trying to break free. What? Taesan pressed down harder. With a gruesome sound, Halid's body was torn away from the throne. The descent was cancelled. The power that had been embedding itself into Halid returned to the throne. Halid collapsed onto the floor, drooling. The shock of being overtaken by the power had shattered his mind and consciousness. But Taesan didn't care. He spoke calmly. I know you're watching. Why don't you come out? You noticed. A languid voice echoed as Baal descended. Baal. Belial's servant bowed deeply in panic, but Baal paid him no attention. Taesan spoke up. Was this a trap from the start? The quest's reward was Belial's power and essence. Clearly, Taesan and the other contractors had the chance to obtain it, but there was never a promise they could acquire it without issues. The other dark magicians would have suffered the same fate as Halid, consumed and transformed into Belial. It wasn't a lie, you all could have obtained that power. But you hid the truth. Blame the other demons, not me. Baal gazed at Belial's throne. They were the ones who concealed the truth. Is this a resurrection? Demons are beings from beyond this world. Death doesn't apply to them as it does to mortals. However, their bodies can be destroyed, forcing them back into the demon realm. To resurrect, they need a suitable vessel. So that's what Lemageddon is for. If a dark magician successfully sat on Belial's throne, they would lose their mind and intellect, becoming a vessel for the demon. That's what a direct contract truly meant. I don't particularly like this method. They can do as they please, but it's not the outcome I would have chosen. That's why you called me here. It became clear, while giving Taesan a trial, Baal also aimed to thwart the plans of the other demons. You executed my plan perfectly, I thank you. Now you can claim Belial's power and domain. Baal spoke calmly. Unlike the others, you're strong enough to contain that power. Taesan placed his hand on the throne. Immediately, Belial's power and essence surged toward him, trying to consume him. Taesan quickly pulled his hand back, shaking his head. You really love your games. I have no idea what you mean. But Baal's face bore a smile. You can claim Belial's power and essence without losing yourself, that's the truth. At the cost of losing my own strength, the power Taesan was being offered was everything Belial had, and that strength was far greater than his own. Of course, he could devour it. As someone who had already reached the level of an immortal, Taesan could repel Belial's will and absorb only the power and essence. But even if he succeeded, he would still lose much of his accumulated strength in the process. Isn't that a fair trade? Belial's power is immense, far beyond your current reach. Even if you lose what you've built, you'll gain something greater. Baal's whispers echoed like the temptations of a demon. You would wield a demon's pure power. This place would become your domain. You'd be able to command true dark magic. It's not a bad deal. No, Taesan shook his head firmly. I have no intention of doing that. He had grown strong by relying on his own power. Belial's strength was something he couldn't reach so easily, but it wasn't worth giving up everything he had built. There was no reason to hesitate. I see, that's unfortunate. You cleared the trial but won't be able to claim the reward. Baal chuckled as if it didn't matter. I'm not taking that path. Taesan stood before the throne, raising his sword. Soul Ascension, is it? Baal smiled quietly. With that skill, you can extract some of Belial's power without losing your own. But you know it, don't you? Most of the power will be lost in the process. Soul Ascension couldn't steal everything. While Taesan had earned the right to claim Belial's full power, using Soul Ascension would result in significant losses. That's still not a wrong choice. Baal didn't seem to care what Taesan chose. His gaze was filled with curiosity and amusement. He's certainly twisted. Taesan recalled what the demon god had once said, no choice would lead to complete satisfaction. Even if he made a decision, regret would follow. Baal seemed to enjoy watching mortals struggle with such dilemmas, but Taesan had no intention of playing along. Belial's throne was a condensed form of his power and essence. Taesan's sword pierced the throne. Rumble. The power stored within exploded outward. At the same time, Soul Ascension activated, beginning to extract a portion of Belial's power and essence. Taesan gripped his sword tightly, focusing his mind. Baal's amused expression briefly faltered. Soul Ascension was a force Taesan couldn't fully control, but Taesan had obtained a skill called Seed of Life which supported Soul Ascension. At first, it wasn't significant. But after defeating Hafren's world, its proficiency had reached 40%, unlocking new possibilities. Crack. Taesan interfered with the energy flowing into him, digging deeper. Crackle. Baal's eyes trembled. He had expected Taesan to take only a fraction of Belial's power. It wasn't a wrong assumption. Even a fragment of a demon's power was immense. Choosing to avoid losing his own strength seemed logical. But Taesan's actions suggested something else. He murmured toward the essence of Belial's while trying to invade him. I don't need your power or essence. He didn't want a strength that would consume his identity. Belial was undoubtedly stronger than Taesan, with a gap that couldn't be closed easily, but that was all. He would surpass that gap someday using only his own strength. Most importantly, Belial's power would never truly be his. Taesan had realized something after obtaining several powers of immortals. Even if Soul Ascension allowed him to steal their abilities, he could never reach the original wielder's level. It would be the same with Belial's power. Even if it was strong, it wouldn't be his own and thus would have clear limits. What he needed now wasn't power or essence. Rumble. Belial's throne began to rampage. Unlike before, it now rejected Taesan, lashing out violently as if unwilling to lose something precious. What Taesan sought was qualification, the demon's seed itself. Bale finally understood. Belial's domain was shaking violently on the verge of collapse. Incredible. You're aiming for one of the 72 seats. Bale laughed dryly. Belial's servant, who had been silently watching, panicked. Something was going terribly wrong. The very essence that maintained this place was twisting. And no, he lunged at Taesan, desperate to stop him before the entire domain collapsed. It's getting interesting, don't interfere. But Bale bared his teeth and unleashed his power on the servant, erasing him without a trace. Ki Yang. Belial's will rampaged, resisting the extraction. But without a body, its power alone couldn't stop Taesan. Taesan focused even harder. He used soul ascension to delve deeper into Belial's essence, reaching the source of its power. He didn't need anything else, just that core. Taesan reached out. Grasping the swirling energy around Belial's throne, he yanked it out. Crack, something was ripped free from the throne. Belial's will scattered into the void with a shriek, and the domain began to collapse. Taesan clenched the extracted essence tightly as it burst and merged with him. Your soul ascension has activated. Lemageddon has transformed into Throne of Lemageddon. At the same time, Belial's domain started to change. Chapter 4, 1880 Twined Floor, Lemageddon, Part 7. The remnants of Belial that had spread across the entire domain disappeared. The sea urchins guarding the domain, along with the small minions that scattered to block the intruders, all vanished. One by one, the traces proving this was Belial's domain disappeared, the throne slowly corroded, and now this place began to transform into Taesan's domain. Phew, Taesan caught his breath. Bale murmured with a surprised yet understanding expression. So this is your true self. With those words, Bale stomped his foot. The world flipped. In the blink of an eye, Taesan was transported into a space filled with thick darkness. Where is this? This is my domain. I hadn't planned to bring you here, but I suppose it doesn't matter now. There was nothing but darkness in Bale's domain, yet he could still distinguish objects. It was as if the darkness served the role of light. Bale clapped his hands. Congratulations, hybrid being, you are now the first human to claim the domain of an ancient demon. The demon's domain. Taesan raised his hand. He could feel a sensation coursing through his body that he hadn't experienced before. He now held a demon's domain. But I don't feel like I've become a demon. Though he could sense the power and instincts of a demon, he was still human. That's what's surprising, Bale chuckled as he spoke. Had you inherited Belial's power and title entirely, your very essence would have transformed into that of a demon. You would have become one of our kind. But instead, you only stole Belial's domain. As a result, your core remained unchanged. Taesan was still human. You acquired only the demon's domain while staying human. That's why you received the skill throne of Lemageddon. He didn't become a demon, he had simply stolen a demon's domain. The skill throne of Lemageddon represented that fact. It's truly astonishing and amusing. I didn't expect something in this world to defy my predictions. Bale smiled as he spoke. You now possess a demon's domain. That means your name is now inscribed among the 72 demons. You understand the significance of that, don't you? Only 72 demons could possess a domain, and Taesan had taken one of them. It meant that Belial's name was now overwritten by Kang Taesan's. Bale chuckled as if he truly found it amusing. A demon that existed since the beginning has perished, and now the master of that domain has changed. Truly, this is bewildering. You don't look that bewildered. I am surprised. But more than that, I'm enjoying this situation immensely. Bale gazed at Taesan with a look full of excitement. I never expected someone to forgo power and stature just to claim a seat. Power isn't important to me. The apostle of the high god who had killed Lee Tion and defeated him, and the top guides who once blocked his path were now beneath him. Power and rank could eventually be reached by conquering the labyrinth, but qualifications were different. The demon's domain. This opportunity would never come again. From the moment he saw the throne, Taesan's goal was not power but the seat itself. With the seed of life partially controlling soul ascension, he could claim the demon's domain. So, has anything changed? I'm curious, as this is the first time anyone has obtained a demon's domain. I feel the demonic energy closer. He could now control demonic energy as if it were an extension of his body. Bale nodded as if it were obvious. A demon is the master of demonic energy, controlling it perfectly is only natural, and I feel something inside me. It was still empty but incredibly vast. This must be the domain of a demon, correct? Bale stroked his chin, looking at Taesan with a curious expression before speaking again. The reward for this trial was Belial's domain and his seat. There was nothing more planned. But you've piqued my interest. I want to see where you'll end up, so I'll give you a little extra. The darkness filling Bale's domain wrapped around Taesan's body. Be grateful. You're the first to receive my black magic. You have acquired the intermediate black magic Bale's rushing abyss. You have acquired the intermediate black magic Bale's overlapping darkness. Your demonic energy has permanently increased by 3,000. Your proficiency in black magic has increased by 5%. Is it really okay to give me this much? A 3,000 increase in demonic energy. That was more than the amount Taesan currently had. Baal spoke nonchalantly. I am a great demon after all. Besides, you'll need a vast amount of demonic energy from now on. This much won't mean much. Baal waved his hand, signaling the end of their business. Darkness parted, revealing a path. Go through there. Lucifer is waiting for you. Taesan looked at the path, but he didn't step forward yet. Instead, he opened his mouth and asked Baal, I have a few questions. May I ask them? I've shown you something interesting and we're no longer strangers. Go ahead, I'll answer as much as I can. What exactly are you beings? Demons were similar to high gods, and high gods were beings exiled from this world. Now that he possessed a demon's domain, he could sense their power more clearly, and that power felt extremely alien. It wasn't of this world. I suppose it doesn't matter, Baal murmured after a moment of contemplation. You've probably guessed already, and at your current level it's fine to tell you, we are beings that existed before creation. Entities that had been around before the universe itself was born. That was what demons and high gods were. It's only natural that we can twist the laws of this realm. We existed before such laws were established. Rules created afterward mean nothing to us. It wasn't shocking. He had already guessed as much from the library of all things. If anything, this only raised more questions. Then what is your purpose? Beings that existed before creation had survived until now, tainting the world. Was there any purpose behind that? Do you exist to destroy the world? Or is there no meaning at all? Baal spoke ambiguously. Purpose, that's a tough one because it's our original sin. Original sin, consider us as beings who defy the flow of time. Though I am the master of demons, I didn't stop Belial's destruction. In fact, Baal had used Taesan to thwart the plans of other demons who tried to revive Belial. It meant Baal had no intention of bringing Belial back. We used to be far more numerous enough to blanket the world itself, but due to various events, only this few of us remain. Baal shook his head. That's enough, you'll have to find out the rest on your own. Understood, original sin, beings who defied the flow of time. It was new information, but Taesan still couldn't grasp the whole picture. He organized his thoughts. So are your questions done? I have one more. You called me a hybrid being. It's exactly as I said. Did you really think a being of this realm could wield the power of a high god and seize a demon's domain? Baal spoke as if it was only natural, as though it had always been that way. Belial's seat has never once been unclaimed since our birth. We are beings from before creation itself. It should be impossible for someone born after creation to interfere with such qualifications. And yet you intervened easily, forcefully overwriting Belial's name with your own. When did it start? Taesan had known for a while that he wasn't an ordinary person, but if he was truly a hybrid, when did it happen? Baal chuckled quietly. The labyrinth's magician are still frantically searching for that answer, but they won't find it easily, so I'll give you a hint. Think back, recall your journey. With those final words, Taesan's body was forcibly pushed into a portal. The world flipped and Taesan arrived in a vast, empty wasteland. My journey, Taesan shook his head. Just like Baal said, he couldn't find the answer right now. He lifted his gaze, a world with nothing in sight. What was once Belial's domain was now Taesan's. He walked through his new domain. He had acquired domains before when he altered the world through partial transformations or became the master of faith, but this felt completely different. It was pure, eternal, a world that was entirely his, untouched by anything else. Taesan gathered his will. Rumble, the empty world responded to his will and began to shift. The barren land shook, forming cliffs and mountain ranges. Though it reshaped nature itself, he felt no drain of power. This is your domain, this world belongs to you, do as you wish. A calm voice echoed. The demon god Lucifer had stepped into Taesan's domain. Greetings, so this is a demon's domain, I thought it was possible. Lucifer crossed her arms, seemingly deep in thought. Well, this isn't a bad outcome. Having come to a conclusion, she extended her hand to Taesan. Let's make a pact, Taesan, not as a human, but as the master of a demon's domain. Darkness flowed out, enveloping Taesan. What kind of pact? Demons exist beyond the laws of this world, but they still wield black magic. That's possible because of a contract with me, Lucifer continued. Through a contract with me, you can create your own black magic. You'll also be able to access the essence of demonic energy and strengthen this world. In return, the black magic you create will be shared with black magicians and demons. That's fine by me, Taesan agreed, and darkness gently seeped into him. You have acquired the contract skill Demon God and Demon. You have learned black magic creation. You have acquired the special passive skill Lord of Darkness. You have acquired the special passive skill Master of Black Magic. An excellent choice. Lucifer smiled, and Taesan could now feel a direct connection to her. Satisfied, she spoke. Right now you only have the seat. You still lack the power and stature to match it. You'll have to build that up over time. Demons, by nature, are immutable and don't grow stronger. But you're different. You've only claimed the domain, so you can still grow. Taesan's essence remained human. He hadn't become a demon, he simply wielded the power of a demon's domain. From here on out, I can't help you. This was Taesan's world, a place that only he could shape with his own power. I'll be cheering for you, make it into whatever you want. With that, Lucifer disappeared. My domain, huh? What will you do? I have too much to process right now. First, he needed to confirm what he had gained. Taesan opened his skill window, Throne of Lemegeddon. You have acquired the Throne of Lemegeddon after obtaining a demon's domain. You can now grant Lemegeddon to your minions. After claiming Belial's domain, he had obtained the Throne of Lemegeddon. As a high-tier skill, it even allowed him to bestow Lemegeddon upon his minions. Contract skill. Demon God and Demon. A contract between the demon god and a demon. The demon god lends her power to demons, while demons in turn can directly influence the world. He remembered what Lucifer had once told him: black magic was made possible by borrowing the power of demons. This skill was the key to that. Black magic creation. Proficiency 1%. You can use some of the power from your domain to create new black magic through your contract with the demon god. Creating black magic. Until now, Taesan had relied on various black magics created by other demons. Their power had been instrumental in helping him conquer the labyrinth, but now he had the ability to create his own black magic. Chapter 4, 1983rd Floor, Essence, the God of Descent. Part 1. First, he needed to figure out how to use the demon's domain. That had to be confirmed first. Taesan manifested his will. As a result, the domain transformed in various ways according to his intention. Kugugugung, cliffs emerged, and massive mountain ranges soared beyond his field of vision. With a wave of his hand, the mountains collapsed and vast plains took their place. This place was Taesan's domain. No matter how he altered the terrain, everything moved according to his will. For a moment, Taesan modified his domain, but soon he realized that his actions were meaningless. Although the appearance of the domain changed, it was only superficial. There was no actual shift in power. He needed a different kind of strength. It wasn't difficult to guess what that power might be. Dark energy seeped out from Taesan's body, spreading throughout his domain. Kugugugung. At that moment, the domain began to transform. Unlike when he had altered it with mere willpower, this was a fundamental shift. It felt as if he was expanding his own body and adjusting it at will. Taesan focused his will on the dark energy permeating his domain. What he sought was a sharp, heavy black wind capable of slicing through mountains and splitting the sea. The dark energy responded to his will and started changing. Then the wind blew. Its color was black. A dense, dark wind began swirling through the once silent domain. So this is how it works. At this moment, Taesan used his magic while thinking of the Seir's black wind, the basic black magic he had obtained. As a result, black winds began blowing in his domain for real. Taesan swung his hand. The scattered black wind gathered and soon formed a storm. Kagagagake, the fierce, jet-black storm shredded everything in its path. In an instant, a massive clearing was created. By infusing his domain with dark energy, he could materialize phenomena and summon them at will. This seemed to be the nature of black magic. However, for now, it was difficult to use freely. Taesan opened his status window. Level 171. Shield 25,162/25,162 health. 260,901/260,901. Mana 23,558/23,558. Dark energy 3244/5798. Strength 47,027. Agility 47,558. Intelligence 42,221. Attack power plus 12,238. Defense power plus 7422. The target is in optimal condition. The consumption of dark energy is too high. It had cost him 25-0 just to create the black wind. For now, using it perfectly would be difficult. Still, the fact that he could create his own black magic was significant. He was certain that he could craft the necessary magic according to the situation and conditions. The ghost let out an astonished breath at a loss for words. He had gained a demon's domain, one that had existed since before the dawn of creation, belonging to the 72 demons. This was a different kind of miracle than before. You're not actually human, are you? Are you some transcendent being or a demon's incarnation? I'm human. Taesan answered the ghost's joking remark. He was human. Even if he had become something mixed, his essence had not changed. Then, can I consider you a transcendent who ruled over his own domain? But Taesan denied even that claim. No. This is indeed a domain that I possess, but it's not truly my own. Ultimately, it was a demon's domain. He had accumulated and claimed this domain, but it wasn't one that solely belonged to him. At this moment, he was closer to an immortal being who had a domain. It was a dilemma. What kind of black magic should he create? A power unique to him, one that only he could wield. The answer did not come easily. I'll figure it out gradually. He needed to fully grasp what he could do with his domain. Recovering the dark energy spent on the domain wasn't difficult. Taesan reclaimed the black wind. From now on, what he needed was to increase his total dark energy. Fortunately, he had obtained a skill that would greatly aid him. Special passive skill, Lord of Darkness. Mastery 1%, the true ruler of darkness. Gains dark energy upon defeating an enemy. Additionally, continuously absorbs weak darkness in the surroundings to accumulate dark energy. It was a skill that facilitated the acquisition of dark energy. By defeating enemies, he could gain dark energy, and even by standing still, he could absorb the ambient darkness and increase his reserves. Given his current situation, this was an incredibly fitting skill. Now Taesan had obtained a demon's domain and taken a seat among the 72 demons. He had fundamentally drawn closer to the essence of black magic. Because of this, the constraints on black magic had been lifted. Special passive skill, Master of Black Magic. Black magic is the power to summon forces from the demon's domain. As its ruler, you are no longer restricted in the use of black magic. There was now only one restriction left. Taesan raised his arm. You have activated De Carabia's twisted flora. Quagagagang, roots that pierced through the world spread wildly through Taesan's domain, filling the space. A smile formed on Taesan's lips. Black magic was the act of summoning forces from the demon's domain. In other words, to truly wield its full power, one needed to open a passageway to the demon's domain. However, opening such a passage took considerable time. Until now, he had used conventional magic first to buy time, then linked it with black magic. This method was powerful but imposed significant constraints on his actions. But now that restriction, the need to open a passage, was gone. This is good, just this alone made clearing the trial worthwhile. Taesan opened a space and returned to the labyrinth. At that moment, a system window appeared announcing his progress. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have obtained the belt soaked in the deep darkness. You have obtained, his level increased by 3 and he received the floor clear rewards. Belt soaked in the deep darkness. Black magic plus 50, magic energy plus 500, strength plus 400, intelligence plus 400, attack power plus 300, defense power plus 300. A belt crafted from the leather of a lifeform dwelling in the deepest reaches of an unknown demon's domain. The darkness condensed within is so thick that an ordinary person would go insane upon touching it. It was an equipment piece with a high black magic and dark energy stat boost, along with decent attack power. The secret reward turned out to be a potion that permanently increased dark energy by 500 without any conditions. Since the total amount of dark energy was becoming increasingly important, this was an invaluable reward. Then the final reward, 2 intermediate black magic spells directly granted by Baal. Intermediate black magic, Baal's Rushing Abyss. Mana consumption 2000, dark energy consumption 800, mastery. 1% summons a space devoured by darkness within Baal's domain. This space, which distorts the concepts and laws of objects, is heavily degraded and now possesses only physical destructive force. The mana and dark energy cost were twice that of other black magic spells. Baal was a great demon, and even though this was still categorized as an intermediate black magic spell, its power was on a completely different level. Taesan immediately decided to test it. You have activated Baal's Rushing Abyss. Mana and dark energy drained from his body as a space devoured by darkness was summoned. The concentrated onyx black space, crushing and distorting everything within, surged forward like a tidal wave. Zzzzzzhhhh hung, a deafening noise echoed as the space itself began to warp and distort. The surging wave then clashed against the walls of the labyrinth. Kuwung, a massive explosion reverberated. When the distorted space returned to normal, deep scars were left on the labyrinth walls. This is on another level. Compared to all the black magic spells he had obtained so far, this one stood in a class of its own. Of course, high-tier spells like Grand Collapse had greater raw power, but Grand Collapse required a considerable charge time to gather strength. Meanwhile, Baal's black magic manifested almost instantly. Its high consumption cost was a drawback, but its utility far outweighed that issue. Satisfied, Taesan moved on to the next spell. Intermediate black magic. Baal's Overlapping Darkness. Mana consumption 17-0, dark energy consumption 700, mastery 1% summons multiple layers of darkness from Baal's domain to conceal the user's body. This degraded darkness is imperceptible even to transcendent beings, a spell that cloaked the body in darkness. Since this was a stealth-based ability, he needed a witness to confirm its effects. Taesan summoned Minerva and Barkaza. What is it, Master? It's been a while, huh? Minerva appeared in the labyrinth, looking at Taesan before letting out a dry chuckle. Master, you've gone too far ahead again, haven't you? The difference in power between them was now overwhelming. She groaned in frustration. It's great that you're getting stronger, but as a spirit, it's kind of sad that my value is disappearing. You both still have your own roles. As spirits, your detection abilities are outstanding, right? Of course. In terms of sensing, I'd say we're second only to immortals. And since we're contracted, you can sense me even better. No spirit ever loses track of their contractor. Minerva grumbled as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Taesan nodded. Good, then let's test something. You have activated Baal's overlapping darkness. Multiple layers of darkness wrapped around Taesan's body. His presence vanished completely. Minerva frowned in confusion. Master, are you actually there? I can't feel anything. Minerva was a contracted spirit. She should be able to sense where Taesan was, what he was doing, and even gauge his strength. But now even she couldn't detect him through the darkness. So this is how it works. Taesan moved his arm. The layered darkness flowed smoothly along with his movements. As long as he didn't make any sudden movements or receive an attack, the darkness wouldn't break. Even his contracted spirit couldn't track him. He thought it might pair perfectly with the shadow concealment skill. This is useful. Satisfied with the results, Taesan resumed his descent through the labyrinth. Floor 83 quest initiated. Overcome the trial of essence. Reward the ring of endless abyssal descent. Secret reward. All the floors from level 80 onward are just trials from gods. Taesan muttered. Floor 83, the god of descent essence. As he walked through the passage and opened the door, he found himself before Essence's altar. The altar was shaped like those used for human sacrifices. The energy emanating from it was incredibly deep. It felt as though he was falling into an endless abyss, an eerie sensation. At last, he stood before the god of descent. A deity who had devoured Princess Veldentia and treated Amelia like a mere toy. One of the few malevolent gods Taesan had encountered so far. Taesan placed his hand on the altar. A powerful energy surge engulfed him. The space distorted and his body was transported elsewhere. Minerva and Barkaza were forcibly unsummoned. His instincts told him he had arrived in Essence's domain, and a domain always had its rightful master. Taesan turned his head. It was enormous, so vast that its true form was impossible to comprehend. Its entire body writhed, an amalgamation of countless life forms forcibly fused together, an abomination. Now Taesan could finally see Essence's true form. This was the god of descent, Essence. A malicious gaze locked onto Taesan. At that moment he felt himself falling. His strength, his being, his mind, and body were all being pulled into an endless abyss. Simply looking at Essence was enough to trigger its power of descent. It doesn't work on me. Taesan tensed his entire body ever so slightly and shrugged off Essence's power. The force that had been dragging him into the abyss vanished. Essence's gaze now carried a hint of emotion. Taesan met its gaze head-on. The stare of two transcendent beings clashed. A wave of displeasure emanated from Essence, but it failed to affect Taesan directly. In the end, Essence was the first to speak. Let us make a deal, adventurer. Chapter 4, 2083rd Floor, Essence the God of Descent, Part 2. That doesn't sound very appealing. The quest on the 83rd floor was to clear the trial of the God of Descent. Essence could impose the trial on Taesan without making a deal. But there was only one reason it proposed a deal. It was to impose an enhanced trial, one that required staking one's life and was nearly impossible to clear. Even if a god proposed an enhanced trial, an adventurer had the right to refuse it. And Essence, unlike Lakarada's, could not force it. The demon god was surely watching over Taesan even now, so it had to be a deal, Essence spoke. The condition of the deal is that you do not refuse my trial. Why should I agree to that? A deal could only be made if both parties consented. Since his life was on the line, he had no reason to accept unless the reward was worth it. If you accept my deal, I will not interfere with other mortals. Essence's voice rumbled softly and Taesan closed his mouth. Most transcendents had no interest in mortals they deemed worthless. However, there were gods who delighted in tormenting and mocking mortals just for fun. And by Taesan's judgment, Essence was one of those gods. Players like Amelia, Kang Taesan, and others from different countries who were progressing through solo mode. Transcendents couldn't intervene directly in adventurers' affairs, but if they wished, they could interfere as much as they pleased. Maria had forced Taesan into her domain through an unfair choice, and Lakarada's had imposed an enhanced trial. There was no reason Essence couldn't do the same. Lee Tion was safe under Maria's protection, but other players who lacked divine favor could be hindered by Essence as much as it wanted. It's poking exactly where it hurts. What Essence mentioned was something Taesan had already been concerned about. While he could handle himself, others would struggle greatly if a god maliciously intervened. However, do as you please, Taesan rejected Essence's offer. Essence's true form trembled slightly. Taesan spoke calmly. You must know which god favors me, don't you? It's the demon god. She is trying to make me hers. If I ask her for a deal, I'm sure she'd gladly protect the other adventurers from you. Whether that was true or not, even Taesan wasn't certain. The demon god was fundamentally hands-off, but what mattered was that the possibility existed. Rather than making a deal with you, someone who wants to kill me, wouldn't it be far more reasonable for me to negotiate with the one who protects me? You. Irritation seeped into Essence's voice. A far denser and clearer intent to kill surged toward Taesan, but that was all. It didn't declare death upon him, nor did it exert any physical influence. As expected, when Taesan had freed Amelia, Essence had revealed its displeasure and tried to crush him. But the demon god had appeared and driven Essence away. There was a clear difference in power between the two. That was why Essence had to approach Taesan through a deal rather than coercion. Speak. In the end, Essence suppressed its killing intent. Its voice, tinged with annoyance, rang out. What do you mean? If you invoke the demon god's name, it means you desire something beyond this deal. Annoying, state your terms. I had no such intention, but if you insist. Taesan smirked. From the start, he had never planned to refuse. Even if it was enhanced, the trial was still part of the labyrinth. Difficult, yes, but never outright impossible. With a matching reward, Taesan had always intended to accept the deal, but I should take everything I can get. What I want is for you not to interfere with other adventurers, and your authority. The power itself. After the Earth Return quest ended, Maria bestowed Taesan with a skill called Selection Exclusion. A skill superior to attack nullification, it allowed him to erase a single enemy attack of his choosing. It was part of Maria's authority granted to Taesan. Its performance was exceptionally high. Among all the skills Taesan had acquired in this life, it ranked among the very best. Essence, too, was a transcendent being. The authority it held would likely have an effect similar to Selection Exclusion. Right now, what Taesan desired most as a reward was a transcendence authority. You dare to demand my authority? Essence's voice trembled with fury. A suffocating pressure filled the space. The only emotion emanating from Essence was anger. However, Taesan remained composed. If you don't like it, you're free to refuse. Whether Essence accepted or not, it didn't matter to Taesan. His offer was made with that in mind. Essence fell silent, suppressing its rage. After a long pause, a voice echoed, "Very well." Essence accepted Taesan's proposal. Taesan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Essence to agree so easily. "I accept your proposal." "Well, if that's your decision, I have no complaints." Rumble, the deal was sealed. As if in response, power surged wildly within Essence's domain. Subquest initiated. The god of descent Essence wishes to impose an enhanced trial upon you at its altar. Condition: clear Essence's model garden. Reward: non-interference with other adventurers. Essence's authority. Additional rewards based on trial completion. "Oh, I have one more request." Reading the system window, Taesan spoke up. "I want the soul of the Princess Veldenkia served to be included in the reward." "That is acceptable. However, I will seal one of your abilities." Essence's power began to envelop Taesan. "What ability do you intend to seal?" His voice was calm as it echoed through the space. "I will seal your rank of the Immortal. You will enter my model garden with only the rank of Immortal." Essence laughed. It sounded amused, as if it was certain that Taesan would never return alive. "A place where I have gathered countless talented individuals, my playthings. My model garden from which no one has ever escaped. You must clear it." Boom, a violent force swallowed Taesan whole. His body began plummeting deeper into Essence's domain. Then Taesan arrived in a desolate world. The ground was dry and cracked. A dry wind brushed against his cheek. Taesan let out a faint groan. His rank was falling. Though he had risen far beyond mortality, this was the realm of transcendence. His rank of the Immortal rapidly descended to the level of a mere mortal. His plummeting rank stopped when it reached the boundary. "So this is it." Taesan lifted his gaze. Dry, cracked earth and sharp winds surrounded him. There was nothing in sight, only an endless wasteland. "You have some nerve to propose a deal with a transcendent who holds hostility toward you." The ghost spoke in an incredulous tone. Even it had been speechless before Essence's wrath. But Taesan did not retreat. Instead, he seized an opportunity. "I have no reason to bow to someone who hates me." With that, Taesan checked his body's condition. The only thing sealed was his rank of the Immortal. All of his power remained intact. Though his ability to wield divine-like powers would be slightly diminished, it wasn't enough to render him incapable. Still, sealing your rank of the Immortal, that's a bit extreme. "I accepted the deal, so it doesn't matter," Taesan spoke calmly. He was too strong now. Either the labyrinth had to rise to his level or his power had to be sealed. He had already anticipated this. "Now then, what kind of place is this?" Essence called this his model garden, a place where he gathered his playthings, his personal little garden. Then what kind of playthings were gathered here? It didn't take long to find out. As Taesan walked across the wasteland, several figures appeared in the distance. Taesan halted and waited for them. Never seen you before. The man at the front stroked his chin. Their appearance felt oddly familiar. They dressed similarly to the adventurers Taesan had seen in the labyrinth, and they were strong. All five of them stood just below the threshold of transcendence. Slowly, Taesan started to understand where he was. The man observing Taesan suddenly asked, "Are you a newcomer?" "Newcomer. I'm asking if this is your first time here." Taesan nodded. A somber expression settled on their faces. "That's unfortunate." The god of descent is still playing his games. After letting out a brief sigh, the man asked calmly, "Do you have any idea who we are?" "Those who became the god of descent's playthings." "Correct. Just like you, we were all once chosen by the god of descent. He granted us his full support, but in the end we were all discarded." The man spoke gloomily. Taesan realized what this model garden was filled with. The god of descent selected talented mortals and granted them immense support. And when those mortals reached a certain level, he imposed insurmountable trials and cast them into an endless abyss. In his past life it had happened to Amelia, it had happened to Veldenkia's princess. This place was where the souls the god of descent had treated as toys were gathered. "Can't you see me?" The ghost waved its hand in front of them, but they did not react. "My apologies." Shitting, the man drew his sword. The others behind him also gripped their weapons. "I'm sorry to show you something so unpleasant the moment you arrive, but this will serve as a good example." The man tightened his grip on his sword. "More importantly, this isn't such a bad thing for you either. Don't worry too much. It's unfortunate, but in this place there is no such thing as death." With those words, they surrounded Taesan, blocking any escape. "Who's up this time?" "It's me, Captain." "Have you reached halfway yet?" "Still a long way to go." Taesan, watching them quietly, asked, "Are you after my life?" "Unfortunately, yes. You don't seem like it." Their expressions weren't filled with disdain or the look of a predator eyeing easy prey. Nor did they carry the greed and desire of thieves. Though there was no killing intent, they were clearly trying to kill him. "This place works that way." The man gave a bitter smile. "Apologies for not explaining. But you'll understand soon enough." The man spoke with an exhausted face. "This is the only hope we have left." The moment he finished speaking, they lunged at Taesan. Spears, swords, and arrows shot toward him from all directions. A fast and powerful assault on par with the leaders of the guides. Taesan drew his sword. Clang, 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 arg! Screams erupted. The man staggered back, staring at his bleeding hands in shock. In just a single exchange, his palms were torn open. "I don't understand." They had tried to kill him, yet there was no killing intent, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. "You said there's no death here. Then answer my question." Chapter 4, 2183rd Floor, Essence the God of Descent, Part 3. They did not answer Taesan's words and instead rushed at him once more. Kiving, light enveloped them. Taesan easily recognized what it was. It was a skill from the labyrinth. Each of them activated their skills and pressed Taesan. He responded in kind. "You have activated Baal's Surging Abyss." As ZZZT, the space darkened. The man who had been charging forward froze in fear. The spreading darkness rapidly engulfed them. Quagagagang, the pitch-black space surged in all directions. It crushed the space, obliterating everything in its path. Those who rushed at Taesan attempted to block it with defensive skills, but it was useless. They were swallowed by the space itself. Kugagagung, as the extending darkness dissipated, only one man remained, the one they had called their leader. Huff, the man exhaled sharply and collapsed. His body bore no visible wounds. Taesan was slightly surprised. "You blocked it perfectly." Baal's Surging Abyss wasn't as powerful as Grand Collapse, but it far exceeded mid-tier magic in power. For a mortal to block, it was nearly impossible. Yet the man before him had done so, albeit completely exhausted. Realizing that he was the only one left, the man let out a hollow laugh. "A monster of a rookie has entered. So, you're adventurers of the labyrinth." He had suspected as much from their familiar equipment, but after seeing their skills in action, he was sure. Though no activation window had appeared, they were undoubtedly using labyrinth skills. The man nodded. "Not all of us, but most are." "What are you doing in this place?" "That's not something I want to say myself." "Why?" "Because it's a disgraceful thing." With trembling arms, the man raised his sword. "You'll find out soon enough. A meddler will appear before long." The man charged at Taesan. Taesan raised his sword, Quajik. Taesan easily blocked and pierced the man's chest. Though dying, the man's expression showed no fear or pain. "I didn't expect to die to a rookie." With those last words, the man vanished. Taesan watched as his soul drifted somewhere into the model garden. After gazing in that direction for a moment, Taesan resumed walking. No matter how far he walked, the plains seemed endless. It was as if the scenery was copied and repeated infinitely. "There's no death here," they said. Death was not the end in this place. It likely meant they could be resurrected. Since they were all souls bound to essence, it wasn't surprising. But every action had a purpose. This place was the model garden, a space where the souls captured by the god of descent were trapped. Why had the god of descent created this place? That remained unknown. This is probably related. Taesan lifted his gaze and looked above him. There a white window hovered, points 5. When he first arrived, it had been 0. After defeating 5, the number had risen to 5. It seemed he earned a point for each opponent he defeated. There was no way these points existed without reason. As he continued pondering, Taesan sensed the presence of 8 figures approaching him. Good timing, he could ask them for answers. Taesan stopped walking. A rookie, sorry about this, but it's not necessarily bad news for you. The approaching figures were no different from those he had first encountered. They wore similar equipment to labyrinth adventurers, but there was no hostility or greed in their eyes toward Taesan, only weariness. You'll answer my questions, won't you? Just as Taesan reached for his sword. Stop. Ga, a booming voice echoed. The sound seemed to directly stimulate their brains, causing them to clutch their heads. The man who had first spoken to Taesan grimaced. So soon? I have arrived. The owner of the voice approached swiftly, kicking off the ground and landing gracefully between Taesan and the others. Golden hair swayed as her radiant golden eyes shone like jewels. That was exhausting. She had come from quite a distance, her breathing was slightly labored, but she carried an undeniable dignity. A natural-born nobility exuded from her presence. The man spoke gruffly. Here to interfere again, Golden Princess. Taesan silently admired her. She's strong. Of all the adventurers he had met in the model garden, she was the strongest. Even if Taesan fought seriously now, he wouldn't be able to take her down easily. She was one step away from the realm of the immortals. The woman called the Golden Princess nodded confidently. He must be a rookie, correct. I will take charge of his education for a while. You always meddle too much. He would naturally learn after experiencing it a few times. But if someone tells him, he won't have to suffer to find out. The Golden Princess spoke gently. You're an annoying woman. The man clicked his tongue. That old man who always follows you around, where is he? I'm right here. A slow-moving elderly man approached, carrying a long spear in his hand. Our princess always acts before she speaks. It's hard to keep up. My apologies. You've said that so many times now, I've given up, so it doesn't matter anymore. The old man, who appeared to be the Golden Princess's companion, was not as strong as her but was certainly stronger than the others. With him here too, there's no chance of victory. The man spoke calmly, yet they did not back down. All 8 of them drew their weapons. Just to confirm, how many are left? If we take you down, it should be enough. Perfect. The man grinned, revealing his teeth. The battle began. Hello, the Golden Princess smiled brightly at Taesan. What is your name? I am Kang Taesan. Kang Taesan, what a unique name. I am Diana. I am Reynold. The old man behind her introduced himself. The battle had ended in an instant. The Golden Princess had reached the threshold of a higher realm. Her opponents had not. The gap in power was immense, yet those who had fallen did not wear expressions of despair. She was smiling as if satisfied. Diana handed Taesan a piece of dried jerky. Would you like some? It's a precious delicacy here. While hunger does not exist in this place, simply putting something in your mouth carries its own significance. I'm fine. Oh. I see. Diana tossed the jerky into her mouth. Her movement was casual, yet every motion still carried an air of grace. Then let me ask to confirm. Are you by any chance an adventurer descending the labyrinth? Taesan nodded. Diana's eyes glimmered. Then perhaps, she was about to ask Taesan something, however she didn't continue. After a long moment of contemplation, she closed her mouth with a bitter smile. No, never mind. There's no need to check so soon. I'll save the fun for later. She came to a conclusion on her own. Taesan observed her for a moment before speaking. Why did you save me? To provide you with information about this place. I don't care, but the princess can't bring herself to abandon people like you. It's just in my nature. Well, you can think of it as self-satisfaction. Diana spoke softly. The fact that you're here means that you, too, have been used by the god of descent. That is unfortunate. Since we've all been deceived by him, I sympathize with you. Taesan had come here of his own will, but he silently listened to Diana's words. As you might have guessed, this place is where those used by the god of descent are gathered. It is a model garden created for his amusement. Diana raised a finger. First of all, the concept of death does not exist here. If someone perishes and vanishes, they will resurrect at a designated location after a day. There's no way to die at all. No, some even tried reducing their entire body to dust as a test, but they revived after experiencing excruciating pain. They could not die. They were destined to live here forever. The princess raised her finger and pointed to the horizon. There was nothing but a vast, empty plain. As you can see, there is nothing in this model garden. Some engineers tried to invent something, but everything simply turned to ashes and disappeared. Change was not permitted. The only amusement here is fighting one another. However, according to the god of descent's rules, once a battle begins, both sides must fight to the death, and yet the pain upon resurrection is no small matter. What a twisted god! Reynold clicked his tongue. Taesan asked them, how long have you been here? I don't know, I lost count ages ago. I'm not sure either. It feels like it's been hundreds of years, but beyond that I have no idea. They spoke with indifference. A static world where nothing was permitted. They could not die. Change was forbidden. Even battles were dictated by another's will. This place was a vast prison. That explains why you weren't hostile toward me. No one here fights because they want to. Since we are in the same situation, there's no point in resentment or rage. They were all victims. There was only one enemy, the god of dissent. However, something about their story did not add up. Then why did they try to defeat me? According to Diana, combat here was nothing more than entertainment. There was no reason to target a newcomer like Taesan, and you don't seem particularly despairing. This place was horrifying. Nothing changed, nothing was permitted, and they could not escape through death. Yet, considering that the people Taesan had met were surprisingly stable, they looked tired and exhausted, but they retained clear rationality. They did not seem like people who had suffered for hundreds or thousands of years. The reason is simple. Whether it's just a whim or because he finds it more entertaining for us to maintain our sanity, the god of dissent has provided us with a few conveniences. Diana let out a bitter smile. I mentioned that the dead revive at a designated place, correct? That location is a massive village, a place the god of dissent created. There people can eat meager meals and sleep on hard beds. There are even some simple amusements. At least some minimal living conditions existed. More importantly, there's a point system. You've probably noticed the system window displaying a point count above our heads. Every time you kill someone, you gain 1 point, and these points have several uses. The purpose of the points, it was not difficult to guess, to temporarily improve the facilities. Correct, Diana nodded. If you use 1 point for a meal, the plain soup turns into a delicious steak. If you use it for lodging, you can spend the night in a room with a cotton bed and a shower instead of a pile of straw. The more points you spend at once, the better the facilities become. So that's why they tried to kill me. They wanted points to enjoy food and a comfortable bed. It's a blatantly obvious trick, but it works. Most people rely on it to maintain their sanity. What a disgusting game. It really is. Talented mortals, those who had surpassed the deep layers and had a chance at clearing the labyrinth, now slaughtered each other for food and sleep. And they clung to that just to stay sane. It was clear why the god of dissent had created this place. But that's not all, is it? This system ensured they retained some level of mental stability, but that was its limit. There was no hope. Yet the people Taesan had met, including Diana, had something beyond that. Hope that they could leave this place. Diana smirked. You're lucky, you haven't been here long, yet you already have a chance to return to the world. Return? It'll be easier to show you. Let's go, Reynold. Right now, aren't we going to practice first? No need, I've rehearsed this moment thousands of times. Diana's eyes blazed as she gripped her sword. Follow me, I will set you free. Taesan followed behind her. They walked across the plains. Along the way, more people appeared, blocking Diana's path. Diana simply said one thing to them: I've gathered everyone. Ho, that single statement made the blockers lower their weapons. And they, too, followed behind Diana. The group grew and grew until, before long, it had formed a crowd of hundreds. Standing at the front, Diana walked forward with confidence. I told you there are multiple ways to use points. This is one of them. Then she arrived at the center of the plains. There stood a single pillar. Facing the pillar, Diana called out, O god of dissent, I am the princess of a destroyed world. Deceived and abandoned by you, I have come to this place. Kugagagung, the pillar began to activate. The gaze of the god of dissent descended. Diana, her eyes burning with resolve, opened her mouth. I have fulfilled your conditions. So I make my request, the Colosseum of Liberation. Chapter 4, 2283rd Floor, Essence, the God of Dissent, Part 4. The God of Dissent expressed his will through the pillar. That will was acceptance. Before long, a massive Colosseum formed around the pillar. Diana stood confidently at the very center of the Colosseum. The spectator seats of the Colosseum began to fill one by one. There are a lot of them. It wasn't just dozens. The number easily exceeded hundreds. It was as if every living being in this place had gathered. The God of Dissent has been filling this model garden with mortals since an unfathomable past. A mere 1,000 is actually a small number. Is this truly an event that everyone here would gather for? Reynold nodded. There are quite a few whose spirits have been broken here. Even if their basic needs were met, despair remains unchanged. But even those people come here without fail when the Colosseum is opened. What exactly is this Colosseum? The primary use of points is the temporary elevation of basic needs. Another way to use them is to open the Colosseum for liberation. Reynold spoke quietly. The condition is the consumption of 100 points. 100 points. 1 point was earned for defeating a single person. That meant one had to defeat 100 people. Everyone gathered here was stronger than the guides of sin. Collecting 100 points was bound to be an arduous task. What do you gain from opening the Colosseum under such strict conditions? It's simple. This is the Colosseum of Liberation. A deep yearning flickered in Reynolds' eyes. The one who requests the Colosseum must fight the apostle of the God of Descent, and if they win that battle, every soul trapped here will be freed. The liberation of souls, they can escape this cursed place and return to the outside world. There was heat in Reynolds' voice. His clenched fist tightened with conviction. So that's how it is. Why did these people have hope in their eyes? Why hadn't they collapsed in despair? It was because they still had a chance to return to the outside world. Earning 100 points was certainly a challenging condition, but with the strength of the princess and the old man, it wasn't an impossible goal. Is the battle winnable? The princess has opened the Colosseum multiple times. Each time she came devastatingly close to victory, but through those battles she has completely analyzed her opponent's strength. This time, it's entirely possible. Reynolds' voice was thick with hope. Taesan shifted his gaze, observing the others. They weren't much different. If anything, they burned with even stronger desire and hope than Reynolds. However, a few of them remained expressionless, as if they held no expectations at all, watching as if it were a predetermined play. Taesan turned his gaze to Diana, standing at the center of the Colosseum. Holding her rapier, she waited for her opponent with an unwavering expression. Rumble, the pillar began to activate. The crowd stirred with excitement. From the rotating pillar, a space opened up, and before long, an arm burst forth. Well, you called me already. Who's up? The owner of the arm revealed himself. His skin was a taut bronze, his muscular upper body was bare, his hair golden, and his demeanor exuded a certain carelessness. He's strong. Taesan analyzed the apostle's power. He was formidable. Even Diana couldn't guarantee victory easily, but it wasn't unwinnable. Diana had a real chance of seizing victory. You again? The apostle looked at Diana with an exasperated expression. Diana raised her rapier. I have analyzed every movement and every ounce of strength you have shown. Oh yeah, the apostle smirked and raised his fist. The once noisy spectators fell into instant silence. Diana assumed a flawless stance, drawing her rapier before dashing forward. The apostle bared his teeth and clenched his fist. Clang, rapier and fist clashed. The apostle swung his fist wildly while Diana maneuvered her rapier with precision. Oh, the ghost murmured. Diana's movements were exceptionally fluid. Without losing an ounce of composure, she deflected every attack. Kidding, Diana lifted her arm, redirecting the trajectory of the apostle's fist. She immediately struck at the opening, forcing the apostle to twist his body to evade. Ooh! A cheer erupted from the audience. Diana was overwhelming the apostle. The anticipation of returning to the outside world swelled. Diana pressed forward relentlessly. She thrust her rapier. The apostle blocked, but she didn't stop thrusting, her speed accelerating. The accelerated strikes left afterimages splitting into dozens of paths. A higher-tier version of continuous strikes. There was no skill activation window, perhaps because she was no longer bound by the labyrinth, but based on the effect it could be inferred. Each afterimage held substance. I've seen this before, the apostle grinned, channeling all his power into his fist. A dense, immense force took shape, forming a colossal fist. He unleashed it. That force was a concentrated mass of raw power. In contrast, the rapier's afterimages were ultimately fragmented strikes. It was clear that they would shatter under the blow, but Diana pulled her rapier back, then thrust forward. The dozens of split rapier strikes converged into one. Kijing ga, the rapier pierced through the massive fist, colliding with the apostle's hand. He hastily retreated, but a deep gash had already formed on his fist. I told you I have analyzed your strength completely. Diana's eyes gleamed as she charged again. She's strong, the ghost let out an admiring sigh. Much as I hate to admit it, her swordsmanship surpasses mine. At this rate, she really might win. Boom, the apostle swung his fist fiercely. He wasn't going down easily. He pressured Diana with his movements, occasionally launching unpredictable attacks. But Diana responded with composure, countering every strike. The difference in strength wasn't overwhelming. The battle would be decided by who had better knowledge of their opponent, and Diana had nearly perfected her understanding of the apostle. Everyone here was strong in their own right. They recognized it too. Their hope and anticipation grew ever stronger. At this rate, you might clear the quest before you even lift a finger, and if she fails, you could handle this without any trouble. Is this the quest's clear condition? The ghost spoke. The apostle was on par with Diana, and Taesan was undoubtedly superior to her. If Taesan gathered points and opened the Colosseum, his victory would be certain, but Taesan's gaze darkened. A Colosseum opened at the cost of 100 points. Defeating the apostle of a god would lead to liberation. It was clear why the god of descent had created such a possibility. The god of descent did not want these souls to resign themselves to despair in this model garden. He was a god who delighted in watching mortals rise to great heights, only to crash back down. This Colosseum was a mechanism designed to make them fall. Kang the apostle stumbled backward. Diana steadied her breath. Sweat streamed down her entire body, but her expression remained bright. The odds were in their favor. The fight still had a long way to go, but as long as she didn't make any mistakes, she could definitely win. Even the apostle was impressed by her. You're impressive. You're the first one to push me this far this quickly. You were definitely worth being chosen by essence. Right, you'll regret using me. No, the apostle smirked. That will never happen. The apostle lunged forward, and Taesan saw it. Something no one else could perceive, only he who had reached the realm of the immortal could see it. A new power was being born within the apostle. The apostle swung his fist. Boom, ah. Diana, who blocked the punch, staggered under its force. A dark red aura swirled around the apostle's body. He was hiding more power all along. Reynold let out a sigh of despair. Judging from their reactions, this dark red energy had never appeared in any of the previous Colosseums. Diana barely managed to regain her stance and forced a smile. I've never seen that power before. There was no need to use it. It has a time limit and the penalty isn't small, but it's more than enough to take down someone as exhausted as you. The apostle bared his teeth, but Taesan understood that power was not something the apostle originally possessed. It was a force that had just emerged during the battle, so victory was never possible from the start. The apostle's strength was equal to Diana's. If she could analyze his power and avoid mistakes, she could win. At least that's how it seemed. But in reality, the longer the battle continued, the apostle would somehow gain new strength. It was likely the work of the god of descent. No matter how strong they were still mortals. They couldn't perceive the machinations of a transcendent being, and that newly acquired power completely shifted the flow of battle. Even if they managed to overcome this, another new power would arise. The Colosseum was nothing but a false hope. How unfortunate, you clung to a foolish dream. Try again next time. The apostle sneered at Diana, his face filled with amusement. Diana's pupils widened. She fought desperately to endure, but she had already exhausted most of her strength. Bit by bit, the apostle's attacks started landing on her. The once excited audience had gone silent. With a twisted grin, the apostle threw his fist forward. Diana's stomach was pierced through. Diana lost. Despair gripped the people. They had believed she could win, which made their disappointment all the heavier. But that feeling didn't last long. That was unfortunate. But we figured out a new power. Next time we'll be able to take him down. Their reasoning wasn't entirely wrong. Shortly after the apostle defeated Diana, the dark red aura disappeared. If she had just held on a little longer, she could have turned the battle back in her favor. That was, if the god of descent hadn't intervened. Still, they clung to hope and dispersed once more. It's a shame, but at least we've learned something new. I'll be challenging it myself soon. I need to devise a strategy in advance. Reynold was no different from the rest. Taesan asked him, where is Diana now? She's dead at the moment, so she'll revive in a day. She's probably resting in the highest room in the village. She went through a lot, so she deserves a day of rest. I see. Well, what do you plan to do now? If you want, you could join the princess and me. As he spoke, Reynold turned to look at Taesan, only to freeze in shock. Taesan had disappeared, and he hadn't even noticed when Taesan had left. How his voice was filled with bewilderment. The next day after arriving in the village, Taesan sought out Diana. He knocked on a lavishly decorated door and a soft voice answered. Come in, creak. As he entered, he saw Diana sitting on the bed. Upon seeing him, she smiled brightly. Oh my Taesan, welcome. Without a word, Taesan stepped inside. Diana gave him an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I said I'd bring us back, but in the end I lost so miserably. It doesn't matter, you were never meant to win. What? Diana's expression stiffened. Taesan stared at her emotionlessly. Others might not have realized it, but you must have noticed. The Colosseum is nothing more than false hope. When the apostle wielded that dark red energy, Diana's expression had been different from the others. Rather than shock, she had shown something closer to resignation, as if she had known all along that her opponent would gain new power. Honestly, anyone who thinks about it for a moment should realize it. The god of descent would never truly grant liberation. Most people either forget this or choose to ignore it, but you're not like them. Among the spectators, some had shown no reaction at all. Even when Diana lost, their expressions remained unchanged. They all shared one trait: they were the strongest among the gathered. They must have challenged the Colosseum multiple times in an attempt to escape, and they had come to understand. This was an unwinnable battle, but unlike them, you haven't given up. Diana understood that she couldn't win, yet she still held on to the hope of escape. More than that, there was a deep sense of desperation in her. She was utterly determined to leave the labyrinth. Is there something that important waiting for you outside? Why do you ask? A quiet voice filled the room. A chilling hostility radiated from Diana. Taesan brushed it aside nonchalantly and spoke. It's simple, you might be one of the reasons I'm here. A reason? Veldentia, do you know that name? Diana's pupils dilated. How do you know that name? So I was right. Her actions, her speech, and even her appearance, everything matched the description Veldentia had given him. At first, he had been uncertain, but after watching her fight, he was sure. Veldentia is looking for you. To do so, he made a contract with the wizard and established himself in the labyrinth. I came here to rescue you, Princess of the Magician. Chapter 4, 2383rd Floor, Essence the God of Descent. Part 5, Velt and Sia. Diana repeated the name. Her voice was filled with an awkwardness as if she had never imagined she would utter that name. He did that for me. He made a contract with the wizard to save you. He settled on the 61st floor and took on the role of testing the adventurers who came to him. Taesan opened his inventory. He gave me a quest to rescue his princess. He promised to give me everything he had in return. I accepted that quest. From his inventory, he pulled out a music box, the mage's music box, a music box created by Veldentia for the princess he had lost. The music box started to play and a song filled the air, a powerful melody, one that heralded the arrival of morning. Diana's pupils widened. This is the item Veldentia gave me with the quest. He said it could heal your soul. So it was true. I never imagined I would hear my homeland's song again after coming this far. Diana let out a small laugh. My world was destroyed. The only ones who know that song are me and Veldentia. There is no lie in your words, ha ha, how absurd. He told me to forget him and live my own life, yet in the end he made a contract with the wizard. Though her words carried reproach, her expression betrayed an undeniable joy. After taking a moment to process her emotions, Diana spoke again. If you don't mind, could you tell me about Veldentia? If you wish. Taesan recounted everything he knew about Veldentia. The trials he administered, his role, and why he had given Taesan the quest. Diana listened intently, her face lighting up with happiness. He hasn't changed, that's reassuring, she smiled gently. Thank you, Kang Taesan. I never imagined I would hear about him again, someone I thought I would never see or hear from ever again. Her tone had shifted. Taesan shook his head. You don't have to be so formal. No, you are the warrior who came here to save me. I must show you the proper respect. I sincerely thank you. She rose from the bed and gracefully adjusted her posture. It was the perfect posture of a princess. With that, their relationship was clarified. Diana, now composed, asked, so, you weren't deceived by the god of descent? I came here of my own will. I did make a deal, though. I hesitate to ask, but are you truly okay? Many strong individuals are here. Some are even stronger than I am. But none of them have managed to clear the Colosseum. It doesn't matter, Taesan replied calmly, as if there was no problem at all. Diana hesitated for a moment before carefully asking, I can tell you're concealing your strength. You must be quite powerful. If possible, could you show me your true power? Now that he thought about it, he was still suppressing his authority. Taesan released the skill. Oh, at that moment Diana's expression froze. Her face turned pale and she instinctively reached for the sword beside her bed. Barely managing to calm herself, she took a deep breath. You're strong. Her expression showed clear admiration that she couldn't hide. You're at a level far beyond me. If it's you, maybe it's possible. The only way to clear this place was to defeat an apostle in the Colosseum. The power Taesan had just revealed surpassed that of an apostle. If he fought head-on, he could seize victory. No, but Taesan denied her words. It won't be that easy. It was designed that way from the start. Are you referring to what you mentioned earlier? You must know as well. The apostle is designed to be unbeatable. The close battles everyone had were nothing more than false hope. I would be no different. He didn't know the exact mechanics, but one thing was clear, the apostle could never lose. That was a rule set in place. If Taesan had full access to his power, he could have crushed it with sheer strength, but his authority had been sealed. It was clear that the god of descent had deliberately reduced him to a mortal level for this very reason. So it's true, Diana lowered her head. She had suspected as much. Everyone here except for her had long abandoned any expectations. The reason was simple. After hundreds, even thousands of attempts, they had come to understand that it was impossible. She too had been denying it, but deep down she had always known. There's no other way out, is there? There probably isn't. Everyone here has tried. In the end, the only way to escape was to clear the Colosseum. But winning in the Colosseum was impossible. Now, Taesan understood why the god of descent was so certain he wouldn't return. The only exit had been sealed from the beginning. For now, let's gather information. Your Highness, can you tell me about your battles with the apostle? Diana, with a composed expression, began to speak. I have opened the Colosseum 47 times. At first I was defeated helplessly, but as I gained experience, I gradually improved. By my 30th attempt, I was nearly fighting on equal footing. But from that point on, the apostle kept unveiling new abilities. Whether it was martial techniques, special movements, or entirely new skills. Every time she thought she had grasped its patterns, something new would emerge. The spectators thought the apostle was simply hiding its strength and that I could win next time, but I had a different opinion. Diana bit her lip. The abilities the apostle revealed always felt too perfectly suited for the situation. Suited? My stamina was fine, but when my skills were exhausted, it pulled out an ability that couldn't be countered. And in the opposite situation, its stamina suddenly recovered. It wasn't an overwhelming change, but it was enough to shift the flow of battle. More than 10 fights had all followed the same pattern. Something felt off. It was too perfectly timed to be just a display of hidden strength. If you're not the one fighting directly, you wouldn't notice. But as I kept watching, I started to feel that something was strange. Now that I hear your story, Taesan Nim, I understand. It was designed that way from the start. Diana spoke in a bitter tone. Taesan stroked his chin. Diana's words triggered a thought in his mind. But he had only seen one battle directly, so he couldn't be certain. After thinking for a moment, Taesan made a decision. If you gather 100 points, anyone can open a coliseum? Yes. But there aren't many people strong enough to collect 100 points. That's why they cooperate with each other. I see. I should try it myself. Taesan left the room. Leaving the village, Taesan ran across the plains. Before long, he spotted a group of 5. They seemed to be the ones Diana had mentioned, those who cooperated to gather points. Taesan drew his sword. They only noticed him when he was already close. But by then it was far too late. Crunch, Kyug, a scream and a thunderous crash erupted. It took only a single strike. All 5 collapsed in an instant. Taesan kicked off the ground. Before long, he found another group, this time 4. Just as before, he charged in directly and attacked. The simplicity of his approach left them completely unable to respond. They fell, unable to block even a single strike. As expected, but seriously, you're a monster. The ghost clicked its tongue. The ones Taesan had just defeated weren't weak. The fact that they had been chosen by the god of descent meant that they had the talent to reach at least the 83rd floor. And yet they had fallen in a single blow. As Taesan moved, he spoke. The basic stat difference is just too big. Taesan's stats were the foundation of his confidence. They were far superior to his opponents. In addition, he had superior equipment, and even the fundamental gap in class was overwhelming. Although his immortal state was diminished, once someone reached that level, they were fundamentally different from mere mortals. Especially those who hadn't even reached the boundary. There was no reason to struggle. Taesan continued to clear them out. In less than a day, he had gathered over 40 points, and soon enough, rumors began to spread. Those who had been resurrected spoke of their defeat, how they couldn't even react before losing. The identity of their attacker spread, and soon everyone knew the name of the newcomer. A monster had arrived. The rumors spread rapidly until everyone knew, and then those who had been staying quiet began to move. This makes 60 points. Taesan checked his total. By tomorrow, he would be able to open the Colosseum. Just as he was about to keep moving, he stopped. 5 presences were approaching him, and they were stronger than anyone he had faced so far. They were at the level of the princess. They were at the very boundary. Surrounding Taesan, they spoke in hushed voices. You're strong. At that moment, Taesan released the seal on his authority. His power was radiating openly into the world. Why are you here? To confirm something. They each revealed their power. A variety of energies pressed down on Taesan. You plan to clear the Colosseum. Before that, we want to test your strength. A trial from the losers, huh? I won't deny it. After all, we've already given up. A calm voice echoed. Taesan examined them one by one. One wielded a sword, another held a spear. The remaining 2 emanated magic, one with conventional magic, the other with dark magic. And the last one possessed the power of spirits. Each of them had a distinct strength. Taesan quickly organized his thoughts. The conditions have been met. This works out well. Works out well? Just as you want to test me, I have something I want to test too. Right now, he was no longer immortal. If he had to gauge his level, he was at the boundary. So then, could he still acquire skills while in this weakened state? Come at me. Chapter 4, 83rd Floor, Essence the God of Descent, Part 6. They charged forward. The first to attack wielded a sword. Swords clashed against each other. Kagagak, Taesan tightened his grip. Unable to withstand the force, his opponent was flung backward. However, they quickly regained their stance and rushed in again. Taesan was undeniably stronger than them. Yet in terms of fundamental rank, they were on equal footing. He couldn't simply ignore them. Kakak, he pushed his opponent away with his sword, but immediately a spear thrust in from the opening. Taesan didn't counter with his sword. Instead, he swiftly retrieved a spear from his inventory. Spinning the spear, he deflected his opponent's weapon and struck forward. His opponent didn't retreat. Instead, they charged forward. Their bodies moved naturally. Dodging Taesan's thrust, they grabbed the spear that had been knocked away and pulled it back. A precise movement yet devoid of their own will. That was a counter skill. Taesan responded in kind. You have activated counter. 2 identical skills activated simultaneously. In such cases, the winner was determined by base stats and skill proficiency. His opponent staggered backward. There was no time to rest. Magic and dark magic came flying toward Taesan, a bright arrow of light that obstructed his vision, and a pitch-black wave that sought to devour everything. The system window didn't appear, but he knew what skills they were. Starlight Arrow and Marba's Pitch Black Wave. You have activated Starlight Arrow. You have activated Marba's Pitch Black Wave. An identical arrow of light and pitch black wave materialized. Absorbing his opponent's power, Taesan charged at them. His opponents, alarmed, hastily deployed defensive skills to block the attack. Ifrit, this is unexpected. It seems I'll be facing a famous one here. Flames flared up and a handsome man appeared. The power he wielded was considerable. The Fire Spirit King, then he should respond with a Spirit King of his own. You have summoned the Wind Spirit King Minerva. Winds gathered, forming a beautiful woman. Haha. I never expected to fight another Spirit King. We are merely manifestations of our contractor's will. Let us begin, young Spirit King. I shall show you the power of experience. I don't plan on losing. Wind and fire clashed. Minerva relentlessly pressured Ifrit. Ifrit counterattacked, but the overwhelming power of the wind extinguished him completely. A Spirit King's strength was proportional to their contractor's power. Minerva was able to wield her full strength. Moreover, having absorbed Vishnu's core, Minerva was far stronger than other Spirit Kings. Kugagagung, a battle of 1 versus 5. It unfolded as a one-sided fight in favor of the one. The spear-wielding opponent failed to block Taesan's spear and had their arm pierced through. They quickly created distance and let out a bitter smile. You're monstrously strong. And yet even someone like you was deceived by the god of descent. I don't feel like explaining, figure it out yourself. Taesan stored his spear and drew his sword. Activating Strong Blow, he deflected an incoming attack. And then a frozen world engulfed him. Taesan responded by activating Frozen World as well. Jjojojojok, his opponent's frozen world was consumed and overridden. Barely managing to retreat using restricted blink, his opponent grimaced. What are you doing? What? Why are you only fighting in the same way as us? Taesan was mirroring his opponent's fighting styles. Against sword users, he used a sword. Against spear users, he used a spear. Against magic users, he used magic. Against dark magic users, he used dark magic. Against spirits, he used spirits. He even used the exact same skills as his opponents. There was something he was aiming for. I told you, I'm testing something. Taesan gave a simple reply and swung his sword. His opponent barely managed to hold out, but the battle was completely one-sided. The difference in proficiency and base stats was too great. Even though Taesan was matching their skills, they began to fall one by one. Kuang. Finally, the last opponent fell. Taesan thrust his spear, piercing their heart. His dying opponent's face was oddly serene. I don't know why someone like you ended up here, but it doesn't matter. This place is designed that way. That's not for you to decide, that's my call to make. The last remaining opponent vanished. Their soul drifted toward the village, then a system window appeared. Your soul ascension has activated. Counter proficiency has increased by 1%. You have fought against multiple opponents, matching their skills precisely and emerged victorious. You have acquired the special passive skill Perfect Supremacy. It worked. Skills could not be acquired if the gap between oneself and the opponent was too great. Then could he forcibly lower his own rank to obtain skills? The experiment was a success. Special passive skill Perfect Supremacy. Proficiency 1%. When countering an opponent's skill with the exact same skill, its power and speed are increased. It was a skill that could only be obtained by fighting adventurers of the labyrinth. The conditions were strict. He had to battle at least 5 opponents simultaneously, each wielding different abilities, and defeat them by mirroring their skills. Not only that, but his opponents had to use skills that matched the ones he already possessed, and he still had to win despite using the same abilities. Unlike those who hid in the shadows, this skill could not be acquired if the difference in power was too vast. This opens up new possibilities. The skills he had obtained in his past life but had yet to acquire in this one. Those skills might now be inaccessible due to his current strength. Reaching an immortal state had made skill acquisition more difficult. He had been pondering how to overcome this problem, and now he had found a solution. By sealing his own rank and power, he could still acquire new skills, but sealing his rank wasn't easy. At least, it was impossible for him to do it on his own. It would require a contract with a transcendent being. And no god would willingly seal his power without reason. Even those transcendent beings who favored him wouldn't grant such a shortcut, but at least there's a chance. That alone was enough. Now all that remained was to figure out how to meet the conditions. After confirming everything, Taesan continued to collect points, and in less than 2 days he had gathered 100 points. Taesan arrived at the pillar. God of Descent, I have met the conditions. Kugagagung, the pillar activated. He could feel the gaze of the God of Descent. I make my request here, a Colosseum for liberation. The God of Descent responded with a smile. The Colosseum opened once more. The news spread throughout the model garden. No one expected it to reopen so quickly, and they gathered at the Colosseum with both anticipation and apprehension. Sir Taesan, what do you plan to do? I'll check things out first. In response to Diana's question, Taesan answered calmly, As the spectator stands filled, the space split open and the apostle appeared. So this is why it opened so quickly, it was you. The apostle bared his teeth at Taesan, a lowly being who dares defy Lord Essence. You're finished, I'll teach you proper respect. You teaching me? Taesan spoke indifferently. The apostle's power was at Diana's level, he had no chance of winning, and yet his face brimmed with confidence. I know I am weaker than you, but here in this place I can defeat you. The apostle clenched his fist and charged. Taesan swung his sword, Khwagic fist met blade and the apostle's body was crushed instantly. Taesan tightened his grip. The apostle was sent flying, crashing into the Colosseum's wall. The impact sent a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Oh, ooh! After a brief silence, a deafening cheer erupted from the audience. Never before had they seen an apostle so utterly overwhelmed. Hope glimmered in their eyes. The apostle staggered to his feet. For someone at his level, it should have been impossible to block Taesan's attack without injury, and yet his body bore no serious wounds. You've probably already figured out all of my power. This was the god of Descent's domain. That meant they likely understood the majority of Taesan's strength. There was no reason to hold back. You have activated Great Collapse. Jjejeojok, the force of destruction that crumbled all things took shape. The spectators gasped unconsciously. Some, likely mages, widened their eyes in shock. Advanced magic, Taesan swung Great Collapse without hesitation. The apostle didn't retreat. Raising his fist, he swung directly at the oncoming destruction. Jjejeojok, but advanced magic interfered with concepts themselves. The apostle's counterattack was meaningless. The Great Collapse swallowed him whole. You, the apostle roared, releasing his energy. His power condensed and condensed further, and then Taesan saw it, a new power awakening within the apostle. The apostle gathered every ounce of his strength. With nothing left to spare, he unleashed it all against the Great Collapse. Kuwung, the spell exploded, debris obscured their vision. Is it over? There was no way the apostle could withstand the Great Collapse. Hope flickered in everyone's eyes. As the dust settled, the apostle came into view. The apostle was covered in wounds. His entire body was drenched in blood, but he did not fall. He stood tall, glaring at Taesan with pride. I will never lose, Taesan overwhelmed the apostle. The apostle barely managed to block the Great Collapse, suffering severe injuries. He could not properly defend himself against Taesan's continued attacks and sustained additional wounds, but he refused to fall. With a roar, he continued to draw upon his power, barely fending off the attacks. The spectators believed Taesan would win. It certainly looked that way, but Taesan's expression remained cold. You have activated Baal's surging abyss. A space died and pitch black surged forth. It contained the power of a great demon. Baal's power. The apostle, already cornered, had no way to block it. And yet he did not fall. Even as he teetered on the brink of death, he awakened another power, barely managing to fend off surging abyss. It was the same as when he blocked the Great Collapse. A sigh of frustration rippled through the audience. I told you I will not lose, the apostle laughed and charged at Taesan. Taesan swung his sword, Khwagic. The apostle didn't get pushed back. Unlike before, he adapted to Taesan's movements, responding with his fists. To an outsider, it might have seemed like he was reading Taesan's attacks, but Taesan, facing him directly, understood the truth. The apostle was being forcefully adjusted to match Taesan's level. This was the typical unwinnable boss fight found in games. Even if his HP dropped to 1, it would infinitely regenerate. His power and speed would keep increasing. The battle was rigged, designed to be unwinnable. The apostle was playing along to give a glimmer of hope, but in the end he was an unbeatable boss. Black and gold hues began to intertwine on Taesan's blade. It was the boundary line. The spectators instinctively backed away. A foreboding aura gathered into the blade. Even though his immortal rank had fallen, this much power was still within his control. Taesan swung the boundary line. The apostle did not retreat. My God! Within the boundary line was a force that defied all laws. The apostle could not survive it, but Taesan saw something. The apostle wielded a power beyond his understanding, a higher dimensional force. Grant me your strength, cast down those who dare defy you into the abyss, and divine authority engulfed Taesan. It began affecting all of his power. The boundary line collapsed. Like falling into an endless void, the strength and rank contained within it drained away. Ashen energy flickered. Slowly, black and gold began to re-emerge. The apostle clenched his fist. He swung at the incoming boundary line. Kugagagung, ashen energy exploded, splitting into black and gold. Taesan watched the apostle without a change in expression. Ha, the apostle let out a manic laugh. His body was in tatters, one arm was missing, his upper body was a mess of torn flesh, yet he did not fall. Instead, he roared at Taesan. His wounds healed instantly. Your power is strong. But surely you don't think it's absolute? The high gods existed beyond laws, entities that corrupted the world. But in the end, they were defeated. Overwhelmed by transcendence, they were banished beyond reality. That meant that transcendent tier power could counter even the boundary line. You will never defeat me, you will never escape this place. With unwavering certainty, the apostle declared victory. He grinned. Taesan muttered, interesting. What, not erasing, blocking, or nullifying power, but forcing it to descend and fail, that's an intriguing ability. The apostle forced Taesan to waste his trump card. It should have been devastating. But Taesan's expression didn't change. No, he seemed pleased. Why aren't you panicking? Why should I should be enjoying this. Taesan spoke casually. After all, it's power that I'll be taking for myself. Chapter 4, 25, 83rd Floor, Essence, the God of Descent. Part 7, the apostle hesitated for a moment. Taesan's face showed certainty. A certainty that he could obtain the power of the God of Descent that the apostle had demonstrated. Hearing his unwavering voice, even the apostle for a moment found Taesan's words convincing. Ridiculous. But the apostle immediately denied his own thoughts. It was impossible. Taesan's power could never reach him. Clenching his fist confidently, he charged forward. Taesan responded in kind. Crunch, the course of the battle remained unchanged. Taesan was still overwhelming the apostle. However, the result did not change either. The apostle did not fall. Rather, he was beginning to adapt to Taesan's power. Wait a minute. Only then did the spectators begin to realize that something was wrong. The power Taesan was displaying, each and every move was clearly superior to theirs. Even compared to the princess who had opened the Colosseum just a few days ago, he had reached an entirely different level. And the apostle was an opponent on par with the princess. He should not have been able to withstand Taesan's attacks. Yet, despite his precarious state, the apostle was continuing the battle without suffering major damage. As if he had been designed that way from the very beginning. A wave of despair spread through the spectators. They too realized the truth about the Colosseum. HMPH. No need to keep up the act any longer. You must have tried to hide it, but what a pity. It doesn't matter, the apostle sneered. It's a bit earlier than expected, but he will be pleased. Those who believed an escape existed will now realize the truth and plunge into the abyss. It's the kind of spectacle that Lord Essence greatly enjoys. The apostle burst into manic laughter. Above all, you cannot give up. Even if there's nothing at the end of the rope, you cannot let go of your only hope. The apostle slammed his fists together. Come, feel the weight of your own powerlessness. Taesan leisurely unsheathed his sword. The battle continued. Taesan drew out countless powers and the apostle responded to all of them. The apostle's face was filled with confidence, while Taesan's face was lit with amusement. An opponent who would not fall no matter how many attacks he landed. A perfect adversary for increasing his proficiency. Taesan used a multitude of skills, raising their mastery levels. Even if their skill levels were similar, the difference in power was massive, making it difficult to gain substantial proficiency. But he was more than satisfied. Taesan managed to significantly increase his proficiency in magic, black magic, and various other skills. And in the process, he continued to analyze the apostle's power. Once he completed his assessment, Taesan withdrew his sword. This is it, I lose. What? Rumble. With the participant admitting defeat, the Colosseum came to an end. The apostle was visibly taken aback by Taesan's sudden surrender. You're giving up just like that? I've learned everything I needed to, Taesan casually left. Amidst the apostle's confusion and disbelief, Taesan silently vanished. The apostle stood there dumbfounded. Taesan used his remaining points to book a decent room. He never expected to win from the first battle. What he wanted was information and a strategy. He had obtained more than enough. Since he had also raised his proficiency significantly, he only needed to recover before challenging the battle again. It's a shame I didn't acquire any new skills. None of the skills he remembered had met the necessary conditions. A few new skills came to mind, but they carried considerable risks. Since he hadn't fully grasped the apostle's abilities yet, there was no need to rush. Taesan organized his thoughts. The apostle was an unbeatable boss. No matter how much health was shaved off, it would always regenerate. The apostle adapted to Taesan's skills, acquiring new powers, and even countering the boundary. This was his first time encountering interference with the boundary itself. Yet Taesan was not particularly surprised. The boundary was powerful but not omnipotent. He already knew that transcendence and immortals could break through it. There was no reason to be shocked now. Instead, he found it thrilling to realize that he could obtain a power capable of interfering with the boundary itself. Knock, knock. A knock echoed at the door. The Golden Princess Diana entered. Sir Taesan. Are you all right? What's the matter? Diana looked startled upon entering. She had expected Taesan to be mentally shaken, but there was no change in his expression. No, it seems you don't need my advice, Diana calmly asked. What do you plan to do? I'm thinking. He had grasped the fundamental structure and principles, but he had yet to figure out how to break through them. Ultimately, the problem was the power of the God of Descent. He needed to overcome it. Why was the god of dissent so certain of his victory? Because he planned to use his authority, and authority was something built upon the very existence of its wielder. For a transcendent being like Essence, it wasn't surprising to possess such absolute confidence. Isn't there some kind of loophole we could exploit? That'll be difficult. This was the domain of the god of dissent. A loophole would not be allowed. Even skills that surpassed the boundary or those that relied on eternal faith were sealed. Taesan pondered. Diana too furrowed her brows deep in thought. The apostle was indeed taking normal damage. However, as Taesan had predicted, his health never dropped below 1. The moment it reached 1, it would regenerate. That meant the method to win was simple. If the apostle's health couldn't drop below 1, then Taesan only needed to force it to 0. Taesan had a method to do just that, the boundary, a force that defied order and ignored the laws. With this power, he could bring down the apostle. The god of dissent understood this, which is why he used his authority to block the boundary. Inadvertently, the god of dissent confirmed that the boundary was indeed the solution. The authority of a transcendent. That was what he needed to overcome. However, this was the very authority of a transcendent. In his current mortal state, Taesan had no chance of overcoming it. Even if the authority wasn't complete, the fact remained. The power of a transcendent was enough to erase the boundary Taesan had created in his current weakened state. But it hadn't. This meant the apostle had limits in wielding the authority. Even as an apostle of a god, he couldn't fully control the power of a transcendent. There had to be a limit. I have to break through that limit. But how? The authority of dissent could even interfere with the boundary. It was a law among laws, one of the highest order laws. There was no way to break it using laws within the system. Taesan had previously defeated an apostle of Horai, who wielded the authority of a transcendent, but he hadn't broken the authority itself. Back then, he had exploited the fact that the apostle hadn't fully mastered the authority. Essence likely determined that, no matter what method Taesan tried, he would be unable to break through the authority. That was why this trial had been imposed. But what if he used a power unknown to the god of dissent? Taesan reached a conclusion. A day later, after fully recovering his spent power and gathering more points, Taesan reopened the Colosseum. The spectator seats were packed again, but the faces were different this time. Gone were the expressions of belief and anticipation. Instead, they sat half-dazed, their spirits crushed. "Princess?" "Ah, Reynold." With a haggard face, Reynold approached Diana. "Are you all right? You don't look well. In a place where we can't even die, does health even have meaning?" Reynold gave a bitter smile. "We were fools, running around without knowing the truth." "Princess, did you know from the beginning?" Diana nodded. Reynold's face twisted in anguish. "I'm sorry, I spoke thoughtlessly to you without knowing anything. No, thanks to you I was able to keep my mind steady. There's no need to apologize." "I appreciate that." After composing himself, Reynold turned to look at Taesan. "I thought it would be years before the Colosseum opened again. Have you found a way? Who knows? The princess doesn't know either." He didn't give me a clear answer. When I asked why, he said the god of dissent might be watching. That makes sense. This was his domain. There was no way he wouldn't know what was happening here. But he must have seen a possibility if he's challenging it again. A glimmer of hope flickered in Reynold's eyes, and then the apostle appeared, his expression twisted in displeasure as he glared at Taesan. In the previous battle, Taesan had declared defeat, but there had been no sense of victory for the apostle, only the feeling of being used. "I'll kill you." The apostle gritted his teeth. Taesan silently raised his sword. The battle began. The pattern of the fight remained unchanged. Taesan overwhelmed the apostle, and the apostle barely managed to defend, but no one cheered. Everyone had realized the truth. This was a preordained performance. Their faces sank deeper into despair. "Ha ha ha ha," blocking Taesan's sword with his fist, the apostle laughed. "You will never defeat me. That's how this is meant to be." "Maybe not." Taesan took the materials and fed them into his wrist guard. The wrist guard devoured the materials greedily, and then Taesan altered the world. "You have activated partial world alteration." But what changed was not the world. Taesan altered himself. What he desired was control over mana. "You have activated frozen world negation." A darkness colder than the void surged forth. The apostle's face stiffened in an instant. "Erg!" The apostle clenched his fist and swung. Rumble. Until now, the apostle had always acquired powers that gave him superiority over his opponent's abilities. But this time, he failed. The magic of negation was a fusion of darkness and magic. At its core, it inherently had superiority over all powers within this world. In the end, the apostle was swallowed by the pitch-black cold. "Crackle, what is this?" The apostle, his entire body frozen, grimaced. "You wield a rather unusual power, but it doesn't matter." Breaking free from the ice, the apostle spoke with conviction. "This alone will not kill me. I know that." The magic of negation granted an absolute advantage in compatibility. However, it did not completely ignore the laws of existence. Likewise, while the apostle did not fall, he also could not counter it. That was enough. The magic of negation was a fusion of the power of an ancient god and magic. It did not fall under the domain of conventional laws. Black and gold intertwined on Taesan's sword, forming a gray hue. He swung the boundary. Ha ha ha, how foolish, the apostle sneered at him. O great deity, grant me your power. Cast all who dare oppose you into the abyss. Divine authority surged toward Taesan. At the same time, Taesan activated his skill. You have activated selective exclusion. It was the power of Maria, the ability to erase the opponent's choices. But nothing happened. Taesan clicked his tongue. Is it because it's not an attack, or is it simply ineffective against divine authority? Regardless of the reason, the authority of dissent engulfed Taesan. It intervened with his existence, nullifying all the powers he wielded and rendering them meaningless. That included the boundary. The boundary rapidly lost its power. The blackness and divinity within it began to separate. In this state, he could not kill the apostle. Taesan knew this. This was where the real battle began. You have activated frozen world negation. You have activated mana storm negation. You have activated the undying flame bird negation. One after another, Taesan unleashed the magic of negation. Each spell manifested alongside the boundary, only to be erased upon activation. The authority of dissent was still wrapped around Taesan, making escape impossible. Yet Taesan did not stop. Instead, he drew in even more mana, pouring out his power. Black and divine light intertwined again, recreating the boundary. Endlessly, forces powerful enough to collapse the world began to emerge. Zhu. The apostle's face hardened. He sensed something was off. You have activated grand collapse negation. A distorted sphere materialized in the world. The authority of dissent engulfed and erased the grand collapse, crack. But something was different. From the cracks in the divine authority surrounding Taesan, energy began to seep through, as if he had pushed past the limits of the authority itself. At last the apostle realized what Taesan was aiming for, his face twisting in horror. How dare you? Do you intend to challenge the power of a transcendent directly? Ridiculous. He is a transcendent. You are nothing but a mere mortal who can never reach him. Transcendents ruled over concepts themselves. They possessed domains befitting their divine status, wielding near-absolute influence within them. The god of dissent was a transcendent who ruled over the very concept of falling. The authority of dissent wielded by essence was not just about making objects drop, it encompassed natural laws like gravity itself. To break such power, one needed to wield another concept, to intervene in the very fabric of laws themselves. In essence, only another transcendent could counter it. That should have been an impossibility. And yet Taesan was attempting to shatter essence's authority with sheer force. That's not for you to decide, that's for me to decide. But this was still not enough. What he was trying to do now was to deny the fundamental laws of the world. Even with both the boundary and the magic of negation, it was not enough to pierce the authority of dissent. So he needed one more thing, something that surpassed immortality, power that could reach a transcendent. Taesan unleashed his demonic energy, but it wasn't the black magic of some other demon. It was his own black magic. You have activated Kang Taesan's domain liberation. Chapter 4, 2683rd Floor, Essence the God of Dissent. Part 8, what is that? Dark energy seeped out. It wasn't the black magic of anyone else, it was Taesan's own black magic. What is that? The apostle shouted with a twisted expression. It was as if he had never expected Taesan to use his own black magic. As I thought. He was currently in the domain of the god of dissent. The god of dissent must have examined Taesan's inner self and confirmed the power he possessed. But even gods did not know everything. The magic of negation was a power created through the fusion of black magic and conventional magic. Even Zelbando, the god of magic, had not foreseen it. Its origin was within the domain of the god of magic. The demonic domain that Taesan had acquired was the same. It was a power obtained from both the demon god and Baal. And the god of magic and the demon god were transcendents, just like essence. No matter how transcendent one might be, they could not grasp the events that transpired between other transcendents. Essence did not fully comprehend Taesan's power. He unleashed his dark energy. Black magic created phenomena and summoned entities within the demonic domain by harnessing dark energy. Taesan poured all the dark energy he possessed into the domain. The phenomena he created were harmony and amplification, and now he had unleashed the demonic domain here. Essence's domain, the model garden, was now infused with the demonic domain. Like oil thrown into a raging fire, it swelled instantly. Magic of negation was a force mixing black and Zelbando's magic. The demonic domain belonged to beings akin to high gods. The boundary was a blend of black magic and divinity. As if welcoming each other, as if feeling a sense of kinship, they began to merge without resistance. Dark energy spread like a spider's web, following the boundary and the magic of negation. Jjojojojik, the authority of the god of dissent which had surrounded Taesan, began to collapse. The apostle's eyes widened. This is impossible. This is Essence's authority. It is the law of the world. If you can't understand it, then just die. You have activated copy. Dark energy was duplicated. The double dark energy intertwined with the boundary and the magic of negation. Through endless fusion, it became something that was neither the boundary nor the magic of negation, nor even black magic. Contained within it was a power capable of negating the very laws of the world. Taesan swung his sword with force. Jejiowang, a shattering sound echoed. It was not the sound of material or space breaking. It was the sound of a concept itself being shattered. Essence's authority collided with something that negated laws, and they cancelled each other out. You have overcome the authority of a transcendent. You have obtained the special activation skill. Law negation, your proficiency in black magic has increased by 4%. Your proficiency in boundary has increased by number $. Your proficiency in black magic creation has increased by 5%. The apostle stood in a daze, mouth agape. Taesan steadied his breathing. His condition was far from good. His mana and dark energy were nearly depleted and his health was draining rapidly. He intended to finish it now. Taesan stomped forward. The apostle finally snapped back to his senses. God, grant me your power, cast everything that dares defy you into the abyss. The prayer was never completed. Taesan had already appeared right in front of the apostle. The apostle hastily stopped his prayer and gathered all his strength. He put everything into his punch, but as it collided with the boundary, it crumbled. The boundary engulfed the apostle. His entire body began to collapse, disintegrating from its very structure. Oh, ooh! The apostle let out a desperate roar. His body, which had been disintegrating in an instant, was restored to its original state. But it immediately collapsed again. He was like a shattered vessel. He could force the pieces back together to imitate his former shape, but that was his limit. With even the slightest shock, he would break apart once more. The apostle's body, the vessel itself, had already been shattered and scattered beyond repair. This can't be happening, the apostle shouted in denial. He was the apostle of the god of descent, the gatekeeper of the model garden who had brought despair to countless adventurers and reveled in it. He had never doubted that he would live like this forever, but now his end had arrived. The apostle resisted, but the boundary consumed everything. As Taesan prepared to deliver the final blow, a massive presence intervened. A force filled with both astonishment and fury tried to directly affect Taesan through the apostle. No, Essence, intervening like this isn't fun. Something else spread its power with laughter. A voice, young, familiar, and unmistakably that of a little girl. The force that had been about to strike Taesan was repelled in an instant. Taesan infused his sword with the boundary and swung it. The apostle was engulfed by the boundary. His very existence was erased. Your soul ascension has activated. Your stamina has permanently increased by 45, strength by 875, agility by 587. Your soul ascension has activated. You have obtained the special passive skill, the Undying One. Taesan sheathed his sword. The gray haze vanished, leaving nothing behind. The apostle of the god of descent, who had long served as the gatekeeper of the model garden, had been completely annihilated. Groans of disbelief came from the spectators. From the middle of the battle, they had ceased to fully understand what was happening. The forces unleashed had far surpassed the comprehension of mere mortals. The only thing they could grasp was the result, and the result was the apostles' defeat. With victory in the Colosseum, they would all be able to return to the outside world. Ooh! A roar erupted. The sound carried all the joy of the world within it. Inside it was fervent worship and faith directed toward Taesan. For a moment, Taesan felt an overwhelming surge of divinity that even he found discomforting. Your proficiency in divine power has increased by 1%, for it to rise this much. Their numbers were not great. Compared to the faith he received on earth, it was a mere speck. But because each of them stood at the precipice of mortality, their faith carried tremendous weight. Lord Taesan, the princess approached with a face filled with both joy and disbelief. You truly won. I believed it was possible, but this... Taesan raised a hand to stop her stammering words. It's not over yet. What? Taesan turned his gaze toward the empty air. Come out. KQ-duck. The space distorted. A gaze full of rage locked onto Taesan. All those who had been cheering swallowed their breaths. Their faces turned pale. A single, undeniable emotion filled the air, rage so intense that even they could sense it. That fury alone was enough to distort the model garden, yet Taesan remained composed, letting the anger wash over him. You, a voice rang out, a murderous intent aimed squarely at Taesan. Essence desperately wanted to kill him. But it could not. The demon god was still watching them from afar. In the end, Essence had no choice but to swallow its anger. That damned demon god playing tricks like this, Essence muttered through clenched teeth. But it did not seem like its anger was solely because the demon god had stopped it. After composing its emotions for a moment, it made a declaration. You have won in the Colosseum. You are free. My toys are gone. Essence didn't want to say it, but there was no other choice. Victory in the Colosseum meant freedom. It was a declaration made under its own name, and those words couldn't be taken back now. And damn it all. I will grant you a reward. Essence's power seeped into Taesan. It was a fragment of Essence's authority. You have obtained the special activation skill, Descent of All Things. You have obtained the shoes of the Free One. Get lost. The next time we meet, I will stake everything to kill you. With those murderous words, Essence's presence vanished. Only then did the people who had been holding their breath finally exhale. Ha ha ha, someone let out a laugh. The laughter spread like a wave, infecting everyone around them. Essence had given its word. They could leave. Everyone burst into cheers, unleashing their overwhelming joy. For hundreds, perhaps thousands of years, they had been trapped here. They had barely clung to life, holding on to the faintest glimmer of hope in the face of despair. And now they had seized that hope with their own hands. How could they not rejoice? Reynold too grasped Teesan's hand, shaking it with an excited face. Thank you, truly thank you, I can't even put it into words. I'd love to give you something in return, but the damned restriction still hasn't been lifted, so I can't do even that. Restriction? It's the restriction of the god of descent. We can't give anything to one another. Even though we've been freed, it seems that constraint hasn't been lifted yet. Reynold chuckled. When I return to my labyrinth, I'll give you everything I have. Don't refuse. I don't intend to. A reward was a reward. He would gladly accept it. Taesan then asked him, what will you do now? I don't know. Reynold stroked his chin. We failed to conquer the labyrinth. I don't know if going back down is even an option at this point. More than that, I doubt most of us have any desire to continue anymore. Reynold let out a bitter smile. We were trapped here for too long. We've realized that freedom is worth far more than strength. I don't know either, the princess murmured, wearing a complicated expression. What would they do once they returned? The sudden freedom left them all uncertain. For now, I want to meet Veldentia. I'll think about it after that. Diana spoke with a bright face. But why isn't anything happening? Hours had passed since Essence declared their freedom, yet they were still in the model garden. A trace of unease crossed Reynold's face. Did it lie? I doubt it. Maybe it's negotiating with the labyrinth's administrator. There are just too many of us to let in at once. Over 1,000 adventurers had reached the 83rd floor. It wouldn't be strange if the labyrinth was overflowing. They waited with that thought in mind until change finally came. Kugagyugung, as if the world had fulfilled its purpose, the model garden began to fold in on itself. Finally, Reynold murmured with excitement. Diana quietly closed her eyes. Kugagyugung, the world collapsed one last time, and Taesan returned to a familiar place. Quest clear. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have obtained the ring that falls into the endless abyss. You have obtained the 83rd floor. The place where the altar of the god of descent was located, and he was not alone. Where did everyone go? Diana looked around in confusion. All those who had been imprisoned by the god of descent had vanished. Only Diana remained beside Taesan. You've returned, and waiting for them as if expecting their arrival was Balbabamba. Oh my, Diana covered her mouth with her hand. It's been a while, hasn't it? Balbabamba, indeed, princess. They clearly recognized each other. It wasn't surprising. If she had made it to the 83rd floor, they were bound to have crossed paths. You've made quite the mess this time. Thanks to you, I'll have to rebuild the 83rd floor. My apologies. No, this time it's fine, you've done well. Unlike before, Balbabamba did not sound annoyed. Even though it meant more work, he actually seemed pleased. This isn't a bad thing for me either, Balbabamba explained. We are in a cooperative relationship with the gods. By principle, we cannot place restrictions on their actions, however. To be frank, I've never liked the god of descent. No need to ask why. The labyrinth existed to witness the struggles of mortals, but the god of descent had treated talented mortals as mere playthings, trapping them in the model garden. It directly contradicted the purpose of the labyrinth. There was no way an administrator like Balbabamba would approve. There's nothing we can do for the souls already bound, but from now on, no more souls will fall into the god of descent's hands. What happened to the god of descent? We had a conversation. As a result, our relationship has deteriorated, Balbabamba spoke calmly. At the very least, you won't see it appearing before you through the labyrinth again. Chapter 4, 2761st floor, Veldentia's wish. Are you saying they completely left the labyrinth? That's impossible. The contract between the labyrinth and a transcendent being isn't something that can be resolved so easily. If they left on their own accord, maybe, but expelling them from this side is difficult. Let's just say we had a deep conversation. It seemed that some details were confidential, as Balbabamba skillfully redirected the topic. At the very least, they can no longer interfere with the labyrinth through trials. That's all you need to know. That's good news. Inside the labyrinth, there was no longer any need to worry about the god of descent. That was a relief for Taesan, who already had plenty of enemies. That was all the information he could get about the god of descent. Taesan moved on to another question. Then, where did the others go? There had been over 1,000 people in the model garden, yet the only one remaining here was Diana. Just her, they are no longer adventurers. The labyrinth's administrator declared as if passing judgment. Even if the god of descent intervened, they still failed to clear the trial. Thanks to you, they were freed, but that doesn't change the fact that they are losers, just like the ghost standing next to you. The ghost? Diana looked around, however she couldn't sense the presence of the ghost. So you exiled them. They no longer have the right to descend into the labyrinth. I sent them all back to the labyrinth's entrance. The rest is up to them. Balbabamba spoke indifferently. His tone suggested that he had no interest in what they did or what choices they made. That's unfortunate. Reynold had promised to give everything he had if they returned to the labyrinth, but they were exiled. There would be no reward. As Taesan lamented the situation, Balbabamba spoke again. But even though they are failures, they were once adventurers, and not just any adventurers, they were talented individuals. You freed them. As the labyrinth's administrator, I shall reward you for that. Balbabamba activates number 18. You have obtained 500,000 gold. Oh ho, 500,000 gold, that was a considerable amount. Combined with the gold Taesan already had, he could now afford some decent equipment. Not bad, so why did the princess stay behind? The princess, like the others, was also a failure. Balbabamba answered as if it were obvious. She is Veldentia's, his wish. For now she is allowed to remain in the labyrinth. Once the wish is fulfilled, she must leave. Veldentia, Diana murmured quietly. That's all I have to explain for now. I need to start moving as well. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own. Thanks. Without another word, Balbabamba vanished. Taesan looked at Diana. Then shall we go meet him? Yes. Diana clenched her fist against her chest and nodded. The floor where Veldentia resided was the 61st floor. They had quite a few floors to climb. The first NPC they encountered was a shopkeeper. Princess, oh my, it's been a while. The shopkeeper looked shocked when he saw Diana. You were supposed to have been devoured by the god of descent and disappeared. That's how it happened, yes. He looked at Diana and Taesan, then nodded as if accepting reality. So that's how it is. That's quite impressive. To think you actually cleared the model garden. When the shopkeeper looked at Taesan, his face showed satisfaction. Before long, he completely ignored Diana. Diana looked disappointed. After all this time, is that how you treat me? I have no interest in failures, you should know that. Still, that's a little disappointing. You once had high expectations for me. The moment you took the god of descent's hand, you became nothing to me. Don't bother me anymore and get lost. The shopkeeper clicked his tongue. Since he refused to continue the conversation, Taesan and Diana moved on. He's still the same. Did you descend into the labyrinth before? Yes. Back then he saw potential in me and treated me well, but after the god of descent intervened, he lost interest. I wonder what it is that he truly desires. The next floor they climbed led them to the library of all things. The librarian Jorge frowned when he saw Diana. How? It's been a while, Jorge. Have you been well? I see. Well, I suppose it was possible. I just didn't think you'd actually do it. Who do we have here? A loud laugh rang out. The apostle of Levanov, Anjar, approached Diana with a delighted expression. Princess, you have returned. Anjar, you remained here as well. Of course, Veldentia's wish is finally about to be fulfilled. Congratulations. Thank you, Diana smiled warmly. I hope your wish is fulfilled as well. Thank you for saying that, but don't worry, the one beside you is already making my wish come true, Anjar smirked. Rescuing the princess means you've reached the 83rd floor. Only one more floor remains. I'll be waiting. Taesan nodded. As they continued climbing, they encountered Hafren. Like the others, he was surprised to see the princess. But knowing Taesan's strength, he quickly accepted it. Still, to think you actually broke through a transcendence domain, incredible. How's the weapon crafting going? The basic preparations are complete. Only the final adjustments remain. I'll summon you when the time comes. After finishing their conversation with Hafren, they continued ascending the labyrinth. This feels nostalgic, Diana murmured with a wistful gaze. Perhaps in another reality she could have stood where Taesan stood now. She could have fulfilled the NPC's wishes, reached the end of the labyrinth and saved the world. But she did not regret it, nor did she despair. She had now abandoned her grand ambitions and could find contentment in small happiness. I've done something regrettable to Veldentia. When I see him, I should apologize first, Diana murmured quietly. They climbed and climbed through the labyrinth. Eventually, they reached the stairs leading to the 61st floor. Diana ascended the stairs, her face filled with emotion. Veldentia, please. Ah, geez. I told you to stop that. Come on, teach me, I'll do anything you say. I told you it doesn't work like that. How many times do I have to say it? What Taesan and Diana saw was Veldentia looking flustered. And clinging to his leg was Lily's. It was an oddly peaceful scene. They looked like they were getting along well. Diana's face stiffened. As Veldentia struggled to shake off Lily's, he belatedly sensed their presence. Princess, a reunion between two people who had thought they would never meet again. It should have been an emotional moment, yet Diana's expression was frozen. You seem to be having fun. Huh, W what? No, it's nothing. I was the one who told you to give up in the first place, so I can't complain. But still, Diana hung her head low, her body trembled slightly. I endured all this time thinking only of you, but you were here enjoying life with another woman. I'm so heartbroken. And no, that's not it. Veldentia suddenly shouted and shoved Lilies aside. She is a contractor of the god of magic. She kept clinging to me, asking me to teach her magic. We have no relationship whatsoever. Veldentia grabbed Diana's shoulders. I have always been thinking of you, princess. That is why I stayed here. Hearing Veldentia's desperate words, Diana burst into laughter. Princess, it was just a joke. Remember how I used to do this often? I didn't expect such an intense reaction, though. When she lifted her head, Diana's face was full of warmth. You remained here for me. How could I possibly resent you for that? It's good to see you again, Veldentia, my magician, princess. Tears welled up in Veldentia's eyes. Taesan, what's going on here? I can't follow this at all. Lily's Veldentia just had his wish fulfilled. Taesan answered Lily's baffled question. You said your name was Lily's. I'm sorry for dragging you into this play. And no, it's fine. After hearing the story, I understand. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. Lily's composed herself and spoke seriously. Congratulations on escaping from the grasp of a god. Thank you, Diana smiled gently. She was holding Veldentia's hand tightly. Thank you, Taesan, I gave you the quest, but I never actually expected you to complete it. Veldentia's eyes were filled with emotion. The quest had required confronting a transcendent being directly. Even he had thought it was impossible somewhere in his heart, but Taesan had done it perfectly. I need to give you a fitting reward. Princess, please wait for a moment. Veldentia drew a magic circle on the ground. What you have done for me, it is quite literally my wish come true, more important than my life itself. That was why Veldentia had decided to give everything he had. So I thought about how I should reward you, and this is one of the answers I came up with. Veldentia activates magic transfer. The magic circle began to activate. Veldentia spread his mana as he spoke. Don't reject it. Accept it. The magic circle, infused with mana, started to function around Taesan, and power began flowing into him. Taesan understood what it was immediately. The power flowing into him now, it was Veldentia's own power. The mana he had accumulated, his experience with magic, all of it was being transferred to Taesan. Your mana has permanently increased by 78-0. Your intelligence has permanently increased by 55-0. Your magic proficiency has increased by 4%. You have acquired the intermediate magic. Rippling poison mist. Kang, unable to withstand the force, the magic circle shattered. Veldentia wiped the sweat from his forehead and stabilized his mana. This is the limit, only 4%. You must have trained your proficiency quite a bit. Is it even possible to transfer mana and proficiency to another person? Normally, proficiency could only be increased in two ways. By using proficiency-enhancing potions or through continuous combat and repetition. But Veldentia had just transferred his power to Taesan as if using soul ascension. I told you, this is magic I developed specifically for you. To be honest, the efficiency is terrible. It permanently consumes my power, yet only a tiny fraction of it actually transfers. Indeed, the power Veldentia radiated had noticeably diminished. He was still strong, but compared to before, there was a significant difference. Still, for the reward I wanted to give you, this was the least I could do. It was quite the reward. His mana had increased by 78-0, and his magic proficiency, which had been stuck at 81%, had now reached 85%. His intelligence had also risen dramatically. Considering how difficult it had been to raise proficiency beyond 80%, this was an incredible gain. And it didn't end there. I'll also give you all the equipment I used and kept while conquering the labyrinth. They're all magic user gear, so they might not be of much use to you, but you could sell them or offer them as tributes. Veldentia handed over magic staves and spell tomes. When Taesan checked their performance, they were not inferior to his current equipment. With these, he could at least obtain 2 intermediate magic spells. Not bad. I did say I'd give you everything, but this is all I can manage. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. As long as it doesn't harm the princess, I'll do anything. Taesan observed them. The princess was strong. She was right on the edge of a threshold. Even though Veldentia had consumed much of his power, he still seemed to be at the level of a guide leader. Taesan spoke. So where will you go now? I'm not sure either. Veldentia's wish had been fulfilled. He had no more reason to remain in the labyrinth, and Diana would soon have to leave as well, but their world had already perished. In a way, they were like refugees. Should we try settling in a new world? That doesn't sound like a bad idea. If you have nowhere to go, why not come with me? What? Diana's eyes widened. Taesan continued. The world I'm in, the high gods have set their sights on it. It could collapse at any moment, and every day is a fight for survival. Interested? Chapter 4, 2884th floor, Levinov's World, Part 1. You all know about the high gods, don't you? We do. Veldentia nodded. As they descended the labyrinth, they had gathered a great deal of information. They knew about the high gods and that they were invading different worlds. My world is one of the worlds being invaded by the high gods. Then Sir Taesan, you entered the labyrinth to save your world. No, my case is different. I entered the labyrinth in a slightly different way. A different way, it's complicated to explain. To put it precisely, at the moment of destruction, the labyrinth invited the people of our world. An invitation, Veldentia's eyes widened. Taesan explained slowly. They had been invited into the labyrinth and at set intervals were sent back to Earth to fight against the high gods' minions. We've been managing to hold out somehow, but many have died. And many more will die. Only a handful would survive in the end. Taesan intended to save as many as possible, but the limits were clear. So you need our help. You and the princess are strong. If you help my world, the number of deaths will be greatly reduced. What will you do? Taesan spoke calmly. I won't force you. In the end, you'll have to risk your lives to fight. Just let me know if you're willing. I owe you a debt greater than life itself, so of course I should help, but Veldentia turned to look at Diana. In the end, what matters most to me is the princess. I can't put her in danger again. I understand. I don't want to use my debt to force you either. The princess had been trapped in a model garden for hundreds of years. She had only just escaped and was finally able to enjoy happiness. Yet now she was being asked to risk her life against high gods, beings that even transcendence couldn't suppress. It was an utterly despairing thought. Taesan was about to give up and step back. It should be fine, Veldentia. Let's accept it, Sir Taesan. Diana spoke as if it were nothing. Princess, Veldentia was surprised. If it weren't for Sir Taesan, I would never have escaped the model garden. I was practically dead. Veldentia has repaid his debt, but I had nothing to give. This works out well. Princess, are you certain? No one understands the power of transcendental beings better than you. I told you I was already as good as dead. More importantly, Veldentia, remember why we entered the labyrinth in the first place. To save our world. The princess had led Veldentia into the labyrinth to save their slowly dying world. But we failed. Countless lives were lost. We couldn't save our world, so this time, even if it's another world, I want to try saving it with my own hands. Veldentia was at a loss for words. Diana gently held Veldentia's hand. There are people in his world who need our help, people we can still save through our will. I don't want to turn my back on them. Even if it puts your life in danger. Yes, Diana smiled softly. Faced with her unwavering determination, Veldentia let out a hollow laugh. That's just the kind of person you are, princess. I had forgotten. Of course, I don't intend to force you. Your life is… No. My life belongs to you, princess. Your will is my will, so don't worry about me. You don't have to call me princess. Just call me by my name, Veldentia. Diana. Oh, Lilies, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. She turned her eyes away, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Cough. Only then did Veldentia and Diana carefully put some distance between them. All right, Taesan. Diana and I will accept your offer. Thank you, Taesan expressed his gratitude. Facing the high gods required risking their lives. Even though Taesan had saved them, their help was something to be thankful for. But what do we do now? Is there a way for us to return with you? If I could summon Minerva and bring along the ghost, then forming a contract should make it possible. Taesan summoned Balbabama to discuss the contract. Not a bad idea. Veldentia also needed to leave the labyrinth after fulfilling his wish, so this is good. I will mediate the contract. Balbabama readily agreed. Following the labyrinth system, a contract was formed between Taesan, Veldentia, and Diana. Summoning contract. When Kang Taesan returns to Earth, Veldentia and Diana will also return with him. If he does not return to Earth, they will temporarily reside in the labyrinth. You may stay in the labyrinth for now. I'll allow that much, however, until then you must complete the quests on the 61st floor. Understood. Thank you, Balbabama. With that, everything was settled. Only Lilies scratched her cheek awkwardly. Taesan, what about me? Talk it over with them, see if they're okay with you staying, or you can follow me. I don't really have much of a role now that you're offering tributes directly to Lord Zelbando instead of through me. Lilith groaned. It seemed she had her own concerns. After saying his farewells, Taesan continued his descent through the labyrinth. He considered buying equipment at the shop, but his gold was still slightly short. He decided to save up a little more before making a decision, and finally it was time to check what he had obtained. The first thing he checked was black magic creation, proficiency. 6% allows the creation of black magic using a portion of your world's power through a contract with the demon god. Taesan had created a black magic spell called Domain Liberation, which forcibly opened a domain, materializing the demonic energy within it. He still hadn't fully grasped its mechanics, but it seemed highly versatile. Through its use, he realized something significant. The demon's domain can be combined with the boundary or negation magic. All three were powers related to the high gods, so it wasn't surprising. By mixing and fusing these three forces, it was possible to counteract a transcendence authority with the limitations of mortality. How should one handle the domain of demons? A direction was gradually taking shape. Special activation skill, law negation. Mana consumption 3000, consumption, proficiency 1% negates the authority of transcendence, allowing the user to slightly ignore the laws engraved in the world. Such a skill exists. The ghost clicked its tongue to deny authority itself. It was a skill that only Taesan had obtained in the labyrinth, something no one could have predicted. To be honest, even Taesan couldn't fully grasp the extent of the skill's capabilities. He knew it was powerful, but it was so high-level that he needed to use it to understand it properly. Taesan checked the next skill. Special passive skill, the immortal, proficiency. 1%, the lower your health, the faster your health regeneration rate increases. So this was one of the reasons he could persistently endure. The apostle had healed wounds almost instantly. Taesan, with low proficiency, wouldn't be able to exhibit such performance, but it was still highly valuable. As long as he didn't die in one hit, he could endure and rapidly restore his health. Boots of the Free One, attack power plus 700, defense plus 400, agility plus 200, action speed plus 20%, movement speed plus 20%. The boots of one who roamed the world freely, bound by no one, allows movement as usual under any circumstances. The overall stats were decent and a special effect was attached. It doesn't seem like it outright negates movement restriction skills or conditions, more like it grants freedom from effects that slow speed. That seems likely. Absolute freedom in movement would be too high of a tier. Even so, it was a solid effect. It would allow him to move unhindered even in environments like swamps or outer space and render slow debuffs ineffective. It was worth saving thousands of adventurers. Besides equipment, Taesan had also obtained authority, but he first checked the reward for clearing the 83rd floor. Ring of the Bottomless Abyss, attack power plus 700, defense minus 200, strength minus 100, agility minus 100, intelligence minus 100. The wearer of this ring gains overwhelming martial power but at the cost of all other attributes. It was the first time he had seen an item that decreased stats. However, the attack power boost was significant, and to Taesan, a mere reduction of 100 in stats was negligible. He put on the ring. Has been used. A thick dark slime buried at the bottom has been obtained. Thick dark slime buried at the bottom. Slime that wriggled in the lowest depths of the world, untouched by anything. The moment Taesan recognized it as a material item, his wrist guard moved. In an instant, it devoured the slime and made it its own. Wrist guard of world reformation. A wrist guard personally imbued with power by a witch. Using specific conditions and catalysts, it gains the power to alter the laws of the world surrounding the equipment. Attack power plus 800. Defense plus 800. If the wearer has learned the magic of the Green Witch, partial world reformation can be used. His attack power increased by 200 and his defense by 300. It was a decent boost. Well then, one last skill remained. Special activation skill, Descent of All Things. For a certain duration, everything within range except for the user will descend. Entities of a higher rank than the user cannot be affected. This skill has a 1-week cooldown after use. The Authority of Essence, Descent of All Things. From the description, it seemed different from the one the Apostle had used. He needed to verify it, but it was difficult to test alone. Thus, Taesan headed to the Library of All Things to meet Anjar. I have a skill that needs verification. Would you be able to help me? If it's something like that anytime, Anjar readily agreed. Taesan briefly explained the skill. As he listened, Anjar's eyes wavered. That is quite difficult to comprehend. To obtain the authority of a transcendent, I made a deal for it. The god of descent must have really wanted to deal with you. Divine authority isn't something that even their own apostles easily receive. Anjar sighed in amazement. So you need to confirm it, try using it, I'm curious as well. There was no need to hesitate. Taesan activated the skill. You have activated Fall of All Things. Whoa, groans were heard. Anjar's eyebrows twitched. This is a strange sensation. Anjar gathered golden light. Normally it would manifest with a radiance capable of burning the world, but now the light was faint. The power he felt inside was clearly weaker compared to usual. The power itself is being made to descend. Anjar, weakened by Descent of All Things, could be blocked and countered even if attacked with full force. The fact that Anjar was affected meant that no one short of a transcendent could escape it. Oh, it ended. The duration isn't long. Before long, the golden light on Anjar's sword flared like the sun again. He let out a chuckle. What an absurd skill. There were no restrictions on its use. Unless one was a transcendent, they couldn't resist. The skill targeted all manifested powers. It was a skill that shackled an opponent completely. So this is the authority of a god. At one time, I too wielded such power, but it's been so long that my memory is hazy. Anjar gave a bitter smile. The next floor is up, Taesan spoke. The 84th floor, the floor Anjar had mentioned where Levinov could be saved. It lay before them. Anjar's eyes flickered. They are waiting, please, I leave it to you. Chapter 4, 2984th Floor, Levinov's World, Part 2. The ash-haired girl sat quietly with her eyes closed. She held her breath as if trying to sense something, regulating her breathing. "I can feel it, you are coming here," the girl murmured. Her voice carried both joy and anticipation. "How will you react? Will you curse me? Or will you show sympathy? Will you spit out your fury and order him to kill me?" She giggled, as if she would be satisfied no matter the outcome. "I will not back down. So hurry and come here, my prince." In front of the girl stood something in human form. Taesan stepped onto the 84th floor. 84th floor quest begins. Defeat the abyss that corrodes everything. Reward. Weapon engraving. Hidden reward. And at that moment Belbabamba appeared. "You're showing up quite often. That only means you've done many things. I can't just let you enter the 84th floor as it is. The normal 84th floor would be too easy for you." The wizard had once said that the difficulty of the labyrinth would be adjusted to match Taesan. It seemed the 84th floor was undergoing such a change. Anjar happened to provide something suitable. "The quest that Anjar gave you, I will modify the 84th floor quest to match it." 84th floor quest begins. Complete Anjar's quest. Reward. Weapon engraving. Hidden reward. Kugagung. The labyrinth shifted. It shook and moved, adjusting itself to Taesan. Then the movement stopped. "You'll see it once you pass through the passage." Following Belbabamba's words, Taesan stepped into the altered labyrinth. After passing through an appropriately long corridor and opening a door, he found a shimmering spatial passage, and beyond it lay a collapsed world. Levinov's ruined world, completely swallowed in blackness. It was the first time he had seen a world entirely destroyed by a high god. "To be honest, I don't want to send you there," Belbabamba spoke. Though he was the administrator, he showed reluctance toward this quest. "That place was devoured by the high gods. It is no longer a part of this world. It's closer to their domain, thus their influence there is stronger than ours." The world beyond the passage felt extremely alien. It was similar to the domain of the high gods he had seen in Aurelia. "Their gazes are gathered there. The moment you step in, they will react. Of course, it will be dangerous. But wasn't the labyrinth meant for life and death struggles?" "He will not die there," Belbabamba spoke with calm certainty, "and that is precisely the problem." "Are you saying the high gods won't kill me?" Thinking back, it had been the same before. The high god he had met in the demon realm, the ancient demon god, they had not tried to kill him. They had tried to capture him, as if killing him was not their objective. "Personally, I believe you should be left alone, but the wizard and the gods seem to think differently. They want you to learn the truth. But as you are now, you won't last in that world, so we shall grant you divine protection." Belbabamba's authority manifested. As the administrator of the labyrinth, he acted on behalf of the gods to bestow a blessing upon Taesan. "You should have already figured out how to use it. It's a one-time blessing, so use it wisely." The blessings of the gods Taesan had encountered now resided within him. Even so, if a high god seriously targets you, the blessings will be meaningless. "So the gods will personally intervene." Screech, a tearing sound echoed beyond the passage. The clash of immense powers could be felt. "The gods will prevent the direct intervention of the high gods. They won't be able to hold out for long, so finish quickly and return." Is this really necessary? It was the first time since the battlefield of the gods that so many deities had intervened. Even if they favored Taesan, it seemed excessive for just completing a quest. This quest holds meaning for the gods as well. Levinov is a god tainted by the high gods. Even the Transcendents couldn't do anything about it. If there's even a chance to confirm something, it's worth the investment. That made sense. Ever since Levinov took root in the labyrinth, the wizard and the Transcendents must have tried various means, but Levinov had never recovered. If Taesan could succeed where they had failed, it was worth the gods expending their power. And they likely want you to realize the truth for yourself. Hearing it from someone else is one thing, but experiencing it firsthand is the best way to understand. Belbabamba expanded the passage. "The rest you will have to see for yourself. Now go and return safely." Taesan stepped through the passage. At that moment, an utterly alien sensation engulfed his entire body. It felt as if he were being hurled into outer space, a place where the laws of the world did not apply, where gravity vanished and friction ceased to exist. Taesan enveloped his body in divinity and crossed through. And then he set foot in the blackened world. At first glance, the world appeared intact. The forests, rocks, and plains retained their original forms, except that everything was dyed black, but nothing could be felt. There was no scent of vegetation, no breeze of nature. It was completely empty. This was a world destroyed by a high god. Taesan looked up at the sky. Their colossal beings were clashing. The mere shockwaves radiating from their battle held enough power to shatter stars. He had to complete the quest before their battle ended. The quest required him to find Levinov's relic, which remained in this ruined world. The destination was easy to locate. In this world where nothing could be felt, there was a place radiating divinity. That was where Levinov's relic was. Taesan propelled himself forward. As he moved, the darkness pervading the world began to stir. It clung to his body, trying to taint him with its color. He tried to resist using his divinity, but even the divinity was being dyed black, making it inefficient. After a brief consideration, Taesan unleashed the blackness. A dark aura enveloped his entire body. Then, the darkness no longer approached. Taesan quickly advanced toward his destination. Levinov's world was larger than Earth, but physical distance was no longer an obstacle for him. A massive structure resembling a temple came into view. Like everything else, it was stained black, yet divinity emanated from within. Taesan stepped inside. There someone had been waiting for him. "Nice to meet you," a man of darkness greeted Taesan. "The Hollow Horror's incarnation has appeared." He was a man with a striking appearance. In terms of looks, he could be considered handsome. His refreshing smile was enough to earn people's favor. But he was not a living being. Though he had the form of a human, he was merely a grotesque imitation of something monstrous. Immortal? No, that wasn't it. Though traces of it were visible, his existence was twisted, as if it had been fused with something entirely different. Seeing the black aura surrounding Taesan, the man let out an exclamation. Amazing. There are quite a few beings in this world who have devoted themselves to them, but ones who wield their power as freely as you do are extremely rare. And you didn't even offer yourself. I can understand why they would find you interesting. Taesan drew his sword. The being before him was an agent of the high gods, in other words, an enemy. The man hastily raised his hands. "No need to be so hasty, you and I could be on the same side, you know." "Bullshit. Aren't you curious why the gods sent you here?" the man smirked. "There's no need to rush, right? Why don't we have a little chat first?" After a brief moment of thought, Taesan lowered his sword without hesitation. "Fine." Seeing no resistance, the man seemed slightly unsettled. "Well, all right. If you've come to this world, then there's only one thing you must be after. Come with me." The man stepped into the temple. Taesan followed without any hesitation. "This is what you seek, isn't it?" At the deepest part of the temple lay a relic, a sacred artifact shaped like a small pillar. Within it resided the remnants of a transcendent being, one far beyond Taesan's current level. With this, it was possible to restore Levinov. The moment Taesan reached for the relic, the man blocked his path. "Before that, let's talk. What is it you want from me?" "It's simple, Kang Taesan, a being of mixed existence." The man smiled as he made his offer. "Why don't you join us? You want me to side with the high gods?" "I won't deny it." "Nonsense." Taesan dismissed it outright. The high gods had destroyed his world and were targeting him. He had no reason to join them. "I understand your feelings, of course. They are the destroyers of worlds. They ruin and break everything in their path. You must have suffered because of them as well, but think about it from a different perspective." The man raised his hand. "You are alive. The ones who died have nothing to do with you. Put aside your personal feelings, there's no problem at all, is there?" Taesan silently stared at the man. The man twisted his lips into a grin. "More importantly, you're mistaken. It's not their fault. The real issue is this fragile world. Don't you think this world is unbearably weak?" His face twisted in frustration. "Humans die meaninglessly. Even those who reach great heights fall to the whims of the gods. Even immortals are no different. With a mere flick of a transcendent's hand, everything they have built and struggled for disappears." He shouted, his voice filled with rage. "This world is flawed. It's a mistake." Taesan did not deny his words. Even the god of descent had been an example of what he was describing, blocking the potential of countless talented mortals, treating them as mere playthings. And it wasn't limited to the god of descent. The demons of Vekveda had been pushed to extinction by their god Harmon. Then, Harmon and Vekveda were both crushed under the might of the demon god. Countless lives must have been lost in that process. Most transcendents held no respect for mortals. That was the conclusion Taesan had reached. Even the demon god only cherished demons. Humans were of no concern to her. Taesan looked at the man. "You were once immortal." "Yes. But because of a damnable transcendence meddling, I nearly lost everything. And in that moment, a great one saved me." The man gave a chilling smile. "I devoted myself to them. I became the incarnation of the Great One's will. That is what I am. And what does that have to do with me?" Taesan spoke indifferently. "The high gods are exiles. They manage to interfere with this world here and there, but in the end they are still losers." "No," the man smiled. "Taesan, you must have felt it. Their influence is growing stronger as time passes. Do you know what that means? It means that the seals placed by the transcendents who exiled them are weakening." Kuwang. A massive wave of power erupted from beyond the sky. Blackness from beyond the universe began to engulf the world. The transcendents tried to suppress it, but the darkness left a scar upon the world that could never be erased. The man burst into manic laughter. "They will return soon. They will come back to the world from which they were exiled, and they will trample everything underfoot, restoring the world to its rightful form." Chapter 4, 84th floor, Levinov's world. Part 3, for someone supposedly exiled, they sure are appearing a lot. Taesan wasn't surprised. The high gods were revealing their ambitions in this world, attempting to cross over by any means necessary. If the Transcendents had truly banished the high gods completely, they wouldn't be able to manifest in this world at all. Or at the very least, it wouldn't be such a struggle to drive them out. Yet the Transcendents required Taesan's help. It meant the power of the high gods was growing stronger. There is nothing eternal in this world. In the end, everything fades. Even the seals of the Transcendents are no exception. The man twisted his lips into a distorted smile. But they are different, their power and existence are eternal. Even the Transcendents couldn't truly defeat them, so they resorted to exile as a temporary measure. This world belongs to them. His voice, filled with unwavering conviction, echoed loudly. Taesan responded indifferently. So you devoted yourself to them for that reason. Isn't it wiser to worship something eternal and unchanging rather than beings that will eventually fade away? The man smirked. Abandon this fragile world and worship them. That is the proper path. If they're such great beings, then they wouldn't need someone like me, would they? Even as strong as Taesan was now, he was only at the level of an immortal, still far from a transcendent. From the outside, he didn't seem valuable enough for the high gods to take interest in him personally. I thought the same, but my master thinks differently. The man spoke, his expression tinged with curiosity. My master told me you are the key. With you, many things become possible. A key. It seemed that something Taesan possessed was immensely attractive to the high gods, and it wasn't hard to guess what that was. The boundary, a force that intertwined divinity and darkness, shattered laws, and even the Transcendents failed to fully comprehend it. The high gods desired Taesan for his boundary. Come with me, Taesan, the man extended his hand. They will grant you eternity. If you desire, they might even give you a seat at the lowest ranks of their great hierarchy. Is that all? Of course not. If you wish, they will never interfere with your small world again. Even the labyrinth, if you want, they will make it yours. In the world they rule, everything you desire will come true. The man whispered seductively. Even if they rule the world, your world will remain the same. The people you know will live happily and die as they always would. And strangers, people you don't even know, are meaningless, aren't they? That's quite the tempting offer. Neither Taesan nor those around him would suffer. Only those he didn't know would be affected. If they're willing to go that far, how about adding another condition? Tell them to leave the Transcendents alone too. No, the man shook his head firmly, his voice resolute. Every last Transcendent will die. Their domains will be defiled and their names erased from everyone's memory. That is the one thing we cannot compromise on. So in the end, the high god's goal is to annihilate the Transcendents. They only see mortals as playthings anyway. Why should we care about them? Taesan stroked his chin while the man patiently waited for his response. After a brief pause, Taesan finally spoke. You didn't actually think I'd accept your offer, did you? Of course not. I'm not that foolish. The man laughed mockingly. I was simply following my master's orders to make the offer, but as someone who has reached the level of an immortal in this world, I understand. Someone like you would never accept such a deal. You understand me well. Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, Jeom Yoongjun, and the people of Earth, all of them had been killed by the high gods once before. I don't think the Transcendents are necessarily good. Most of them see mortals as mere entertainment. I won't deny that. Taesan drew his sword. But that doesn't mean I have any reason to take your side. From the beginning, Taesan's answer had been a refusal. He had only prolonged the conversation to gather information. The high god's objective was Taesan's boundary and the annihilation of all Transcendents. That was enough information. I figured as much. So I've been contemplating my next move. A powerful aura emanated from the man. I can't kill you, but someone like you won't surrender mentally either, so I decided to keep things simple. He smirked and reached for the hilt of the sword embedded in the temple's floor. I'll just erase your mind completely, Kugaguggung. As the man pulled the sword, the temple began to collapse. The ceiling crumbled under its own weight and the ground split apart. Taesan quickly retreated outside the temple while the man was buried beneath the falling debris. This isn't self-destruction. Kugaggung, the collapsed temple slowly began to tremble, and then it emerged. The man held a sword. But it was no ordinary weapon. A colossal black sword in the shape of a bastard sword rose high into the sky. Taesan had to crane his neck all the way up just to see the tip of the blade. It was, quite literally, as massive as a mountain. The man looked like an insect in comparison. Wow, who? The man took a deep breath and steadied his grip on the sword. Despite its size, the mountain-like blade moved effortlessly in his hands. I am the incarnation of the hollow horror. A traitor who sided with the high gods, the one who has slain countless immortals and destroyed multiple worlds. He grinned, his face twisted in madness. I am the one who wields the world in my grasp. Come, hound of the gods. Become the foundation for this damned universe's destruction. The opponent is an undefeatable enemy. The massive sword sliced through everything as it swung down toward Taesan. You have activated apostle transformation, chaos-soaked darkness. You have activated Vessel of the King. Your skill enemy of the high gods has activated. A flood of system notifications filled his vision. Gripping his sword, Taesan launched himself forward. The incoming greatsword alone was enough to generate a massive storm. Taesan did not retreat. Instead, he charged straight at the greatsword. You have activated acceleration. You have activated strong blow. Clenching his weapon with both hands, he swung at the incoming blade. Kang, a deafening metallic crash rang out, and it was Taesan who was sent flying. To be precise, it wasn't just that he was pushed back. His body was entirely blown away by the sheer force. You have activated landing. His body, which would have been hurled far into the distance, was forcibly anchored back to the ground. Taesan stomped down hard, firmly securing himself. Kwduk, the earth shattered and split apart. The ground collapsed as though struck by a violent earthquake. A monster, Taesan immediately abandoned the idea of fighting head-on. Even with stats surpassing 50,000, he was being overpowered. A sword as large as a mountain. Rather than wielding it, it felt as though the wielder was being dragged along by it. How much control did he really have over that blade? You have activated perfect fairy wings. Taesan's body shot into the sky. He accelerated rapidly, closing in on the man. HMPH, the man scoffed and flicked his wrist, a tiny, nearly imperceptible movement. Yet that was enough to shift the greatsword's trajectory. The blade swung toward Taesan, tracking him with precision. He managed to dodge, but he couldn't keep it up for long. The greatsword was immense. But that also meant its reach was vast. If he could get inside its attack range, it would actually be easier to deal with. Taesan accelerated every movement of his body. The sword smoothly pursued him. The moment he reached a razor-thin gap, he activated his skill. You have activated limited blink. In an instant, Taesan closed the distance. Then, activating landing again, he appeared right in front of the man. The man sneered and moved his arm. Kajk, with just the sword's hilt, he deflected all of Taesan's attacks. Everyone assumes my weakness is close combat, the man chuckled. But that actually works in my favor. Thanks to the sword's sheer size, even its hilt was as long as a spear. The man roughly pushed Taesan away before spinning the blade, using the broadside to slam down and crush him. You have activated designated mark acceleration. Ultimately, Taesan gained no advantage from closing the distance and had to pull back, but the greatsword was as large as a mountain. Retreating was not an option. Taesan changed his approach. Instead of evasion and defense, he would attack relentlessly. You have activated Frozen World. You have activated Mana Storm. You have activated Great Collapse. You have activated Marba's Pitch Black Wave. A rapid chain of magic and dark magic erupted. Taesan clenched his fist. You have activated Magic Separation. The spells split into dozens of threads. You have activated Sure Hit. You have activated Skill Acceleration. Then he charged directly at the man. A force unleashed from all directions. The man grinned and pulled back his arm. The atmosphere distorted. The sky quivered uneasily. Then the man swung his arm forward. The greatsword swept across everything in front of it. A vacuum explosion erupted. The black energy contained in the sword surged outward, obliterating every spell Taesan had cast before racing toward him. There was nowhere to escape. It was like the detonation of a star, consuming everything in its path. Blocking it was possible, but doing so would require a heavy price. Taesan made a swift decision. He abandoned evasion and defense. Your first attack nullification has been activated. The incoming strike vanished. The man's eyes widened in surprise. You have some interesting abilities, but if that's all you have, you'll never defeat me. That seems to be the case, Taesan nodded. He couldn't deny it. The man was definitely stronger. At this level, he seemed comparable to Anjar. He wielded the massive sword as if it were an extension of his own body. If it was just raw physical force, Taesan could handle it. But the sword was imbued with the man's power as an immortal. Most likely the sword itself was his authority. And that wasn't all. Great Collapse was an advanced spell. Even Anjar would struggle to block it. Yet the man had done so effortlessly. The reason was simple. That sword contained black energy. It's similar to the magic of negation, an absolute superiority over all attributes. Unfortunately, Taesan was currently unable to use negation magic. He had exhausted all the materials required for a partial world alteration. His odds of victory looked incredibly slim. If the man simply swung his greatsword with full force again, Taesan wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be utterly crushed. Both the man and Taesan were fully aware of that fact. They abandoned you, foolish beings. They failed to recognize your worth and discarded you like this. Why risk your life fighting for such beings? The man raised his greatsword. Depending on Taesan's response, he was ready to strike down at any moment. It's not too late, join my master now. No, Taesan answered immediately without even a moment of hesitation. Unfortunately, it seems you and I are quite different. The man had lost everything because of the Transcendence Games. He claimed that the high gods had saved him. For Taesan, it was the opposite. It was the high gods who had forced him into this mode, the ones who had almost killed him, and the ones who had blessed him with power were the transcendents. They had bestowed their blessings upon Taesan. Taesan prayed to them in his heart, and the gods answered, Lakaradas has granted you the authority of the howling struggle. System, a blessing from Lakaradas, his divine power. The essence of struggle itself settled within Taesan's body. The man's eyes widened. Lakarada's blessing, a blessing was a divine power bestowed by a god. It required a god to expend part of their influence over reality. And transcendents were selfish beings. They would never use their influence recklessly. Even when bestowing blessings upon their own apostles, they did so only on rare occasions. That was why the man was so utterly shocked. Taesan did not appear to be an apostle of Lakarada's. For a god to grant their power to someone unrelated to them, that was unheard of. You must have offered an absurd number of tributes. After a long moment of contemplation, the man came to a conclusion. Taesan must have sacrificed a massive number of offerings to barely obtain this divine blessing. That was the only explanation that made sense to him. But one blessing alone won't be enough to reach me. I know. Divine blessings were powerful, but the gap between them was too vast for one blessing to bridge. But Taesan had received far more than one. Maria has granted you the immutable choice. The blessing of Maria, the goddess of choice. Zelbando has granted you the fundamental elements of the universe. The blessing of Zelbando, the god of magic. Lucifer has granted you the cherished child of darkness. The blessing of Lucifer, the demon god. Ehili has granted you the master of the sword. The blessing of Ehili, the god of the sword. Aphrodite has granted you the coiled despair of darkness. Balthazar has granted you the one who seizes victory. Oman has granted you the infinite trials. The blessings continued to descend, one after another. The man stood there blankly watching. He couldn't even think to attack while Taesan was receiving them. He was too stunned to move. Why would the gods? Because they favor me, Taesan smirked. Unlike you, the wizard of the labyrinth has granted you the blessing of the labyrinth. Finally, the last blessing settled within him. Taesan took a deep breath. The blessings of the gods surged through his entire being. His strength and presence reached the very threshold of transcendence. Let's try this again. Chapter 4, 31, 84th floor, Levinov's World, Part 4. Oh, the man roared as he swung his greatsword. Merely waving it caused dozens of storms to form. Taesan did not back down. He planted his feet firmly and charged forward, wielding a sword that compared to the greatsword was nothing more than a toothpick. Quang. With the impact, shockwaves swept through the surroundings. The man's face twisted. Unlike before, Taesan was not sent flying. Though he was pushed back, he remained standing on the ground, enduring it. The man moved his hand as if displeased by this. Bang, 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 the greatsword moved to crush Taesan. Taesan pushed his muscles to their absolute limits. Kuwang, they clashed and clashed again, and at some point Taesan stopped being pushed back. Now he was fighting with all his strength. Lakarada's blessing, master of the howling struggle, had activated. His speed and power increased exponentially. Kuwang, Taesan stomped his foot. As the descending sword came at him, he swung his own sword upward. Quang, Kug, the man's body was pushed back. Regaining his stance quickly, he gritted his teeth. Damn divine blessing, you have activated force descent, force descent. A skill transformed through ability sword. When clashing with an opponent's weapon, it increased the weight of their weapon. After several collisions, the man quickly noticed something was wrong. His greatsword was getting heavier and heavier. Don't be ridiculous, this isn't just any sword, it's my authority. You think such a cheap trick will work? It's still a sword, isn't it? That means it'll have an effect. Though subtle, the greatsword's movements were slowing down. Taesan cloaked himself in demonic energy. You have activated Baal's pitch-black surging abyss. Pitch-black surging abyss was powerful, but due to Taesan's lack of mastery, he had never been able to unleash its full potential. But this time was different. The demon god's blessing, precious child of darkness, granted him complete dominance over all dark magic. Ziziojojojiang, a space engulfed in darkness, surged forward. Within it lay the power to crush all things and interfere with the very concept of existence. The man attempted to trample it down with his greatsword, but the dark magic did not yield easily. It clashed against the greatsword, holding firm, and the man's expression stiffened. Taesan seized the opening. In an instant, he closed in and stabbed deep into the man's side. There was not a shred of hesitation in his movement. With absolute confidence, he had chosen to exploit the gap. Maria's blessing activated. Divine power imbued Taesan's sword. Carrying, the man barely managed to block it by shifting his sword's hilt, but his body was sent flying backward. This is the power of divine blessings. Each one possessed the ability to shift the tides of battle. The once overwhelming incarnation of the high god was no longer something to fear. Don't make me laugh, the man let out a furious shout. He raised his greatsword high, and as the air currents rose, the atmosphere began to collapse. You damn transcendence, you are unfair. You lavish endless gifts upon those you favor while giving not even an ant's worth of attention to the rest. Instead, you toy with their lives like playthings. You are not gods, you are nothing but arrogant brutes with power. He gritted his teeth. I will never accept your existence. Beings like you should not exist in this world. His declaration echoed as if spoken by one with true conviction to defy the world itself. Taesan, however, moved with a bored expression. So what? What? Gods are unfair. I know that, but it's not like unfairness is exclusive to them. Taesan was an easy-mode player. No matter how strong he became, his limits were clear. He was forced to endure a world where only loopholes and skills could make him stronger, a hopeless and unreasonable fate. But he had never given up. Unfairness was the nature of this world itself. The man's words held no weight to him. And you have no right to complain about unfairness. You said it yourself. You've killed countless immortals and conquered countless worlds using the power granted by the High God. You're part of the same unfairness. To resist beings of such scale, sacrifices are inevitable. They were necessary losses. In the end, you just acted on your own desires. So how are you any different from a transcendent? The man's face flushed red, but he had no response. Besides, transcendents are beings who ascended from mortality on their own. They weren't born with some grand duty to protect the mortal realm. You can't expect absolute virtue from them. Shut up, the man swung his sword. It was an attack driven purely by emotion, devoid of reason. He spat out his words as if chewing them. So what are you saying? You're acting according to your own desires just like the transcendents. In the end, his true motive was simple. He wanted revenge against the transcendents who had ignored him and treated him like a mere plaything. That's all this is, so don't dress it up as something grand. Die, the man roared as his greatsword moved wildly, filled with pure murderous intent. The overwhelming physical force distorted space itself. Taesan did not back down. Blessed by numerous deities, he now wielded transcendent power. But he wasn't overwhelmingly stronger, just able to hold his ground. Because of the greatsword's sheer size, he had lost the initiative. A frontal battle was difficult. His only option was the approach he had considered at the start. Making his decision, Taesan gathered his mana. You have activated Great Collapse Negation. The magic of negation, a spell that could only be cast with supreme control over mana and partial world alteration. But with Zelbando's blessing, that condition had been fulfilled. The black mixed magic manifested into reality. The greatsword and Great Collapse clashed. With a deafening roar, space itself crumbled. Both forces clashed evenly, neither easily overcoming the other. And it was Taesan who cracked the balance. You have activated Magic Explosion. Great Collapse exploded, engulfing the surroundings. The man swiftly covered his body with his greatsword. A black sphere swallowed everything around them, cutting off his vision. The goal is to obscure my vision, but how laughable. He was an immortal, one of the strongest among them. Vision was not a crucial ability. You have activated Baal's overlapping darkness. However, Taesan's body merged with the darkness. The man's pupils trembled. Taesan was nowhere to be sensed. Even so, the man aggressively raised his greatsword. He spun it like a windmill, sweeping everything around him. If he could not perceive his opponent, he would simply destroy everything in his surroundings. It was not a bad decision, but Taesan had a skill to counter it. The greatsword did not touch Taesan, neither did the shockwaves. The overwhelming force that shook the surroundings narrowly missed him. Taesan arrived at the man's back without resistance. The man, realizing too late, hastily moved his sword hilt. The positioning was the same as before, but the situation was entirely different. Close combat was no longer in the man's favor. You have activated Blade of Fighting Spirit, Kang. GRRRGH, the effect of Blade of Fighting Spirit, it tripled the impact of his sword strike. The man's body staggered. Taesan pressed in even further. You have activated Storm Rush. He swung both swords fiercely. A storm-like barrage of slashes instantly carved deep wounds across the man's body. This level of attack. The man tried to regain his stance and counter, but forced descent had significantly increased the weight of his greatsword. Regaining balance quickly was impossible, and Taesan gave him no opportunity to do so. He stomped his foot and rammed his shoulder, making the man stumble. At point-blank range, he activated Great Collapse. Kuung. Hit directly by Great Collapse, the man was slammed deep into the earth. Taesan stomped on the hand gripping the greatsword. The man coughed up blood. Ha 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 ha, all right, I admit it. Blessed as you are stronger than me, yet there was no trace of defeat on the man's face. But I am the incarnation of the hollow horror. Your agent calls to you from this place. Bestow upon me the authority to erase all that exists. A colossal force began to descend upon him. Divine power filled the man's expression with an overwhelming sense of omnipotence. No, you have activated selective exclusion. The force attempting to descend upon the man vanished in an instant as if it had never been chosen. I have countermeasures for trump cards too. The man was an incarnation of the High God. It was expected that he would try to borrow the power of the High God by any means. Taesan had decided to block the very activation of his trump card. He stabbed his sword into the man's chest. You have activated collapse. Gah, the effect of collapse, it shattered whatever it touched. The man's body trembled. You have activated descent of all things, and everything descended. In an instant, the man's essence was dragged to the lowest level. You have activated force duel, and then force duel. If both combatants wielded swords, nothing but the swords could be used. Magic was sealed. Hollow horror. You have activated sanctuary creation. Keying, a golden light engulfed the world. The blessings of the transcendence had elevated divinity to an even higher level. Even in a world turned into the High God's domain, Taesan had created a sanctuary. The authority trying to descend upon the man was blocked by divine power. An environment where the High God could no longer intervene had been created. The man's face turned pale. Taesan imbued his sword with divinity and swung. Light consumed the incarnation of the High God. Taesan withdrew his power. It worked. He had conducted an experiment. The High God frequently interfered in battles. Taesan found it extremely irritating. What if he could block that interference itself? While he could do nothing about power that had already descended, he could interfere with the descent process. Taesan made a quick decision and acted. By weakening the opponent with fall of all things and collapse, then activating force duel to block external power, and finally using divinity to create a sanctuary that expelled the High God. Once an opponent was sufficiently weakened, he could use divinity to block divine intervention, and it had worked. Taesan looked down at the man beneath his feet. You're still alive. Even with all 4 limbs severed, the man was still breathing. But he was no longer a threat. Nothing emanated from him anymore. The mere presence of Taesan's divinity alone had blocked the High God's interference. So I can completely block the descent of power. Good to know. Next time I should stop it from the very beginning. The man muttered with a calm expression. There was no sign of resentment over his loss or fear of death. Finish it. This time you've won. But next time I will kill you. You speak as if there will be a next time. You can't kill me, the man spoke with absolute certainty. I am the incarnation of the hollow horror. My essence is merged with my master. Even a transcendent can only banish me at most. Indeed, the man's interior was utterly hollow. His essence was not here. In any case, time is infinite. Our goal isn't to kill you, it's to bring you to our side. The man smirked. We will never give up on you. If you defeat one of us, 2 more will come. If you defeat 2, 3 will follow. We will relentlessly pursue you, uncover all your means, and find a way to break them. How long do you think you can last? The man taunted Taesan. Do your best, we'll meet again, but next time won't go like this. There won't be a next time. Taesan raised his sword. The man stood his ground without resistance. A flicker divinity spread across Taesan's sword. The man sneered at him. You may be able to block a descent with such crude divinity, but you cannot sever my essence. The High Gods call me the key. I think this is why. I'd like you to confirm it for me. Divinity merged with darkness, a grayish hue. The boundary was infused into the sword. The man's face froze. Oh, correct. Taesan was certain from the man's reaction. What is this? The man panicked. He did not know much about Taesan. He had merely guarded Levinov's realm because his master had ordered him to. He had believed that the High Gods targeted Taesan because he was favored by the gods and could wield darkness. That alone was already unusual enough to make him valuable to them. But this, the man was terrified. For the first time he felt fear. That gray aura, it was neither part of the natural laws nor the High Gods. It could separate his essence from the High God. The long-forgotten fear of death resurfaced. Xperrif, you've killed plenty before. You should have been prepared to die as well. The gray energy pierced through the man. He screamed. The force within him exploded, seeping into Taesan. Chapter 4, 32, 84th floor, Levinov's world, Part 5. The man's soul let out a desperate scream. He struggled, trying to break free from Taesan. But Taesan easily crushed that resistance, forcibly seizing the power and essence contained within the soul. Your soul ascension has activated. Your HP has permanently increased by 10,147, strength by 2278, agility by 22.2, and intelligence by 587. Your soul ascension has activated. The proficiency of Twisted Soul Tuning has increased by 5%. The proficiency of Black has increased by 5%. Your soul ascension has activated. You have acquired the soul skill sword of the world. The activation of soul ascension. At the same time, the divine blessing placed upon Taesan vanished. A wave of exhaustion swept over his entire body. He was strong now, but he had received more than 10 blessings. Since his body and soul had been forcibly elevated to a higher realm, it placed a significant burden on him. So that sensation just now was Anjar's level, a feeling of having almost reached the peak of a higher realm. Taesan clenched his fist. It wouldn't be long before he reached that level himself. Checking his skill window, he finally saw that the proficiency of Twisted Soul Tuning had reached 80%, while Black had reached 20%. Took long enough. He wanted to test it right away, but there were things he needed to take care of first. Taesan raised his hand. Rise, you have activated declaration of levitation. The ruins of the temple floated into the air. Amidst the debris, Taesan spotted a sacred relic. The temple had been located at the center of battle. The wreckage was shattered beyond recognition, reduced to dust, yet the sacred relic remained without a single scratch. Just like when he first saw it, it radiated an overwhelming divine presence. Taesan grasped the sacred relic. Looking up at the sky, he saw that the battle was nearing its end. His business was done. Taesan returned to the labyrinth. 84th floor cleared. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have obtained weapon inscription. You have obtained. You're back. In the labyrinth, Balbabamba was waiting for Taesan. You seem to be in one piece. That's a relief. So did you learn enough of the truth? More or less. Taesan looked at Balbabamba. Seeing his expectant gaze, Balbabamba spoke. You secured the sacred relic, didn't you? Taesan took out Levinov's sacred relic and showed it. Balbabamba nodded. Good, then let's move immediately. Balbabamba has activated number 231. Rumble. The labyrinth twisted. In an instant, Taesan arrived on the 78th floor, the library of all things. You have a lot of questions, but let's settle Anjar's quest first. That would be best for both you and us. If that's the case, Taesan went to find Anjar. Anjar was resting at the entrance of a hidden chamber where Levinov was. The moment he saw Taesan, he sprang up. Why, you've already returned. Did you retrieve the sacred relic? Taesan showed it to him. Anjar's eyes widened. Oh, how is Levinov? She had a seizure just moments ago but has stabilized now. Then we can proceed immediately. Taesan entered the hidden chamber. The goddess was there. She was in the same posture as before, with a gentle smile. However, the energy emanating from her was noticeably weaker than before. The corrupt energy flowing from her heart had grown even stronger. His goal was to cleanse the corruption and restore the goddess to her original state. Taesan raised the sacred relic. So what will you do? Balbabamba had not left. The library's administrator, Jorge, had also arrived to observe Taesan. Purifying a god's corruption is not an easy task, even for my master. If it's truly possible, I would like to gain that knowledge. Jorge, that's fine and all. But Balbabamba, why are you still here? Don't you have a lot to manage? We don't know what effect this event will have on the labyrinth. As the administrator, I must observe. Ah, so it's because of that, the ghost acknowledged it. Anjar looked at Taesan with trembling eyes. How do you plan to proceed? Much of her body is corrupted, but Levinov is protecting herself. She has gathered the corrupted portion within her heart. And that corruption is similar to my boundary line. In other words, by using his boundary line, he could cleanse the corruption that had overtaken Levinov's heart. I initially thought of purifying Levinov's entire world, but that proved impossible. That place had completely transformed into a high god's domain. Even Taesan couldn't interfere, so he decided to focus on purging the corruption consuming Levinov's body. The goddess will lose her domain, most of her power will be gone. The chances of failure aren't low either. It doesn't matter. As long as there's even the slightest possibility, that's enough. Anjar spoke with a face full of excitement. Taesan grasped the sacred relic and approached Levinov. The corrupt energy within her heart lashed out violently as if trying to repel Taesan. Taesan pushed back with divine power and raised his hand. Kying, a boundary line formed above his hand. Taesan drove it straight into Levinov's heart. Her eyes flew open wide. Kaya, Levinov screamed. Like a beast sensing mortal danger, she unleashed bursts of power in all directions. Anjar hurriedly erected a golden barrier, and Balbabamba reinforced the defenses using his authority as the administrator. The corrupt energy embedded in Taesan's hand resisted fiercely. It tried to invade his body and corrupt him, but it was useless. The boundary line surrounding Taesan's hand devoured the corrupt energy instead. Even the high god's corruption, which had shaken transcendence, held no power before Taesan. He strengthened the boundary line and pushed his hand in deeper. As a result, Taesan saw something shifting deep within the corrupt energy. That was the source of the corruption that had tainted the goddess. Taesan detonated his boundary line. The source desperately retaliated, unleashing everything it had. Rumble, a gray mist engulfed the surroundings. Anjar, overwhelmed by instinctual fear, leaped back. His very essence warned him, if he touched that gray mist, his being would be distorted. Balbabamba drew upon his administrative powers. Balbabamba has activated number 0. Rumble, the labyrinth began to fracture. Balbabamba severed the connection between the hidden chamber and the labyrinth. This was his divine authority, the power of the labyrinth's administrator. But even that power wavered dangerously as the gray mist spread. Balbabamba gathered even more strength. As if sealing something, he completely isolated the hidden chamber. Crack, Taesan seized the source. At that moment he felt a presence. Something vast, something beyond this world was watching him, and it was smiling at him. Taesan detonated his boundary line with full force. He crushed the emerging resistance along with the gaze and yanked. The source of the corruption that had tainted the goddess was ripped out. You have obtained fragment of a high god. Your boundary line proficiency has increased by ASCU 98% dollar. You have purified the high god's corruption. You have acquired the special skill purification of the profane. Kaya, the screams were abruptly silenced. Life rapidly drained from the goddess' face. Even though only the corrupted parts had been removed, a part of her body had been forcibly torn away. She could not endure it, her soul and body were fading. Without hesitation, Taesan plunged the sacred relic into her heart. Rumble, the sacred relic fused with the goddess in an instant. Since it originally belonged to her, there was no resistance. The relic filled the void left by the corruption and began to restore her. Done, Taesan inhaled deeply. As the gray mist gradually settled, Anjar rushed forward. Goddess, he caught the collapsing goddess in his arms. She was breathing faintly. The strange sensation that had surrounded her before was now completely gone. Aya, Anjar let out a cry of joyous relief. He clung to the goddess, weeping. Subquest completed. Anjar and Levanov reward you. Taesan looked at the corrupt entity in his hand. Fragment of a high god, a part of a high god existing beyond the laws of this world. The fragment continuously emitted corrupt energy, attempting to consume Taesan. But it had no effect, his boundary line blocked it completely. You really succeeded. Jorge watched Taesan with great interest. There is no knowledge in the library of all things about an existence like you. My curiosity about you only grows. His gaze was filled with deep fascination. Anjar, who had been holding the goddess while shedding tears, staggered to his feet. Truly, thank you. Anjar grasped Taesan's hand firmly. I will make sure to repay you. Not yet, we don't know when she'll wake up. For now, just continue watching over the goddess. Yes, I should focus on Levanov for the time being, forgive me. But once she awakens, I will give you the reward you deserve. It seemed that the quest's reward would be given once Levanov regained consciousness. Since Taesan had expected this, he accepted it calmly. It's all done. Good, Balbabamba stared at Taesan in silence. I will open the passage. Balbabamba has activated number 4. A portal opened. Beyond it was a space belonging to the labyrinth's wizard. I have no authority here. You'll have to ask the wizard yourself. Taesan stepped into the portal. A space filled with swirling, prismatic energy greeted him. The wizard was waiting there. Sorry, but you shouldn't be here. Step outside for a moment. What? The ghost vanished from Taesan's side without resistance. The same goes for you, Green Witch. This is a secret you are not permitted to know. Wait, a flustered voice echoed but was swiftly erased. The mage created a chair and sat down. From here on, this is a deep secret. I can't reveal it to anyone but you. You've grasped the general idea, haven't you? For the most part. Taesan sat down. The high gods are slowly revealing themselves in this world. It will take a very long time, but eventually they will return. The thought of going through that wretched war again makes me sick. The wizard muttered with a bitter expression. It was the tone of someone who had once fought against the high gods before their banishment. If we're lucky, we might be able to banish them again, but who knows how things will turn out. That thing called me a key, Taesan spoke. It said that as long as I exist, many things become possible. Do you know what it meant? You've already guessed, haven't you? The wizard pointed at Taesan. You can wield the black. And you do it without any issue. Is it so rare for someone to use the power of the high gods? I saw a high god's avatar in Levanov's world and it wielded blackness just fine. That's different. He reached an immortal level first, then offered himself to a high god. In return, he gained the ability to control the black, the wizard explained. But you made no such contract with the high gods. And yet you wield not only black but also an alien power, the boundary line which blends divine energy into it. His abyss-like eyes locked onto Taesan. That power makes many things possible. It can sever the connection between high gods and their avatars, and it can purify a corrupted goddess. If that power can do all of this, what else could it accomplish? So, did you find out what I am? The wizard had previously mentioned his struggle to uncover the truth behind Taesan's boundary line, but the answer was not easy to find. I did, the wizard let out a bitter smile and spoke. We waged war against the high gods. It was a war that even most transcendents were unaware of, a battle only a select few remembered. Countless transcendents died and were reborn, space collapsed and the fabric of time distorted. Even concepts themselves were shattered. It seemed as if the war would never end, not until the universe itself was on the brink of annihilation. The victors of the war were the transcendents. But we could not kill the high gods. The only choice was banishment. Every transcendent united to create a seal reinforced by countless laws. No matter how powerful the high gods were, they could not break that seal. That was how the universe was freed from their influence. But that seal was now breaking. The high gods were reappearing in the universe and their target was Taesan. Why are they after you? It's simple. With your boundary line, you could undo the seal that binds them and set the high gods free. Chapter 433 85th Floor The Ashen Woman, Societe Garudensha, Part 1. The seal that banished the high gods may be weakening, but it'll take a very long time to completely break. As long as a single bright star shines, we'll hold on just fine. But if you use the boundary line, the story changes. If it was Taesan's boundary line, he could forcibly break the seal. That's something not even the transcendent beings of this world can do, and that's not all. You do know what the high gods are aiming for, right? The death of all transcendence. The avatar of the Hollow Horror had declared this as the one condition it could never compromise on. The wizard nodded. They despise the very existence of transcendence. They want to erase us completely from this world, but it's not easy with just their own power. No matter how much they corrupt us, beings like Levanov can endure. Levanov had her domain polluted and even her body had been contaminated, but she did not perish. She held together the corruption that gathered within her. Especially gods as powerful as Lakaratas or Maria may not allow corruption in the first place, but if you're involved, it might be a different story. The wizard gave Taesan a curious look. The boundary line you possess denies and breaks the rules. If it's the boundary line, it might be able to erase the transcendent realms themselves from this world. I don't have that kind of power. Of course not yet. But what if the high gods lend you their strength? And what if the other gods have grown as weakened as Levanov? Would it still be impossible? Taesan did not respond. Even he could not deny it easily. The wizard shrugged. To be honest, even we don't fully understand the boundary line. We know everything within the scope of permitted laws, but what lies beyond is beyond our grasp. The high gods might know. But they would never answer. A figure flickered through Taesan's mind. The archdemon Baal, a being closest to the high gods. He called me the mixed one. He seemed to know something about Taesan. He might hold the answers, but he wouldn't tell. If he had any intention of answering, he would have done so already. There was no relying on Baal. The wizard spoke with a vague expression. What's certain is this: you have the power to collapse the current world. That's why so many transcendent beings wish for your death. They're too interested for my taste. But he understood, a being who could summon back the high gods they had struggled to banish. Taesan was an intolerable thorn in their eyes. The wizard grinned mischievously. Several transcendents who rule the universe want you dead. How does that make you feel? Not great. Not just the high gods, but now a whole group of unidentified transcendents to worry about. A weaker mind would have already gone mad. Don't worry too much. There are those of us, myself included, who care for you. We'll hold them off. There won't be any major issues. You intend to protect me too. I don't plan on partaking in something so foolish. They're transcendents and yet think so one-dimensionally. There was deep interest in the wizard's eyes as he looked at Taesan. You can release the high gods, you can kill gods. You might even be able to destroy the avatar of a high god that even we could only banish, or purify the corruption of a goddess we sealed because we couldn't resolve it. There was still so much unknown about the power of the boundary line. The wizard bared his teeth in a smile. So, I wonder, could it be possible to exile them forever, to stop them from ever interfering in this world again? The curiosity in his eyes bordered on madness. What if, using your power, you could kill the high gods we couldn't? The wizard chuckled. You can bring about change. You might be the first step into a new era, trying to eliminate such a being just because it's dangerous. There's a limit to foolishness. The wizard derided the transcendence with contempt. In the end, everything had begun with the boundary line, and the trigger for gaining that power was soul ascension. You have entered the state of mindless absorption. Your body and mind are unified. A miraculous power is etched into your soul. You have obtained the soul skill soul ascension. That was the message window that had appeared when he obtained soul ascension. What even is soul ascension? A soul skill that stole the powers of high gods and immortals. To be honest, I don't really know either, the wizard answered with a puzzled face. I know you gained soul ascension by reaching a lofty realm, but I can't grasp what kind of realm that was. The wizard shook his head. To acquire a skill like soul ascension, it couldn't have been a low level, but you didn't retain that realm. You reached it, but even the traces disappeared. Was it an immortal's realm, a transcendence, or something else altogether? I don't know. If what the wizard said was true, then Taesan in his past life had reached a sublime realm, and from that he acquired the skill soul ascension. But that realm no longer remained within him. Only soul ascension was left. The boundary line obscures it, but to me that's the bigger mystery. What stopped you from retaining that realm? And if it was possible, how did you do it? There was an undeniable curiosity in the wizard's gaze. You should keep thinking about it yourself. It's your power. You'll find the answer eventually. Yeah, that's enough. I've told you everything I know, so now what will you do? Nothing's changed, Taesan said calmly. He was still an adventurer of the labyrinth. He would continue to descend the labyrinth and grow stronger. The affairs of the gods and the high gods were not a major concern on his path. The wizard smiled. I won't stop you. You can keep descending the labyrinth just like now. That's enough. Rumble, the domain crumbled. Taesan's body returned to the labyrinth. Show me, if you will, what lies at your end. With those final words, Taesan arrived in the labyrinth. What's this? Is the story over? Pretty much. You even kicked me out for it. Must have been quite the secret. Can't deny that. Taesan clenched his fist. He had learned many new things, but nothing fundamental had changed. That was enough. He was unshaken. Well then. What did you talk about to make you kick me out like that? Sysedum and the Green Witch's voice came through. Taesan shook his head. I cannot tell you. Well. If it was something the wizard arranged, I suppose it was worth keeping secret. That's a shame, but I understand. I'll keep watching. She must have seen something special in Taesan to form a contract with him. Even now, having reached the midpoint of the 80th floor, her wish was still a distant one. I'll probably find the answer as I continue down the labyrinth. Organizing his thoughts, he opened his skill window. Special continuous activation skill, Twisted Soul Tuning. Proficiency, 82%. Twisted beings can manipulate their own soul. You can now control the soul embedded within yourself or that you possess. You can also directly influence the world using soul tuning. The proficiency of Twisted Soul Tuning had reached 82%. The newly added effect was the ability to affect the world through soul tuning. Indeed, his perception of tuning had changed. Taesan wielded his soul tuning, not merely channeling it through his body but projecting it outward into the world. Rumble's soul tuning cloaked the world around him. Taesan immediately understood what he had just triggered. It's similar to partial world alteration. You have activated Frost Arrow Negation. Crackle, even without triggering partial world rewriting, he was able to use negation magic. He had forcibly elevated his dominion over mana through soul tuning. Now, even without components, he could invoke effects similar to partial world rewriting within a certain range. And if he combined it with the actual use of partial world alteration, he would be able to exert an even more overwhelming influence. And then the black, Transcendence Black, proficiency 20%, cost. Number FDS Fed, number XFeed, number at BVB 43 DFD, number, finally its proficiency had reached 20%. The description remained unreadable, but his control over black had clearly improved. Taesan scattered the black. It spilled across the labyrinth floor, beginning to consume the space. That looks a little dangerous. The ghost let out a groan. The space tainted by black could hardly be called part of the labyrinth anymore. It was no different from the domain of the high gods. So this is what it feels like. Taesan retracted the black. He was now able to control it, not just to coat his body or weapon, but to scatter it broadly. Could the boundary line be used this way too? Until now, Taesan had only used the boundary line as a weapon. Sometimes he'd used boundary recoil to surround his whole body, but it never extended far beyond himself. Now he could manipulate the black across a wide area. Then could he use the boundary line to create and control his own domain? It seemed entirely possible, but it was too risky to try it immediately. The labyrinth could collapse and something like Belbabamba might charge in, so he decided to wait and try it when the time was right. Even without the boundary line, demons were akin to the high gods. Using black in the domain of demons, he could blend it with the magic of negation or mix it with demonic energy. The applications were endless. Taesan sorted his thoughts and checked his other skills. Soul skill. Sword of the World. Proficiency, 1%. Summons and wields a sword formed of the world itself. Due to the user's insufficient resonance and qualification once used, the sword requires time to recover before it can be summoned again. The same massive sword wielded by the avatar like a mountain. It seemed he could now summon it. Given its power, this was a significant skill. Even if it vanished after a single swing, that alone was enough. Weapon engraving. An engraving applied to a weapon. Though it bears no visible symbol, it contains a resonance that cannot be concealed. An item applied to a weapon, Taesan embedded it into Cavert's relic. Cavert's relic. Sword soaked in the blood of ancestors. A relic from a now-destroyed world, it took the lives of many royal descendants. Attack power plus 1000, additional plus 150 attack power when fighting any enemy. His attack power had increased by 500. That was more than what you'd gain from swapping out an entire piece of gear. As for the secret reward, he decided to offer it as a tribute, to use it as a reagent for black magic. Special activation skill. Purification of the unclean. Proficiency 1%. Cost. Purifies unclean things that taint the world. The types that can be purified are still limited. He had gained this skill after purifying the corruption of a goddess. It appeared to be a skill capable of purifying the corruption left by the high gods, but what its actual effect would be, he'd need to use it on a corrupted target to know. After a brief inspection, Taesan took out a shard of black. What should I do with this? Fragment of a high god. A piece of a high god existing beyond the laws. A fragment of a high god. It wasn't a material to be handled lightly. Come to think of it, the crystallized divine blood was also still resting in his inventory. What should he do with these two? Taesan mulled over the possibilities and placed them back into his inventory. He began walking toward the 85th floor. But the system window that usually announced the quest for the next floor didn't appear. Instead, another system window appeared before him. So it's time, special quest started. Return to Earth. 1 month from now you will return to the land you abandoned, survive there and return again. Rewards will be determined based on your performance. Chapter 4, 34, 85th floor, The Ashen Woman. Societe Garudensha, Part 2, Return to Earth. It was already the 7th time. As soon as the system window appeared, naturally the community was in an uproar. People from various countries chatted with one another. Oliver Kahn Hard. This time all the players on Earth might gather together. Kim Hweon Hard, that's very likely. Daniel Darman Hard, I can't quite get a grasp on how things will go. During the 6th return, Europe, the United States, and Asia gathered separately in 3 groups. This time it was highly probable that all players on Earth will gather together. Anxiety and tension spread among the players. But the players from Asia did not fear. They had confidence that they would win. Beek Sanghun normal. We've got Taesan, Gulshan Debaya normal. As long as we have Taesan we can win, we won't be defeated. They cried out Taesan's name. They offered him unwavering trust and devotion. Oliver Kahn Hard. We've seen your power in person, but even then you weren't going all out. I wonder if we'll end up worshipping you like they do. Hard to say. Kang Taesan solo. Whether you believe in me or not is up to you. Taesan had never once forced anyone to worship him. Kang Taesan solo, but there's nothing wrong with worship. In fact, it might even be a good thing for humanity. Oliver Kahn Hard. Worshipping you mean? Kang Taesan solo, yeah. A world driven to the brink of destruction by a high god. There Taesan received the faith of all living beings and became the master of that world. It was entirely possible on Earth as well, but faith couldn't be forced. True belief had to come from deep within their hearts, something he couldn't control. Taesan changed the subject. Kang Taesan solo. How far has everyone gotten? One by one, people began to respond. The Korean hard mode players were around the middle of the 70th floor. In the US, they had just entered the 70th floor. Other countries were similar to the US hard mode had reached exactly the level Taesan had predicted. The most important was solo mode. Kang Junhyuk solo, mid-50s floor. Amelia Aaron solo. I'm on the 64th floor. Kamal Hassan solo, I've reached the upper 40s. Other solo mode players who hadn't drawn much attention also began to speak up. Overall, they had progressed deeper than Taesan had expected. At this level, they could become significant assets. Kang Taesan solo, did something happen? You've progressed much faster than I thought. Kang Junhyuk solo, we've been sharing all kinds of information. And Nuna was a huge help. Amelia Aaron solo, I've been figuring out the labyrinth on my own, but she seemed to know it even better than I did. How the hell did she do that? Lee Taeyeon solo, just old-fashioned grinding. That's all, Lee Taeyeon posted a message. Lee Taeyeon solo, you asked about what floor we reached, right? I'm on the 69th floor now. Amelia Aaron solo, that's disgustingly fast. Amelia grumbled. She had believed that only Taesan could compare to her. But at some point, Lee Taeyeon had rapidly caught up and even surpassed her. Still, she wasn't upset or jealous. Her pride had already been shattered by Taesan. And she had gotten quite close to Lee Taeyeon through frequent chats. She was simply curious. Amelia Aaron solo, something definitely changed, but you won't tell me no matter how much I ask. Lee Taeyeon solo. It's just a change in mindset, nothing big. Kang Taesan solo, the deep floors, for you that shouldn't be a problem. With her current strength, she could probably break through the deep floors without Taesan's help. The conversation continued. Taesan shared partial information about the floors they needed to conquer and explained how to acquire some of the skills he possessed. Kang Junhyuk solo, even hearing it again, it sounds unreal. Can we really get them? Kang Taesan solo, if you work at it, you should be able to get at least a few, don't obsess over it. In fact, Lee Taeyeon had acquired sure hit and addition. The others had a decent shot too. After explaining everything in detail, Taesan closed the community. Taesan was also making plenty of preparations for the return. He could immediately bring Veldensha and Diana to Earth. Diana stood at the boundary of immortality. Even if Veldensha had weakened, he was still at the upper echelon level. With the two of them, they could greatly boost survival. And then, black magic. Taesan had acquired the demon's domain, enabling him to create his own black magic. Could he grant that black magic to Earth's players? It seemed possible, but since he hadn't tested it yet, he couldn't say for sure. If it worked, though, it would be a powerful asset. Come to think of it, the labyrinth had been split apart by the high gods. Transcendent beings weren't affected by the division, but NPCs were. Veldensha and Diana would likely still remain in someone else's labyrinth, unable to fulfill their wishes. I'll have to ask Balbabamba about that. What happened to the NPCs separated like that? He decided to check later. Taesan had finally come to understand the high god's true goal. They must know that he was aware and would no longer bother hiding their desires. Rather than Earth, they would now come after Taesan alone, and Taesan would defeat them. Once again, Taesan headed for the 85th floor. This time, the quest window for the 85th floor finally appeared, and the ghost, seeing the quest window, panicked. 85th floor quest initiated. Defeat Societe Garudensha. Reward. The ferocious broken sword. Secret reward. Societe Garudensha, she the guide of sin, was now the floor's quest target. Did Balbabamba change it? The normal 85th floor could no longer stop Taesan, so it seemed the labyrinth had changed the quest. In other words, Societe was considered a fitting opponent for the current Taesan. She was a princess of a kingdom. The ghost spoke softly. One day, for no reason, she incurred the wrath of a planetary god. Her entire kingdom was cursed. Her father sacrificed himself, begging only that the people be spared, but nothing changed. Even the last dog was killed. The transcendents were fickle. Hammond once tried to annihilate the demonkind of Vekveta for no reason. Apparently, something similar happened in Societe's world. She was the only survivor thanks to others' help, but no one accepted her. Instead, they placed a bounty on her head. She barely survived and somehow made it into the labyrinth. That's where she met me, the ghost let out a sigh. I felt sorry for her and I felt a sense of kinship. In the end, we were both royalty who lost everything and survived alone, so I helped her, told her many things, supported her. But you were killed by her. The first high-ranking member to insist on killing the ghost among the guides, that was Societe Garudensha. The ghost fell silent. Taesan took a step forward. He passed through the corridor, opened the door and stepped inside, and there stood Societe. She was dancing. Wearing a white dress, she performed a waltz with no partner. In her movements, an unmistakable elegance was present. Taesan quietly observed. Before long, the waltz ended. Societe smiled faintly and reached out toward the ghost. Like a princess selecting her partner at a ball, her expression was serene and graceful. Hello, my prince. Would you care to dance with me? The ashen woman, Societe Garudensha, has appeared. Sorry, but I ended up like this because of someone, so I can't exactly dance. Really? That's a shame, Societe replied, her expression genuinely conveying regret. She's twisted. Taesan, who bore the will of all things, could tell Societe's emotions were so thoroughly jumbled he could barely read them. Resentment, longing, regret. And I must have been blind. I never imagined you would betray me. You weren't the only one. I didn't think I would either. Why did you betray me? The ghost's tone turned sharp. You weren't insane like the other guides. You were remarkably human. The rest of the high command had all become twisted, but Societe was different. That's why the ghost had grown close to her. Not to speak too highly of myself, but I thought our relationship was quite good. That's true, Societe agreed, giving a bitter smile. Our relationship was good, very much so, but you see, Bradley, Societe raised her finger and pointed at the ghost. You never knew anything about me. You know, Bradley, you felt a sense of kinship with me, didn't you? But I never felt that way about you. You always felt distant. What? You felt connected to me because we were a prince and princess of ruined kingdoms, but apart from that we were entirely different. Societe bit her lip. You once told me we should save our fallen kingdoms together, but I had no desire to save mine. Why not? Because I was a cursed child, Societe spoke calmly. From birth I was abandoned by the kingdom. Because I was born with powers that were unacceptable to the world. My existence was erased from the kingdom's records, and the mother who gave birth to me was executed immediately. The only reason I survived was because my power might prove useful in war. The ghost's body trembled. Societe smirked faintly. First time hearing it, right? Of course I lied to you. I told you that like you I was loved by my kingdom, that even though I was cursed, everyone still loved me. That was a lie. When the god trampled the kingdom, the one who offered himself in exchange for the people wasn't my father. My father dragged me by the hair to a cliff and shouted as he threw me off, "Take this child instead, spare us." I just edited the story a bit. Societe hummed a tune. The kingdom perished and I survived, but nothing changed. No one in the world accepted my existence. I ran and ran and ran until I barely made it to the labyrinth. That part was true. Why? After a moment of silence, the ghost asked in a tone of disbelief. Why did you lie to me? Oh, that's simple, Societe smiled sweetly. When you like someone, you don't want to show them your ugly side, right? The ghost's body trembled far more violently than before. Societe saw that and looked like she'd expected it. You really didn't know? Well, I figured. Back then you were obsessed with your own goal. You liked me. I love you. Societe's voice was giddy like a girl experiencing her first love. That hasn't changed even now. You were the only one who embraced me, worried about me, leaned on me, and looked only at me. Then why? The ghost barely managed to speak. Why did you kill me? Because you weren't looking at me. Societe spoke with a blank expression. Your only goal was to save your destroyed world, to live with the fiancé you loved. Do you know how painful it was for me to sit beside you, pretending to be fine, listening to you talk about her? Societe clenched her teeth. There was no place for me in your life. Once you cleared the labyrinth, I would have been nothing more than a girl you once felt kinship with, just that, and eventually you would have forgotten me in your bliss. Her face twisted in anguish. Bradley. You're everything to me. A girl who had never been loved, hated by everyone, clung to the first affection she had ever received. I want to remain inside you. I don't want to be forgotten. I want to be more than a mere fragment of memory. I want to be something that pierces through your entire life. So how do I do that? I know I'm twisted. I know this isn't right either, she smiled. But this is my love, Bradley. The ghost said nothing. He simply closed his mouth and stayed silent. Judging by your reaction, I guess I've achieved my goal. You won't be able to forget me, but this isn't enough. Societe twisted her smile. I want you to be filled entirely with me. Click, click, click. A dark energy spread from her. It was neither demonic nor divine. It was something entirely different, deep and dense. Societe, wearing her white dress, stood within the darkness. I love you more than anything in this world. That feeling, at least, is no lie. Rumble, and from the black energy, corpses began to rise. Countless knights and mages appeared. With unwavering tone, Societe declared, "That's why I will fill every part of you with me." The corpses moved as one. Chapter 435, 85th floor, The Ashen Woman, Societe Garudensha, Part 3. A necromancer, Taesan hurled himself toward the charging corpses. He clenched his fist and swung it as he stepped forward. A fist wind exploded. Flesh from the corpses flew in all directions and fragments of skeletons scattered everywhere. Ruyumble, the corpses kept appearing without end. Among them were even ones Taesan recognized. Monsters he had defeated in the lower levels of the labyrinth. They were now moving as tools of Societe. And those monsters were far stronger than when he had fought them below. To use the beings she had defeated as corpses, that was Societe's power. Taesan kicked forward. Dozens of beasts trying to bite him exploded at once. He kept moving his hand, crunch. He crushed and smashed the corpses. Flesh stuck to his fingers, but more corpses appeared than he had taken down. In an instant, the room was filled with the dead. Taesan swung his fist and opened his mouth. How does it feel, that feeling of knowing nothing about the one you thought you were close to? Be quiet, the ghost replied curtly. The shock he had felt earlier had mostly subsided. It's surprising. He had known nothing about Societe. He had believed her lies and never once imagined that she might feel anything more than friendly affection toward him. And in the end, she killed me. I feel a bit sorry, but the fact that Societe killed me doesn't change. The ghost spoke in a calm voice. I've come to terms with it. I see. Taesan opened his hand. Toward the hundreds of corpses rushing at him, he cast a spell. You have activated Mana Storm. Krayak, a massive storm descended within the room. In an instant, the corpses were shredded by the violent winds. Though Societe rapidly summoned more corpses, the storm did not cease. Rather, it consumed the corpses and grew even larger as it raged. A monster truly, Societe let out a hollow laugh and placed her hand firmly on the floor with a serious expression. Come forth, Ruyumble. From the darkness, a massive corpse arose. The head of a dog, the arms of an orc, the lower body of a basilisk, a chimera made from countless corpses. Kaya! With a roar, the chimera charged into the mana storm. Though the storm slowly ground its body apart, the chimera did not retreat and fiercely embraced the storm. Ruyumble, power clashed with power, and the mana storm, unable to endure, exploded. Blades of wind tore through the room. Kaya, then having taken the brunt of the blades, the chimera collapsed, split into dozens of pieces. Societe did not stop. Toward the widespread darkness, she gave another command. Show yourself. Boom. A massive arm appeared from the darkness. It was large enough to fill the room in the labyrinth. From beyond the shadows, a giant eye was felt. A giant's corpse. I went through a lot to get this one. Try to block it. It wasn't just an ordinary giant. The power contained in its corpse was beyond even the top elites. But still, to Taesan it wasn't anything special. It wasn't even worth using a buff skill. Taesan drew his sword and stepped forward. Crack, he severed and flung the arm away. The giant pressed Taesan with its whole body, and Taesan responded with a light swing of his sword. Boom, that alone shook the giant's massive body. Taesan swung his sword and drove it into the arm emerging from the darkness. You have activated Collapse. The power flowing through the sword shattered the giant's body. Though the giant struggled in resistance before overwhelming force, it was meaningless. In an instant, the giant's entire form collapsed and vanished. Having lost all her cards, Societe was left alone in the room. Taesan charged at her. Societe did not resist. Stabbed, the sword pierced through her chest. Boom. You dealt 34,123 damage to Societe. Societe has activated necromancy. Her HP is fixed at 0 and her race transforms into undead. I thought maybe. But as expected, it's not something I can stop with my power. It's your victory. Societe said, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Taesan pulled out his sword. She had survived through a skill, but that was all. Taesan no longer felt any power from her. Taesan deliberately did not finish her off. The ghost stepped forward. Societe, Bradley, Societe smiled. He is your blade, huh? No. This guy isn't some tool of mine, the ghost denied Societ's words. That's quite a surprising thing to say. Do you remember, back then you were so arrogant, you looked down on everyone. Even though you felt a sense of kinship with me, you never saw me as your equal, Societ chuckled. And now you recognize another. It seems your time with him has changed you quite a bit. A lot of time has passed. I was buried alone in the grave, thinking about many things. I'm no longer the prince you remember. Is that so? Then I've become someone from your past. How sad. You killed me. The ghost's voice was subdued. No matter what feelings you had or how you saw me, that doesn't change. Farewell, Societ. Societ was the ghost's goal. The time had come for the long quest to meet its end. Societ smiled faintly. I'm sorry, but that's not how this ends. Boom, the labyrinth trembled violently. Taesan swiftly swung his sword. The speed was beyond what any mortal could react to. Screech, but it didn't connect. A translucent barrier shielded Societ. He's the one who defeated countless elites on his own. I knew from the beginning that I couldn't win. But do you really think I'd bet everything on just myself? Societ stood up. She laughed aloud and reached her hand toward the sky. Descend, O Great One, for your purpose come down to this place. Rumble, space tore apart. A massive presence settled within the labyrinth. The god of lust Xperrif has descended. A dense aura filled the labyrinth. Taesan instinctively remained on guard against Xperrif, the god of lust. It was his first time seeing this transcendent being. And the wizard had once said many transcendents wanted Taesan dead. It was possible this one was among them, just as Taesan prepared to summon his strength. I haven't come to kill you, adventurer. I have no interest in such matters. Xperrif's voice echoed. I have come to test you. This is my final card, so what do you think? Societ smiled faintly, but neither the ghost nor Taesan were particularly surprised. The descent of a transcendent, this had been somewhat expected. Similar to the Lion King. The Lion King had been the same. Knowing he couldn't defeat Taesan on his own, he had offered himself to the god of collapse to gain its aid. But it doesn't matter anymore. You no longer mean anything to me. The ghost spoke in a calm, resolved tone. Societ did not react with shock or anger. Instead, she smiled. I told you, didn't I, this wouldn't be enough. You think I'd fight using such ordinary means? Societ staggered and placed her hand on the floor. The thick darkness that spread out gathered and condensed beneath her hand. Bradley. Do you remember your own death? You stabbed me with the fixed damage dagger while I was resting, right? I already know. No, that's something you were told by others after your death. You were asleep when you died. You never saw how it happened, Societ hummed. I am a necromancer, a wielder of corpses. Ghost, do you really think your body still lies buried in that grave? There was confusion in the ghost's voice. His reaction deepened Societ's smile. Come out, my prince. A corpse emerged from the darkness. Taesan grimaced. The corpse had platinum hair. It possessed a balanced physique. Aside from a small scar on the chest, it was remarkably pristine. Despite its expressionless corpse-like face, its noble aura couldn't be hidden. Taesan recognized that face. Ah, the ghost let out a moan. A system window revealed the truth to them. The corpse of the prince of the destroyed world, Bradley, has appeared. Seeing one's own corpse with their own eyes was not a common experience. The ghost barely managed to speak. You're insane, I told you. I'd make sure you'd never forget me, Societ beamed. Want to know something even more surprising, Bradley? Your body is alive. She was right, the ghost's body had a heartbeat. His face held the vibrancy of the living. I'm a necromancer. Giving life to the dead isn't that difficult. Without a soul, it can't move. But if the soul were there, it could open its eyes again, move again. He could be revived, but the ghost showed no joy. As if you'd actually do that. You're right, Societ admitted it as well. My original plan was to force your soul into the body and make it fight against him, but your time with him, it changed you a lot. You're no longer the prince I remember. Societ twisted her lips. You still long to fulfill your wish, but you wouldn't truly kill or die for it anymore, would you? But your past self would be different. Back then you looked down on everyone. You saw them all beneath you, just tools to fulfill your own wish. Societ placed her hand over her chest. To move a body, you need a soul. But it doesn't have to be your soul. She kneeled before Xperrif. I beg you, O god of lust. You are splendid, sacrificing everything for love and desire. As the god of lust, I gladly grant your request. Xperrif's blessing is activated for her beloved. Xperrif's sphere of interference narrows. And you caught between god and mortal, you arrived just in time. This is my trial, prove your power to me. Xperrif's voice thundered, something left Societ's body. Taesan could tell it was her soul. Societ's power and presence, all of it began to plummet. In the blink of an eye, she had fallen to the level of a mere mortal. Your opponent is your past self. Her soul was being torn away. Even in the face of excruciating pain, Societ didn't stop smiling. You will never forget me, my prince. At last, everything about Societ was absorbed by Xperrif. At the same time, Xperrif's divine authority descended upon Bradley, who, a moment later, the sound of steady breathing was heard. Bradley's body opened its eyes. He frowned. Where am I? Ha! The ghost let out a bitter laugh he couldn't hold back. The Prince of the Destroyed World Bradley has appeared. Chapter 436, 85th Floor, The Ashen Woman, Sociate Gardentia, Part 4. What the hell? Bardre looked around with a scowling face. I was definitely resting on the 10th floor, wasn't I? Ha. Sociate collapsed on the floor, laughed madly. Even though everything of hers had been absorbed by Xyra and nothing remained for her, she remained conscious with a near-insane level of mental strength. Ah, my prince. Sociate, Bardre looked at the fallen Sociate in confusion. Why are you like this? You know, my prince, Sociate spoke with a lifeless face. You died. I borrowed Xyra's authority to bring you back. What the hell are you talking about? Bardre's face twisted. There are no monsters on the 10th floor that could kill me. I don't know either, but what I do know for sure is that you died, who knows? Maybe one of the higher-ups secretly killed you. There's no way I wouldn't notice some bastard trying to approach me. Taesan looked at Bardre. That Bardre had the memories of just before his death, memories of when he had fallen asleep to rest on the 10th floor. Since his corpse had been revived through divine authority, it made sense that he retained memories up to that point. Though Bardre initially denied it, as Sociate's explanation continued, he slowly began to accept reality. If that's the method, it's possible. There were a lot of guides you didn't get along with. They let it. I tried to stop them, but they didn't listen. Why should I believe you? Bardre spoke sharply. Having been brought back, he now doubted everything. Sociate smiled calmly. If I killed you, why would I bring you back? Look at me. Sociate raised her arm. Like a fragile woman, she had no strength. I gave everything I had to bring you back. You borrowed her power. That's right, Labyrinth hero, Xyra answered calmly. She sacrificed herself to bring back the dead you. There's no lie in that. I see. Then I shall give the resurrected you a chance. A system window appeared before Bardre. Defeat the adventurer contracted with the prince's ghost from the destroyed world. Condition. Kang Taesan's death. Reward resurrection. Reading the system window, Bardre opened his mouth. I'll trust you, Sociate. You really believe her? The ghost sneered. Bardre turned his gaze toward the ghost. Looking at it, Bardre suddenly said, so it's me. You're me. You made a contract with the labyrinth's magician for revenge. To think I'd see my own soul like this. Fascinating. Sociate did bring you back. But she also killed me. I'll repay it in kind. I can't trust your words either. Bardre even doubted the ghost, his former self. You've probably experienced and seen a lot in that form. You're me, but you're not. I can't trust that. I know that's the past me, but wow, I was a real pain. Even if what you say is true, it changes nothing. Bardre stretched his hand into the air, space split. It was the inventory granted to labyrinth adventurers. What matters is that I was dead, and now I've been given another chance. Bardre withdrew his hand from the inventory. A longsword was now in his grip. I can't waste this miraculous opportunity. The look in Bardre's eyes toward Taesan held clear murderous intent. The hero who once stood by Taesan's side, helping and sharing critical information, was now aiming to kill him. Then let those with desire move for their own sake. With those final words, Xyra retreated. I wouldn't make a contract with an ordinary adventurer, so they must be quite skilled. Bardre raised his sword, more confident than anyone else. I'll personally test you, adventurer. Tap. Bardre moved. His sword left afterimages. He attacked with multiple trajectories as if several people were charging at once. The first sword of Storm Scar, Wolf's. Taesan raised his sword. Kagagakak, sword strikes rained down. The ghost had died on the 80th floor during life. While stronger than the average 80th floor adventurer, he wasn't overwhelming. Taesan was an immortal. Even dozens of Bardres wouldn't leave a scratch, but Bardre's attacks were sharp and powerful. The authority granted by Xyra, who had taken everything from Sociate, for the one she loved. That authority raised Bardre's entire being to a considerable level. Right now, Bardre wielded power on par with Princess Diana or Beldenkia. Kagagagakak. Numerous afterimages appeared, and at the same time he widened the distance. Bardre's face was twisted. You learned my swordsmanship. Ability sword was based on the swordsmanship of Storm Scar. Even if you made a contract, how dare you teach my unique swordsmanship? Clicking his tongue, Bardre raised his sword again. That sword style belongs to me alone. I can't allow anyone else to use it. Let me show you the true Storm Scar sword. An arrogance and confidence that acknowledged no one but himself. That's your past self. Yeah, the ghost answered quietly. Bardre charged once more. His sword movements were different from before. Like a dance, he smoothly aimed for Taesan's vital points. The second sword, Dancer's Dance. You have activated Strong Strike. Taesan widened the distance. But Bardre slithered along Taesan's sword like a snake, aiming for the nape of his neck. You have activated Deflection. Kakak, the sword bounced away as if repelled. Bardre immediately regained his stance. That's different from what I know. Are you deflecting the weapon clash itself? Bardre murmured quietly and pulled out another sword. Holding twin swords like Taesan, he charged again. His stance was extremely low. Spinning his body while wielding the twin blades, he attacked like a storm. Kagagakak, the blades brushed past Taesan. The mix of real and feint made it hard to distinguish the attacks. In terms of swordsmanship alone, he was superior to Taesan. Blocking the attacks, Taesan spoke. Have you sorted out your thoughts now? What were you waiting for me? This is your quest, Taesan said calmly. I can't just finish it on my own. Ha, the ghost laughed. I sorted things out a long time ago. You can end it, all of it. The ghost spoke. Taesan gripped his sword with both hands and swung it down. In response, Bardre elastically countered with his twin swords. He used Dancer's Dance to close in and aim for Taesan's heart. Taesan watched briefly, then applied strength to his blade. Crunch. Bardre's snake-like sword was crushed. His eyes widened. He hurriedly activated his trump card skill to repel Taesan's sword. Taesan responded with simple ease. He didn't move. He merely applied more strength to the sword. And with just that, Bardre's body was slammed into the ground. Taesan imbued his sword with divinity, and thrust, rumble, divinity, exploded toward Bardre. The golden light engulfed the labyrinth. It was enough to annihilate even an apostle. Of an old god, yet Bardre did not die. A barrier protected him tightly. You have activated absolute judgment. Taesan struck the barrier, but it didn't even scratch. Absolute judgment was a labyrinth skill. It was close to a law. The only meaning behind its ineffectiveness was this, that the shield too was something close to a law. For the one she loved, that authority must include an effect that blocks death-dealing damage for a certain time. Bardre staggered to his feet, his face hardened. You won't be able to win against him now. He's reached a higher dimension than you. Sociate, her face growing more lifeless, spoke. Though Bardre was empowered by Xera's authority, its limits were clear. Taesan, an immortal, was not weak enough to lose to an 80th floor adventurer blessed by a single god. Bardre didn't deny it. I can't win like this. Don't worry, Bardre, I knew that much. I will make sure you win. The last remaining vitality drained from Sociate's body. So please don't forget me even after I die. Sociate Gardentia has died. T/N, why does it feel so anticlimactic, or is it just me? Sociate, Bardre's eyes trembled. She had been holding on purely by will after dying, but the end came too suddenly. It looked as though she chose death on her own. At that moment, a vast presence descended again, but it wasn't Xera, it was someone else. Posthumous contract of Dersha activated. Dersha's interference range has decreased. Sociate opened her eyes. She slowly rose. But unlike before, she now had an utterly alien air like a puppet. I didn't like Xera's meddling, but since I've obtained the body I originally wanted, I suppose it doesn't matter. The being occupying Sociate's corpse murmured. She turned to Taesan. You're the one causing a racket in the labyrinth. You are, Taesan frowned. The presence emanating from Sociate exceeded even Xera's. Sociate opened her mouth. I am Dersha, god of death. Lord Dersha, Bardre's eyes widened. Dersha was the one who truly governed death and transcendent, who existed since the beginning of the world. Rakaratas also governed war and death, but only deaths resulting from battle. He didn't control death itself. Though most transcendents were called gods, Dersha was a being truly close to a god in every sense. As far as Bardre knew, Dersha resided in the deepest parts of the deep layer, around the 90th floor. Why are you in her body, Lord Dersha? I've been watching her since she entered the labyrinth. I offered a contract, but she kept refusing. Then, perhaps on a whim, she accepted recently. So that's how it is. The ghost fell silent. There had been hints. Sociate had always possessed a special power since birth. The power to command the dead, a force the upper ranks could never fully understand. It made sense that the god of death took interest. So that's why she was on the 85th floor. She must have received part of Dersha's power through the contract. My contract with her was simple. In exchange for her body, she would help someone once. Dersha was now staring at Taesan. There was nothing gentle in that gaze. Taesan immediately understood. The god the magician said wanted to kill him. One of them was the god of death. Normally, I wouldn't like this kind of contract. But if it's you, then it changes things. Dersha's puppet activated. Rumble, the god of death. Its authority manifested through Sociate's body. The magician says you can create a new world, but what is a new world? This world is already perfect. Why preserve a being that only brings chaos? Death crept in. Dersha declared judgment. A being like you cannot be tolerated. So Sociate gave her life for me. If she wanted my victory that badly, I must answer that. The ghost gave a hollow laugh. Knowing the truth, it was all too absurd to him. Ehilie, I accept your contract now. God of the sword, Ehilie descends. Ehilie. A god Taesan had once faced in a trial. Ironically, Ehilie had once descended into Bardre's body during Taesan's own trial. Now that same god was making a contract with the revived Bardre. The ghost had once said that he'd received many offers for apostle contracts during life, but rejected them all because they limited growth. Yet now Bardre was accepting an apostle contract just to defeat Taesan. Oh. Bardre groaned. His rank evolved to apostle. He instantly rose to a lofty level. So many of them. Taesan clicked his tongue. Exira, Dersha, Ehilia, three transcendents, were now aiming for Taesan. Chapter 4, 3785th floor. The Ashen Woman, Sociate Gardentia, Part 5. Through my contract with Sociate, I shall aid you, Apostle of Ehilia. Dersha has transferred ownership of the puppet. Bardre temporarily gained control over Sociate, who had become Dersha's possession. That is mine, even the smallest scratch, and I won't stay silent. I can't guarantee that, I'll try my best. HMPH, Dersha scoffed and withdrew from Sociate. Then shall we begin again? However you like. Forced duel won't work here, it was like puppetry. Forced duel could only deal damage to designated targets. But it didn't restrict attacking the puppets or possessions of those targets. Sociate, Bardre spoke briefly. With no will of her own and obeying only commands, Sociate drew a line in the air at Bardre's will. Rip, space tore open. A space of black and red violently mixed revealed itself. Nothing could be felt within, it looked no different from painted-over space. But Taesan knew that was death itself. Death surged toward him. Taesan forcibly drew upon divinity, and spread it around him. Divinity collided with the black-red space and shattered as it clashed, and Bardre didn't stay idle either. Gathering his strength, Bardre gripped his sword with both hands. Bardre has activated unity with the divine sword. Bardre leapt. His movement was on a different level from before. If Taesan didn't respond properly, he could be overwhelmed in an instant. Kagak, Taesan blocked Bardre's attack. He dodged and deflected the flurry of strikes, then activated a skill. You have activated deflection, a labyrinth skill, that deflects the opponent's attack upon collision. Bardre, having faced it before, knew how it worked. But Bardre did not retreat from the strike. Instead, he swung even harder toward Taesan. Once deflection activates, there's no need to mind the opponent's attack. The sword gets deflected, then it's time to counter. Taesan thrust at Bardre. The moment the swords were about to clash, deflection activated, twisting Bardre's blade trajectory. At that moment, Bardre's wrist moved. A smooth flick of the wrist corrected the forcefully twisted path of his sword. There was no delay in that process. It was swordsmanship bordering on divine. Clang, their swords collided. Taesan quickly pulled back. Bardre charged at him again, so Taesan raised his blade. You have activated strong strike. You have activated acceleration. The sword came crashing down. Even if Bardre had become Ehilia's apostle, Taesan's stats were overwhelming, and with strong strike and acceleration added on, there was no way Bardre could keep up, but Bardre didn't back down. He moved his sword toward the descending blade. Clang. As the two swords met and Bardre's was being overpowered by sheer force, his wrist moved again. Kagak. Moving with uncanny smoothness like a living creature, Bardre's sword deflected Taesan's power. He countered overwhelming force and speed with technique alone. Taesan clicked his tongue and backed away again. It wasn't a level achievable by simply being skilled with a sword. The opponent had become the apostle of the god of the sword. Like other apostles, he could wield part of his god's authority. That was the source of Bardre's humanly impossible movements. Bardre closed in on Taesan. His sword was sharp like a wolf's fang. It was the first wolf fang of Storm Scar. Kagagagak, you have activated Raging Gale Dash. Taesan swung his blade fiercely, meeting Bardre's attack with storm-like movement. He couldn't win with just strength or speed, he needed something else. You have activated Counter, a skill that automatically retaliates against the enemy's attack. Counter. It enabled the user to block attacks even if they couldn't react in time. Kagak, Taesan's body moved. He slipped past Bardre's attack and thrust his blade, and in that moment Bardre's sword movement changed. His blade slithered along Taesan's sword like a snake. The second sword, Dancer's Dance, that alone could be dealt with using Counter, but only if Bardre used just Dancer's Dance. Instead, he pressed Taesan like a wolf while slithering like a snake. From Bardre's hands, both Wolf Fang and Dancer's Dance emerged simultaneously. Counter, designed to react automatically, began to falter. Kagak. Taesan had no choice but to retreat. You can use Storm Scar's sword like that. The ghost couldn't hide his shock. Bardre's swordsmanship had reached a realm even the original creator of Storm Scar never imagined. By becoming the apostle of the god of the sword, Ehilia, his swordsmanship had attained a higher dimension. Kagagagak, Taesan was pushed back once more, despite having superior stats, and with ability sword. Surpassing Storm Scar's swordsmanship, Taesan could do nothing and was being overwhelmed by Bardre. So this is an apostle of the god of the sword. A god who rules over the sword itself, the authority his apostle possessed. He couldn't win with the sword, then he would respond with other means. You have activated Frozen World Negation. A magic blended with black. Frost surged toward Bardre. Bardre, who had been pressing fiercely, swung his sword with a hardened expression. Magic of Negation was a power that overrode all affinities, just like it cancelled the power of the immortal. Whereas Bardre couldn't easily overcome it either. He focused on defending against the negation magic. T/N. Wured was the immortal from the Magic Tower arc where he learned advanced magic. Taesan didn't miss the opening. He charged forward and stabbed Bardre's back, a perfect gap impossible to block without a skill. Just when Taesan believed he had landed the blow, Bardre's body suddenly moved. While fending off the negation magic, he twisted and swung his sword at Taesan. It was a physically impossible movement, as if space distorted and time compressed. Kagak in the end, Taesan failed to land a hit. He grimaced. So it's not just swordplay you're good at. Bardre advanced and shouted, Sociate. At the same time, a black-red wave of death surged forth. What resided in Sociate was Dersh's authority. The power to command death. Taesan swung his divinity. To repel it, Sociate's corpse swung her arm. Space split as numerous corpses reappeared. They all charged at Taesan. These corpses were on another level from those before, perhaps due to Dersh's authority. Their movements felt almost human, as if they had their own will. They targeted Taesan with murderous intent. You have activated Mana Storm Negation. Kagakak, a black storm shook the labyrinth. Corpses were torn apart, but some endured and rushed at Taesan. Troublesome. Unable to gain an edge in swordsmanship, magic or black magic was now being blocked by Sociate. He considered summoning Minerva, but this was a battle between those beyond mortality. She wouldn't be much help. Taesan, his eyes calm, moved his body. Kwang, swords clashed. Death surged, only to be pushed back by black magic and divinity. Taesan didn't stop. He blocked all of Bardre and Sociate's attacks and countered, pushed back. Bardre frowned. He's not even getting tired. While not a drop of sweat ran down Taesan's face, Bardre himself was slightly out of breath. The basic difference in stamina was larger than expected. How many skills does he even have? With Sociate's help, Bardre repeatedly tried to exploit Taesan's openings, but each time Taesan pulled out a new skill to shut the opening down. He hid himself in darkness, used the power of ruin, even erased Bardre's attacks altogether. No matter how much pressure was applied, he had a new trump card every time. And Taesan was becoming increasingly familiar with Bardre and Sociate's movements. As time passed, it became harder to create any opening. Frankly, if not for Sociate, he would have lost long ago. Grimacing, Bardre lowered his sword. What are you doing? His gaze turned to the ghost. I now understand that I can't beat you alone, so let me ask the dead me, why are you just standing there? Bardre looked at the ghost. If he dies, I resurrect. I can descend the labyrinth again, I can clear it. That wasn't arrogance. Taesan himself judged that Bardre had the talent and strength to clear the labyrinth. You must have spent a long time with him. You know all his weaknesses and trump cards. Tell me now, I'll defeat him and fulfill our wish. That's impossible, the ghost replied calmly. Even if you clear it, your wish won't come true. You're lying, Bardre denied it instantly. If I clear the labyrinth, I get my wish. That's the info I received, that's why I came here. Clearing and conquering are different. No matter how hard you try now, conquering is impossible. I don't believe you, Bardre spoke sharply. Even if your words are true, so what? He pounded his chest. I came here to save everyone. Even if it's close to impossible, I don't care. I will never give up. If I can't fulfill my wish, I'll find another way. Even if I have to turn back time, I will save my world. It was a declaration bordering on madness, the cry of one who would never let go of their wish. You really are different from me, the ghost said quietly. He too had once been like that, willing to throw away his life for a wish. That's probably why Societe betrayed him so easily, but the ghost had gone through much with Taesan. He had matured and come to terms with reality. In the end, he accepted his failure. I won't say you're wrong, but I'm no longer you. Your words no longer reach me. You, as the ghost finished, Bardre's face twisted. Taesan readied his sword. Exira Ehelia Dersh's authority. Their powers govern laws themselves. Even for Taesan, they weren't easy to handle, so he focused on defense and evasion. As a result, he was able to grasp the full extent of Bardre and Sociate's powers. If they've revealed nothing new until now, then what they've shown must be everything. Then it was time to end it. You have activated Bale's surge of the sevenfold black space. Rumble, a wave of black space surged forth. Bardre shouted loudly. Sociate, a crimson-black death wave rose and clashed with the spatial surge. Neither side gave way. They stood at a stalemate. Taesan poured in more power. You have activated Great Collapse Negation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Taesan was using magic of negation, with twisted spirit coordination without needing partial world alteration. And he instantly collapsed the completed negation magic using twisted spirit coordination. You have activated Magic Explosion. You have activated Aegis's shield. A dark sphere exploded, shaking everything. Death warped and was pierced. Exposed to the aftermath, Bardre chose evasion over defense. It was a wise decision. The power contained in Great Collapse could not be blocked without taking damage. But as a result, the distance between Bardre and Sociate widened. Taesan gripped the air. You have activated Blade of the World. Rumble, a massive blade appeared in Taesan's hand. What it contained was the world itself. Taesan infused it with black and swung it toward Bardre. Bardre barely managed to block it. Kagagagak, erg. Blown far away, Bardre watched as Taesan launched himself at Sociate. Sociate tried to summon more corpses, but Taesan was faster. Bardre, preoccupied with blocking the blade of the world, couldn't issue commands in time. Stab, Taesan's sword pierced Sociate. Dersha's authority stirred inside her. How dare you wound what is mine? A voice filled with rage echoed. It was Dersha's voice. Did you really think you could touch a transcendence possession and walk away unharmed? At the same time, Sociate's eyes shot open. Kaya, a scream burst forth. The authority of Dersha inside her forcibly exploded, engulfing Taesan. It was the law of death. You have activated fall of all things. You have activated law of negation. You have activated choice exclusion. Taesan resisted with his own transcendent powers. But what engulfed him was the law of death itself. No matter how much he negated or rejected, he couldn't escape. Death sought to leave an indelible scar on Taesan's soul and body. Let's see how your proud Grey resists this. Dersha mocked. Taesan's boundary line could only be used with his sword. It couldn't protect his entire body. But Taesan, with no change in expression, spread black across his entire body. His mastery over black had reached 20%. As a result, Taesan could control it more stably. He mixed divinity into the black. The newly formed boundary line surrounded his entire body. It was nothing like unstable boundary recoil. The boundary line wrapped Taesan seamlessly. The laws and concepts of the world could no longer touch him. Death drew away from Taesan. You bastard! A voice filled with panic echoed. Taesan detonated the boundary line, enveloping his body. Sociate's corpse crumbled instantly. Chapter 4, 3885th floor. The Ashen Woman. Sociate Gardentia. Part 6. You bastard! Dersha resisted. But it was meaningless. Even the final death explosion was blocked by Taesan's boundary line. Taesan's soul rank ascension activated. He absorbed part of the power that had been in Sociate's body. Your soul rank ascension has activated. Your maximum HP will permanently increase. Your soul rank ascension has activated. You have acquired the special activation skill Necromancy. And it didn't stop there. He began to absorb even the powers Sociate had acquired through someone else's intervention, powers she never possessed originally. How dare you try to steal my authority? Dersha rampaged. She tried to forcefully push back the soul rank ascension, using Sociate's collapsing body, but it was no use. Soul rank ascension ignored Dersha's resistance and stole the very authority she had granted. You. With a final voice filled with rage, Dersha was completely expelled. Crunch, Taesan drew his sword. Dersha's authority began to settle into him. Your soul rank ascension has activated. You have acquired the special activation skill Cradle of Death. Sociate's body completely crumbled, nothing remained. Taesan briefly looked down at the ground, then swung his sword. While Taesan was finishing off Sociate, Bardre was already targeting his back. Kagakak, their swords collided. Bardre, using near-divine swordsmanship, deflected Taesan's blade, but Sociate was no longer there. Taesan's magic and black magic now manifested without interference. You have activated Baal's surge of the sevenfold black space. The space swallowed in darkness rushed toward Bardre. Blocked by the distorted space, Bardre was forced to slide backward. For all your confidence, you weren't much help after all. Gods really aren't worth trusting. Bardre scowled. Taesan raised his sword and pointed it at him. Still planning to continue, most of Bardre's cards had already been seen through by Taesan, and even Sociate had vanished. Victory was nearly impossible, yet Bardre lifted his sword with an unwavering face. I probably can't defeat you, so what? If I can't overcome the impossible, I have no right to be called a hero. I reached this place by braving everything they said was impossible. His momentum swept across the labyrinth. Bardre shouted, turning the impossible into possible is my mission. Come, adventurer, I will kill you and seize victory. The hero stayed true to his words. Despite having no hope of winning, he continued fighting for victory. Taesan also charged with the intent to bring Bardre down. You have activated Great Collapse. Rumble, a sphere of magic that destroys all things manifested in the labyrinth. Bardre quickly leapt aside to dodge. Taesan pursued and slashed. Kagakak, their swords clashed and Bardre's wrist moved. At the peak of technique, Bardre lightly pushed down Taesan's sword hand. He thrust his sword into Taesan's chest, yet Taesan didn't defend. Your first absolute attack nullification has activated. T/N damn, so you mean to say after all those fighting he just hit him only now? Bardre's attack was erased. His pupils widened. Taesan immediately retaliated with a thrust. You have activated Blade of Fighting Spirit. You have activated Addition. Crack. Bardre received 88,977 damage. Bardre's Desperate Awakening has activated. Bardre's Final Battle has activated. It was a single strike. Though a few passive skills activated, they were meaningless. An attack finally landed after dozens of tries, but it was pointless. and with a single mistake, Bardre's battle was over. Coughing blood, Bardre cried out. You win, adventurer. The ghost did not close his eyes. He witnessed his second death to the end. Your level has increased. Your soul rank ascension has activated. Your maximum HP will permanently increase. Your soul rank ascension has activated. Ability Sword, proficiency plus 2%, strong strike, proficiency plus 1%, acceleration, proficiency plus 2%. Your soul rank ascension has activated. You have acquired the soul skill Unity with the Divine Sword. The ghost was a master of the sword. All skills related to swordsmanship had gained overall proficiency. At the same time, the ghost's body disappeared. 85th floor cleared. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have acquired the ferocious broken sword. You have acquired Associate's death. The ghost's quest was over. Congratulations on your victory. Xaira, who had withdrawn, appeared once more. You've passed my trial splendidly, adventurer. Did you get what you wanted? More than enough. Satisfaction laced Xaira's voice. I am the god of lust. I understand the weight of desire better than anyone, especially that of the ghost's wish. Among all the mortals I've seen, his desire ranks among the heaviest. Lust refers to affection and desire. Xaira governed the concept of desire itself, so her words were undoubtedly the truth. But while journeying with you, he set aside that desire for your sake. That alone shows what kind of person you are. More importantly, I got to see that annoying Dersha flustered. That alone was worth it. You don't get along with Dersha. She's one of the oldest gods. She's existed since the beginning of the world. Maybe that's why she's always nagging about one thing or another. Xaira smirked. I've wanted to mess with her at least once, and now I've done it. She spoke with amusement. You've shown me many things. From now on, I, Xaira, shall aid you. Thank you. Thank him instead. The ghost beside you made all the decisions. A long, thin laugh echoed. For someone with such a heavy desire to abandon it for another, that's a rare sight. I was pleased, so I'll give him a personal reward. Xaira's interference range has decreased. A god's power enveloped the ghost. Xaira, your quest goal is complete. Your desire has been fulfilled. The contract with the magician is over. Xaira said calmly. Just as she said, Taesan no longer felt the contract with the ghost. The sensation he'd had since the second floor was completely gone. Unlike others, you exist only as a soul. With the contract over, you can't remain in the labyrinth anymore. Your soul will return where it belongs, but that's too cruel. As the ghost's presence began to fade, it slowly returned to normal. My power is sustaining your soul. You'll be able to stay at his side for a while. Thank you, but it won't last long. Make your peace quickly. With those words, Xaira disappeared. I can stay with you for now, but... It's over. The quest ended. The contract ended. This place was the ghost's final stop. Taesan was about to speak to the ghost, but someone else appeared first. Rumble, the labyrinth's bricks rose. The administrator, Balbamaba, appeared. It's a bit excessive interference, but still within allowed bounds, since it ended without issue. What now? The contract has ended. A contract with a being who died like the ghost is special. At its conclusion, I must personally handle it. Balbamaba looked at the ghost. Sustained by Xaira's power, he no longer belonged to the labyrinth. Like those tricked by the god of fall, you're no longer permitted in the labyrinth. Normally, I'd wrap up rewards and expel you. Right. Balbamaba pondered briefly, then asked the ghost, what will you do now? There's nothing to do, it ends here. If you wish, you can form a new contract with the labyrinth. The ghost paused. That's possible. Normally no, but this time is an exception. With a new contract, you can remain in the labyrinth. Then, you may entrust your wish to the adventurer. Of course, it's an almost impossible wish, so you may be stuck here for a long time, maybe until the end of the universe. Saving the destroyed world, clearing the labyrinth to fulfill a wish, or turning back time. Both were near impossible. I won't force you, the choice is yours, you're completely free now. You may return to where you belong, I'll give you some time, decide as you wish. With that, Balbamaba turned to leave. Wait, but Taesan stopped him. Before that, I want to ask, the labyrinth was duplicated by the old gods, right? You mean the labyrinth created by the old gods? Not that one, this one. I see what you mean. Players in solo mode like Lee Tion never met each other. Solo mode was duplicated for each individual. Those who reached the level of transcendence weren't affected by the old gods, but regular labyrinth NPCs were. So in cases like Beldenkia and the Ghost, in other labyrinths they didn't achieve their wishes. If so, that would be deeply unfair. They achieved their wish, yet elsewhere they were left with nothing. That's something the magician is also pondering. You don't need to worry, he's already found a solution. Balbamaba answered bluntly. That's all for your questions. Now, hero, we await your decision. As he was disappearing, Balbamaba added, and the 86th floor. I debated long about what to do with it. A standard labyrinth wouldn't suffice, but there weren't many alternatives, so I kept it simple. Simple? I pulled the floor up. Pulled up. It meant he brought a lower floor up. It might still be unsatisfying for you, but it'll be decently challenging to conquer. Balbamaba completely vanished. The ghost remained silent. In any case, it's over. Taesan and the ghost were tied through the quest. Now that the quest ended, it was time to give a reward. You've done well, very well, so I'll give you a reward worthy of that. Power flowed from the ghost into Taesan, as if giving him everything without hesitation. Take it. It's all I have. Cabbert's relic, blade filled with ancestors' blood, has transformed into Cabbert's relic, final master. You have acquired the title Heir of Storm Scar Swordsmanship. You have acquired the ring announcing the succession of a fallen empire. You have acquired Bardre's keepsake. T/N. I thought this the last we will see of the ghost. Bardre won't be the same without him. I'm glad it's not. Chapter 4, 3986th Floor, World of Armaments, Part 1. Cabbert's relic now fully belongs to you. Cabbert's relic, final master. Relic of a world now destroyed, it claimed the lives of many royals. You are the final master of this blade. If the owner changes, all stats of the sword will be lost. Attack plus 1500, plus 500 attack when facing any enemy. Significantly increases proficiency in all swordsmanship skills. Attack increased by 850. On top of that, the special effect dramatically increased the proficiency of swordsmanship skills. It was a major change. And now you are the only one who wields the Sword of Storm Scar, its heir. Title: Heir of Storm Scar Swordsmanship. Attack plus 500, defense plus 500, the last remaining heir of Storm Scar. You have been acknowledged by the founder of the swordsmanship. If you wish, you may teach Storm Scar swordsmanship to those qualified. Even if my world is forgotten, if you teach Storm Scar swordsmanship to others, it can live on in memory. The voice was remarkably calm, as though everything had been let go, like a sage who had transcended worldly concerns. The other two are the final remnants of my world. They should be moderately useful. Ring of Succession of the Fallen Empire. HP plus 300, Strength plus 500, Attack plus 300, Defense plus 300. A ring that proves you are the heir of the Empire. But the Empire itself has long perished, rendering its value void. Bardre's keepsake. A small earring never removed since the Prince of a Fallen World, Bardre, came of age. It contains all of his resentment and emotions. The keepsake appeared to be a material item. The rewards were outstanding. Normally, it would have been a cause for satisfaction, but Taesan's expression didn't show joy. You. Taesan, about to speak to the ghost, closed his mouth. The ghost seemed deep in thought. It was clear he needed time to organize his feelings. Leaving the ghost alone, Taesan began reviewing the rewards. His level had increased by 3. Since he had defeated 2 adventurers, his stats and skill proficiency rose significantly thanks to soul rank ascension. But what stood out most wasn't the small stat gains. Special activation skill, necromancy, proficiency. 1% mana cost 250. Revive a corpse with self-awareness and intelligence. However, the race is fixed as undead and is weaker than in life. If it receives significant damage, the spell is cancelled. Currently, you can only revive up to 3 corpses. This was the skill used by Sociate to revive the ghost's body and evade her own death. Taesan had acquired necromancy, a resurrection-related skill. While the conditions were strict, it allowed him to summon the dead to the battlefield. It would be helpful for both information gathering and combat during Labyrinth conquest. He wanted to test it, but Bardre and Sociate's bodies had already vanished. Then there was the authority of the god of death, Dersha. Special activation skill, Cradle of Death. Proficiency 1% cost. Allows you to escape anything that drives you to death except physical damage. Also grants faint control and influence over the dead. Death here referred to instant death declarations or mental demise. But this wasn't particularly meaningful for the current Taesan. Most instant death declarations no longer affected him. Maybe a transcendent level foe could still hurt him, but now that he could envelop himself with boundary line, he could fully escape the concept of death. Still, completely nullifying death declarations from transcendents or old gods was a worthwhile asset. What mattered more was the next part. This is, the ghost quietly muttered. Cradle of Death stated that it granted influence over the dead, and the ghost was indeed a dead being. What kind of influence does that mean? Hold on a second. You have activated Cradle of Death. The authority of the god of death, Dersha, activated. Death approached Taesan. It gently enveloped him like a mother's embrace, and Taesan was able to perceive something deeper about the ghost. His power surrounded the ghost. The ghost groaned softly as a strange sensation washed over him. So that's the limit. Taesan canceled the authority and caught his breath. Even though he'd only used it briefly, the burden was intense. It felt like death was forcibly trying to pull him in. But I get the general sense. The ghost's soul was being pulled somewhere. Wherever that was, it was likely the place where freed souls from the labyrinth were destined to go. Something was currently blocking that. It must have been the power Xyrah granted to grant the ghost a reprieve. Taesan's Cradle of Death, like Xyrah's authority, could hold the ghost in place, but the limit was clear. Though it allowed slight influence, he could not keep the ghost by his side forever. Eventually, the ghost would have to leave him. Taesan clicked his tongue once and continued his inspection. Soul skill, unity with the divine sword. Proficiency. 1%, a state where the body and sword become one. So far, you've only glimpsed the edge of that realm. You can wield your sword with exceptional skill. Taesan unsheathed his sword and gave it a few swings. It felt like the sword was part of him in a way it never had before. God of the sword Ehilie, a god favorable to Taesan. He had even granted divine protection during Taesan's battle against an avatar of an old god. That same god had revived Bardre and made him his apostle, putting him in opposition to Taesan. Was it to test Taesan, or did he simply want Bardre's body and soul? That remained unknown. Gods really are arbitrary, but it turned out to be a good thing for Taesan. He had acquired Ehilia's authority, something he never expected. He proceeded to check the new equipment. Ferocious broken sword, strength plus 500, attack plus 1250, a sword once wielded by an avatar of ferocity. Though it boasted near-absolute cutting power, it broke under the strain of the avatar's power. Used, you have acquired ankle guard of the slave who yearned for love. Ankle guard of the slave who yearned for love, strength plus 400, agility plus 400, attack plus 700, defense plus 1000, an ankle guard obtained by a slave who desperately longed for love and offered himself to the god of lust. Sadly, the wearer forgot the slave's name. Wearing this gear draws the gaze of the god of lust. Though the stats were high, the vague effect of attracting a god's gaze was attached, and typically divine attention wasn't a good thing. But Taesan didn't mind, he was already being watched anyway. And, more important than the divine authority, or the equipment, he could now envelop his entire body in boundary line. Its effect was simple. While active, Taesan became immune to the interference of the laws and order of the world. It wasn't like the unstable boundary recoil that shattered at the slightest impact. This was a perfect boundary line. Even physical attacks could be erased and nullified entirely, and it might not stop at just enveloping his body. As he had speculated before, it was possibly feasible to deploy boundary line across the world. The problem was the cost. The more extensively he used black, the more divinity was consumed to suppress it. In fact, defending against Dersha's authority had completely drained his divinity. That problem might be solvable upon returning to Earth. The next ones he would meet would be the surviving remnants of humanity. Finishing the checks, Taesan opened his mouth. Finished sorting your feelings, more or less. What are you going to do? Would the ghost stay in the labyrinth or return to where he belonged? He had to decide eventually. I don't know. The ghost couldn't give an easy answer. I'll think about it a little more. It's your choice. Taesan, can I leave your side for a while? You can. I'm no longer bound by the contract. I'm free now. No one can stop me from going wherever I want. For the first time since dying in the labyrinth, the ghost had gained freedom. Taesan nodded. Do as you like, then I'll return later. The ghost left. Though he had temporarily left before, with intervention from transcendents or magicians, this was the first time he left entirely. Feeling a strange emptiness, Taesan headed toward the 86th floor. 86th floor quest start. Subjugate the king's sword in the world of armaments. Reward Ego Soul. Secret reward. The 86th floor had begun. Passing through the corridor, Taesan arrived in a new world. In what he saw, there was a sight he had never witnessed before. Countless armaments. Spears, swords, shields, halberds, bows. Thousands, tens of thousands of armaments were embedded in the earth. Taesan walked across the land. From the countless weapons emanated an overwhelming will. They said the floor was pulled up. This had originally been a floor of the labyrinth. Its exact level was unknown, maybe high 80s, maybe from the 90s. Taesan moved forward while pondering. Rumble. After walking for a while, one sword embedded in the ground began to tremble. A fierce will emanated from it. Flying, the sword shot up, flying toward Taesan. It aimed to kill him with clear murderous intent. Taesan moved. With the lightest motion, he evaded the sword's attack. The sword accelerated. Taesan's eyes gleamed faintly. The sword's current speed would have been impossible for a normal adventurer to respond to, even the Lee Tion of his past life. Looks like this is from the deeper end of the 90s. It seemed they had pulled a trial from the latter part of the 90th floor. As Taesan dodged, he reached out his hand. Grab, boom, the air burst. The sword thrashed wildly, trying to escape his grip. Taesan calmly applied pressure with his hand. His rank and will overwhelmed the sword, thunk. The sword trembled violently, then fell limp. The sword had submitted to Taesan. Taesan opened the system window. Sword with will, a nameless sword born through self-forging. It holds no value as a weapon. A material then, Taesan looked around. Staves, spears, swords, and more. Various armaments pulsed with will. They were all targeting Taesan. As if guardians, determined to drive out the intruder who stepped into their realm. Staring at the armaments briefly, Taesan discarded the sword and continued walking. In a world where countless weapons lived in breath, Taesan alone moved forward. Chapter 4, 4086th Floor, World of Armaments, Part 2, Kagagakak, an axe spun toward Teesan's head, he caught its handle. The axe began thrashing wildly. Teesan threw the axe away. Weapons embedded in the ground around him rose and caught the flying axe. They acted almost human. Teesan let out a short laugh. What kind of world is this? These armaments were alive. They could be considered life forms made of iron, similar to the arrows Teesan possessed, but with much more advanced egos. This didn't feel like a floor made simply for use in the labyrinth. Normally, he would have asked the ghost about it, but the ghost wasn't here. Instead, Teesan summoned Minerva. You have summoned the spirit king of wind, Minerva. Yup-cha-cha, wind gathered and Minerva appeared. As soon as her feet touched the earth, she looked displeased. Master, where are we? I can't feel any essence of nature here. I don't know either, that's why I called you. Do you have any guesses? Huh, Minerva looked around Teesan and tilted her head. Come to think of it, where's the ghost? The ghost had always been by Teesan's side. Minerva immediately noticed his absence. He left me temporarily, but weren't you too bound by a quest? He could just leave like that? The quest ended, Teesan answered. Minerva nodded. I see, must be a little lonely, huh? It's okay, master, you have me and Varkaza. Let's set that aside for now. Can you tell what kind of world this is? Minerva touched her chin with her finger. There are lots of armaments here, most with faint wills, no signs of living creatures, not even spirits. It's like a world made just for weapons. She sounded unsure. The god of blacksmiths, maybe? Blacksmith, a god who governs and rules the concept of weapons. I'm not sure, we're not exactly close to him, she continued. I've heard he can craft weapons that surpass mortality, ones that choose their own masters and help them reach great heights. It's just a rumor, but they say he has several realms where he stores his creations. Maybe this is one of them, Minerva shook her head. I don't know beyond that, he's too distant from me. That's enough. He had gathered a rough understanding. Minerva shrank slightly with an uncomfortable expression. Then, master, can I head back for now? There's no natural essence here, just cold metal. This place is really unpleasant for me. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks, master. Call me when you need me again. Relieved, Minerva returned to the spirit realm. Just like she said, the only thing that could be felt here was the will of the armaments. Nothing else gave the impression of a proper world. This world felt like a display hall built entirely for those weapons. Kagagakak. Dozens of weapons embedded around Teesan rose and charged to pierce his body. Stand down, you have activated Declaration of Exclusion. Clang, the weapons collided with Teesan's intense will and were flung away. They trembled as if startled. There were far too many to subdue one by one. No matter how much power he showed, they kept attacking. What a hassle. You have activated Baal's Layered Darkness. Layered darkness cloaked Teesan's body. The will of the weapons wavered as if they had lost him. Teesan ignored them and focused. You have activated Larage's domain detection. The power of detection spread across the world. In an instant, the entirety of this realm entered Teesan's mind. So long as there were no interruptions, he could grasp the entirety of a planet larger than Earth from a seated position. And so Teesan discovered the world's scale nearly the size of Earth. And on the far side, he sensed an immense power. It was likely the king's sword, the quest target. Teesan couldn't help but be surprised. The power emanating from the king's sword was colossal. It had reached the peak of mortality. It seemed nearly impossible to subdue with mortal strength. Balbamaba had said this floor was pulled from deep within. That meant this floor existed in ordinary labyrinths too, which meant that Li Tion had likely cleared it as well. Did she ever mention this floor? Teesan didn't remember every single thing she said. Unfortunately, nothing came to mind. After a moment's thought, Teesan began to walk, but he wasn't heading toward the king's sword. Domain detection had revealed three main things to him: the scale of the world, the location of the armament presumed to be the king's sword, and a single other life form. Teesan kicked off the ground, his body shot across space. Before long, he found a small cave. Teesan walked toward it. Like elsewhere, countless weapons were embedded around the cave, but something was different. Whereas the other weapons had fierce, rejecting wills that acknowledged no one, the ones near the cave had calm, stable wills. Teesan picked one up. Refined-willed sword. A nameless sword born through self-forging. It was reforged into a sharp weapon by the hands of a skilled blacksmith. Attack plus 1000, has its own will and supports its master. The swords that had lunged at him earlier had no value as weapons. But this one had been properly transformed into a weapon. Teesan entered the cave. Clang, 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 the sound of a hammer echoed. Heat clung to his skin. Step. As Teesan moved forward, the weapons in the cave stirred. They seemed intent on protecting their master. That's enough, you lot, he looks like a guest. A laid-back voice rang out. The weapons slowly returned to their places. Teesan reached the deepest part of the cave. There stood a dwarf. He looked like something straight out of a fairy tale, comically proportioned, wielding a hammer too large for his body, striking an anvil. Kang, the dwarf, spoke sharply. You're an adventurer, aren't you? You have encountered the mad dwarf Koslan. Koslan, the name rang a bell. Hafren had mentioned him once. A man obsessed with creating equipment that transcends mortality. In terms of gear related to Will, Hafren said he was superior to himself. Why aren't you answering? I asked if you're an adventurer. Taesan nodded. Koslan tilted his head. When the new contract was made, there weren't supposed to be any adventurers here for a while, but I guess it's fine. Koslan puffed out his chest and shouted boldly, barely reaching Taesan's waist. I am Koslan, the blacksmith who has taken root in the labyrinth. Etch it into your mind and never forget it. I know your name is Koslan and you're extremely skilled at working with wool-based equipment. Koslan, ready to boast, suddenly froze. What? How do you know that? Hafren told me. Hafren? Koslan frowned. He's not the type to tell adventurers that kind of thing. Oh ho, you must be pretty skilled, huh? Well, it makes sense if you made it here. Koslan's gaze toward Taesan grew intrigued. Taesan asked, I heard you were based around the 70th floor. I used to be, but a place I really wanted got added in the deep layer. So I changed my contract and moved here. Koslan cheerfully waved his hammer. Hafren, maybe I should have brought him too. Nah, this place isn't his domain. He's better off not coming. What is this place? The magician and the god of blacksmiths recently made a contract. Thanks to that, we can now use the god of blacksmiths' domain in the labyrinth, previously inaccessible. Minerva was right. This place was the domain of the god of blacksmiths. Koslan beamed proudly. As soon as I found out, I requested to change my contract with Balbamaba. There was some fuss, but I got to settle here in the domain of the god of blacksmiths. All the armaments here, gear you could never find outside, are mine to use as I please. It's awesome, you can change your contract like that. My stay in the labyrinth is to fulfill my wish. If a better way to achieve it comes up, of course I'll change. Thinking back, the ghost's original quest was to defeat a secret boss on the 10th floor. But after learning the truth, a new quest emerged, so changing a contract to fulfill one's wish seemed possible. Of course there's a price, that's why I made a contract with the god of blacksmiths. Once my wish is fulfilled, I'll become part of this place. I'll become one of the many weapons embedded in this land. Forever? Of course, Koslan grinned. I wonder what kind of weapon I'll become, a spear, a shield. I'm so excited to become a weapon and remain here forever. For an ordinary person, it'd be despair, but Koslan looked like he genuinely longed for it. Hafren did say he'd gone mad. Just from this brief meeting, Taesan could tell Koslan's values were twisted. Still, I heard there wouldn't be anyone coming here for a while. Interesting, is there already an adventurer who reached the 100th floor? Koslan muttered curiously. Taesan frowned. This is the 100th floor. What are you talking about? Of course it is. Koslan looked at him like he was saying something absurd. Taesan had expected late 90s, but hadn't imagined they pulled the 100th floor. So this was supposed to be the end of the labyrinth. Judging from your expression, you're something special, but that doesn't concern me. Koslan pounded his hammer. Clang. I just do my work. You've made it here. You've earned Hafren's approval. You should be able to help me, so I'll give you a quest. Subquest start. The dwarf Koslan wants to forge a weapon that transcends mortality and surpasses his own limits. Help fulfill his wish. Condition. Bring Koslan the armaments he desires. Reward Koslan will determine based on your achievement. Chapter 441, The World of Armaments on the 86th Floor, Part 3. You want to create weapons that transcend mortality? That's right, that's why I made my home in the domain of the god of blacksmithing. Koslan tightened his grip on the hammer. I know myself well, I can never surpass mortality. I don't have the talent or the obsession for it, but the weapons I create, those might be different. He smiled with a twisted expression. To forge weapons that transcend mortality just like the god of blacksmithing with a mortal body. My achievements will be recorded across the universe. Don't you think that's worth dedicating a lifetime to? I don't think it's possible. Having reached the seat of the immortal, Taesan knew. The immortal was fundamentally different from the mortal. Those who hadn't reached that state couldn't comprehend what it was. No matter how hard Koslan tried, it was hard to believe he could create such a weapon. Koslan didn't deny it either. Well, I say that, but it's close to impossible. Still, it's my wish. I have no intention of giving up, and for that there's no better place than here. This place held countless excellent materials. For Koslan, it would indeed be hard to find a better location. I'm working my way toward the answer step by step. The quest I'm giving you is part of that. There are some weapons here even I can't do anything about. I want to use those as materials to create something new, so I'd like you to bring them to me. Taesan nodded. The quest was accepted. Koslan explained with a satisfied smile. The blazing red staff in the west, the merciless frost sword in the north, and the blood-stained crimson whip in the east. Subdue them and bring them to me. Bring them all and I'll reward you. Understood. Then go on. Taesan left the cave. He cloaked himself in layered darkness and began to move. Taesan headed straight for his objective. He had already used Larrage's domain detection to identify the locations of the exceptionally strong armaments. He went west first, There, a staff spewing flames floated high in the air with a noble posture. The blazing flames incinerated everything, dominating the space itself. Taesan stepped into the burning space. The staff, sensing him, immediately reacted with hostility. The flames lashed out violently, rushing toward Taesan. You have activated Markohias's fake flame. T/N, I think I forgot to take note of this skill. In case you know if this is the correct skill name, please comment down below. For now, I'll be using this name. Physical flames manifested in the world. In an instant, the fake flame suppressed the fire spewed by the staff. The entire space was engulfed in fake flame. The staff quivered, seemingly flustered. Taesan casually stepped forward and grabbed the staff. Rumble, the flames swirled around Taesan. A strong will to incinerate everything could be felt. Stay still, Taesan exerted his will. The blazing flames were extinguished in an instant as if doused with water. The staff, which had tried to resist, instantly quieted down. The power contained in the staff was enough that even Diana couldn't easily subdue it, but to Taesan it meant nothing. I hope the king's sword puts up at least a little resistance. Muttering, Taesan launched his body instantly. He subdued the frost sword in the north and the blood-stained crimson whip in the east. It was a quest that felt more like a walk. Having finished it swiftly, Taesan returned to Koslan. Koslan's eyes widened. Already, here they are, Taesan showed the three weapons. The weapons that had previously resisted and raged now lay meekly on the cave floor. They're real. Koslan looked at Taesan with astonishment in his eyes. No matter how strong someone is, no one has brought them back this quickly. Don't tell me, you've crossed the boundary? Taesan silently nodded. Koslan let out a hollow laugh. That's amazing, truly amazing. He fiddled with the weapons. If that's the case, I can't make something half-hearted. I'll craft a weapon that even an immortal would find valuable. It might become a meaningful experience for my wish as well. Wait a bit. I'll go prepare. Koslan dashed deeper into the cave. Taesan waited for Koslan to return. As he passed the time, someone approached Taesan. Hello. It wasn't Koslan, it was the ghost. The ghost who had temporarily left Taesan's side had returned. Taesan asked calmly, have you sorted out your thoughts? More or less. The ghost's voice was subdued. I won't be staying in the labyrinth anymore. The ghost had decided to leave the labyrinth and go to where the dead were meant to go. You sure about that? If the ghost wished, he could have remained in the labyrinth. That might have been better than true death. And perhaps, though unlikely, the possibility of saving the ghost's ruined world still existed. I'm fine with this, but the ghost spoke calmly. My first journey was to save my world. The ghost entered the labyrinth for the sake of his ruined world. For that goal alone, he conquered the labyrinth and grew stronger, but he was killed by Sociate. His first journey had come to an end, and my second journey was with you. The ghost had been with Taesan. He witnessed his efforts and perseverance, his values, how he conquered the labyrinth. He cheered, felt anxious, and empathized. At the end of that, the ghost was able to let go of his desires, and with the quest ending, so too did the ghost's second journey. Honestly, at first, I was going to choose to stay in the labyrinth. But when I thought about it, it didn't matter. I'd be separated from you either way. The quest between Taesan and the ghost had ended, and one day Taesan would return to Earth. The ghost, on the other hand, would have to remain in the labyrinth. Once I realized that staying in the labyrinth lost its meaning. I don't need a third journey, my adventure ends here. T/N, slightly frowning face, please don't leave. Taesan's adventure is not going to be the same without you. We're all used to having you doing commentary about everything Taesan's doing. You've done well. Taesan judged that the ghost would leave before he returned to Earth. The being who had always been by his side, who had given him information, helped him, and chatted with him would disappear. That would leave a great void for Taesan as well, but the ghost had made his decision. It would be tasteless for Taesan to argue. Taesan said nothing. The ghost also silently remained by his side. I'm done organizing my thoughts. Koslan appeared noisily, grinning. I've got a good idea of what to make now. Tell me what you want, I'll craft it according to. Koslan's voice gradually trailed off. His gaze was fixed not on Taesan but on the ghost. A soul? First time seeing one, huh? So you're the one they call Koslan. You came after me, huh? First time I'm seeing you. The ghost spoke with curiosity. Koslan was flustered. Why is a soul here? He was also a labyrinth contractor like you. And his contract has ended. A magician made a contract with the dead in the labyrinth, then he should have returned to where he belongs. Why is he still here? Taesan answered Koslan's question. He explained that a transcendent had intervened and granted him a little time. Along the way, he also explained the ghost's circumstances. Koslan fell silent after hearing the explanation. So he's now a free soul. And in life he was a remarkable adventurer. T/N, I'm calling it. He is going to be an ego weapon. Please make it happen, he mumbled to himself. Different lights flickered in his eyes. The ghost, however, showed no interest in Koslan. After all, Koslan was meaningless to him now that he was leaving the labyrinth. But what Koslan said next took the ghost by surprise. Koslan grinned and spoke with burning passion. Ghost. Want to become a weapon? T/N called it YSSSSS. The statement was so sudden that the ghost couldn't respond immediately. What the hell are you talking about? Regaining his senses, the ghost dismissed Koslan's words. Telling him to become a weapon out of nowhere, no one would accept such a proposal. I'm being completely serious. As a soul, don't you want to become a weapon? Why the hell would I accept that? You want me to be trapped in a weapon or something? Cut the crap. You wouldn't be trapped, you would become the weapon, Koslan shouted loudly. It's the concept of being reborn, using the weapon as your body. You'd retain your full sense of self, able to act on your own, and grow even stronger, strong enough to one day surpass mortality, a cry full of madness echoed. What kind of bullshit is that? The ghost hadn't been present when Taesan and Koslan had talked. Perhaps that was why he couldn't understand what Koslan was saying. Realizing this, Koslan calmed down and explained slowly. So you're saying, you want to create a weapon that surpasses mortality. And how does turning me into a sword help with that? Because I'm ultimately just a mortal. Koslan clicked his tongue. I've never understood the concept of immortality. No matter how hard I try, I probably can't create a weapon that surpasses mortality. Humans might understand how birds fly, but they couldn't truly understand a bird's senses or emotions. Imagining a state they hadn't reached themselves was impossible. But what if I created a weapon that grew stronger on its own like a human, one with a complete sense of self? Wouldn't such a weapon eventually be able to transcend mortality? Koslan grinned. There are artificially created beings who have reached the seat of immortality. It's definitely possible. That's your goal. All I want is to see my weapon transcend mortality. I don't need anything else. Then why don't you use the weapons outside? All the weapons out there have wills of their own. The weapons in this place all had their own will, but Koslan shook his head. The weapons here don't have intelligence. They're just beasts acting on instinct. That's not enough. What I'm trying to create isn't an ego sword. Ego swords are just swords with consciousness. Koslan's eyes blazed as he spoke each word with intense desire. A truly independent, perfectly free being in the form of a sword, that's what I seek. A life form in the form of a weapon, that was what Koslan desired. But for that, a complete sense of self is necessary. That's always been the hardest part. I kept getting stuck there, and then you appeared. His eyes, brimming with desire, turned to the ghost. You're a completely free soul right now, unbound by anything. Due to Xira's authority, the ghost wasn't bound to the labyrinth, nor did he have to go where the dead normally go. Don't think of it as strange. Becoming a weapon wouldn't change much from when you were alive. You'd still have your will and make your own choices. The only difference is that your vessel wouldn't be a body but a weapon. Koslan continued. If you wanted, you could travel the world alone or accompany someone you cared about. The ghost had chosen between two paths. He didn't choose a third journey, but now a new option had appeared. So, interested? Chapter 442, The World of Armaments on the 86th Floor, Part 4. Even so, becoming a sword doesn't sound all that appealing. Of course, your senses and such will change. You'd be reborn not as a human, but as a sword, but your identity and free will won't disappear. How do I know you won't pull something shady in the middle of it? I am Koslan the dwarf. I swear upon my wish and everything I've built, there will be no restrictions placed upon you, Koslan declared immediately. If I violate this vow, I will suffer eternally without ever achieving any of my desires. It was a declaration made in his own name. With this, the possibility of Koslan pulling any tricks was eliminated. Well, damn, there was nothing more to say. With all concerns resolved, the only thing left was the ghost's choice. This is giving me a headache. The ghost was confused. He couldn't make a decision easily. Give me a moment. Take your time. Koslan didn't rush him. Think it over as much as you need. I'll be doing other work in the meantime. Let me know once you've made up your mind. Only Taesan and the ghost remained in the cave. What should I do? He thought everything was over, yet suddenly a new choice was presented. The ghost calmed his mind and objectively assessed the conditions. So I'd become a sword. He would become a sword rather than a living, breathing body. It was an idea that instinctively repelled him, but according to Koslan's explanation, it wasn't as horrifying as it sounded. He could act freely as a sword. Literally, only the vessel holding his soul would change. Of course, there were definite drawbacks. He'd no longer feel the warmth of life. He wouldn't be able to hold someone or exchange deep emotions with others, and it wasn't even certain that Koslan would succeed. This was his first time trying to turn a soul into a weapon, so it wouldn't be surprising if problems occurred. But he'd be able to live again. He could talk to others, experience new things, and grow stronger. Perhaps he could even achieve his dream as a sword. With both pros and cons clear, the ghost couldn't make a decision easily. What should I do? In the end, the ghost asked Taesan. You can't leave this decision to me. This is something you have to choose for yourself. No one else should interfere with a decision that could change the ghost's future. The ghost agreed. You're right, in the end, the decision is mine. But Taesan trailed off. The ghost waited for him to speak. After a moment, Taesan said, I think it'd be better if you lived on, even as a sword. I see, the ghost smiled softly. It was a smile as if he had finally let something go. I've made my decision even if I regret it someday. It was my choice, I'll have to accept that. Taesan called out to Koslan. Koslan looked eagerly at the ghost, waiting for an answer. I accept, dwarf. Good, I'll make sure you never regret it. So what do I do now? Turning a living soul into a sword, no one had ever heard of such a thing. It was easy to guess that it would be extremely difficult. Even Koslan, who had been so excited, now looked unsure. I've got the general idea, but I've never actually embedded a soul into a sword, so I'll need to run some tests. How much time do we have left? About 2 weeks. After that, I'll have to leave. 2 weeks, huh, tight. Koslan furrowed his brow and began thinking quickly. First, instead of making a new one, I'll need a weapon with a deep connection to you. Since I'm using it as a vessel, the basic compatibility has to be good. Can you get the sword you used in life? That's easy, Taesan. Taesan brought out one of Cabert's relics. It was the sword the ghost had used before entering the labyrinth, the one he had kept until his death after entering it. A sword he had spent his life with. Koslan's eyes lit up as he received the relic. I can feel a strong bond with you. This is more than enough. It's overflowing, actually. I'll hold on to this for a while. After storing the relic, Koslan continued. And I'll need a vessel with great willpower. I need to create space within the sword to house the soul, but the weapons here don't have enough will. I'll need to gather and sort them all. There's no need for that. Taesan took out a fragment of will from his inventory. Koslan's eyes widened. This is the will of the world, a fragment of it. This should be enough, right? More than enough. Koslan let out a hollow laugh. This is more than enough. Where did you even get something like this? And I've got this too. Taesan showed him Bardre's keepsake. Koslan let out a gasp of admiration. I can feel a strong link to the soul from this. Theoretically, one sword would be enough, but the more of these we have, the higher the success rate. Koslan smiled with satisfaction. Perfect, now there's hardly any problem left. As if it had all been prepared from the beginning, the conditions were being fulfilled one by one. We've got the basic materials. Now I need to get a feel for it. Adventurer, bring me as many weapons as you can from outside the cave. Break their will. How many? As many as possible, as many as your abilities allow. Koslan grinned. I have a feeling we'll need a lot. Taesan nodded and stepped outside. He intended to fulfill Koslan's request as much as possible. Standing on the earth where countless weapons were embedded, he raised his hand. Gather, you have activated Declaration of Condensation. Clang, the weapons were pulled from the ground all at once and flew toward Taesan. Though they resisted, seemingly confused by a situation that went against their will, the command crushed all resistance and brought them into Taesan's hands. Taesan declared again, submit. You have activated Declaration of Submission. There was no need to exert pressure through status or might. One sentence was enough. The declaration, imbued with his will, engraved itself into the world. The weapons stopped resisting and submitted to Taesan. Taesan continued to move. In less than an hour, he gathered more than hundreds of weapons. This should do, right? It's enough for now. Koslan spoke with a dazed expression. I didn't expect you to bring this many. You told me to bring as many as possible, didn't you? Well, yeah, but this is impressive. Thanks to you, we can speed things up a lot. Koslan carried the hundreds of weapons into the cave. Koslan continued to conduct various experiments. He fused weapons, refined them, and extracted the will contained within. Though Taesan, unfamiliar with the process, couldn't understand the details, it was clear that it was a very difficult task. Koslan's eyes darkened and his cheeks grew hollow with each sword he refined, but Koslan looked genuinely happy. Even as his body reached its limits, he didn't stop working. In less than 2 days, he had used all the weapons Taesan had brought. Think it'll work. I've got the feel for it now, but I'm still missing a few parts. I need more. Just as much or even more than before. Taesan agreed without hesitation. As before, he gathered weapons in an instant. Koslan used them all and once again requested more weapons from Taesan. The weapons, once countless, began to disappear. Soon, he'd have to travel quite far to gather more. During that time, Taesan's only task was to collect weapons. While Koslan ran experiments, Taesan had free time. It gave him a bit of breathing room. So Taesan spent that time talking with the ghost. They didn't share any grand stories. The ghost talked about when he first met Revencia, when he obtained Cabert's relic, and the things he experienced growing up. Taesan shared stories about his time on Earth, what he did before entering the labyrinth, and the kind of life he lived. Most of it was simple, mundane daily life. Then 10 days passed. I've mostly got everything sorted out. Koslan spoke with a tired face. But I'm still missing one final ingredient, the last material, the quest reward for this floor, the ego soul. Bring it to me, Taesan agreed. He flew quickly toward the location of the king's sword, which he had already identified. There, embedded in stone, was an extravagant, ornamental-looking sword standing alone. Clang, the king's sword was drawn. Unlike the other weapons, it showed no hostility or intent to reject. It only exuded a powerful will to test Taesan. The king's sword moved. It gathered its power into its blade and swung. The energy became sword aura and flew toward Taesan. Taesan raised his sword and met the attack. Boom, the battle began. The king's sword, moving on its own without a master, pressured Taesan. The power it held reached the pinnacle of mortality, bordering on the immortal. But for Taesan, it wasn't a problem. He had already reached the immortal state. It would have been different for Lee Taeyeon. She wouldn't have even survived, let alone subdued the king's sword. So she overcame this. The quest condition for this floor was to subdue the king's sword. Judging by the presence it gave off, it was unlikely that any loopholes were allowed. It meant she had cleared the 100th floor purely with her own strength. She must have been an incredible person. I'll have to ask her what happened after she returned to Earth. Taesan cleared his thoughts and focused on the battle. Clang. He put strength into his sword and swung hard. The king's sword couldn't withstand it and was pushed back. Because of the difference in status, he didn't gain any mastery or skills from it. There was no need to hold back. Taesan subdued the king's sword in an instant. He grabbed the hilt and planted it in the ground. Then he infused it with his presence. The king's sword shuddered briefly as if throwing a tantrum, but it didn't last long. Its energy slowly settled. The king's sword quietly rested in Taesan's hand. You have subdued the king's sword. 86th floor cleared. Your level has increased. Your level has increased. You have obtained Ego Soul. You have obtained Ego Soul, an artificially created vessel for a soul. Empty and can be filled with something. You have obtained King's Pommel. King's Pommel, strength plus 200, agility plus 200, attack power plus 200, defense plus 200, pommel of the sword once wielded by the king of the world. Can be attached to any sword, perfectly balances the sword. The 86th floor was cleared. Taesan returned to Koslan with the Ego Soul. Koslan greeted him with a smile. Just a moment, just a little bit more. I'll finish up quickly. Koslan took the Ego Soul and went into his private space, and 2 days later, it's done. Koslan returned. All preparations to turn the ghost into a sword were complete. Let's begin. You're ready, right? Yeah, the ghost answered calmly. Chapter 443, The World of Armaments on the 86th Floor, Part 5. Check it. Koslan returned Kabert's relic to Taesan. Kabert's relic. The last master. Relic of a world that has now perished. It took the lives of countless royals. You are this sword's final master. If ownership changes, all of the sword stats disappear. In its current severely incomplete state, it has no value as a weapon. A vessel for a soul has been prepared. The attack power stat is completely gone. I'm not trying to put a soul into a sword, I'm turning the soul into the sword. I've modified it to match the soul's traits. As a result, it has no value as a weapon right now, but that doesn't matter. Once everything's done, its performance will be incomparable. Grinning from ear to ear, Koslan entered deeper into the cave. There a prepared altar stood, though it was unclear when it had been set up. A strong will and power swirled around the 4 pillars surrounding the altar. At the center of those pillars, there was a slot to embed the sword. Stand at the altar and insert Kabert's relic. I'm supposed to do it. No, the soul becoming the sword must do it themselves. Sorry, but I can't physically interact with anything. The ghost was already dead. Without a special condition, he couldn't influence the physical world. Koslan spoke calmly. That's what the altar is for, don't worry. He fiddled with numerous devices around the altar. VMMMMMM, the machinery began to activate. A strange pulse spread through the cave. At the same time, the ghost's body began to take on color. Where once he had been like a misty illusion, now he regained his original hue. You should be able to grip the sword. The ghost reached out. Kabert's relic smoothly landed in his hand. It's been a while since I last held this sword. There's no need to get sentimental. You're going to become one with it now. We're short on time. Just step into the altar. The ghost, gripping Kabert's relic, stepped into the altar. Koslan spoke slowly. From this point on, focus deeply on what you wish for. The basic form will be that of a sword, but its abilities will be determined by what you desire. What I wish for. Then let's begin. With an excited face, Koslan pressed a switch. The ghost inserted Kabert's relic into the altar's slot. VMMMMM, the altar let out an intense noise. The pillars synchronized, amplifying their power. That power focused entirely on the ghost and the sword. The ghost groaned softly. It was an extremely unpleasant sensation. It felt like every part of his being was being twisted and defiled. He steadied himself and focused his thoughts. What I wish for? Rumble, with a loud noise, the ghost's figure began to collapse. At the same time, Kabert's relic floated into the air. The sword, twisting and collapsing under powerful energy, met with the ghost. This wasn't simply inserting a soul into a sword, they were becoming one completely. A life form in the shape of a sword began to be born. Ooh, Koslan cried out in ecstasy. The fusion seemed successful. There was no resistance from Bardre's soul as it merged with the sword. As if they had always been one, they accepted each other. I did it, I really did it, Koslan shouted in joy. And just as the sword was completing its transformation, something descended between them. It wasn't a force or a presence. It was a pure, law-like phenomenon. It reached out to the ghost. Ah, the ghost let out a sound. What the? Koslin's expression changed drastically. The fusion between the sword and the ghost suddenly became distorted. What's going on? He frantically operated the machinery, but nothing changed. The ghost's soul was being pulled toward where it was supposed to go. Why? Koslin looked as if he couldn't understand, but Taesan could see it. What was pulling the ghost was the law of the world. Death, huh? The natural law that says a soul without a body must go to the underworld. It was trying to forcibly drag the ghost away as he was reborn as a sword. That won't do. Taesan spread the black. In an instant the cave was engulfed in darkness. Koslin's pupils widened. What? Taesan mixed in divinity. Ash-gray light blanketed the cave. The death that had tried to pull the ghost away was blocked by the boundary and could not reach him. Once again free, the ghost transformed into a sword. He deeply wished for his desire. Rumble, the ash-gray swallowed the world. Uwug! Koslin staggered and barely stood up. The altar had completely crumbled without a trace. And in the center of it all, a single sword was embedded in the ground. Is it a success? Koslin muttered. Taesan approached the sword. Its appearance was identical to Kabert's relic. But what he felt from it was something completely different, yet familiar to him. How do you feel? Cold, I can't feel warmth. The ghost's voice echoed. Taesan grasped Kabert's relic. You have obtained the prince of a ruined world. Bardre, it was no longer Kabert's relic. This sword was Bardre himself. Cough, cough. Koslin approached while brushing off dust. Seeing Bardre in Taesan's hand, he rushed forward. How is it? Did it work? Looks like it. Bardre slipped from Taesan's hand and floated on his own. The way he moved freely through the air was as natural as a person moving their body. Ooh-oh. Koslin couldn't hide his joy. Haha, I did it. I really did it. I succeeded. Bouncing around, Koslin grabbed Taesan's hand. Thank you, really thank you, it's all thanks to you. So does that mean your wish came true? No. Not yet, Koslin denied it with an excited expression. Creating a living weapon by merging soul and steel is certainly an unparalleled achievement, but what I truly wish for is to personally witness a weapon I made transcend mortality. Bardre had gained the potential, but hadn't yet surpassed mortality. Koslin's wish wasn't fulfilled yet, but he looked deeply satisfied. This is more than enough. I'm overflowing with joy. If Bardre ever reaches the immortal realm, make sure to come back. I must see it with my own eyes. Sure, I can do that. Ooh, Koslin trembled all over. It's all thanks to you. He looked at Taesan. Strictly speaking, the reason he even had the chance to fulfill his wish was because Taesan had brought the ghost here. What was your name again? Taesan. Right, Taesan, anything else, tell me anything, I'll make it for you. But Taesan looked at Koslin's face and shook his head. His face was terribly gaunt, almost corpse-like. Let's talk after you've had some rest. I should verify things too. Only then did the fatigue he had forgotten come crashing down. Koslin's legs gave out slightly. You're right, sorry, I'll get some rest. I'll be back later. Staggering, Koslin returned to his space. Watching him, Taesan stepped outside. How does it feel? How do I put it? It feels like I've become a sword, that's really all. The sensation is unfamiliar, but I don't think I'll have trouble moving. Bardre floated alone in the air, then quickly moved. With a sharp slicing sound, a slash was drawn, but it was a little clumsy. Like a child struggling to control the weight of a sword. I'm pretty unrefined. It'll take some time to get used to wielding myself as a sword. Still, it's not bad. I'm satisfied. That's good. Congrats, Taesan sincerely congratulated him. Bardre responded, thanks. So what are you going to do now? Bardre now had perfect freedom. There was no need for him to stay with Taesan. If the ghost wanted to leave, Taesan had no intention of stopping him. I chose to become a sword because I wanted to see the rest of your journey. Bardre spoke calmly. Considering what I owe you, leaving now would be shameless, don't you think? That's true, Taesan joked. Bardre returned to his hand. I have no intention of leaving you. You're the only one worthy of wielding me. You have earned Bardre's recognition. All knowledge of the Storm Scar Sword is now yours. With Bardre's recognition, everything about the Storm Scar Sword flowed into Taesan. Its knowledge, experience, and effort, everything became part of Taesan. He swung Bardre. With a sharp slicing sound, the sword cut through the air like a storm. The swordsmanship was Storm Scar swordsmanship. Taesan had learned it directly from the ghost, so this was no surprise. But the swordsmanship he now displayed far surpassed anything he'd shown before. So this is how my wish manifested. How strange, what did you wish for? Nothing grand, I just thought it'd be nice if I could still teach someone the Storm Scar Sword even as a sword. I guess this is what came of that. It's a bit different than I imagined, but not bad. Taesan could now wield the Storm Scar Sword almost perfectly. Ability Sword was ultimately a technique based on the Storm Scar Sword. Being able to handle its core meant his proficiency with Ability Sword had also increased. Taesan had reached the level of swordsmanship that Bardre had spent his whole life to attain. And this other one must be it. Bardre has activated form projection. The sword floated in midair, its shape began to shift, the blade twisted, the hilt distorted. Soon Bardre appeared in human form, his body made of iron. The sensation hasn't changed, but this should be enough. You wished for a human form, something like that. It's inconvenient to always be a sword, right? So I wished I could occasionally have a human shape. I guess this is it. Bardre returned to being a sword and came back to Taesan. Go ahead and check. You okay with that? Bardre was once an adventurer, but now he was Taesan's weapon. Taesan needed to check his performance. But he had held off, thinking it might make Bardre uncomfortable. I don't mind, I was prepared for that. I actually became a weapon, didn't I? Bardre spoke lightly. I'm your weapon now. I'm your reward for clearing the 86th floor in Koslan's quest. Check me as much as you want. If you say so, Taesan didn't refuse. The system window for Bardre appeared. Prince of a ruined world. Bardre, Prince of the fallen empire of Kabert. Bardre, reborn with a sword as his body. Attack plus 25-0, greatly increases proficiency in all swordsmanship skills. Bardre can move on his own and wield his own swordsmanship. Bardre can grow on his own. The more enemies he defeats, the stronger his attack power becomes. Only those acknowledged by Bardre can wield him. Those acknowledged by Bardre can fully master the Storm Scar sword. For 1 hour a day, Bardre can activate form projection at will. Chapter 444, 87th Floor, Demonic Territory. Part 1, Taesan's attack power increased by 500 compared to before, and Bardre could now move on his own and attack enemies directly. If things get dicey, you could fight alone. It's possible, but I'm still clumsy. If I were at my peak in life, I could manage without much trouble. Bardre wasn't fully proficient at handling his new sword body. Besides, if I act on my own, you can't use me as a weapon. That's a pretty big demerit. Still, it's something I can fall back on if needed. I guess I'll need a spare weapon too. He had already tested form projection. Earlier, Bardre could shift from a sword to a human form. Although it was limited to 1 hour a day, being able to assume human form was a huge advantage. And Bardre was a growth-type weapon. Given Koslan's original goal, it made sense, but the fact that his attack power increased with each defeated enemy was a pleasant surprise. He'd need to test it to know the exact scaling, but even a moderate rate would be more than enough. Not bad, right? Sorry to say this, but it's excellent. Bardre had more than enough value as a weapon. With the general checks done, Taesan went to find Koslan. The dwarf didn't appear, he was likely still resting. Taesan quietly waited. A day later, Koslan returned, his face full of energy. All right. So have you thought of anything you want to ask me for? As long as it's within my ability, I'll make it happen. Koslan scanned Taesan's equipment. His eyes stopped on Taesan's finger. That ring? Koslan's gaze fixed on the blackened white ring Taesan wore. He let out a whistle. That's impressive, doesn't look like something from the labyrinth. Hafren made it for me. Hafren. He's got skills, sure, but I didn't know he could make something like this. Mind if I take a look? Taesan handed the ring over to Koslan. After thoroughly examining it, Koslan's eyes were filled with admiration. Incredible. But it could still be improved. Want me to modify it? I already asked Hafren for something. No need to touch it for now. Taesan had commissioned Hafren to fuse the black and white rings using rare and valuable materials. It wouldn't be strange if that project was finished soon. He planned to check with Hafren before returning to Earth. I see, that's a shame. Koslan clicked his tongue and handed the ring back. Then anything else? There is. Taesan pulled out a handful of arrows. Arrows with self-will. Arrows that move on their own to protect their master. They possess self-awareness and move independently. Cannot stray beyond a certain range. Current master Kang Taesan, current attack power 3421, currently at their limit. These were self-willed arrows Taesan had acquired earlier. They had some utility since they moved autonomously, but he eventually stopped using them. The reason was simple. On their own, the arrows weren't that useful. They required his command, or will to be effective, which consumed a fair amount of mental strength. And in most battles, the cost outweighed the benefit. That was why he hadn't used them in a while. Taesan now wanted to make those arrows truly useful. Oh ho! Koslan examined the arrows with curiosity. Who made these? Equipment like this usually reflects the creator's intent, but I don't sense any of that. The craftsmanship is excellent, but that's all. Can you work with them? These, definitely. Koslan fiddled with the arrows. Give me a moment. I'll whip something up. Koslan took the arrows and headed to his workshop, and he didn't return for quite some time. Taesan waited calmly. He had plenty to do as well. First, he needed to adapt to the changes in Bardre. He practiced with Bardre, refining his grasp of the Storm Scar sword. Bardre also began adjusting to his own sword body. About 3 days passed and Koslan finally reappeared. In his hand wasn't an arrow, but a spear. Spear fused with self-will. A spear created by fusing self-willed arrows, moves on its own to protect its master, capable of moving across a wide range, can self-repair. Syncs with its master to enhance its power and rank. Current master Kang Taesan, current attack power same as Kang Taesan's attack power. T/N WTF. Now it's like fighting with two Taesans. Inflicts various status effects upon impact. Oh ho, the weapon's attack power now matched his own. Koslan smiled with satisfaction. This was a much higher quality piece than I expected. I'm curious who made it. Since it had clear limitations when used separately, I fused them into one. This should be pretty useful. It's more than enough. Taesan threw the spear. It sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, drawing a clean arc. The spear moved on its own, synchronized with Taesan without any need for will or commands. At this level, it was more than capable of dealing with the kinds of enemies Taesan would face. It was a worthy investment of time and effort. Now I'm curious, who made that thing? No idea. Taesan had obtained the self-willed arrows after defeating a forgotten apostle. They were connected to a nameless goddess who had been forgotten by all. He hadn't encountered her again since the final altar, and he had completely forgotten about her. There must be more to it. There was no way the labyrinth would place an altar without meaning. Taesan had even received a quest related to the goddess. He was tasked with finding those who still worshipped the forgotten goddess and helping restore her faith, but nothing had happened since then. He was already in the upper 80s and there hadn't been the slightest sign. Not knowing how to proceed, all he could do was wait. With everything sorted, Taesan said his goodbyes to Koslan. Then I'll look forward to the day we meet again. Koslan saw him off with a joyful expression. Taesan moved on to the 87th floor. 87th floor quest start. Conquer the demonic territory. Reward. Statue of a snake nestled in darkness. Hidden reward. The goal of the 87th floor quest was clear conquest. As he took a step forward, Balbamaba appeared. Before you enter the 87th floor, I'll place a restriction. I'll seal your immortal rank and reduce you to mortal level. Go ahead. At the level of an immortal, he couldn't even get proper rewards. There was no reason to refuse. Balbamaba used the labyrinth's authority to lower Taesan's status. Weren't you supposed to raise the labyrinth's level, not lower mine? The magician had once said he'd create a labyrinth suited to Taesan. You're an immortal now. You think it's easy to find floors suited for your level. Unless the gods intervene, it's practically impossible. There was heavy irritation in Balbamaba's voice. If you took longer to clear each floor, I'd have time to prepare. But you don't, so we have to use floors with imposed restrictions. I'm the one suffering for that magician's empty promises. You're working hard. This floor won't be too difficult, Balbamaba explained. It's more like a filler floor to buy time for preparing the next one. Is it okay to tell me that? Doesn't matter, it's not like anything will change if I do. But you won't clear this one quickly. Still, after I clear this floor, there should be quite a bit of downtime. Come to think of it, yeah, it had taken quite a while to clear each floor. And by the time he cleared the 87th, it would nearly be time to return to Earth. From the 90th floor on, the magician and the gods will handle it. I just need to manage the remaining ones. With that, Balbamaba vanished again. This time on Earth, I hope you stay a while. That's not really up to me. Taesan stepped into the 87th floor. Before him was a bright moon hanging in the sky and a vast battlefield. Countless monsters were killing and being killed. As Taesan stepped into the world, a knight in shattered armor rose from the ground and slashed at him with a broken sword. Taesan swung his own sword. The knight was cleaved in half mid-strike. Boom. Before the knight even hit the ground, a massive hammer came flying. It was a one-eyed ogre the size of a house. Taesan threw a punch, crash, the hammer shattered and flew off. Taesan threw Bardre. Bardre pierced the ogre's chest and returned to him. Rumble, and it didn't stop there. Through the fog came an uncountable number of monsters. Broken knights, barbarians, beasts, monsters. Watching them, Taesan raised his hand. You have activated Great Collapse. You have activated Magic Explosion. A sphere that brought all things to ruin materialized and exploded. Rumble, the area was swept clean. When the dust settled, there was nothing left near Taesan. But his sensing range still detected no end to the monsters. Their numbers were truly incalculable. What is this place supposed to be? You have activated Lair-Edge's domain detection. VMMMMM, a wave spread in all directions. The detection, filled with magi, extended without stopping. And still no end in sight. Taesan clicked his tongue and canceled the detection. This place was incomparably vast, even bigger than Earth, and every inch of it was filled with monsters. Just as Balbamaba said, it was a floor designed to drag out time. Will I even finish this before returning? Muttering, Taesan started walking. Meanwhile, at the same time, Lee Taeyeon bit her lip nervously. Maria's being so harsh. Isn't this too much for your favorite mortal? She grumbled, but then shook her head vigorously. No, I need to do this at least once. If not now, then when? She steadied herself and walked forward. 72nd floor quest start. Overcome the trial of the god. Reward, belt made by the master of the savage realm. Hidden reward, after passing through the 72nd floor's gate, a large empty room awaited. And there someone was waiting, a woman made of flame. Lee Taeyeon smiled. You've been waiting, haven't you? Spirit King of Fire, Vishnu has appeared. The Spirit King of Flame. Vishnu stared at Lee Taeyeon with a hardened expression. You. She glared at Tion with rage. How dare you betray us? Betrayal? I was never on your side to begin with. You were the ones who forced obedience. That's not betrayal. Tion answered lightly and drew her sword. With utmost confidence, she took her stance. No need for a long chat, right? Let's get started. Chapter 4, 45 87th Floor, Demonic Territory, Part 2. Vishnu's gaze toward Li Tion was filled with deep disgust and rage. How dare you? Li Tion had once belonged to the guide's faction. Recognizing her talent after encountering her, the leadership granted her permission to ascend to the deep layers of the labyrinth. They judged that her presence would aid their floor clears. And indeed, Li Tion descended through the labyrinth without hindrance, meeting their expectations. But at some point, she suddenly changed. She became proactive, almost like a different person, and cleared the labyrinth at an astounding pace, far faster than the leadership themselves. Alarmed by this abrupt change, they investigated her but found nothing unusual. Her contract with Maria was one for the future. As of now, she was merely a mortal under Maria's attention. As a result, the leadership concluded that there were no issues with Li Tion. They rejoiced, thinking she had simply awakened her talent and would be a great asset in clearing the floors. However, around the time she reached the 70th floor, when they attempted to formally request her cooperation, she refused. She insisted on acting alone. Vishnu spoke coldly. You're acting wild just because you've got a god behind you. Naturally, they attempted to punish her as a traitor. But when the entire leadership tried to handle her, they were forced to stop. The god of choice, Maria, descended quietly and said one thing, "This child is mine." After that, they were unable to do anything. Recalling that moment, Vishnu ground her teeth. You were nothing but a cunning rat, a filthy traitor. I told you it's not betrayal. Why do you keep misunderstanding? Li Tion grumbled. Even as she stood before Vishnu, she showed no sign of fear. She was utterly composed. Vishnu frowned. She remembered the first time she met Li Tion. Back then, she had trembled and shrunk back at even the smallest word from them. The same happened in their subsequent encounters, but now she stood tall and confident. They thought her change came from Maria's protection, but facing her directly, Vishnu thought differently. Li Tion's behavior and even her personality had completely changed. It was not a change that could be explained by divine backing alone. Not that it matters, whoosh. Muttering quietly, flames flickered on Vishnu's arm. The air of the labyrinth began to heat up. Vishnu smiled seductively. In the end, your god didn't protect you, you will die. Maria had made a proposal when she descended. Still, letting her go just like that wouldn't align with the labyrinth's purpose. One purpose of the labyrinth was to witness mortals fighting with their lives, so I propose this. I will allow one of you to fight my child. And Vishnu was the one chosen. Flames began to dominate the labyrinth. Vishnu's face was filled with confidence. She may not have cleared the 74th floor yet, but she had spent a long time in the deep layers, gaining tremendous power. In contrast, Li Tion had only just arrived, a complete novice. Confident in her victory, Vishnu said, "Then die, traitor. I told you I'm not a traitor." Muttering under her breath, Li Tion raised her sword with a serious face. Vishnu has activated Avatar of Nature. Vishnu moved first, flames erupted, a tidal wave of fire engulfed Li Tion. There was no way to block it completely. Li Tion quickly made a decision and dodged. Vishnu controlled the flames swiftly. As if alive, they chased Li Tion and blocked her path. The rising heat slowly drained her stamina and made breathing difficult. The world began to be dyed in fire. She's strong, all right. Li Tion clicked her tongue, her face pale. In her previous life, she never fought the leadership. She pretended to be one of them while secretly clearing floors and escaping. So she never got to gauge their strength properly. Only in this life did she come to understand the leadership were monsters, but now so was she, her eyes dimmed. You have activated one who gained a steadfast heart. You have activated will born from frailty. Facing the approaching flames, she raised her sword. You have activated deflection. Whoosh, the flames twisted along her blade. Vishnu's pupils widened. Let's do this properly. Li Tion has activated forest transparent darkness. Her entire body became shrouded in a translucent hue. Black magic, Vishnu was shocked. A human using black magic. Thanks to Taesan's Earth Quest Clear, Earthlings could now wield magi. But Vishnu didn't know that, and her surprise was natural. Still, a couple of low-tier black magic spells wouldn't change the tide. Even if Li Tion concealed herself, it was just an illusion. Her position could still be sensed at any time. Li Tion knew that too. So she aimed for Vishnu's openings. Rumble, flames exploded and surged. The distorted force disoriented sight and senses. Now, you have activated Hidden Shadow. You have activated Breath of the Hidden Rat. Vishnu's eyes shook. She completely lost track of Li Tion's location, as if she had truly vanished. Thwack, and that's how she allowed a sword to pierce her chest. Vishnu exploded with flames to push Li Tion away. Li Tion retreated calmly. Vishnu flared up again, the battle resumed. While fending off Vishnu's attacks, Li Tion opened her inventory. Lee Taeyeon has activated Rainbow Sight Distortion Powder, a consumable item sold by the shopkeeper. Scattered rainbow powder distorted their vision. Vishnu fired flames to blow it away with a grimace, and Lee Taeyeon struck again. You have activated Hidden Shadow. You have activated Breath of the Hidden Rat. Vishnu fired flames in all directions. Lee Taeyeon evaded them and pierced her abdomen again. Damn it, Vishnu screamed and unleashed more flames, but Lee Taeyeon was already far away. Breath of the Hidden Rat, one of her main skills. In her previous life, it was hard to obtain. But in this life, she had barely secured it by risking her life on the 71st floor. Though she didn't yet have all the skills from before and her proficiency wasn't as high, it was still more than enough. You really are a rat, Vishnu snarled, clutching her wound. Hiding your form, striking from shadows, do you think you can clear the deep layers that way? Yes, Lee Taeyeon replied. Her gaze held an unshakable certainty as if she had seen the future. Even Vishnu unconsciously flinched at that look. Don't be ridiculous, Vishnu ground her teeth. Yes, Lee Taeyeon had disappeared from her senses a few times. But that didn't mean she'd lose. Vishnu still had many cards she hadn't used yet. Flames converged around her. The concentrated fire turned white. Behold, this is the world granted to a spirit king. The white light exploded, consuming the space. Vishnu has activated King's World. The space was overwritten. The laws of the world twisted and the air transformed. Lee Taeyeon realized the 72nd floor of the labyrinth had become Vishnu's world. Hide all you want. Skulk like a rat, I'll burn the entire world. Wow, Lee Taeyeon clicked her tongue. So Taesan beat this head-on, huh? How did he manage that? This was Vishnu's full power. With King's World activated, Lee Taeyeon couldn't possibly win. It was a skill that created an overwhelming gap, one that guaranteed defeat 100 times over. She genuinely admired it. Amazing, die rat, just as Vishnu tried to engulf the world in flame, Lee Taeyeon has activated Choice Exclusion. The fire that consumed the world was extinguished. Vishnu's King's World was cancelled. Well, I could just not fight. What? King's World was powerful, but in the end it was still a mortal skill. If one had divine authority, it could be erased without resistance. This should do it. You have activated 100 possibilities. 100 potential outcomes were assessed. The result, 100 losses. Even sealing your King's World results in total defeat. The gap's still that wide, huh? You have activated 100 exclusions. You have activated 100 possibilities. You have activated 100 exclusions. The skills activated repeatedly. Over 10 times in a row without pause. What is that skill? Finally recovering from the shock, Vishnu stammered. A skill called 100 possibilities. She'd never heard of it, nor could she guess its effect. Lee Taeyeon answered. A skill that not even Taesan has, mine alone. Taesan? Vishnu didn't know who Taesan was. Lee Taeyeon shrugged. He's a monster. I can't use this much because it drains too much mana and mental energy. That's why she used it only after drawing out Vishnu's trump cards. She activated 100 possibilities, 24 times, a total of 24 potential outcomes, 1,242 losses, 1,081 draws, 1 win. She found the path. Lee Taeyeon opened her inventory. In her hand was a pouch of ash-gray powder. Well then, shall we go again, Spirit King? She charged at Vishnu. You have activated magic stacking. You have activated Great Collapse. You have activated Great Collapse. You have activated Great Collapse. You have activated Magic Liberation. Stacked magic was unleashed. The condensed sphere swept through the battlefield, instantly wiping out thousands of monsters. Your level has increased, but new monsters filled the void just as quickly. Taesan, exhausted, drew in Magi. You have activated Baal's Surge of the sevenfold black space. The blackened space surged, erasing the monsters once again. He had conquered the 87th floor non-stop for 10 days. As a result, he had cleared most of the monsters here, but still, it wasn't over. Even Taesan was growing weary. There's no meaningful skill to gain here. It was just a large battlefield. The monsters were nothing special, mostly brute force types. He had already acquired nearly all the skills such a setting could offer. Still, the sheer number of monsters allowed him to sync better with Bardre and sharpen their coordination. Most importantly, Bardre's attack power continued to grow. Prince of a ruined world, Bardre. Prince of the fallen empire of Kabert, Bardre, reborn with a sword as his body. Attack power plus 2596. Perhaps due to the strength of his opponents, the growth was modest, just under plus 100 attack despite slaying so many. But it was still a satisfying increase. And just then, a messenger bird arrived. It was from Hafren. The message was simple. His request was complete and he should come. The ring he had commissioned was ready. There was no reason to delay. Taesan quickly cleared the 87th floor. 87th floor cleared. You have obtained Statue of a Snake Nestled in Darkness. You have obtained Statue of a Snake Nestled in Darkness, a sculpture of a serpent coiled in the abyss. No one knows who made it or what it was carved from. But despite being just a statue, It contains a terrifying power that is dreadful to even gaze upon. You have obtained Ring of the Deeply Slumbering Gold. Ring of the Deeply Slumbering Gold. HP plus 3000, MP plus 500, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 500, Attack Power plus 300, Defense plus 300. Once a ring that shone like the sun. It has been consumed by darkness. The power within is now deeply muddled and corrupted. After confirming the rewards, Taesan ascended. His steps were faster than usual. He arrived at Hafren's forge. There, a tired but bright-eyed Hafren was waiting. "You're here, it's ready." "Let's begin."